Hey guys, um, I'm still pulling some stuff up over here, guys. So my apologies. You guys have seen what's happened already. So what I'm about to bring you is not news because I know everyone has seen it. But what the hell, man? Um, and I'm reading through reports trying to get you guys some additional news if I can. I just I can't understand or believe even that people in another political party would stoop to this. Do I think Democrats are behind this? I mean, not directly. I don't think Chuck Schumer called the shot. No. Could Republicans be behind this? Of course. But I think it's Democrats. I truly believe that, like I stated on a live stream the other day, yes, Derek, they did get a lot shooter. Everything, and I called this 3 days ago that stuff was about to get nasty. Jill Biden will not talk Joe into stepping down. Joe doesn't know what time it is. Joe doesn't know when his diaper is topped off. He doesn't know when it's nappy nap time. Joe doesn't know what's going on. Joe is not calling any shots and has not called shots for quite some time now. The only reason why we haven't had somebody name a replacement for Joe Biden is because Joe Biden will not allow it to happen. Her ego is in the way. Her ego will not allow her to tell her husband, "You are a freaking potato. Get out of here." She won't do it. So the Democrat Party, you started seeing it this last week, is setting Joe up now. Remember, they would never put him on any kind of a public stage or any kind of a press conference that lasted longer than 3 minutes. Now they put him on a 1 hour press conference, knowing that he would step on his own pecker doing that. They are setting him up to fail because Joe Biden will not allow Joe Biden to drop out. So they're like, all right, you want it? You got it. So now that's what's happening. On top of that, the rest of the Democrat Party, including the ones in the shadows, know they cannot beat Donald Trump with Joe Biden or even Kamala Harris. And they're screwed if they try to get rid of Joe Biden and also leapfrog Kamala Harris and get somebody else in there. I said the other day that because of Jill Biden not allowing Joe Biden to step down with a little bit of dignity, that something wild was about to happen. And here we go. I think, and again, I do not believe it's the quote Democrat Party. I'm going to be on record saying that. I do not think the DNC tried to shoot Donald Trump today. However, a Democrat definitely tried to take Donald Trump out today because they realize they cannot win. They can't win. It's not possible. I don't know how mathematically you add it up to make it possible at this point. So this was bound to happen. And I didn't think it would get to this point. I honestly didn't. I thought somebody would have this next new Stormy Daniels bull crap waiting in the wings or something like that. I honestly didn't expect it to come to this. Seriously, I thought they would probably attack his family. That was my thought. I really did. I think Donald Trump is probably a family guy, and I thought they would attack his family. I really did. I thought his family would be the target, and that would cause him to bow out of respect for his family, worrying about their safety. This is crazy. For those of you that haven't seen it, I'm going to play you what took place. At first, when I saw it originally, guys, and I'm saying this because I want you to watch it. Well, I tell you what, AP, I would love to see that. AP, it says Officer Tatum channel shows what looks like the rooftop shooter down I'll grab that. I'll grab that for you guys here in a second. I want you to see, though, what it looks like when it happened. I thought shots rang out somewhere else. And I'm just telling you what I was thinking when I saw it, because I was watching it as it happened. I thought he was grabbing for an earpiece. You know how they're all tied in with Secret Service and all that, and, you know, hey, Mr. President, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. I thought he was, like, when he swiped at his right ear, I thought he was pulling the earpiece out, or that maybe it, like, feedback or something like that, like, bothered him when it happened, like when the shots rang out, that it, you know, overwhelmed his ear and he was knocking it out. He was actually swiping at his ear whenever it took down. I want you to look at this picture real quick before I show you the video. Look how close we came to having a different Republican candidate run for president. I want you to see this. It clearly came from his front, because as close as that is to his skull, the fact that only the tip of his ear is shot off tells me that it came directly from the side, because that is half an inch from his skull. We were half an inch away from somebody else running for president today. What would that have done to the race, to the country? Can you imagine the civil unrest? As it stands, there's probably going to be civil unrest somewhere. Extremist groups are going to have a field day with this. There's extremist groups on both sides. Don't let anybody fool you. Even though they're crazy and wacko and stupid and silly on the left, the right has some too. This is going to ignite some extremist groups. And had this man died today, you would have seen bad stuff happening. I guarantee you, bad stuff happening. Whew, this is very unsettling to me, man. Very unsettling. I'm going to pull a couple things up while you guys... let's see here. I really, I can't believe that this is happening, man. This is not what we needed right now. This is not what we needed. We honestly did not need this, man. Let's see. I'm pulling some other stuff up. Guys, be patient with me. All right, let's see here. So I'm going to grab this screenshot. One of you guys pointed it out, but I was already following. I'm a big fan of Tim Pool, by the way. I just like his coverage. He's like one of us, I feel like. So this is Tim's stuff. Tim is showing the wound, how close it was to Trump's head. It's weird. He's showing the top of the ear. I thought it was more just behind that yellow circle that you see, closer to the back of his head, but maybe not. Maybe it was that close. If it was that close, I mean, it's like not even a paper thickness away from hitting that man in the head. I can't imagine what would have happened had they hit that man in the head. So I'm looking at Tim's stuff. The district attorney of Butler County, Pennsylvania, tells ABC News that as of this moment, one bystander is confirmed dead and possibly a second bystander confirmed dead as well. That sucks, man. Also says the shooter is dead. The shooter, from what I've been told, and I saw this from what I consider to be a reliable source online, is that another sniper, that the guy who shot Trump in the ear shot him. He crawled on his belly and was on top of a roof and shot him in a sniper mode. So organized, not some wacko that waddled up to the stage and shot him. We're talking about an organized effort to shoot the leading candidate in the presidential election of the United States. And then another sniper caught where that gunfire came from on that roof and shot him. That's the report so far. It says law enforcement neutralized the shooter at the Trump rally who just tried to assassinate President Trump. I'm not going to confirm that this video right here is that video of them neutralizing that suspect. And the reason why I say that is because what I'm being told is, and another report, I'm not saying either one of them is right. What I'm saying is this is supposedly video from one of the innocent bystanders dying in the crowds. Again, this report right here that you're looking at, they're stating that this is the actual shooter. Somebody else said that this was a bystander. I don't know. So I'm just showing you the video. I don't know who it is. It's one of three people or four. Four people were shot. Trump, we know that's not Trump. So it's either one of the two innocent bystanders that were shot or the shooter. Digger number 7 says, nope, it's confirmed he was on the rooftop. Wow. How did this happen? How does this happen? Is it a failure of Secret Service? Because how does this happen? I've been to one, and not even to the rally. I've been outside of one rally with Trump, and the security was ridiculous between helicopters, people on rooftops. You got to figure your sniper in the Secret Service is getting the highest vantage point. So how does anybody below him get a vantage point to be able to shoot at the former president? This is a failure at a high level, guys, a very high level. And I have zero confidence in our FBI, obviously. I mean, they set Trump up. If it comes out, and will it ever? I mean, honestly, but if it comes out that there are higher powers that are associated with this and Trump wins, Donald Trump has to clean freaking house. Last time he dealt with too many of the dickheads that needed to be let go because he was trying to be Mr. Nice Guy. It's time to stop being Mr. Nice Guy. You almost had your skull split. I think there's going to be some garbage that comes out of this. I'm really worried about what we see come out of this, guys. I think that bad things are going to happen in retaliation for this from some people that are just, I mean, as screwy as this guy trying to shoot at Trump. But man, this is not what our country needed right now. I'm scrolling, continuing on down on Tim Pool's page. Again, I am on Tim Pool's page. Phil Labonte from All That Remains posted Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are a threat to the very soul of this country. That's the kind of rhetoric that gets this kind of crap going. That's the kind of rhetoric that stirs this up. That party is not remorseful for what happened to Trump today. I promise you that party is not the least bit remorseful for what happened today. Promise you. Bet that. Look at this. Steve Guest. Oh, am I going to be able to see this? I have one job, and that's to beat Donald Trump. I'm absolutely certain I'm the best person to be able to do that. So we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to overreact on that kind of stuff. I'm really not. These people say silly stuff all the time like that has metaphors and stuff like that. Joe Biden himself, now look, if it came from Joe Biden's lips, he didn't know what he was saying. Somebody else may have put that in his lips as kind of a dog whistle to somebody else, but it was not Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't know when his diaper is full. So I don't believe that. All right, let's show this video real quick, guys. I want you guys to see this. Stand by. Oh, see, this is not the whole video. We got to play the whole video. Stand by 1 second, guys. We're going to play this video. Give me 1 sec here. Let me get this queued up. I'm going to show you, for those of you that may have not seen the video yet, let me play it for you. And my apologies, I am a one-man show right now, so just stand by for 1 second. So, all right, let's get this. Well, that's going to give me a seizure. Please stop doing that. See if you guys are looking at what I'm looking at. Yeah. Okay, where is... Close that because I can't find where the beginning of it is. Okay, here we go, guys.
with Donald Trump Jr. saying that his dad is in great spirits, that he will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what in Donald Trump Jr.'s words, no matter what the radical left throws at him. So what we can glean from this, a couple of things, that former President Trump is, as his campaign says, fine. He is well enough to speak. He is well enough to be on the phone, at least with his immediate family members, at least with his son, Donald Trump Jr. We know that he is receiving medical treatment at a local facility with this rally happening.
Say what you want. That's too many
women. And we know that there has been a slew of reaction, as Kristen, as you, as others have talked about from both sides of the aisle here, strongly condemning political violence after this very difficult day in American politics. Lester, we'll keep you updated as we get more.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Kip Tom, former U.S. ambassador to the UN, was just a few yards from the former president when the shots rang out. Thank you for joining us, sir. Can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was just with the president a few moments earlier before he came on stage, and everything seemed like a normal day. But when he walked down that red carpet and walked up to the podium,
I agree, Frank.
And after he spoke for about 10 minutes, I was sitting in the front row at the end of the runway, but all of a sudden these shots broke out. And I think there was people that actually thought it was possibly fireworks, but
shooter is dead.
Gun smoke, and obviously there was a person about 15 foot behind me that was hit. I think severely wounded at the least. But
I agree, Dana.
The crowd stayed pretty calm for the most part. And but you know, it sounded like there was 6-7 shots to start with, and then it seemed like there was a little pause, and then we heard a different caliber gun fired, which I assume is probably the Secret Service. But then I thought I heard another couple of rounds come off, but it felt like it was behind me. But it could have been the echo.
Did you hear did President Trump say anything?
No, he was just giving the typical rally speech that he typically does everywhere, you know, and trying to encourage voters to get out and vote and talking about his plan for America.
But as the shots rang out, did he cry out? Did someone tell him to get down, or was that instinctive?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard everybody say, get down, but I think he was already going down. That's when everybody thought at first maybe he had been hit more severely than he was. I mean, it's already severe. And let's face it, it hit his ear. It could have been a little bit closer. It could have been disastrous. But when he went down to the ground, then he got up. He put his fist up in the air or his hand up in the air. So we knew he was okay.
I think you're right, brother.
Presumably, at least it appears to be a lot of people in that crowd. By now, you have heard that one spectator was killed and others critically wounded. Has it settled in of how close a brush everybody in that arena or setting came tonight?
Yeah, you know, there was a lot. It was interesting listening to the people as they departed the scene, and you know what was going through my mind, and of course being a little older than many of those that were there. But
I heard the same thing,
I
Ryan.
was recalling the Kennedy assassinations and some of the other attempts that were made during my lifetime, and I was recalling those and thinking about those, and then moving forward to where we're at today. And we still have a problem with this, so it's shocking. But most people are pretty upset. There's no question about it.
Understandably. Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time being with us. We're glad you and yours are safe.
That's who I'm being told the shooter was.
Retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh is with me. By now, as you know, we've been reporting that the shooter in this case is deceased, presumably shot by law enforcement. I think the next question will be, is this a lone operator, the proverbial lone wolf, or is this part of some kind of conspiracy? Those are two different things. How will they begin to get at least put the dots together?
Yeah, well, let's start with the deceased shooter, Lester, and identify him, and then, you know, sweep his personal devices, phone, computer, et cetera, for, you know, associates, Confederates, and start interviewing around the circle around him. You've dug out a lot from the reporters and the witnesses since we last talked, and, you know, it appears that maybe the shooter. It seemed like to me, watching the video closely, that the first
I haven't heard anything else, Scott,
is where the President Trump reacts.
Hey, Jim, let me just stop you for a second. I just received a new piece of information that I want to get your thoughts on. We're now, from a confirmed source, that the shooter was actually firing from outside the perimeter.
Wow.
That changes a lot in terms of the security posture at these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But what's surprising to me is that a shooter could get in an elevated position at any kind of a Secret Service event.
I always pull these
that the service does
people,
is they get all the elevated
so I don't show
positions,
anything,
and they put their sniper teams
biased
up there and lookouts with binoculars and rifles. So it does seem from the witnesses that this was a distant shot. Now that the reason the shot wasn't as loud, it was further off in the distance, and it looked like, watching the video, Lester, closely, that when the president turned his head to the right, the first shot or second shot, the first pop or two, is when he grabs his right ear. And then he, on his own volition, goes down, squats down. No, he doesn't fall down. He just squats down. But you can see at that same moment that the spectators behind him are also hunching down as a normal reaction.
Yeah, because somebody got hit.
And then there's more rounds right after that. There's maybe another 5 rounds. And Dasha Burns had a witness that she just interviewed, and he talked about he counted 7 rounds. And that was close. I don't know can't tell the exact number. I have to listen to that audio very, very closely. But I mean, that sort of jives with what the witness said. So it looks like we had an assassin with a rifle outside the security perimeter. That's why you had mentioned earlier. I will be
covering this tomorrow.
Magnetometers. Well, if you never breach the security perimeter, nobody checks you. And the first shot or second might have been the one intended to kill the former president, but it grazed his right ear.
Yeah, Jim, let me bring back, if I can, Evie Poumpouras, a former Secret Service agent again. Evie, thank you for staying with us. I'd like to get your reaction to the fact this person was firing from outside the perimeter. That raises a lot of questions about how these areas are secured.
That's one of the most difficult things when you do outdoor sites. So when we spoke before, when you look at it this way, when you're in a closed environment, where even if it's an arena, at least you're in a closed environment, I only have to worry about what's on the inside. When you do open rallies like this, right? You're outside. You have to worry about line of sight issues. Line of sight is a massive problem. Why is it a problem? Because somebody can be out in the distance and really engage your target from a long range. And there are weapons out there that allow you to do this. So even though, let's say you hunker this whole area down, you've got the magnetometers, you've got the tactical element, everything's locked and tight. How do you secure that outer perimeter? How far do you go? And can you cover everything?
Long-range rifles.
That's a problem. These are probably,
God forbid, he uses
all
suppressor.
the types of advances you can do. These are probably the least favorite among Secret Service agents, because you have the inability. And even if somebody is in an elevated position or not, how do you secure all those elevated positions when you have weapons with the capabilities that are able to shoot long distances? This is what you are up against.
Yeah, and you point about weapons that can shoot long distances. We tend to think of those as long guns, things that stand out certainly in a crowd, whether you're, no matter what side of the fence you're on. The fact that this person is at some distance was able to strike the former president, does that suggest some ability beyond the average gun user?
Well, that would be interesting to see, right? Because it's hard to speculate at this point. How far was that person? One of the things that lead me to think that this person was at a distance, when we hear the gunshot, it sounds very faint, very soft, right? It sounds like an echo. That's why so many people mistook it for fireworks. That's why a lot of people weren't sure it was a gunshot. So when you hear the shot like that, it does lead us to believe that it was at a distance. And that's why there's the confusion. I do want to say this, which is really interesting as I watch this. When you do security for these events, one of the greatest concerns are the people inside and stampede issues. And what I have to acknowledge is all these folks held steady and fast. We don't see people really losing it. We don't see people stampeding out, because it's not just the danger of the attacker, of what's going to happen. The danger a lot of times can come from within. So I really have to comment on everybody's ability to stay put, to not panic, and to allow the Secret Service, and also look at where that motorcade is. That vehicle where they exit him out, there's people all around, and you see everybody hold their position and allow the security team to evacuate.
Yeah, Abby, thank you for that. I should note, several years ago, working on a story for the Today Show, I went to the Secret Service training facility outside of Washington, and they put me through a simulation in which I was the protectee, waving to a crowd when shots ring out, and the swiftness of these agents.
Let me just say this real quick, guys, as we watch this. I'm going to go back to the live coverage of these guys. And by the way, for the worm who said something about me trusting MSNBC, no, I don't trust them. This is live coverage. It's not a news report. So don't be stupid. I try to show liberal reports when I do stuff like this, so it doesn't have a conservative slant or a biased slant in our favor, so somebody thinks that I'm cherry picking the media. So quit being a dick. This is one of, let's listen to this real quick. Hold on one second.
And the rest of our team are fine, the other journalists, but we do recognize 2 spectators were hurt, 1 killed, another in critical condition. Dasha, you have had some pretty heart-wrenching interviews today. People saw a lot of things you can't unsee.
Yeah, Lester, that's absolutely right. People who came to a Trump rally, some of them for the first time, looking forward to seeing the former president. There was music playing, people selling merchandise, people eating food, people reuniting with friends here, not expecting anything like this. Let me just set the scene for you right now. We are in the parking lot outside of the venue. Sirkin, our cameraman, is going to show you. People are kind of in a traffic jam right now. This was a one way in, one way out kind of road situation. This is Butler County. It's a pretty rural county. Not a lot of big highways, not a lot of big roads. So people have been, I mean, this is now hours later, and many people still waiting to get out and still waiting and processing everything that they've experienced.
Thank you, Mike.
I want to introduce you to Tracy, who is stuck in this traffic jam right now. Tracy and Tyler, they're high school friends. They were right there. And Tracy, we've been hearing some of these stories. Can you just walk us through what you saw?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Scott.
President Trump was up there, you know, and then within 5 minutes, we're hearing pop, 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 pop. And then everybody's on the ground. Everybody's on the floor. And it was just like, what? And we were on the ground level. We were 4 rows back from the stage. And are you coming?
We'll just follow along with you. They're moving in the car here. So we'll just
from the stage. And the people in the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed. Somebody died. Somebody got shot. Like this close to where we were. Those bullets, I pray to God for these people's families. Oh my God. But the how is this happening in our country today? And why? Why is it happening? Why?
And Tracy, you were telling me earlier, you know, you and Tyler, you know this county, you know this area. Did you ever think something like this would happen here?
Never. Absolutely never. You know, this shows you how much hate and hostility is in our world today. That this is not
That's
a good
how much
thing.
they hate Trump.
We need to all
That's
come
pathetic.
together as a human race, you know. We need to help each other out.
Can you describe
Biden
this
won't
area,
die.
this county, this place that you and Tyler grew
Not
up
that I wish that on
Yeah,
him, but he's
Tyler-
like on death's bed.
Rural.
Rural, you know, cows, chickens. This is farmland. This is farmland here.
Butler, that's the county seat, but most of the county's private farmland. So it's people are pretty
I
easy.
agree,
going.
Draco.
And Tracy, we talked about, you know, often Trump rallies, people are coming to celebrate, to see the former president. They're coming in with a pretty excited attitude. Can you walk me through what you came in with and what you're coming out with?
I came in with hope and excitement. If you have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Oh, we cover them all the time.
Well, how does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel? How are you feeling?
It makes me feel absolutely great and wonderful. You know, in my heart, I feel that this man really wants to help our country because I really feel that. I honest to God, I do, because this country for so long seems to be going down a path that it really shouldn't be doing.
So, I mean, you came in to hear.
I'm curious if the person that got killed behind Trump, if it was the same round that hit him. Personally, guys, if if now they're saying that the round was outside the perimeter of the place, that's how he possibly got past security because he never had to go through it. If that's the case, man, I don't know about you guys. I find it really hard to believe it was a 5.56 round. So if it's a much larger round or a flatter shooting round, something like that, then that round did not go into Trump. It clipped him, clipped his ear. I wonder if that's the same round that killed the person behind him. From what I understand, there's about 2 rounds that the killer shot, at least 2. That one round might have killed somebody else. I mean, you saw the place. It's jam-packed, So you guys realize how close we are. I got to repeat this. We were that close away from having somebody else running against Joe Biden for president.
Sort of the law enforcement point of view, the high level point of view. But at the end of the day, Lester, the people who were here on the ground, particularly those who were close to that violence, it's something they are never going to forget. And it's now associated, of course, with politics, with the state of our democracy for so many of the people that we've been talking to, Lester.
All right, Dasha, thanks. We'll continue to go to you as you get those riveting accounts from folks. NBC News campaign embed joining us on the phone now. She is in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the hospital where there is heavy law enforcement presence. NBC News has not confirmed that the former president is at that hospital, but it's 15 minutes away from where the rally took place. Jillian Franco is there. What are you seeing?
Lester, that's right. I'm across the street from Butler Memorial Hospital. And as you mentioned, we do not yet have confirmation that this is where former President Donald Trump was taken. But there's a heavy law enforcement presence here. Media was across the street. We're shortly getting moved. The hospital is set
I didn't see that, Rand. I'll have to check that out.
And there's law enforcement at the top of the hill looking down. There's also law enforcement at the top of the roof of the hospital itself. When I arrived, there was a helicopter circling the building, heavy police presence here, Lester. When I pulled up, I asked the officer how they were doing. He said they're hanging in there. Obviously, a terrifying scene here in Butler tonight. Lester?
Yeah, so the access road is cut off to this area?
It is. We are not allowed to go up there. The police vehicles have moved, but we're not allowed to go up the hill to the hospital itself. And media was staged across the street.
This is one of the stupidest comments I've seen today. What a stupid comment.
But yeah,
Mark
it was completely blocked off when I arrived here, and still a heavy police presence.
All right, Jillian, thanks very much. Again, we haven't had correct me if I'm wrong from the control room, but I don't think we've had a complete description of the wound suffered by the former president. We have all seen, the blood coming out from near his ear, his right ear. Somebody described as a teardrop of blood, of fresh blood. It appears he might have been grazed by the bullet, but again, we haven't received a complete medical terminology description of the wound. But it does appear that he was certainly hit during all of this. He's largely under his own power, certainly being escorted down
on Saturday night, man,
to the armored vehicle.
It's just me, I think.
Again, seems to be doing okay. In fact, we heard from President Biden a while ago, who said that he appears to be okay. We should note that President Biden says he will be trying to call former President Trump at some point here in the not too distant future.
Yeah, right.
And there, the signal of triumph from former President Trump as he was put into that armored car and taken to, we believe, quite possibly the hospital we were just showing you a moment ago. Seriously, our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us. He continues to dig out fresh details. What more can you tell us, Tom?
Lester, a couple of these things coming from official statements from law enforcement, or for 3 to 4 law enforcement officials, to myself and our colleague Jonathan Dienst. We know that the FBI is now on scene and is assisting the United States Secret Service along with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their investigation into this shooting today at the Trump rally. You were just asking a question about whether we know whether or not the former president was shot directly, either grazed in the ear or in the cheek, or whether or not this was a ricochet. That's something that they're still trying to get a handle on, and whether or not a piece of glass was what may have struck him. But either way, he obviously, from the photographs, was struck in some fashion by something. The other information that we were being told, and I'm going to bring in the reporting of my colleague Kelly O'Donnell on this as well, is that this shooting happened outside the Secret Service perimeter. So for folks that have attended any sort of political rally involving either party,
that's a long-range shot,
involving a presidential candidate or a former president, you'll notice if you go that you are wanded, or you have to go through a magnetometer, kind of like an airport-style security, if you will. That happens within the perimeter of the event. And leading up to the event, the U.S. Secret Service goes through the event site itself to make sure that there's nothing nefarious stored inside, that nobody's hiding out and waiting for a rally to begin. And they try to establish a perimeter that would allow them to be able to have a real control over the event. So what we're being told is that this shooting happened outside of that secure perimeter from a high point. Specifically where it is, I can't yet tell you. We're waiting to hear about that, but that's some of the information that we're waiting to get on. As far as what you're looking at on screen at the moments that this happened, this is standard protocol. You're looking at the heavy weapons teams that immediately went up on stage. Then you're looking at the Secret Service close protective detail of former President Trump. And this would be very similar at any event involving a former president, that they immediately surround him. Obviously, the Secret Service agents there are putting their lives into their hands if this individual was going to continue to fire. Speaking of the individual that law enforcement believes is deceased, that individual, the alleged shooter rather, is deceased, as I mentioned. That individual may have been shot by law enforcement. That appears to be coming into clarity at this time. We're still waiting on the specific details of that, whether or not that was a counter sniper team or somebody who was close to him. I suspect we'll get more details on that closely. As far as who did this and what their motivations are, there's some background information coming into view, Lester.
There's something
but as you can imagine, there are a lot of names on social media.
Charles. I appreciate you, my friend.
There are a lot of names that have been mentioned to us, and we're really trying to get a lot more clarity on that before
there's an organization
tied
to this. I'm telling you,
of the individual who did this. But at this point, there appears to be no ongoing threat, and there's no indication that they're looking for anybody else. But this is now a full-blown federal criminal investigation, as you can imagine.
There might be some Soros
and
money
they will
here,
certainly
guys.
try to determine whether this individual had any help. Not that we've received any indication of that, but that's obviously something that they will look into. And the type of rifle that could be used, as you would imagine, to fire from outside the perimeter to get close to that stage,
I don't think it was
would be some sort of a high-powered rifle. The specific nature of that is, again, details that we're still waiting to get, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let me go to Kristen Welker now in our Washington, D.C. bureau, who has more. Kristen?
Well, Lester, just to reset for everyone, we are tracking the ongoing investigation that Tom was just talking about in the wake of former President Trump having been rushed off the stage after shots were fired at the
people want to be snarky on
MSNBC,
but they can't.
For everyone, the day started with the anticipation, the questions swirling about whether this might be the event where he announced his nominee for vice president. Obviously now the mood, the tone, the focus has shifted to this horrific act of political violence that unfolded at this Pennsylvania rally. President Biden did address the nation just a short time ago, saying this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He said he had tried to speak with the former president, had not been able to, but is continuing those attempts. He's also getting briefed. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, who is following all of this along with us. Kelly, what's the latest there?
Well, from the Biden White House perspective, this is a moment for trying to get information to the president. He, of course, is in charge of the Department of Justice and the Secret Service that are, of course, the agencies that will be working on this. There is always a careful separation between the executive and the law enforcement capabilities. But that's why the Biden White House has a critical role to play to provide the resources at the federal level to investigate this. The president indicated that he also recognizes that state and local officials are very much involved at this right now. Part of what will be a question going forward is what is the immediate change, if any, to the political calendar that is scheduled for this week with the
What's the
Republican
change to the
National
Secret
Convention
Service?
expected
This was a failure,
to be
man.
in Milwaukee with lots of important events. Obviously, a full assessment of what is the condition of the former president right now. We don't have confirmed reporting yet about the state of that. When he left this event site, as the video indicates, of course, he was taken and has the resources around him for medical care. President Biden has said he wishes to speak to Donald Trump tonight. That can happen whenever the two are able to connect. That is not necessarily a vital piece in terms of next steps, but it is the kind of gesture and important connection that actually does send a message right now that this is not about the politics of the moment and that there are bigger issues here.
It's everything
with
about the politics.
The current president and several
That's why this happened.
former presidents talking about no room for political violence. We're hearing that from many elected officials on Capitol Hill as well. And right now, we're in a period of a few different streams of information. What is the investigation producing? What is known about the shooter involved? The extent to which this was some kind of an organized attempt? Were there others involved? All of those questions need to be sorted out. Then there's the political fallout. There is typically a quieting period after an unexpected event. Normally in campaigns, that would be something far less graphic than this. It might be the death of a loved one in a campaign. It might be a car accident. We've seen all those iterations before, and there's typically a quieting period where both campaigns turn down the volume. Everyone catches their breath before the rigor of a campaign resumes again. So this is a critical evening to gather facts, to get a sense of the scope of this, for direct communication between President Biden as a person and former President Donald Trump as a person, and not so much as candidates or in their office and former office. That's part of what's playing out here. Now, the president indicated he would speak again or communicate again if there were further developments. And there are questions to be identified about what next steps there should be and are all the resources there. Even a question about where does former President Trump go in the immediate hours ahead. He, of course, was on the road as a candidate in Pennsylvania. What is the immediate plan for his next steps? Presidents and former presidents have not only a lot of security around them, but often their homes have additional security as well. So finding a way to safely transport him, making certain of his medical situation, and then the necessary communication between the White House and the former president. Those are the things we're watching. Kristen?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House for us. Kelly, thank you. And as you have been speaking, Kelly, we are watching these chilling, horrifying images of the former president rushed off the stage, bloodied, defiant, that traditional
exactly,
fist
Nicholas.
pump,
exactly, brother.
That Donald Trump is known for as he is whisked away to get medical care. Lester Holt.
I've been saying this. This is a complete failure of his detail.
That Trump rally, she was there when the shots rang out, and she is now in a sea of traffic of people still trying to leave that area. Many with some pretty horrific stories to tell. Dasha?
Exactly.
Yeah, Lester, that's exactly right. We've been talking to people who are stuck in this traffic jam and are processing what they just witnessed.
Thank you. I
want
appreciate
you to
you, young
hear
lady.
now from, remind me your name, ma'am?
Vanessa Asher.
Vanessa Asher. Vanessa, you were very close to the former president when this happened. Can you describe to me where you were and what you saw?
We were 6 rows back, right in front of his podium, straight back. And he was talking about his chart
I hear you, Chris.
on this side. And he was looking directly at his chart. And when he went over to this one, that's when he was grazed.
Thank God he turned his
here.
head.
He was shot. And if he would not have looked at his other chart, it probably would have got him in the head.
So he turned his head just in the nick of time.
Yes, he did. In the nick of time.
And Lester, let me just explain to you, and I want to follow up with you more, Vanessa, but this is what we were talking about earlier. I'll send it back to you, Lester.
I apologize. Things are moving quickly here. We're apparently hearing from the former president himself. Hallie Jackson has it. Hallie?
It is a new post on his online platform, Truth Social, Lester, in which the former president says, and I will read this in full, because obviously this is the first time that we are now hearing from the former president himself since this incident at his rally in Butler. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, the former president continues, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. He goes on to say, it is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. He also adds, nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. The former president says he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. You're looking at that online post now. So he is confirming, he says that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin.
Wow.
Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. And he ends this post by saying, God bless America. So, Lester, some significant questions that are being answered now from the former president here as to what happened, as to how he's doing, as to his state of mind. And again, significant in that he is describing in rather vivid detail the moment when he says that bullet went through his ear. He heard the whizzing sound. You're seeing some of these images now, including some that are being circulated by his allies with the former president, his fist raised in the air. He said he felt the bullet ripping through the skin with a lot of bleeding taking place. What we don't know now is where the former president, is headed next.
I agree, man.
That he is obviously getting treated at that local medical facility.
We need more testosterone around these people.
I will tell you from other sources that I've spoken with that he appears to be in good spirits. That is what folks are being told, and that his son, who has spoken with him directly, says. And you see the former president able to, obviously in these videos, this images we've been showing, able to move, able to pump his fist, but you see the blood that he's talking about there on his right ear as the former president is describing what happened. Important to note here, he is also, of course, extending condolences to the person who was hurt, the person who was believed to be killed there, and thanking law enforcement for their incredibly fast response. And you saw the response, Lester, in one of these remarkable moments as it unfolded. In some quarters, in some places online, there was a live stream of this happening. Obviously, the cameras of every network in the country were on this, given that he is the presumptive Republican nominee, of course, before this happened. And you see the absolute chaos there in Butler that we've been describing from Dasha, from Jillian, from Jake and Bianca and our teams there as the rest of it unfolded there. So again, Lester, the first statement that we are getting from the former president himself, posted as Donald Trump is wont to do, posted on an online platform there on Truth Social as he's looking to get the message out immediately, as quickly as he can, it appears, to the American people, that he appears to be okay, that he's extending his condolences, and specifically what happened, as he says, that bullet hit his ear, Lester.
Yeah, incredible to look at how close that was to hitting a vital area of him.
Like his head, his skull.
That first description from the former president himself. Hallie Jackson, thanks very much. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, joins us. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
Hold on.
This ought to be good. It's not from Biden, you know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Garrett Hake right now. Garrett?
Of course.
Lester, in reading that statement from Donald Trump, confirming that, in fact, he was shot in this incident in Butler tonight, I think about the times that I've discussed his safety with members of his campaign over the last year or so. And there has always been tension and awareness in the minds of Donald Trump's campaign staff, even at senior levels, of the risk that he takes every time he goes out. Campaign officials will tell you that he gets an enormous amount of threats, frankly, as many politicians do across the political spectrum, and that the campaign has worked across this very long period of time since he first announced more than a year ago that he would be running for president, to balance, in some cases, his desire to hold these kind of mega rallies, these huge outdoor events, with his personal safety. They are very cautious about using what is known in the industry as OTR stops, the idea of him appearing at short notice in certain locations where folks cannot necessarily be screened in the same manner that they are by the Secret Service at events like this. And, any presidential campaign thinks about the candidate's safety. It's a major part of the job. You work with the Secret Service for that reason. But this has been front and center in the minds of campaign staffers going back really since before the launch of this campaign. Obviously, an unusual campaign in the sense that here is someone who has never not had Secret Service protection from the moment he was first sworn in 2017 through this moment. And I think looking ahead now, and this is something that we're trying to report out, is what, if anything, is going to change about the Republican convention next week? Obviously, the former president was set to arrive there on Monday morning. He was expected to be in Milwaukee across those 4 days. These conventions, as many of our viewers know, are very much high security situations. Downtowns locked down days in advance, very difficult to go in or out. What will change in the security and what will change in the messaging of this convention? We've already seen some of Donald Trump's allies, perhaps most notably his son, Eric Trump, making use of that image on your screen right now, the fist pump from Donald Trump in the moments after we now know that he was shot, to say that this is the fighter America needs, in the words of Eric Trump and in the words of many of his allies, who I think, setting aside the moment that we're in right now, and especially knowing from the former president's own lips now, or his own fingertips, I suppose, that he's going to be okay. This image of him as a fighter is so central to his political identity, so central to his campaign's strategy, and something that I'm sure will be incorporated into whatever we see of the convention next week. What changes might be taking place right now, Lester, very difficult to say. The campaign is on a complete lockdown, not talking to the press, really working through first what's going on with their candidate and what their next steps will be tomorrow and in the days ahead.
All right, we're looking at a motorcade leaving a nearby hospital that has been under heavy security here since all this happened. We have not received confirmation that former President Trump has been treated there, but we did just see it looked like a small motorcade leaving the area. So we'll continue to monitor that picture. Garrett, why I have you here? Let's talk about what is likely on the minds of a lot of people. I mean, certainly we're looking at a case where there has been a loss of life. Another spectator has been seriously injured. But this comes as the country and Democrats are still wrestling with the issues over the President Biden's performance in the debate. And now this. I guess it'll take some days to play out as to whether we're looking at another reset and changing how people view this campaign.
I think that's right, Lester, and I think it would be a mistake to speculate on exactly what will go forward now. I can only say where it has come to now, and the campaigns that I've covered in the past, the level of intense focus and scrutiny on this presidential election here in early July is very unusual, especially for an election, I think, that a lot of people had kind of tuned out of. Essentially a battle of two incumbents, two people hugely unpopular outside of their own political bases. There was the questions about whether Joe Biden would continue in this race after that debate performance, a historically early debate.
I agree.
And now an intense focus on Donald Trump, on political violence. We know nothing yet about the shooter or his or her motivations. We know nothing yet about exactly why this event took place. But we know the political climate that we're in has been incredibly heated, going back for years. I cover Congress in my other role at this network, and the threat level in Congress has been a huge boost over the last several years by several factors over more threats against members. So the political environment has changed in that sense, and the heat is turned up to a level that we're just not used to seeing in the summer, which is often the doldrums of a presidential campaign. The Veep stakes speculation is typically the kind of thing that folks in my business are talking about right now. News only for the most dialed in of the political viewers out there. Now all of a sudden we're talking about what appears to be, what is being investigated as, according to our reporting, as an attempt on the life of a nominee or soon-to-be nominee of the presidency of the United States. The phrase that we are in uncharted waters is completely worn out, Lester, but here we find it once again, perhaps the most appropriate way to view our political dynamic.
It certainly says it in so many ways. Thank you, Garrett. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. You have received a statement from the Secret Service. What are they saying right now?
Yeah, a new statement now putting on the record officially, Lester, what our team has been able to report out from their sources over the course of the last 2 hours or so. I will read it in full here because it's important to note what the Secret Service is saying, that during the rally in Butler tonight at around 6:15 p.m., they say a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. They say that Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. The Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. The Secret Service spokesperson goes on to say that one spectator was killed, two spectators were critically injured, so badly hurt. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And obviously the FBI and the Secret Service have plenty more work to do here on this front. But Lester, again, significant in that this is the official confirmation that, as we have been reporting here, the suspected shooter here is dead. 2 people have been badly hurt. 1 person was killed here in a moment reverberating not just political world, but around the country. And I will tell you, a world international reaction coming in from world leaders. I want to also share with you some reaction coming in from the former president's daughter, Ivanka Trump, who is posting now in just the last couple of minutes that she is thanking people for their love and prayers for her father and for other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. She says she's grateful to the Secret Service, to law enforcement officers. She continues to pray for our country, ending by saying, "I love you, Dad." Again, from Ivanka Trump today and always, Lester.
Shouldn't be having to do
All
that.
right, Hallie, thank you. For our viewers just joining us as we near the top of the hour, we're on the air with breaking news. We have been for several hours now following the events involving a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening.
All right.
The former president has been
I'm going
injured.
to change to a different network.
Shot.
Let me move to Fox now. Not that I'm a massive fan of them either, but I just want to get everybody's take on this. And right now I'm going to go to the Fox network and see what they're saying.
Pennsylvania. It's a rural part of Pennsylvania here. Where does the Secret Service's radii stop, where they stop searching for things, so to speak?
Yeah, in this particular case, not far enough, because the shooter was able to get into a position and fire around. Somebody that was there at the scene has posted on X that they saw somebody crawling across the top of a rooftop and was notifying the Secret Service when the shooting occurred. And so apparently this person was outside the secure area. And whether they had been in the event or not, I don't know, but they were outside the secure area. This is something that will have to come up during the after action review as to exactly how it was with that the shooter was able to get into a position and not seen by counter snipers. This is a difficult position for Secret Service at all times, because they have to do the proactive work beforehand, but then they're standing by waiting to react to a potential threat. And you saw how quickly they got up onto the stage and how they
we'll check it out, man.
In, protecting the president to get him out of the area here and into that suburban and out of the area. But nonetheless, it'll take an investigation into exactly how this transpired, that a shooter was able to get to a position and carry out this shot without being detected before the shot
Toxic,
occurred.
I'll have that tomorrow on my
what
report.
you and I were discussing earlier about the digital footprint of a suspect. Agencies like the FBI, like the Secret Service, I would imagine, get an unimaginable amount of suspicious activity, threats, assassination
I agree,
threats,
Michael.
things of this nature. How do law enforcement sift through the noise to find what's credible and what's not credible?
Yeah, they deal with this all the time. They get threats all the time. Secret Service goes out and interviews people that they determine to be a potential threat, and then determine whether or not they need to do something about that. Sometimes if a person has made previous threats, they go and they detain that person whenever a protectee is traveling through the area.
Agree, brother.
And so Secret
No harm,
Service
no
is
foul,
dealing
right?
with threats all the time.
Crazy.
We don't know if this person had made a threat or told anybody that he was planning to do this, or it just was one of those lone wolves who waited and all of a sudden
Thank you, David.
let the event itself announce that he was planning to do this.
So Ken, we don't know who this shooter is yet. Their identification is unconfirmed, and so do you anticipate we're going to learn that identity later tonight? And if we do, will you be wondering? Will you be asking your colleagues, your sources here? It's something that I'm curious about, whether or not this person, whoever they might be, was known to law enforcement before this, whether or not there were any red flags in whoever this was, to Austin's point, their digital profile, if they have a criminal rap sheet, if they've ever been, involved with the law in some capacity. Is that something you're going to be wondering too, going into the early evening hours here, whether or not this guy was known to law enforcement?
Well, that's always the fear on the part of law enforcement, is that they may have had information and not acted upon it. We've seen that happen a couple of times with other shooter type events. Where threats were known, and yet the shooter was still able to carry out their actions. So that's always a fear that law enforcement has, is that when an event like this happens, that they missed something, that they did not act on something that they had. That being said, if they had a credible threat, Secret Service would definitely have moved to eliminate that threat before it occurred. But we're just going to have to wait to see, once they identify who the person is, whether or not this is a person that was known to law enforcement. Hopefully they weren't known to law enforcement.
Thank you, Will Billy.
That's always
I appreciate
a
you, brother.
possibility that this is a person that name will pop up when it.
Damn well there's not going to be any consequences for anybody. That. They can say whatever they want violently.
Or have said something to someone that passed it along.
But you're right. They stoke these
Ken,
fears
we've been asking our
drive this stuff up
all afternoon. What is the trouble with securing an event of this nature? But given the new details we're getting in from the Secret Service, it appears this suspect, who is now deceased, was outside of the event at an elevated position. What's the trouble with securing the area around an event? The stuff.
A lot of question marks, guys. Y'all know that.
The metal detectors.
This is not right.
Yeah, I think we will see future events have the secure zone expanded out greater than just where the people are gathered at. I think that we will see this push the security area, the secure zone out.
Guys, let me interrupt for 1 second. Based on the same thing they're talking about right here. You remember where they were talking about the Republican National Conference that's going to be happening next month? And they were saying that they would not allow the security zone to be closer, or further away from the event center. And then this happens. They allowed it to be pushed back for the Democratic National Conference, but not the Republican National Conference. This ain't about party. It's about people right now.
Undetected. But it is a gap in security, and a gap in security.
Appreciate you, Lynn. Thank you, my friend.
Being discovered by the fact that they were able to get the shot
and I can't
off.
Disagree with you right now.
By the way, there were multiple shots, and it shows that this was an AR type weapon. One, a long distance shot, and two, multiple shots from it. But the fact that it hit former President Trump in the ear, as opposed to hitting him in the head, falls back on the fact that it was a long distance shot.
So Ken,
that's not.
We also know there was collateral damage in this shooting, and these are
thank you, Ringneck.
Human lives. We know that obviously the shooter was killed. One spectator
and I can't
was killed as well.
With
plus,
you,
two people were critically injured. We don't essentially know whether or not these people who were injured, were shot, or even if the spectator who was killed, was shot. We just have to wait and see for more of those confirming details here. But I got to ask you,
so
looking
much,
ahead to Monday, the beginning of the Republican National Convention there in Milwaukee, the security was already tight. there in
Oh, it's
Milwaukee. The
Monday.
convention is going to take
I
place
thought
over
it
the
was
course
next
of
month. It's this
4
month.
days next week. Do
Holy
Milwaukee
crap.
law enforcement officials, Wisconsin State Police, the Secret Service reassess that security posture going into Milwaukee?
Exactly what I was
What do you
saying. They're
think
wanting
that's
to
going
push it
be like? Do you
closer.
think
Are
changes
they going
are
to
gonna
push
have
it
to be
back
made,
now?
modifications are going to have to be made here? We're getting some news
Thank you,
in
my
as
brother.
well.
Thank you, Jason.
Fox
Thank you,
sources,
all
Fox
of you guys.
producers have
Thank you,
reached
Jason.
out.
I appreciate you, my
If
friend.
there are going to be any security changes at the RNC, no comment just yet.
There better be
On that
changes.
here, is that a foregone conclusion? Is there just going to have to be
There
after
has
today?
to be.
There's going to be a review of what the security plans are for the RNC, absolutely. And if any gaps are identified, they're going to close those gaps. They're going to tighten up security. But I don't think they're going to tell us any security changes that they do.
No,
because
we
by
won't hear about 'em.
revealing that information, it provides information to someone who might want to carry out an act, how to change their plan to take in the new security procedures. And so
Thank you,
if
Gaming
they
Rabbit.
do tighten up security, I don't think we
Appreciate
will
you,
know.
my brother. Uh-oh.
All right, Ken, and we are going to
There we
have to
go.
leave it there for now. As always, we very much appreciate your insight. We'll be checking in soon.
Great. Thank you.
So here's what we'll do now. We'll play Biden's remarks. He
come
spoke
on.
just about within the past hour, giving a short update on what he's been briefed on, what he knows about
Thank you,
this
brother.
so far. Let's listen to the president.
That's about right. That's like the
We
president.
do appear to be having some playback issues.
Rose,
there.
good to see you.
What we'll do instead is
You know you
we'll
don't have to
play
pay
out,
money for me to
with
acknowledge you. I
audio
love
this
you,
time,
Rose. But thank you.
Exactly what we've been
I
talking
really
about all
appreciate you as
evening.
always.
Here's what happened earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania.
20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
3 shots. 3 shots at first. I wanted to know that. There were 3 at first. They were pretty quick. From a long distance, that was pretty quick. Lloyd, thank you, my friend. That was quick. You realize how quick that shot was? And they're saying it was outside the perimeter?
You ready?
Thank you again, Rose. I love you. Those were 3 fast shots for that being that long of a distance. And that was not a 5.56, by the way. I don't care what anybody. That was not a 5.56.
Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, you're headed, buddy. So we got to move to the front.
That was a big round. That's like a 308. I'm telling you, that was not a 5.56.
Watch out.
Thanks again, Lloyd. I agree, Rose. That's way too damn close. Ah. Not cool, man.
All right, Trump being led into what's known as the Beast, the presidential vehicle with a fist high in the air. We do have standing by right now, and we thank you for joining us today, David. David Katz is a law enforcement expert. There's so much to break down about this. Your initial reaction to what happened today?
Well, like everyone else in the country, shock, a little dismay. The rhetoric directed against President Trump over the last, I mean, even before he was elected president the first time, makes this no surprise. There's vitriol that is just, it's just out of control. So it's no surprise that someone would want to attack him. The surprise I feel professionally is how this was even remotely possible. And the only thing I can say is this is a failure at all levels with respect to planning the security at this event.
Yep.
What could have been done differently in your opinion?
Everything.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
how do you let this
before
happen?
Any of these events, we do what's there's an advance. What does an advance do? An advance looks at the facility and tries to figure out from the standpoint of an attacker where the vulnerabilities are.
The highest spot.
With respect to an outdoor venue, you would have to look at any high point at least a mile away. That's well within the effectiveness of even a marginally capable shooter who spent some time on the range. So in this case, the shooter got far, far closer, was in an elevated position. Apparently, it's been reported that people actually saw a suspicious individual with a rifle on that rooftop, and no one did anything. By the way, that's not to fault the bravery of the Secret Service and law enforcement personnel on that stage. I mean, if you look, they swarmed the president. And there was one, I don't know if there's one, when they finally got him up, there's a couple of individuals, I think there's a young lady and two men, the one big guy to his left, who make sure he is completely covered. So what they're doing, they're shielding him with their bodies. But despite the bravery, whoever did the initial advance and was responsible for perimeter security, that's a failure.
Are you surprised given the fact that it's the Secret Service that we're talking about?
When I was a DEA agent, we would on occasion be asked to support Secret Service if they needed manpower here and there. In private security, my company has done liaison work. We've done security at venues with Secret Service, I don't know, at least 25 times. And to be perfectly honest, sometimes you're dealing with somebody who is absolutely top shelf and is coming up with things that you didn't think of. And sometimes you get someone who's a little more lackadaisical. It's like anything else. You have, what do they call the individual who finishes last in the medical school class? Doctor. So it's very operator dependent, but I'm really shocked that given the outdoor nature of the venue, that no one is paying attention to the threat posed by a shoulder weapon. I mean, that part, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I'm not getting anywhere.
Where does this go from here for you? What are you going to be watching for in the coming hours, the coming days, as we learn more about this situation?
Well, I mean, I think everyone's. I'm sure what's primary on your mind is who is the shooter. So we want to know who the shooter is.
I agree, Toxic Angel.
Are they a national of this country? Or are they someone who is from outside the country? Where they get the firearm? Who have they been talking to? Were they involved? Is this a lone wolf attack, or is it something pre-planned with assistance? So there are so many questions that are going to be that need answering. I think that's probably my first step. And the other question is, why aren't they looking at high elevated position with line of sight that offers an access to a rifleman who might want to injure the president? That's to me, it's incomprehensible.
If it's an AR type, it's
high profile.
It ain't a 5.56.
I can think of
I'm
one
betting money on
incident
that
in Las Vegas.
Anybody wants to take
where
that
we
bet,
saw
I will make a
shooter
legitimate
from an
bet.
elevated platform.
Of course, 150 yards. I say it's 150 yards.
So many
How many
years
times
ago.
have y'all shot 150
Does
yards?
anything else come to mind when we talk about people?
There's no way they let
being in an
security
elevated
be that
position
lax
from
at
far
150.
away? I mean, this is not something that's out of the question. This is something that one could argue would be a run-of-the-mill thing to prepare for. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. Now, in the Las Vegas shooting, you had a shooter firing from an elevated position about 400 yards away. I think it was the 32nd or 33rd floor. So you have high elevation and great distance, but rifle rounds go a really long way. So you have to look at the venue and say, okay, well, if I was perched someplace with a rifle, whether it was scoped or not, could I get line of sight to that podium? And if the answer is yes, what do? You put a body up there. You put a police car out there. You put a few individuals watching those locations, or you get people on those elevated locations. So plus, there's no lack of technology too. They have drones they could put up in the air. They have armored. They have clear ballistic glass that will stop rifle rounds that they could build around
seems like an idiot.
The former president while he's speaking. There's so many things that they could do, but for some reason they didn't.
Getting this in, Trump's 2024 campaign website shows no events scheduled. David, what is going to be what is going to be the level of security concern moving toward
I heard the same thing, Mike T.
events?
I heard the same thing. Thank you, brother.
Well, your previous guest, I forget the gentleman's name, he said maybe indoor events. When you have an indoor event, you have far greater control over people coming in and out and what is allowed to get in and out. So that's a possibility. Unfortunately for President Trump, he does pull large crowds, and there are very few indoor venues that can accommodate that many people. But you can still hold these outdoor events. Just make sure that you're doing the proper advance, and you're making sure you're securing any vantage point from which a shooter can gain access to anyone on that podium. So I think right now they're probably just saying, okay, no events right now. They're probably going to reassess, but I'm quite sure the president, being the personality type he is not going to just lock himself in a basement. He's going to be out there again, and it's going to be up to the Secret Service to step up and make sure he's safe.
Andrew Kraft.
David, good to see you. What a horrible set of circumstances here. You can't imagine what former President Trump's family and the country writ large is going through. Also,
his wife,
just
man,
your rank and file Secret Service members, especially the ones assigned to the former president's detail there, who saved former President Trump's life today. And I just wanted to ask too, and I'm not being critical here of the Secret Service. They did their job today here, but after events that take place.
They did not set this up right.
Is the entire reason and necessity for the creation and existence of the Secret Service. Is there going to have to be an internal investigation about something?
I'm going to have to comment on that.
Like
I'll
this
hold
happening
this.
going forward? I don't want to jump ahead of ourselves here, but is that where they look internally, look inside to see what went wrong?
Appreciate
how was
you,
this
my brother.
person missed?
You know
Yes,
that.
they
I
were
hope so.
outside
Hope
the
you know
secure
that.
perimeter as well here. So those are my questions. We're getting a new statement in. From
Great
Alejandro
idea.
Mayorkas, the Secretary of the
That's a
Department
great
of Homeland
idea.
Security. He says this: U.S. Secret
Let me
Service
work on
Director
that.
Cheadle and I have briefed President Biden on today's shooting in Pennsylvania. DHS and the Secret Service are working with law enforcement partners to respond to and investigate the shooting. We condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and commend the Secret Service for their swift action today. We are engaged with President Biden, former President Trump, and their campaigns, and are taking every possible measure to ensure their safety and security. Maintaining the security of the presidential candidates and their campaign events is one of our department's most vital priorities. So that coming in from Alejandro Mayorkas there at DHS. David, your response to that statement there, obviously a lot of these federal and state agencies are working in tandem as they embark on this investigation here. And then back to my question on the Secret Service itself, what happens internally for them after action, looking at how this happened?
There's a lot going on there. The answer with your last question first. There's no doubt in my mind that part of their protocol is make an assessment, line of sight, vantage points from which a rifleman could fire from. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
It's not
somebody failed
this
that.
stuff. Why wasn't it done? That's kind of the question. And you said, well, the Secret Service saved President Trump's life. I would agree 100%.
Thank you
with those
for saying
subsequent
this.
shots. I don't know where they were going, but there was a rapid succession of follow-up shots.
I
However,
agree with this. Listen,
1 inch, that much, to the other side, and this would be a far different evening.
exactly.
The president would have been killed more likely than not.
Stop saying the Secret Service did an awesome job. They did not.
It's his ear.
They did a good job after the fact, not leading up to
It's
this.
his ear. You move an inch, and it's in his eye. So when you say the Secret Service saved
Not
his
the
life,
same,
I am
man.
absolutely 100% yes. However,
Thank you,
that
Lloyd.
first shot could have killed him. And that lapse needs to be investigated
Exactly.
very, very carefully, because any shot getting off it's a failure. I mean, there's no way of looking
That
at it.
is a
The fact
failure.
that the agents close to the president acted with instinct, with training,
Exactly, WH.
with extreme bravery. I was not really blown away
100%.
by how they coordinated removing
100%.
him from the platform. Looked like a lot of chaos, and I know they practice that stuff. I know that for a fact. But if you listen to what one of the agents was saying, ready? Are we ready? Get him up, ready, moving, move. I mean, no one's moving. And then they kind of assess what to do, and finally they get him up. And if you'll notice, there are gaps around him as he's being moved.
Second stringers, man.
Okay, that shouldn't happen. They should be training that, and they do train it. But unfortunately, in a chaotic situation like that, things go a little awry. So those people on the stage, heroic. But there was a lapse outside. not as a result of lack of bravery or commitment. It's an oversight, but it's an oversight that can't be allowed to happen again.
That's exactly right.
So
You too,
David,
Lieutenant Dust. You're exactly right.
Now. You're watching them take him off the stage. We're
All
watching
kinds of
them,
failures.
just seconds before that.
I'm not applauding
huddle
these guys
around him,
did their
surround
job
him,
after the
but
fact.
there was a pause. They waited for him to get up, and then he made the fist in the air. What's the with the pause? Why would they literally just carry him off the stage into the black Suburban? It wasn't even 10 seconds, but they were surrounding him by 5 or 6 or 7 of those Secret Service agents, and then they get him into the vehicle here. Is that just in the moment you are reacting and you're trying to do the best that you can here? You're trying to follow the training. You're trying to follow the protocol because you have all trained for moments like this. But that pause there,
This is
am
the
I
B
looking too much
squad.
into it?
This is not the first string.
They're supposed to drag him off that stage as quickly as possible, get him into that vehicle, period. Now, that being said, to get him up, if they didn't know, at some point you listen to the radio traffic and you hear shooter is down. If I'm there, I'm not accepting that. What if there's another shooter? One shooter is down. So at that point, he's on the ground. He's being covered by bodies. But by the way, depending on the caliber of the rifle used, I have no reason to believe it's not a 5.56 or 223 of the AR-15 round. That's reported he was using that. I don't know. It's no way of knowing that. But just because there is a body on top of the president doesn't mean that round it's not going to go through into the president. However, piling on the president was probably the best thing they could do at the time, absent using armor. They have these things. They have protocol shields and armor. But then you're exactly right. They get them up, and now they're not moving.
Right.
Well, I don't know why.
What you're alluding
the stairs
to,
blocked? You know, there is a little bit of complacency. You know, you do these over and over again. How many rallies does the president go to, and nothing happens? And very often when nothing happens, you attribute that to the fact, well, this will be the same thing. It'll be a nice, quiet event, and the president will come, do a speech, and we'll leave.
This can't happen to either
That's
party.
the problem. You
This
have to
kind
think
of breach
every
in
single
security
time that
can't
this is
happen.
the one. This is the one that we're going to have a problem
Even
at.
if
This is the one
Biden's
we're
old
gonna have
slow
gunfire
ass,
for.
it can't
And
happen.
you just have to get your head in the game. That's all.
You know, I think back to the assassination attempt of Ronald Reagan, where they had the benefit of having the vehicle pulled up basically right next to the
Exactly,
scene.
brother.
And they whisked him straight into that car. They put him in the seat, and then they sped off. Were they at a disadvantage in this case because they were so far away from a vehicle?
Yeah, well, you're vulnerable in the exposed places. So when we do assessments, for example, let's say we're talking about any sort of prominent figure. Maybe they have to go from their house to the office. Maybe they're going from the office to an event. It's the transit, the points of transit that you have you're most vulnerable at, and events where you really don't have the same level of control that you would in, for example, a residence or office where you could really beef up security. So that distance, they probably could come up with a little better planning.
I've not seen the
Maybe have
weapons,
rifle-resistant
CTA.
ballistic shields right there, and then you have someone assigned to lift the shield, put it in front of the president, and move him out quickly. But I could see you. What the problem was, at least I've watched the video a number of times now. There are a lot of people on that dais. Why? They're rushing to protect the president, and I don't think the thought was one of us has to clear the path. And I think that was just in the heat of the moment. People were trying to get to President Trump, and they forgot to make the pathway clear. Because when you see them moving there,
Let me point something out that nobody's going to say out loud, but you know they're thinking it. How many of these wackos on the far left are upset that this shot was not about 1 inch to the right or half an inch to the right? They won't say it out loud, but how many of them cheered when this happened and were disappointed that it did not make the right shot, according to them?
this dais, they probably could have structured it differently, I think.
So, David, I just wanted to ask as well, so many outstanding questions. We know the shooter is dead. We don't know who the shooter is. We don't know anything about them. And so presumably that's going to come out in due course, but there is no identification right now about who did this, the planning it took to do this, to pull something like this off. And whether or not, and I have this question, you probably do as well, if this individual was known to law enforcement, and if they were known to law enforcement, for what? What were they known for? to law enforcement. So those are some of my questions that hopefully we will get some reporting on in the next couple of hours here, and the planning and how long it took for this shooter to do this, to pull this off. Did he have help? I mean, those are the questions I have, the American people have right now. We have not seen this from a senior American political figure in more than 10 years, maybe. I'm thinking back to the shooting at the baseball practice for the congressional baseball game back in June. I believe that was now 4 or 5 years ago.
Not even the
now
same
House
level.
Majority Leader Steve Scalise was gravely wounded in that shooting. He has since, of course, made a full recovery here. But when you want to talk about political targets, acts of violence against politicians here, that's the most recent that comes to mind. But obviously, in the last 50, 75 years, America has an unfortunate long history with political assassinations and political assassination attempts. And this is the most recent one here. You know, David, this is getting philosophical, but the American people are going through this right now. Was the Guard let down on the assassination front, on that being maybe a failure of imagination for the American people to reckon with what just happened here, because it has not happened in so long?
I think the further you are from any event, you're making the exact correct point, because if it happened yesterday, for example, tomorrow, everyone will be talking about how could this possibly have happened?
I think Reagan
we'll make
was
sure
the
this
last
never
time.
happens again. But I promise you, 2 decades from now, someone else will be sitting in this chair. Of course, they probably won't have TV. There'll probably be some sort of holographic system. I'll be in the studio with you, but someone will be saying the same thing. How could this happen? Well, time passes and you get complacent.
Thanks,
and by
brother.
the way, there are training things or training protocols you could put in place to make sure complacency doesn't happen. Those are internal tests that the agency itself should be conducting to make sure that people are on their toes. Like basically, it's like when TSA inspectors try to sneak stuff through the checkpoint to get onto a plane. They do that deliberately to make sure that the TSA operators
100% right.
know that, hey, listen, any day one of our bosses could be trying to get something through, so we better be on our toes. That's the way the Secret Service needs to act.
Uh-oh, might have lost our stream there. Stand by. Oh. Stand by. Let's see what we got here. I would hate to go back to one of these other agencies that are doing a really crappy job of covering this, but we may have to. Looks like Fox lost their signal. Here we go.
You know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Crazy. That is crazy. That's not a bolt action. That guy cycled that thing way too fast to be a bolt. I think that's a 308.
Moving his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Hawkeye's here.
If it's 150 yards out, that very well could be a 5.56. But I really think that's a 308. That's just me. I'm just saying I am no expert. But I do not think that's a 5.56. That's way too much of a carton. That's not a 5.56. That's just not. If you shot him enough, you understand what I'm saying. I'm not a pro at it, but I've done it enough to know.
So we got to move to the
And we got a lot of people there that's adding to the odd echo. You know what I mean? I know there's crazy stuff going on here, but that sounded way too deep to be a 5.56. That had a deep sound to it. Oh, it wasn't not an AR-9. That was definitely not a 9mm. I'll bet everything I have that was not an AR-9. That's a rifle round. I promise you that.
And
okay, so Trump being put into the presidential vehicle, I've been erroneously calling it the Beast. The Beast is the name that you call the current president. That's whatever vehicle the current president is in. Former President Trump being whisked away into those black SUVs, where we understand he was taken to a local hospital. His campaign since saying that he is fine, and we continue on with our coverage. We have Biden's remarks. They are short. Let's play them out.
Thanks for coming,
here
folks.
we go with the mannequin.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look,
how'd they wake him
there's no
up?
place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
That's your people.
And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you.
Yes, you do.
I
I
may be
have
able to
it.
Come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if we don't. If I'm not able to get, if it's not convenient for you.
Oh, shut
The
up.
bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. Everybody.
Okay,
everybody
that's enough.
must condemn
That's
it.
enough.
Everybody. I'll keep you
I'm
informed,
done.
and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you.
Oh,
if I
you're
do.
going back to bed.
Do
We
you think it
know
was an
that.
assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to.
What?
I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts.
Yeah, we
So
know.
I want to make sure we have all
That
the
was not
facts
an
before I make
accidental shot.
any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried for his own safety?
Oh my
Security failing with
God.
All right. Biden speaking earlier today in his home state of Delaware.
You are
We
exactly right,
following the
WH.
situation
Can
closely.
you imagine
We've been
how long
talking
I had
with
to
our
shoot this
analysts and
bastard up to
Lieutenant
get him out
Randy
of bed?
Sutton joining us now. Randy, we appreciate you coming on. This
Unbelievable.
is something that it's going to take time for us to learn all the details.
Exactly,
We're
Dave.
Getting details in piece by piece, little by little. Here's what we're hearing from Jake Gibson. He's a producer with Fox News, saying shooter dead, AR recovered. Federal law enforcement source says the shooter is dead and that an AR-style rifle was recovered at the scene. What do you make
308.
of
Guarantee you it's a
AR-style?
308.
Well, high-powered rifle that was utilized in this clearly an assassination attempt. I don't care what Biden said.
Duh.
When someone shoots at a presidential candidate, hits him in the ear.
Hello.
That's an assassination attempt. The fact that at least one person has lost their life, I think that lends to the gravity of this situation. Thank God for the Secret Service. The fact that they were able to take out the shooter within a very, very short period of time, which is what the Secret Service is meant to do. This is a moment in history. The photograph of Donald Trump after he recovered, bleeding from his ear, blood running down his face, holding his fist up triumphantly, as if saying, I'm not afraid of you, will become an iconic photograph in history. And the fact that this assassination attempt took place shows the desperation of people that do not want him elected. And as this election gets closer and the RNC begins its deliberations over the next week to declare him the official candidate, I'm afraid that the violence may ramp up and that the threats will ramp up as well.
So, I got to ask you, Randy, I know you were
I agree,
working
Rick.
in Vegas when the shooting happened there. The shooter was elevated in that situation at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, shooting down on a crowd of innocent people at a music festival. Preliminary details are telling us so far that this shooter was outside of the event and at an elevated position. What's the challenge with securing such areas that are within proximity of something big like this?
So the Secret Service has ultimate responsibility for declaring an area safe when it comes down to, an outside appearance by a dignitary like Donald Trump. But you can't, there is no way that you can cover everything. There will be an investigation that takes place into how did this individual get through the security and get into a position
Ridiculous.
where he could take a shot at Mr. Trump. There's going to be a massive investigation as to that. But the reality is when you have an open area to try and protect at every level, at every building, it's a monumental task. In this particular case, there was a breach. This breach could have been fatal to the president.
It was to somebody.
To the former president. And there will be a lot of questions to be answered here.
Okay, so Randy, Andrew Kraft standing by as well. And Andrew, I think you have some more details to share.
Yeah, of course, we're still monitoring all the reaction. We just got a new statement in from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. He says as follows.
Great.
I've been briefed on the shooting at former President Trump's rally and have briefed the president, the FBI, ATF, U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania, and the Department's National Security Division are currently working with the Secret Service as well as state and local law enforcement partners on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. My heart is with the former president, those injured, and the family of the spectator killed in this horrific attack. He says we will not tolerate violence of any kind.
Shut up.
Violence like this is an attack on our democracy. The Justice Department will
It's a
bring
republic,
every available
asshole.
resource to bear to this investigation. Randy, you and I have talked so frequently after
Merrick
especially
Garland's
mass
a piece of
shootings.
crap.
This was not a mass
Screw that
shooting,
guy.
though the former president of the United States was struck by a bullet in the right ear here. I want to read out some of the sources saying to Jackie Heinrich at the White House for Fox about the Secret Service's response and some of the alleged and perceived shortcomings from it. A former senior federal law enforcement source to Fox telling Jackie, Secret Service failed. Shooter was high ground, took way too long to get him out, and he was exposed if there was a second shooter. That was an inch away from his assassination. The source adding, they did a good job of putting their lives on the line. And we want to make sure that we're highlighting how quickly they reacted. The Secret Service puts their lives on the line each and every day for not only the President of the United States, but former presidents of the United States and their family members here. Do you share some of these thoughts with the source saying that to Jackie Heinrich, that the entire creation and existence of the Secret Service is for the protection of the president, obviously, and former presidents and presidential candidates like Trump? Do you think the Secret Service failed here?
I think there's going to be a really active investigation into just that. Of course, that is the job of the Secret Service. And to protect from snipers, well, that's a major part of it. There are unlimited resources that the Secret Service has in order to protect the president, former president, and other dignitaries of that stature. So, unfortunately, the fact that this individual was able to, from a high ground position, get into the position in order to shoot at the president, fire numerous shots, it appears to be. There's going to be a massive investigation into, were there failures? And let's face it, anytime that there is an attack like this and the Secret Service is at the forefront to protect that protectee, you can bet that there's going to be a lot of eyes on this.
look what happened to our country.
We do apologize for the audio interruption there. We are playing back what we saw earlier, Randy. So, you know, this is something that, as you mentioned, this is going to be quite the investigation that's going to be undertaken here. Where do investigators begin? And maybe if I could lean on your expertise with the festival in Las Vegas, when you're talking about such a mass event with such a high-profile subject, where do you begin?
Well, the first thing they're going to begin with is to do a deep dive into the individual who was killed. They're going to be examining his social media, all of his devices. Was he acting alone? Were there other people that were involved? What was the politics involved with this? There are so many questions to be answered in such a deep investigation that has to take place into the shooter himself, relatives of the shooter, friends of the shooter. This is going to be a massive investigation, especially to determine if there was a conspiracy involved. The fact that one individual was killed doesn't mean that there were not other shooters that were in place, but perhaps didn't take a shot. And so that's why this investigation is going to be so critical. There was preliminary indications that came out relative to the politics of the shooter being a follower of Antifa. Of course, we know that Antifa, a loose association of anarchists, individuals who are capable of deep acts of violence, committed incredible acts of violence during the last George Floyd riots, the many other riots as well. So who is the shooter? What was his background? Were there any accomplices? This is going to be the crux of the investigation.
And how much was the
Andrew
Soros
Kraft,
check?
I believe you have another update.
Yeah, and Randy, I was going to ask you, going into the RNC starting Monday, what is the security posture going to look like for Milwaukee, and is it going to be modified in any form? We're learning from the Trump campaign and the RNC. They just put out this joint statement, and it goes as follows. As was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. And this is coming from the campaign and the campaign's senior advisors, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita, also the chairman of the RNC, Michael Whatley, and the co-chairman, Laura Trump, who is, of course, the former president's daughter-in-law as well. So the RNC going on as scheduled, as proceeded, Austin. It does not appear that there are going to be any hiccups or disruptions in the normal course of the schedule. Of course, just this morning and last night, the RNC put out a long list of the scheduled speakers who are going to be addressing delegates there at the convention on the stage in Milwaukee. The RNC on as planned.
And one thing I want to ask about the RNC is security is already going to be tight, Randy. What else can be done to secure a site like the RNC? We're talking about yet another very large-scale event with a lot of people and a lot of interest. What are the challenges that are going to come up next week?
Well, there are, of course, tons of challenges, but at least the Secret Service has an enclosed area in which they need to secure. So it's not like it's open where there can be a long range shot, that kind of thing. So in that regard, it's a little less it's a little less hazardous. But you could guarantee that there are going to be there's going to be a massive change in the security arrangements. They won't say it, but there's going to be additional personnel. There will be additional resources dedicated to the protection of the president. And, you know, here's something kind of interesting is that I am actually going to be speaking at the RNC on Tuesday evening about law enforcement topics, which is a little incongruous considering what's taken place. But I can tell you this, that Donald Trump, in his comments about law enforcement, that's real Donald Trump. He has always had an abiding respect for law enforcement. He's always had an incredible relationship with the police, and so it doesn't surprise me that he came out and the first thing that he said was to compliment law enforcement on what took place here.
You know, Randy, we have you on so often to break down scenes as they're happening in real time. We have you on for police chases, a litany of other breaking news events. This one, though, takes on a different characteristic. What were your initial thoughts? What stuck out to you as you watched the footage that we're watching on our screen right now?
So when I first heard this, I wish I could tell you that I was surprised that this occurred, but I'm not. I've been so concerned with an attempt on Mr. Trump's life.
I agree.
Literally for not just months, but a longer period of time than that. We've seen the desperation on the left to derail Mr. Trump's campaign. Literally
by the tennis courts.
They are
2 a.m. in the morning.
do anything. And I think that this attempt on his life should underscore the deep divide and unfortunately, this underscores that the desperation of certain individuals on the left to do anything to stop Mr. Trump. It's frightening. It's not surprising, unfortunately, given what we've seen in recent history when it comes down to how Mr. Trump has had to face down so many challenges, both within the lawfare and the attacks from our own government, as opposed to from the outside, as we apparently saw today.
Randy, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so we are going to stick with this story for the rest of the evening. We are going to take we're going to take a commercial break right now. We'll be right back with more. There's so much information coming in. We're learning more and more about the situation as the minutes passed. Let's take that break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes.
What if we never started Gunner, or bought our first work van, or
Stand by,
believed in the
fellas
American dream?
and ladies.
What if we never decided to install our first roof, or our second, or our 5,000?
What is this?
What if we never felt the need to put the customer first? Would we have ever earned all of these awards, or felt the satisfaction of giving a family a new roof over their head, or started Gunner Cares to support our heroes? And best of all, we're just getting started.
Something really weird I'm looking at over here. What is this screen right here I'm looking at? What is this? I just ran across this. Trump rally incident scene? What the heck? And there's no sound to it. My apologies, guys. Trying to find some sound to it. Okay. All right. Stand by, guys. Let's see what our friends at CNN are saying. This ought to be interesting. Stand by. Oh, my internet's slow. God dang. Here we go. Wait, they're not even running it live. Are you? That can't be right. Let's see what the New York Times is saying. Are they running live? I'm trying to pull these live streams so we can see what's going on. There's a lot of unanswered stuff right now, guys. The firearm, AR-15. Of course, naturally. Anybody who looks at something that's black and you can put a magazine into it, they're going to say it's an AR-15. So I don't buy the fact that they're saying it's an AR-15. I got to see it. I got to know what it is because I don't believe these people. They're really stupid. So that's why we're not settling on what the type of gun it is at this point. Let's see. AP. It does appear they have a live stream going. So let's see if we can't pick that up. Let's see, guys. I want to get a little bit final information before I bow out of here because I want to see. Come on, this is so stupid. These stupid little pop-up things they got. I want to see if they have any more info. Tomorrow I'm going to put a full-length video out on this whole thing. Hopefully by then we know a little bit more what happened as far as the pot. Come on, I don't want to donate to your freaking website, all right? As far as what happened, type of firearm, things like that. I want to get a general idea for that. So tomorrow I'll have a lot more information. However, right now, I'm kind of at the beck and call and the mercy of this crap right here. So stand by, guys. All right, let's see. Chet, I appreciate you, my brother, in more ways than one. Good information, too. And I totally agree with you. There's no way it's a 5.56. No way. And 3 shots that quickly? Of course, we don't know how many were on target, but still. God. I'm trying to get something decent, guys. See, I hadn't seen all of this. All right, let me get out of this mess. Get back to somebody doing something. Just trying to get one last thing about, okay, shooting at Trump rally being investigated as possible. Look at that headline. Can you see that? Shooting at Trump rally being investigated as possible assassination attempt. No, somebody was hunting and they accidentally shot Donald Trump in the freaking ear. Come on, man. Y'all got to do better than that. That's just stupid. That's just stupid, man.
Over the years, not a story we thought we'd cover. Not a story we'd ever want to cover.
And now, Sean, I was in the car with one of my sons driving home from a friend's house, and I just happened to tune in, and he was speaking about immigration. I was like, "Oh, this is great!" And the moment it went dead, the sound went dead, and you heard kind of a tussle. I looked at my son. I said, "I think the president's just been shot." Like it just. And I, you know, that moment where everything starts shaking, I had to pull over, and I think at this moment, not only are we so grateful, and we've all been in deep prayer since that moment that we all heard, deep prayer, across the country, and I know the president tonight is feeling the power of prayer, but we have to think about the type of rhetoric that has been used against this man, not the lawfare, the indictments, all it, but the rhetoric, the magazine covers making
exactly
him look like
right, brother.
The language of President Biden last night in a live speech.
Exactly.
What he said about I'm not going to even repeat it tonight.
That's right.
But
No.
it made me mad last night, but I'm really mad about it tonight.
Well, he was called evil
This
by...
rhetoric has got...
He was called...
You know what I'm talking about.
He was called evil by Jill Biden last week. You know, Bill Barr said terrible things about Trump, and his post, you know, is what it is. And other people that maybe have political disagreements, you know, there's going to be a lot of examination of the things. You're right. I watched what was said last night, Laura. I watched it all.
Last night was disgusting.
It was disgusting.
It was disgusting.
And
you know, and to say Sean, to say Donald Trump is Hitler, he making him look like Hitler, you know, rapist, all the things that they said, including last night. Right?
Laura, stay right there.
What are people supposed to take from that? And we'll continue.
All right, now stay right there. You're going to be our guest at the top of the next hour because our coverage continues. But this is a Fox News Alert. It is 10 o'clock on the East Coast, and this is where we have live developments. They're still pouring in from tonight's assassination attempt against former President Donald J. Trump. Take a look at your screen. This is an image we will never forget. Donald Trump, thankfully, thank God, alive and well, but was less than an inch away from losing his life tonight. This could have been within a millimeter
less than
away
an
of a
inch.
very different program tonight.
Quarter of an inch, maybe.
Sadly, one person attending that rally is dead tonight.
Thank you, my
Many
brother,
others
Chet.
seriously injured. Let's be clear. Our prayers are with all of them and all of their families. They
You're
went
right,
to a
too, man.
political
There's
rally.
no way this is right.
This shouldn't happen. The shooter, pictured here on a rooftop, was eliminated seconds after opening fire.
I didn't see
there
that.
will be many questions
They show.
in
Oh,
the days and
look at
weeks
this.
ahead. And
Look at
questions
this,
surrounding
guys.
how this individual was able to carry out
How the hell does
this
this
heinous
happen?
act from a location, a rooftop that close to the venue. Anyway,
Are you kidding
we're going to
me?
get back to Laura in just a second, but we're here with an update on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania, where this took place earlier today. Oh, just about 4
Secret
hours
Service
ago.
has some
On
questions
the
to
ground is our
answer.
own Alexis
Something's not
McAdams.
right.
Alexis.
Hi, Sean. As you said, this was a possible assassination attempt on the former president who was on that stage just trying to rally and get support here. As we talk to people out here, hey, they say this is Trump country. They love the former president. They were so excited to be here. How excited? They waited for hours, like 7 o'clock in the morning. They got here in lines buying merchandise and then slowly going in a very hot and humid day here in the swing state to hear the president speak. He was talking about inflation. He was talking about President Joe Biden and then immigration. And then as you saw, Sean, in that video, he kind of references that graph that was up on that screen there, talking about the issues with the border. And then as everyone's watching, it almost sounded what some people thought was like a skip in the speaker or some fireworks. And so it took a second. Then you heard 1, 2, 3 pops, and then you started seeing people hit the ground. And that included us when we were up on the media stage. I looked around, I'm seeing people drop. I see the Secret Service rush in. I see the former president go down behind that podium there, then to come back up just a short time later with blood on his ear. I mean, I think people were in shock. They were trying to get out of there. They were trying to put their safety first. And now it's sinking in about what they saw here. We talk about how and these things, but to know that they came to this political rally and to see a former president up there, almost get shot right in the head, just grazing his ear there. One thing to point out when we're talking about where this all laid out. So to kind of put it in perspective, this was in a farming ground. They have a lot of these agriculture events, and the area was locked down by Secret Service and the local, state, and federal authorities who did some sweeps. Everyone's bags get checked. You get wanded down. But this building that we're talking about is the AGR building. That's where we're being told by sources that the shooter was on top of that roof that was outside of that security perimeter, not too far outside of that perimeter. It was near enough that he was able to fire those shots to almost shoot and kill the former president. But people are wondering exactly how long that shooter was up there, and then also focusing and remembering this man who witnesses tell me was just watching the Trump rally, all excited, clapping and cheering, and then he got shot. We don't know how many times or exactly where his injuries were, but he was near his family, Sean, I'm told. The family was, according to a witness, covered in blood. They were crying, they were screaming, and then he was rushed out. So it's hard to put into perspective exactly how quickly this happened. And I know we hear that a lot when we cover these stories, to be there and be part of it. It is wild to think about how it happened and how quickly it happened and what really could have played out here. We're talking about how many more people could have been injured, and the former president couldn't have made it out alive, Sean.
You know, Alexis, I want to go back to this question here, and I want to say this in the context that over the years I know many people in the Secret Service. We saw people tonight immediately jump on President Trump, meaning they were putting their life in jeopardy by protecting him, which is what they are trained to do. It's a very special person who will do that. However, in the last hour, I did ask you about the proximity of the building. Granted, it was outside of the perimeter, but the proximity of that building to that area, I believe that is going to be, and James Comer is now starting an investigation, as a matter of fact, wants answers as early as next week as to how is
guys,
it
that
a building that close, and you can describe how close it is,
shooter.
to that perimeter, that somebody could be on that rooftop and go unnoticed. Or the BBC report, not confirmed by Fox News, but our own Bill Hemmer brought it up in the last hour.
I did just get a phone call.
A report that, in fact, somebody had tipped off the Secret Service that somebody was on top of that roof.
Tune in tomorrow
at the time. These are questions that need to be answered. I'm not casting aspersions on the Secret Service, but it seems that that would be something that they would be looking at and a top priority.
Yeah, well, we saw those snipers that were up on a nearby roof that was behind the former president where he was speaking near the security perimeter, too. For hours, those Secret Service agents were up there. You know, they take turns and do those shifts to make sure everything was okay from that aerial
guys,
view.
I'll be right back.
There was no issues that we had heard about. So to know that this person was not too far from there at this AGR building, which, again, it's an industry sector building, AGR International. That's at 615 Whitestown Road. So it's very close. I mean, short walking distance to where the president was speaking. If he was up there for quite some time or hiding out, I'm not sure how nobody was able to see him. We do see some videos and talk to some witnesses who said that they started to see the posture change of those snipers who were up on that other roof to try to focus on that AGR building, and that happened right around the time the shots were fired. So if they did notice him, according to witnesses, it wasn't until seconds or milliseconds before the former president almost got shot right in the head. So people do have a lot of questions about this. And then we talked to the mayor, too, of Slippery Rock, small community here. You know, he was so excited to have the former president here, and he was very concerned, too, about some of the security perimeters, and says he has some questions, too, for law enforcement, exactly how things were laid out, and says he cannot believe this happened in this small community, which they say is the heart of Trump country here in Pennsylvania.
All right, Alexis, great coverage tonight. We really appreciate you staying with us. Thank you very much. We'll be going back to you throughout the evening. We have a lot more coverage. Stay with the Fox News channel. We have a statement that has just been released by the FBI. The FBI has assumed the role of the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident involving former President Donald Trump that occurred earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania. Special agents of the FBI, Pittsburgh field office responded immediately to include crisis response team members and evidence response technicians. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners at the U.S. Secret Service and state and local law enforcement. Anyone with information that may assist with the investigation is asked to call their tip line. We'll put it up on the screen in a minute. It is 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. We bring back my friend and colleague, Laura Ingraham, is with us. Laura, I would assume anybody that has any video from any angle is something they're going to want. And, you know, our instincts are very similar, because had this not happened today and I had a regular show, which we had planned to do tomorrow from Milwaukee, our regular primetime lineup for Sunday, a special Sunday edition for all of us, I would have gone after that rhetoric of Joe Biden. And I have a lot to say about it. I don't think tonight maybe is the night to be going there. let's go to the FBI statement. The last 4 appearances by the FBI director, Christopher Wray, on Capitol Hill, he has been crystal clear that the threat level in this country has never been this high since 9/11, maybe ever. And then we get to the issue of immigration, unvetted, almost 11 million. Illegal immigrants, 180 countries, some of our top geopolitical foes, some with countries from terror ties. I mean, it's crazy. I want to get your reaction to all of it.
Yeah, Sean, I think you touched on something so important about the Secret Service and the wonderful work that they obviously do. You saw them spring into action. At the same time, we do have to ensure that conspiracy theories don't run wild here. That they're not helpful. And the only way to put down conspiracy theories and to let people, let go of them is for the truth to come out. And there will be I hope, a very, very thorough investigation as to how one individual, is it just one? I don't know if we've established that, was able to crawl onto a roof in a distance that is reachable by, it looks like, a high-powered rifle to the former president of the United States. In this day and age, with what's gone on, again, the rhetoric. No one wants to cast aspersions on anyone tonight. I understand that. But we had the president, portrayed as Adolf Hitler in the New Republic on July 7th. We had Joe Biden call him a rapist last night. We've had people say the most horrific things. This man has sacrificed economically, his family, I'm sure at some point it just has to get to you as a person, and now almost losing his life because he wants to help this country. And people say, why do people like Trump so much? Why are his supporters, why are they so loyal to Trump? You know why? Because of what we saw today. Because he got up after, getting hit by, a bullet, something. And he said, I'm here basically fighting for you and fight on. And we don't have enough people like that in this country in politics. And J.D. Vance tonight was exactly right in his statement that we need a full accounting of what happened. And we also need to remember that this man has been through hell and back for the crime of wanting to improve life for every American of every walk of life, from every political background, ethnic, racial background. That's what Trump gets up every morning interested in doing. And for that, he almost lost his life tonight.
We have talked privately about this, how this is not somebody that really needs to do this. Probably all these legal issues, all these legal issues that he's facing wouldn't have happened had he decided not to run. And then you look at things that have been done and things that have been said. And, for example, why do people in the media, why did they go along and accuse people like us who ran unedited video, accuse us of running cheap fake videos, or ignore the fact for so many years that we clearly had a president in cognitive decline? To me, the state-run media has been complicit in what is maybe what Speaker Johnson said, the biggest cover-up in American history. And I think more deeply about this, why is it that nobody seemed to care about a valuation of Mar-a-Lago at $18 million when a rudimentary perusal of real estate may seem inconsequential? But this was a case about valuations. Nobody seemed to care in the media. Nobody cared in the Democratic Party. Nobody cared about a misdemeanor whose statute of limitations had run out, upcharged to 34 felonies. No Democrat, nobody in the media. They didn't care about 51 former intel agents lying. They didn't care about a dirty Russian dossier paid for by Hillary Clinton that was used for 4 FISA warrants, Laura. These are not insignificant things.
And how the media has amplified these attacks on Trump as a fascist dictator who will subjugate all of our individual rights. Our rights are all going to be gone. There's going to be no health care for women. We heard that last night too. So just think about that. If you're kind of on the edge as a left-wing radical, and you hear that Adolf Hitler could win the presidency or someone like Hitler, this just begs for somebody to take that kind of action. And I know, again, we had a lot of incredible, courageous people there today, and God bless them and their families, and we mourn for the victims tonight.
Yeah.
But this is not an isolated incident. This has been building across the last 5 years, or 6, 7 years, of what they have done to Donald Trump. This has been building to this moment. And I am mad and I am sad for the country, but I am mad that the media kept amplifying this without reservation and without any caveats. They kept amplifying this, and it was wrong, and it was an evil lie that they said about him, and they continue to do it up until a few moments before this was happened, as almost happened today to Donald Trump. Let's
well
not
said.
forget that tonight.
And let us not forget, and I did this Friday night on Hannity, and I know you've covered the same story. With all the talk about January 6th, they always kept out peacefully, patriotically march so your voices will be heard. However, there was a vice president. Her name is Kamala Harris, and days after a police precinct was burned to the ground, she tweets out for a bail fund. She goes on Colbert. They're not going to stop. They shouldn't stop. We're not going to stop. And it's going to continue. Et cetera. 574 riots in the summer of 2020, dozens of dead Americans, thousands of injured cops, bricks, rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails, and billions in property damage. But Laura, they were mostly peaceful, or they didn't happen at all. But anyway, Laura.
No, but Trump is the threat, Sean. Trump, as they said, is the threat to democracy. We all know no one really believes that. They just said it, and words at some point can boil over to the radicals out there who are a little unhinged. They hear this stuff, and over time, you're going to end up in a very dangerous situation. And again, thank you, everyone across the country praying for the victims and for Donald Trump tonight and all the Secret Service who sprung into action.
All good Americans, and those guys were amazing. And I know whatever happened as it relates to how this guy got on this rooftop, that will hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that quickly. This can't happen. Laura, we're going to have a lot to talk about. There's a lot to unpack here in the days and weeks ahead. And
Sean, may I just say one more thing? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just one more thing, which I forgot to say.
Sure.
I hate interrupting you because this is your. I spoke to President Trump this morning, late morning, and he was so optimistic. He was so pumped about this speech. He was so pumped about announcing his vice president. He didn't tell me who it was, but he was just so optimistic. And amidst all of this, let's remember that we live in the greatest country in the face of the earth with wonderful Americans who really just want a safe country, a better country, and maybe a little bit more money in their pockets. And he's trying to give them that. So he was very optimistic this morning.
And without being too political, this is why open borders is so dangerous. Unvetted people, some of our top geopolitical foes, all these crimes committed that we have been covering, sad, tragic crimes that were preventable, then defund, dismantle, no bail laws. We've got a lot to fix in the country. These are questions, these are issues, topics that we will be discussing from now to Election Day and beyond. Laura Ingraham, always appreciate you being with us. We'll see you in Milwaukee. Thank you. All right, joining us now, 2024 presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is with us. Mr. Kennedy, great to have you. Thank you for being with us. I know we have our political differences, and that's fine. That's not what tonight is all about. There came a moment where there were a couple of moments where you had requested Secret Service protection, and you are a legitimate presidential candidate. Sir, I went to bat. I'm pretty sure you're aware. I was pretty outspoken about this. When you had requested that protection, you lost your father, you lost your uncle to assassination. And I was shocked that they did not give that to you. And I said, you deserve that at the time. And I believe that today. And I hope they re-examine that question tonight, first thing in the morning, and you get the proper protection that you need. We've got to protect every presidential candidate. But, coming from your family and your background and your personal experience, what was your reaction to today?
Well, my reaction is a hope, Sean, that Americans can kind of take a step back and take a breath and say, it's time to end the vitriol. You were talking about and Laura was talking about just the anger from both sides, from the media, and people pointing to other political candidates and saying they're going to be the end of the republic, they're going to be the end of democracy. And that kind of poison feeds into this. You know, when my uncle was killed, I was 10 years old. And the morning that he landed in Dallas, there were posters all over Dallas and a front page of a newspaper which had his picture on it saying wanted dead or alive. And that was the gestalt of that time. It was driven by anger, and in many ways, his murder was a product of that anger. When my father was killed, it was the same time. It was the most divisive time in American history. It was very much like today, most divisive since the Civil War. There were riots in over 100 cities that summer. Martin Luther King was killed 2 months before my father. People were being shot on college campuses. And that anger laid the foundation for my father's murder. And, after President Kennedy's murder, there was a time of regrouping, and there was a time where Americans said to each other, we have to stop this. We have to start looking at each other as part of a big family. We can have differences with each other without despising each other. We are the exemplary democracy of the world. We can't allow our country to devolve into violence. We are better than that. And everybody on both sides, and I'm talking about the other media, but also you and me and all of us are complicit in some ways in what happened tonight. And I think all of us have to sort of step back now and say, how do we change the tone of this whole campaign? How do we change the tone of the political dialogue in this country and start to forgive each other, to reconcile, to love each other again, and to see each other, to be able to have differences with each other without wanting to murder each other?
Yeah. Let's go back. How old were you when your father was assassinated? How old were you when your uncle was assassinated?
I was 10 years old when my uncle was assassinated, and I remember it like it was yesterday. I was with his body in the catafalque in the East Room of the White House. I was in the funeral procession, and I remember every moment of it. I was 14 when my dad died, and I was with him when he died in Los Angeles. So I sent a message out, a note out to President Trump tonight and to his family, telling him how relieved I am that he was not more badly injured, wishing him a quick recovery. I'm thanking him for his courage during that event, which was inspirational. But also telling him that Cheryl and I are praying for him. Our whole family is praying for him, for Melania, and for his family, not only for his quick recovery, but for his continued safety during this campaign. And I really hope that President Biden reaches out to President Trump and offers him a podium somewhere where the two of these men can and reassure the nation that they're both going to make an effort to to change the tone of this campaign, so that we all can and inspire us all to start being kind to each other. I think that's what's going to take it. And after my uncle died, there was this moment of calm. There was a moment of peacefulness that Congress got together, both sides, and passed the Civil Rights Act, guaranteeing the right to vote for Black Americans. And there was a healing that took place. And I hope the same thing happens now.
I remember too. I remember your father. I mean, it's a famous video of him announcing to a crowd that Martin Luther King Jr. had been assassinated. This is all happening in the same time period, as you know. There are two things that I think,
guys, most of you know I have a special
that
needs son. I had to
relate
go
you
get
that
my
have
bath
to
real
happen
quick.
as a result of what
So
happened
sorry
today.
for being out. I may have to
one
go put
is,
to sleep
I
here in
think
a
you need
second, so
Secret
my
Service
bad for that. I
protection
want to keep this
immediately
stream
for you and
going
your
because it's
family
important
as
that we get the
presidential
right
candidate.
information out here.
Putting aside
You
our
guys are
personal
providing
political
some
differences, number
incredible
one. Number
insight,
two,
so I appreciate
there's
that.
been
I'm
a lot
going
of
to let
talk for a lot
these
of
guys
years
keep
about
going.
releasing the files about your uncle's assassination. And I don't know why there has been reluctance and
I appreciate you,
resistance to do
Accelerator.
so.
Thank
I
you, my
believe
brother.
President Trump recently said that if elected, he would in fact release those. I wonder why there's any argument as to why not.
And Rick, we got to talk about that car
a
back there
request into
one
President
day.
Biden? Have they given
Let's
you
me
any
and you have that
legitimate
conversation,
reason why they
Accelerator.
keep refusing you the Secret Service protection that you have requested in light of what has happened to your family?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't, and listen, Sean, I really appreciate you going to bat for me on that issue because you've done that before and you've done it pretty persistently despite our personal differences with each other. And I think that's the kind of example that, we all need to look like. You don't like anything about my politics, but you have been asking for me to get protection. I don't want to make that.
Chewing bubble gum. I'm going to check that out.
make-
I'm going to have
I
a
don't want
full
to make
report
this
tomorrow,
evening
so
about
you guys
me.
definitely
It's
tune in
about
tomorrow.
something bigger.
I want to
And
have a
you talk
lot of
about
this additional information that
the
we're not
Secret
getting to see
Service
right
in an
now
admiring way, and
on
I really
tomorrow's
like
report.
that
I
you
appreciate
mentioned
you
that for
guys,
these
man.
men
Thanks
and
so
women,
so
how
much
they
for hanging out.
rush into the
I'm not shutting it
gunfire, how
down.
they
Just
surrounded
letting you
President
guys know.
Trump. They put their own
I'm in and out
bodies in
for the rest of the
those
night
bullets.
to put my son to
They
bed
invited
and
people to shoot at
give him a
them
little
rather than the
midnight snack or a
president
little afternoon
with
snack
an
and to
extraordinary
bathe him.
courage
So just
and
letting you guys know if I
with a
bail out of
commitment
here
to
for a
our
minute,
country,
I'm
to our
coming back.
Constitution. They weren't just protecting a man. They were protecting our nation. And I think all of us have to step back and say, we need to have a little bit of that courage in our own lives now. And it might be not running into a bullet, but maybe biting our tongue when we have a really withering reply to give to somebody, maybe not amplifying an angry post from somebody else.
Yeah.
Maybe doing something kind for somebody we don't like, somebody on the other side of the aisle, reaching out and doing something healing. And, I hope that you asked about the JFK files. President Biden and President Trump both promised to release them. I know you have a very, very strong friendship with President Trump, and maybe at some time over dinner or late at night, you can ask him why he decided not to do that. But I don't want to talk about those issues today.
I understand.
My prayers go out for President Trump and his family, and I think every American, whether you like President Trump or not, should be praying a prayer of gratitude that he did not, that this was not worse, and also a prayer for his recovery and for healing in our country.
You see that picture that we have on the screen and him very strongly showing a fist pump. He just got shot in the ear and had his ear pierced. He came within a millimeter or two of being shot and assassinated. Your family's been through too much, sir. I stand by my statement that you deserve that protection, and I'll continue to advocate for it whether you want me to or not, but it wouldn't be our first disagreement. But anyway, thank you. That's too much for one family to go through, in my view. We appreciate you being with us.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thanks for having me. Good to be back with you.
You bet. Breaking only moments ago, we learned President Biden returning to the White House tonight after this assassination attempt on President Trump. For more, we check back in with our very own Peter Doocy. Peter, he's expected back, last I checked, about, 4 minutes from now, 3 minutes from now?
He is going to leave about 4 minutes from now to head to the airplane to take him to Andrews so that they can take a motorcade back to the White House sometime after midnight. But this was not the plan. President Biden was supposed to be at the beach house in Delaware through the weekend. It is very, very unlike the president to change plans so suddenly. We don't know if he just wants to be back to make some kind of remarks in the morning, or if because things are so unsettled at the moment, there is a security reason for him to have to go back to the White House. We don't know that at the moment. What we have seen so far from the president's own remarks is that this event had him do something that I have never heard him do, and maybe I missed it once if it happened, but he called Donald Trump Donald. We hear Joe Biden use all kinds of descriptions for the former president, but he was speaking to him as one president to another, and he said he was trying to get in touch with Donald Trump, but apparently when the president phoned the hospital, Trump was still with his doctors. It's unclear if they've been able to connect yet. I've asked some White House folks. They don't seem to know yet if the two of them have spoken. We know that in Wilmington, the Biden campaign, which has been trying to right the ship after a dismal week domestic policy-wise for the president, they have been spending tens of millions of dollars on campaign ads. Those ads are in the process of being taken down because the Biden team does not want to be seen on the airwaves hitting Donald Trump at this exact moment. They have calculated that it would be bad for them to be making political points, political attacks against somebody who was just shot. Once the president is back at the White House again, we don't know anything about his future comments about this, but he does have a speech scheduled in Austin, Texas, on to commemorate the anniversary of the Civil Rights Act being signed on Monday. And then he's supposed to go out west to Las Vegas to talk to some union leaders on Tuesday and Wednesday. So the real test of whether or not he is going to change plans would be if he cancels any of those events. So far, they have not. Yeah,
Peter, this just broke. Apparently, Joe Biden has spoken with Donald Trump, according to a White House official. That's just breaking. I know you're on the air. Your reaction to that?
Yes, and we will get as many details about that call. Well, it's very, very uncommon. I think the only time that the two of them have ever spoken on the phone was when Biden was a candidate and he phoned Trump in 2020 because he had some pointers about how he thought the COVID pandemic should be handled. So it is extremely uncommon for the two of them to speak. And that just goes to the point that the president and his team obviously understand this is a very, very serious incident. This is a very, very serious attempted assassination of a political rival, and they are taking it seriously, Sean.
Yeah, we could see that. Well, it's a scary time for our nation, Peter. I mean, when you talk about a millimeter or a couple of millimeters or maybe an inch, and we'd be doing very different coverage tonight. This would not be an assassination attempt. That would not be the coverage. We would be talking about an assassination of a former president tonight. Now, I know that you spend a lot of time on the campaign trail with the president. His remarks last night were as harsh, frankly, and as vicious as they have been. Jill Biden called President Trump evil this past week. A lot of that's going to be examined in the days and weeks ahead. We're not getting into too much of that tonight, but we're going with the breaking news. But that will be examined in great detail, and I have no doubt that will be a question in the White House press room when you're back there this week or whenever you're back there.
Absolutely. And you mentioned there's also going to be a look at the Secret Service response here. In my time on the campaign trail, something that we see them do towards the end of before the president comes out is and you can see it in the clip that we have been running over and over. The knee-high barrier right there is bulletproof, and so they've got it. I believe at this event they had some red, white, and blue draped over it. Yeah, with the stars. That is bulletproof. And what the Secret Service tries to do in a situation like this with their training is they want to get their protectee behind the bulletproof thing as fast as possible. And that is exactly what those agents did. And so as the discussion becomes how in the world could this have possibly happened, these agents are heroic in the way that they responded. They put their lives on the line to get President Trump behind a bulletproof barricade, even though it's unclear exactly whether or not that would have prevented fire from where the shooter was. The issue is how exactly did all the other law enforcement that are at this huge event miss a shooter on a roof with a direct line of sight to a podium.
Yeah. A lot of questions that's going to be raised in the days ahead, and certainly the close proximity, as we've been pointing out tonight in our coverage. Peter, as always, thank you from the White House. We'll be following what's going on there all throughout the evening. Joining us now, she worked the entire time during the Trump presidency. Kellyanne Conway is with us. Kellyanne, thank you for being with us. Let's get your reaction. I think I believe that Trump fist pump is going to be an iconic image that Americans will remember about this day. I think when Americans absorb just how close this came to an assassination, and then Donald Trump getting up and pumping that fist hard, and not doing it once, doing it multiple times, and then doing it again as he's getting into the car. That's the person that I've known before he ever ran for president. That's the guy that I knew as president. That's the guy that I know today.
There's no question, Sean. I'm sorry, we have a thunder and lightning storm now in Milwaukee, but look, an assassin's bullet should not be an occupational hazard of running for president. And I do fear that the former and future president came within inches of his life today, and people should know that. I heard so many of the people tonight on Fox News saying he's just built differently, his DNA. He's talked about this often to those of us who were around him, in my case, for 5.5 straight years, over 2,000 days, Secret Service every day, Donald Trump every day. People would say, how do you get your energy? How do you get your moxie, your resilience, your courage, your resilience to go on and on? And he always says, if you want to be different that way, you have to go back and get different genes. He credits his parents and his genes for that. I want to add to the chorus, Sean, of people who are praying for him and Melania Trump, the entire family, everybody who was there at the rally. And I want to say something, Sean. I've been to, as you have, so many of those rallies. I grew up with a forgotten man, forgotten woman. People go there to feel like they're part of a movement. They go there because they love this country and they believe as Trump does. So many of them lost family members and friends because of their politics. And the people who were there close to the podium, you know, they waited there all day, if not overnight, just to have a piece of that. And our hearts really go out to them. Sean, it will be iconic. I think what Martha McCallum said to you earlier is very important because it continues 8 years later. When Donald Trump won in 2016, when we had that unbelievable night, people just changed. The media changed, the haters changed, the naysayers changed. I was just a staffer with 24/7 Secret Service protection.
Hey, Kellyanne.
People are so crazy. I fear copycats. But God bless Donald Trump. I think tonight, Sean, Donald Trump with that fist pump and him getting up and saying fight, fight, is a metaphor for this whole country. You got to get up, get strong, get resilient, and get back on track.
Kellyanne, I'm told that the weather is putting you in a bit of jeopardy. No, in all seriousness, in a bit of jeopardy. Obviously, we don't want anything to happen to you. We do appreciate you being with us. We'll see you in Milwaukee. I will be broadcasting this show tomorrow night, 9 Eastern, regular Fox lineup with special report, Laura Ingraham, Jesse Waters. I'll be on, Greg Gutfeld, and the 5, I believe, as well. So that's all coming up tomorrow. A statement from the Trump campaign and the RNC has just come out. As was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well. He is grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump for President 2024. Senior advisors Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Republican National Committee Chairman Michael Whatley, and co-chairwoman, and that would be Laura Trump. Joining us now, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. You know, Governor, we know that politics, we often call it or refer to it as a blood sport. This country has been through very tough, turbulent times. We just talked to RFK. His uncle was his father was assassinated. His uncle was assassinated. We saw what happened to President Reagan. I remember exactly where I was the moment that happened. We watched an attempt on Gerald Ford's life. And here we are. We're talking about that much, that difference that millimeter or two, and we may be having a very different story tonight. It's chilling.
I think we have to be very aware of the fact that God's hand was on Donald Trump tonight. But if you look
Amen,
back,
Governor.
I would say God's hand has been on Donald Trump since he came down the escalator. Every possible way to destroy him has been used, every possible way. They've gone after him in criminal court. They've gone after him in civil court. They've gone after him with fake impeachments, with the most ridiculous charges thrown at him time and time again. He's the most resilient man I've ever seen. I have to believe that God spared Donald Trump today because he knows we need Donald Trump to lead this nation back to a place where people could live their lives in freedom and respect and responsibility. And we haven't had that. And it's time we get back to it. And I'll get mocked for saying this, but the battle we're in, Sean, it's not political, it's spiritual. And we need to understand that we are in a spiritual battle in this nation.
You probably are right. You probably will be attacked for that statement. Will Joe Biden be attacked for his statement that he's not getting out of the race unless the Lord God Almighty tells him to get out? Wasn't that much coverage of that.
No, and there won't be a lot of coverage for that. But those of us who really take our faith seriously, and I do, look, I see what happened tonight as an extraordinary moment. I'm heartbroken for the families who lost a loved one tonight. That breaks my heart. It's a tragic thing for all of this country and for the world to see this happen to a person who is trying to lead us, a person who sacrificed his salary, never took a salary as president, made huge sacrifices financially to run and to serve as president. He didn't make money off the deal. He lost money off of it. And yet for that, he's hated in a way I've never seen. But he keeps getting up. And what we saw tonight really was a metaphor for everything Donald Trump has represented as president. He got up off the floor, blood coming down his face, sticks his fist in the air, and says, we're going to keep fighting. That's the Donald Trump that we're going to elect November the 5th to be President 47. And honestly, it won't come fast enough.
All right. We really appreciate your time, Governor Mike Huckabee. Thank you tonight. Now, this investigation into this heinous attack is now underway. The FBI has now taken the lead in the ongoing probe. Agents are on the scene, but we also need to know, how did this happen? Who's responsible for tonight's massive security failure? Joining us now, former Secret Service agent Tim Miller, Fox News contributor, former NYPD Inspector Paul Mauro, former FBI Special Agent, Fox News contributor Nicole Parker. Nicole, let me start with you tonight and ask you, I think the thing that shocked me the most about tonight, and I want to really backtrack, because as we show this image of this moment and President Trump grabs his ear and instinctively drops behind the podium, incredible instincts, then gets up and puts his fist in the air, kind of an iconic image, I believe. And you look how quickly they jumped on him. You got to love these guys, because they're risking their life by jumping on him, knowing that shots are being fired. However, then the report of our Fox News reporter on the ground, Alexis, earlier tonight, pointing out that this building, while outside the perimeter, having somebody on the roof, how did that happen? And then, of course, a BBC report, we've not independently confirmed it, that in fact, maybe the Secret Service, we'll find out in time, I'm not rushing to judgment here, that they might have been tipped off about that. That seems to be a major breach to me, instinctively. Your thoughts?
Well, I think one of the things we have to look at now is in the immediate future here is why we haven't gotten a briefing. I mean, the entire nation has very profound questions about what occurred here. In a situation like this, the FBI, generally it'll be the field office leader, the SAC generally, a special agent in charge on the ground, who's going to take control of this and should have given us at least that very basic briefing to say there's no further danger to the public. Usually you get those. I don't see anybody taking control of this situation, so it leaves us all to guess. And we have a lot of questions. Are there any other people involved? Is the shooter identified? I'm leaning no, because they're asking for tips. Why was that rooftop not swept? Were there adequate resources? Was this a resource issue? Had the Trump campaign, in light of some of the rhetoric, ever requested further resources? Why were there no drones up?
Well, let me
up?
interrupt you, because I think that you're raising a really important question. Dan Bongino, friend of mine in the program, former Secret Service agent in his own right, actually put on X tonight a post that said he can absolutely confirm that the U.S. Secret Service Director, Kim Cheadle, has repeatedly turned down requests for a larger security footprint around President Trump, despite knowing the threat level is catastrophic. Resigned tonight, he said. Now, that's going to be investigated, but that was the question you just asked. And, you know, I would think that Dan has pretty good sources in the Secret Service.
I'm sure he does. And, you know, that is the question. And in light, again, of some of the rhetoric that has been coming around about him, not only from in the media, but even from some of our elected officials, the end of democracy, et cetera, you know, you start to see that there should have been an intel assessment here that said we cannot leave a nearby rooftop unguarded, not with one that has sight lines to the principal. Now, look, I've done a lot of details with the Secret Service. All the bosses on the NYPD have, and you work very closely with them, and they're a very professional outfit. But they're only human, and they only have so many resources. This was done in a local jurisdiction. I doubt Butler PD is very large. Was there a request? Secret Service runs this thing on the ground. Was there a request for state resources? And I have to wonder why you're getting, you know, sort of conflicting statements here. We've heard some things that apparently Butler PD is saying, well, it was shrapnel from the lectern that hit Donald Trump. It wasn't a bullet. Donald Trump's put out a statement that's saying that he was shot. We shouldn't be having these sorts of guesses now. There should have been a presser to reassure the nation that our federal authorities, because this is going to be a federal investigation, that our federal authorities have their arms around this. And I just don't sense a boss in the room. This wouldn't fly in New York. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me get to Nicole Parker. And Nicole spent years working with the FBI out of their Miami bureau. I look at this, and again, I see great heroism from the Secret Service here. On the other hand, I'm looking at the perimeter, outside the perimeter, on a roof, maybe a report, not confirmed yet, that in fact somebody had witnessed somebody on that roof. That would be a major security breach, Nicole.
Oh, absolutely, Sean. Again, I'm with you. I echo your accolades for the special agents who jumped in front of President Trump, did their job, and removed him as quickly as possible to get care. But I can tell you that there is a problem here, because for someone to be that close in range to, you know, the former president of the United States, knowing all of these major threats going on, this was a failure. And I have to tell you, my sources say similar to what Paul said. Apparently, they did ask for more help. There were agents in Secret Service who did ask for more assistance, and they were told no. And so that's problematic. And let's go back to some of the issues with the Secret Service. Again, it's kind of like the FBI, right? You've got FBI 1 and FBI 2. You've got the heroism, and then you've got the nonsense going on many times at the top. Okay, these agents that jumped in to protect President Trump are, you know, the heroes. But every time that there is an event, I too have worked with the Secret Service. I've actually worked a detail that President Trump attended as a former president. And the Secret Service goes in, they go do an advanced detail, typically 7 to 10 days before. And then 12 hours before, they do an additional sweep and make sure that there are no issues. But to have someone that close to him is unacceptable. What is the Secret Service focused on? If it's like the FBI, unfortunately, they're focused on things like DEI and other issues that really are not of primary importance. Their number one priority should be to protect those that they are sworn to protect. And there are agents that are overworked, underpaid. The attrition there at the Secret Service, it is a very difficult job. They have to travel nonstop. I mean, they are working their tails off. They are exhausted. So again, I want to say thank you to the agents that are working very, very hard. But for the leadership that allowed this to happen, that does need to be investigated. That is unacceptable.
And we did get word from James Comer, chairman of the House Oversight Committee, that in fact that investigation will begin. Tim Miller, former Secret Service agent. Let me ask you, had you ever heard any reports that in fact that there were requests from from Trump's inner circle to build out his team to make it bigger and more secure, that he needed more security. And your thoughts on the rooftop shooting from outside the perimeter, but very near where the venue was? I would think that that would be pretty fundamental in terms of being looked at and watched very closely.
You're exactly right, Sean. And, this is a Secret Service agent's worst nightmare. And having worked on the president's detail, done lots of advances through the years, it's a meticulous thing to make sure every detail of every site that you're going to is safe and secure. We rely on our law enforcement partners, but at the end of the day, the Secret Service has to cover it. Today was shocking to me. It was absolutely fantastic to watch the response of the detail. They demonstrated the absolute most excellence that they could in terms of all of their previous training to respond. But remember, the Secret Service's job is to make it not happen. It's proactive security. And how that guy got on the roof, that's a problem. I know I worked a lot with, the counter sniper guys as a lead advance and as a detail guy. And I agree with your guest. It's a resource issue because remember, this president is going after it. He is traveling everywhere. And so there are multiple sites in a day. And this one slipped through the cracks. Well, we said every time we did a site assessment, it just takes one small miss on our part to make a big deal and possibly even a president's
Tim,
life
let me go
being lost.
Let me go a little deeper, because I agree, as we have been showing all night in this tape, in that moment when this happened and Donald Trump got hit and he dropped quickly, instinctively, to his credit, before he got up and he put that fist up in the air. But those agents were all over him. I have no doubt they tackled him and tackled him hard. And you could see the president almost, battling with him to get his fist up in the air because they wanted to get him into that car, which is the Donald Trump that I've known all these 30 years, and which speaks to his strength. But I want to go back to close proximity of outside that perimeter. And we all know what a rifle can do. I've been trained in the use of firearms since I'm 10, 11 years old. And that would not be a hard shot with a rifle with somebody with skill. Now, the fact that it got that close and it was a slight turn of the head tells me whoever pulled that trigger was pretty well trained in the use of a firearm. Would you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the fact that a person with an AR-15, which is very effective within 300 yards, and I understand the building is within that range, that's a primary target. And again, it was mentioned, what resources did Butler PD have in terms of SWAT to cover areas? I think it's going to come back to a resource issue. It takes resources to thoroughly protect a man like Donald Trump, especially given the threat environment that he's facing. And I just thank God that bullet missed by that much.
If the director of the U.S. Secret Service, if it turns out that requests were made for more security and it was denied, that person needs to be held accountable immediately. And I support what James Comer is doing. We need an immediate investigation. We need immediate answers about the lead up to this. And there's going to be plenty we're going to be talking about in the days and weeks ahead. But Tim Miller, thank you. Paul Morrow, thank you. Nicole Parker, thank you. Joining us now, we bring back our friend, our colleague, Martha MacCallum. She is in Milwaukee. I believe you're in Milwaukee tonight. Am I mistaken? Or you might be in New York still?
On my way there shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But good to be back with you, Sean.
So there's really a lot of things that are going to be discussed that I feel with all the breaking news, maybe not the appropriate night to get into the politics of all this, the rhetoric. There'll be plenty of time to debate a lot of that. And I have a lot to say. I already had a monologue half written for tomorrow night where we have our regular primetime lineup, a special Sunday edition. And it was about Joe Biden's rhetoric from yesterday and Jill Biden's rhetoric from earlier in the week. That will be something we discuss. Certainly what we were just discussing, Secret Service coverage in this particular case, the close proximity of this building, that somebody was on the roof, possible report, if you believe the BBC, somebody saying, hey, I saw this guy, I tried to tell the Secret Service makes that worse. Or was it a personnel issue? Were there requests made and denied? Like in the case of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd said many times on the air, Martha, that I felt that Robert Kennedy Jr., in light of all that his family had gone through, he probably would be a target, and he is a presidential candidate. I don't agree with him politically, but it's not about politics. It's about basic safety. We've got to keep our politicians safe and secure.
Absolutely. And, you know, earlier tonight, I looked up this AGR building because everyone on the ground, several people on the ground, were talking about on these videos that have been online, and we've been working to confirm them and to, you know, get some kind of grounding on how realistic this scenario is. But, you know, you look at this building, this AGR building, which is like a manufacturing kind of facility, a glass company, and it's on Evans City Road, which is just behind where the Butler Farm grounds are, and it has a separate entrance. So there's a separate way to get into that building, away from the perimeter, which we already know from the statement that we got from Secret Service. It was outside the perimeter from an elevated space. So it raises a lot of questions. And of course, we don't know anything yet about this shooter, but it raises questions about whether or not he is a local person. Maybe, you know, does he work for this company? Does he know that area? Does he know that that would be outside of the perimeter and that he would be able to scale the side of that building? It said that some of the reports said that he basically grappled up the side of the building in camo, it appears, and was lying on the top of it, and that several people in the area tried to get the police's attention to let them know. One man said that he was, you know, saying to the Secret Service guys, you know, pointing up on top of the building, but he said their vantage point probably was at a point where they couldn't see him. Now, all of this, Sean, as you've been saying, and we've all been saying all night, there's a serious investigation going on. The FBI has now taken the lead in this investigation, and we need to know a lot more about why that rooftop, which was in a perfect spot, as it turns out, to have sniper range on this area, wouldn't have been swept and wouldn't be inside the perimeter if it had the ability to be in such close proximity. So they're troubling questions. We all see the actions of the Secret Service on the ground there, but in terms of what was requested, that's part of this investigation. And Sean, it's very unsettling for all of us to think that the president or the former president could be in this kind of danger, in this kind of environment. It's got to be changed.
There's going to be a lot of legitimate questions, and they're happening. Martha MacCallum, we will see you in Milwaukee all week next week. Thank you. We'll be watching your coverage every day. This just breaking. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has now said that the House will conduct a full investigation of the tragic events today. The American people deserve to know the truth. We will have the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, and other appropriate officials from DHS and the FBI appear for a hearing before our committees as soon as possible. Our very own Chad Pergram breaking that news moments ago. Joining us now, he is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. He's also an Ohio congressman. Jim Jordan is on with us tonight. Jim, let's talk about and follow up on what we've been discussing here, and that is that just slightly outside the perimeter, well within sniper range, we had the shooter on this building. It seems inconceivable on paper to me. Again, I'm juxtaposing this next to great courage that we saw these agents immediately protect the former president, jumped on top of him. I wouldn't be surprised if he was injured from that. However, look at the proximity. We have it up on our screen right now. That is within sniper range, and clearly whoever fired these shots had some level of skill. There's no doubt about it. A slight turn of the head. And Congressman, we have a very different story we're covering tonight.
No, it would be tragic. No, thank the good Lord that President Trump's okay. Thank the good Lord for those brave Secret Service agents who were right there on the spot. But this concern about what happened off the property, as the speakers indicated, the House will be looking into that. But I think, and you've talked about this tonight, Sean, I think the real thing here that stands out so much to me is the leadership under fire, that fist bump, the leadership under fire, literally leadership under fire from President Trump. I think that's what the American people see. And we're so thankful. Thank the good Lord that he wasn't seriously hurt, that something more tragic didn't happen. And of course, our thoughts are with the supporters who were hit. But as the speaker indicated, we will look into this. We will investigate this. But right now, I think that what stands out in so many Americans' minds is the leadership we saw from President Trump while he was literally under fire, showing the strength of the leader that he truly is. And I always say, you've been to many of these rallies, I've been to many of them. There is a bond that exists between the people there and President Trump, his supporters. And when he pumped that fist and walked off the stage, and the crowd starts chanting USA, that the country understands what this guy's been through, and the stamina, the courage, the leadership that he truly displays and has. And I think that really came through.
You know, Jim, I think what really came through is the guy that I have known for almost 30 years, and that is him. I think it projected a strength that is quintessentially Donald Trump. Whether you like his politics or don't like his politics, that is him.
There's something about him that I haven't known him as long as you have, but I've gotten to know him over these last several years, and there's something amazing about his spirit, his will, his energy, and his leadership, and we saw that. It's a terrible situation. We wish it never happened to our country, but I think tonight it's about our country, but it's also about what we saw from I think is going to be the next president of our country, President Trump.
Yeah, well, I do want to take a moment. There were people that lost loved ones today, people that lost their lives today, and all of our prayers, all of our thoughts are with all of them, and we can't forget them in this as well. But this campaign will move forward. This investigation will take place. The president has been very clear, and his campaign has been clear that, in fact, Milwaukee is on, and that, in fact, he will be there. Jim Jordan, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sean. God bless America.
God bless America. Amen to that. Make no mistake, a terrible day. An innocent person dead. Others seriously injured. Donald Trump came within an inch or less of losing his life. But our prayers tonight go out to him, to his family, to all the victims, to all their families. A lot of questions yet to be answered. We'll have much more of that coverage from Milwaukee. Stay with the Fox News Channel for continuing.
Fox News alert: President Trump has left the hospital following an apparent assassination attempt at the rally late this afternoon in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm Martha McCallum, along with Trace Gallagher and Bill Hemmer. Advisors to former President Trump say that he's doing well and that he looks forward to the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee next week. This image is going to be one that goes down in history. It is just a stunning image of President Trump fist pumping after his ear was grazed by a bullet just moments before that. Here is the harrowing moment of the attack. It happened at 6:11 p.m.
Take a look at what happened.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stairs are ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the front. Let me get my shoes. Okay. Watch out. Wait. We gotta move.
And that whole scene that we just played you there, we should tell you, was about 2.5 minutes, and you will see that again and again and again, from the president fist bumping to saying fight, fight, to the chants from the crowd, USA, USA. What you are looking at right there, we believe, is the shooter. And here's what we know. The shooter, as we have reported, is dead. An AR-style rifle was reportedly found next to the shooter. There are reports the rifle was found next to his body and that he was on a building that makes glass and plastic for drinks and other things. He was on the top of a building which is approximately, according to the reporting of the New York Post, 130 yards from the stage. We mentioned an AR-style rifle, meaning 130 yards is well within the range, within the range of that type of rifle. An attendee behind the former president was also killed, and the FBI has taken the lead on this investigation, although they still have not set up a briefing that we know of, which is unusual in a profile case like this. The shooter, who at this moment remains unidentified, was seen by eyewitnesses crossing a field outside the rally confines.
Hey there, friends. Still trying to put all this stuff out, keep everything out there.
We noticed
I wanted you guys to know that I am going to put my special needs son to bed real quick. I hope to be back out here, but I want to keep this live stream going. The cool thing is, I am still, as you guys have probably noticed, accessing everybody from my phone. So I'm staying in touch with this, even though I'm not directly on the live stream. I'm still tapping into it from my phone. So I'm still interacting with you guys. This may not be on screen, as a matter of fact. In fact, a while ago, I was just off screen, still interacting on my phone just to keep things going. So thank you guys for hanging out. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay here, but I'll be on my phone from here on out. Thanks,
I'm thinking
guys.
to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Stunning. I mean, that video, that discussion, absolutely stunning. President Biden, who briefly addressed the nation after the shooting, is expected to depart Dover Air Base en route to the White House in just a couple of minutes. We're going to bring you that live when that happens. We know that the president did speak with former President Trump just a short time ago, about a little less than an hour ago. Obviously, a night that has the entire country on edge and watching what has unfolded in this shocking shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania. And Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams joins us with the very latest. She was there covering the rally and watched all of this play out live. Alexis.
Hi, Martha. Yeah, we can tell you that what started as a fun rally here in Butler, Pennsylvania, which is Trump country, according to the people we talked to. They were excited. They waited in hours in the hot heat just to catch a glimpse of the former president on stage, ended in just a horrific way. Okay, so we were up there in the media area, Martha, which, as you know from being at these rallies and these big events, you have to go through a lot of security. Then you go up on that media stage. So we weren't that far either from the former president where he was speaking. So as he's kind of up there for like 5-6 minutes, he's talking about immigration. He's talking about Joe Biden. He's talking about inflation, referencing this graph. So people are looking at the graph off to the side. And that's when you heard what sounded like a bunch of fireworks. And they happened quick, and there were a bunch of pops. So it took a second for people to kind of get their bearings and think, uh-oh. So a few people kind of dropped in the front, some people behind them where somebody was actually shot also kind of dropped down. And then you saw the former president get taken down by the Secret Service, comes back up a short time later after someone yelled, the shooter is down, and he had blood going from his ear. So people didn't really know what to do. They were thinking, are the gunshots going to continue? Where was the gunfire coming from? So all this is happening as people are just trying to figure out if they were going to be okay. Going to the person that, Martha, we know now was shot and killed out here by the gunman, according to police sources. That person was in that rally. They were here to have a good time with their family. And a witness tells me that as that man was standing there and he was shot at least one time, his family was so close to him at that rally because everyone was kind of wedged in there too, that they were ended up being covered in blood. So those people were then crying and screaming as that man was then taken away. And the former president was rushed out. So people here were in shock. And I think now when they're home tonight and they're kind of replaying it, they're wondering what to do next. Watch this.
Just heard pop, pop, pop. Right away, you think, well, maybe firecrackers, and you're kind of stunned, and then fire, and then like return fire, and then get down. So we got down and we huddled and we just started praying.
Tremendous wake-up call for our country. We can't. This can't be condoned. It can't be tolerated. And you know, we have a very open society. We have a very open political discourse. It should never include violence.
I just hope the world sees what happened here today and is inspired to action. And when I say into action, I mean to prayer, to vote, of course, to bring God back into our society here, because this is the act of a godless society.
It literally sounded like it was 20 feet behind us, right outside the fence, right there. I mean, it was literally 10 feet behind us. The guys that were our guys were 15 feet behind us. We literally watched them shoot back. I mean, they were right there.
It was absolutely frightening. I don't ever want to go through that again.
So as we're now learning about those gunshots being fired there, Martha and Trace, people are still trying to piece exactly everything that happened. So one of the other things that we're also learning about now is that police and bomb squad members are responding to a van, we're being told, with out-of-state plates that's parked near Lawrence Avenue here in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's just a short drive away from where we are right now. So we were told earlier when we were out there, after they pushed everybody out of that area where the rally was, that it was an active crime scene. They were trying to really get in there and get as close to that AGR building, that American Glass Research building, where this gunman was supposedly up on that roof, where he was able to fire at least, a few shots at the former president and into that crowd. So that's where they were trying to kind of scale and see that. But now we're hearing about this second possible crime scene or place of interest to see exactly how that's connected here to the gunman. But people want to know, who were in that rally, how this person was able to get in, and how, Trump was almost just seconds away or inches away from being shot and killed in front of all of these people. Martha.
Stunning. I mean, every time you watch it, it's just, you can't believe that this is the reality of what happened at this rally. Former President Trump does these rallies all the time. There's a lot of speculation about whether or not he might announce his vice president. They're looking at early this week, Monday, potentially. So this is just an absolutely stunning turn of events. Alexis, thank you very much for your dedicated coverage throughout the day. Trace?
And Martha, just before we kind of go on to Vivek Ramaswamy, I want to point out that Alexis was talking about this second crime scene on Lawrence Avenue. We have just kind of noted that second crime scene is 7/10 of a mile from the actual venue where the rally was held today. So it is a very short drive. Butler, clearly not all that big of a town or city, but that was a short drive from the location of the actual rally today. We will keep you posted on the breaking news, where a bomb squad is now on the way to this second scene to find out exactly what they're looking for. But again, no FBI update, no briefing scheduled so far. Meantime, let's bring in former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy to give us his perspective on what he thinks. Vivek, it's great to have you on the show. It's a horrifying day for the United States of America. I want your thoughts. When you first heard about this, what went through your mind? What's going through your mind now?
What's going through my mind now, first of all, is we heard the story of that person, an innocent, enthusiastic rally goer who was shot and killed. First, our heart goes out to them and our condolences goes out to that family. But I should say this, Trace, is that I personally believe that God intervened today, not just on behalf of President Trump, but on behalf of our country. If you think about this, 1 centimeter's distance in the path of a bullet was the future of not only Donald Trump's life, but I think the life of the United States of America. Imagine what we would be talking about today were it not for a hair's length difference in the path of a bullet. And I think that that's frightening. And I think that this is a moment for us all to step back. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, voting for Biden, voting for Trump, it doesn't matter. This is a moment where if one positive thing comes out of this otherwise near tragedy, let it be this, that first of all, we saw a president, a commander-in-chief, who in his most vulnerable moment, you saw it unvarnished. He stood up, he took the fire, he took the hit, and still stood up for the people who he stepped up to represent. And I think the other thing we have to take away is that this is unacceptable in the United States of America. This is not who we are. Disagree or not, we settle our differences peacefully through free speech and open debate, not this way. And so if one silver lining comes out of tonight, let it be that. And I hope that we begin the process of healing as a country while avoiding what could have been a national disaster that really, without exaggeration, could spell the end of the United States as we know it had this gone a different direction.
Absolutely. Vivek, it's Martha McCallum here. I'm thinking about President Biden came out and made some comments. He may make more comments. We know they had a phone conversation earlier. He called what happened sick, and he said it's one of the reasons I want to unite this country. We've had a lot of vitriol, and I don't think it's, the politics, there's going to be a lot of politics starting this week. But, what do you think the impact is as you look at where the country is right now? And given the fact that the last couple of weeks have been all about concerns that we see in polling over President Biden's ability to serve and his fitness.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll give you a couple of tidbits that I've experienced even in the last few hours. I've had CEOs across the country from different corridors that would have been previously afraid to state their support for Donald Trump, or maybe even personally tepid about it, now coming in and asking, how can I help? I'm all in. These are exactly words of people who have contacted me alone in the last several hours, and I'm sure that's true of people across the country. The reality is I don't want to make this political tonight. This is not the moment for that. I will say that President Biden, who ran on the platform of uniting the country, had an opportunity even tonight to really rise to the occasion in a way that he fell short. I don't say this is criticizing him as a Democrat, but somebody who was rooting for a president to rise to the occasion immediately and not only offer the usual ritual incantation, the ritual condemnation of political violence. Yeah, we got that. But a deeper, heartfelt sense to say that, you know what, this is a man who I'm running against, but it is wrong that this should happen to anybody. And this is not who we are as Americans. And if I, as a U.S. president, have failed to create this environment in this country, then I will own that because the buck stops with me as the commander in chief. I don't think we saw that kind of message come from President Biden tonight. And for all of the discussions about how he came short up after the debate, I do think that even tonight was a moment for a man who ran on the platform of uniting the country to have fallen short in the way that he did. But this is less about criticizing President Biden and more asking the question of how we as Americans are able to say we're moving on. We're turning a page on a chapter of our history where we see our political opponents as our enemies. Let tonight mark the end of that. And if so, something positive, as you could imagine, at least something small positive that came out of this tonight, let it be that.
Vivek, you talk about rising to the occasion. I want to go back to what you were saying earlier there, which was the response of the former president after moments after he had been shot. And he got up and he said, I need my shoes. And then he stopped and he fist pumped a couple of times and he said, fight,
yes.
fight. And the response was USA, USA, because that's the natural response. At all of his rallies, he talks about fighting. It's been a theme. And the theme is they're coming for you, but I'm in the way. So you got to keep fighting. What do you think about that response and that having the wherewithal to do that?
Well, look, I think those images we saw, our kids and our grandkids are going to be viewing that image in their history books. That was American history tonight and for the better. It was like the images of George Washington crossing the Delaware with the flag in the background. That's what we saw tonight. And it was one of those moments. Our founding fathers, they risked not only their fortunes, but their lives for this country. And I think this is one of those moments where we have a leader who has made a sacrifice. I'm personally grateful now more than ever for the sacrifices that President Trump has made. And I'm grateful that God stepped in tonight. to save him for this country.
All right, Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you very much. Good to have you with us tonight. None of us thought we'd be having this conversation at this hour as we look at the RNC and a big week ahead. It's just an absolutely stunning evening, and these videos just every time you watch it, it just goes right through you as an American. So Vivek Ramaswamy, we thank you so much for being with us. Let's bring in Bill Hemmer, who joins us from Milwaukee, America's newsroom co-anchor. Good to have you with us, Bill. You know, this is it was going to be a big week anyway. You think about the fact that we were expecting to have this vice presidential announcement and that was going to be the big news of potentially tomorrow. How do you think this impacts what we're going to see and be covering over the course of the next few days, Bill?
It has become an even larger story than anyone could project. Martha, Trace, good evening to both of you. We're in Milwaukee here. We had a storm roll through, so we moved indoors here. And listen, the city is ready. I will tell you, though, like in the central part of Milwaukee, when we were here for the debate about a year ago, the central part of Milwaukee has Secret Service protection. It's not quite in a lockdown yet. That wasn't the but it's difficult to move around these city blocks. It's going to be much more difficult starting tomorrow and into the week. A couple of things I just want to point out right now. The FBI Director, Christopher Wray, you may have reported some of this. If so, I apologize for repeating, but just picking this up in the last 20 minutes or so, he's briefed the president, he's briefed the National Security Council, Jake Sullivan included. James Comer, the House Republican side, is calling for the head of the Secret Service to appear for a hearing on Monday, July 22nd. So that's a week from this coming Monday, after the RNC convention is behind us. The president's going to be at the White House tonight, maybe around 12:30, based on the schedule they gave out. Apparently, there's fog back in Delaware. That may delay his return to the White House. What does he do tonight or even tomorrow? And does he address the nation yet again? You know, earlier tonight he said, "I hope to speak to Donald," his words, and the two did talk. And then President Biden said, "I may see you a bit later." Well, that hasn't happened, and I don't know if it will happen tonight, but you wonder what the White House message will be. And from where would that message come? Are we lining up for a potential Oval Office statement tomorrow to address what a lot of people have talked about, lowering the temperature? That could be a possibility, I think, as we look toward Sunday. We are only 5 hours into this story. And Martha, we were on together a couple hours ago, and this thing was it was jumping. And we're just at the very beginning stages of this. You know, their conventions are going to kick off around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, East Coast time on Monday. There was an indication that the president might make some sort of cameo appearance on Monday. None of that is confirmed, but now you start to think. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Traditionally, the vice president goes on Wednesday night. We'll see whether or not that schedule sticks. And then the nominee goes on Thursday night. I don't know when President Trump shows up inside that Fiserv Forum arena just around the corner from here. But when he does, you can imagine these delegates and the sound that they will create when they welcome here to Milwaukee. It will be a moment of history, and we'll watch it together, guys.
Right about that.
I just wonder, Martha and Bill, both of you, I'm just curious because, you know, both of you are going to be at this, and I think it's fascinating to see the security apparatus. What is going to change? Have you gotten any word, Bill, of things that might change? This whole security is going to be anything but standard operating procedure. I know they're very good at securing buildings when you're not outdoors. But when you've got these kind of streams of people coming in and out, does the entire security apparatus have to change now in 24 hours?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that'll be the case. Nothing concrete yet, Trace. I think this is all very fresh. And I mean, listen, America's going to go to bed tonight. They're going to wake up tomorrow and say, did that really happen? Did I really watch that? That's the feeling I have. You know, when we cover a story like this, you guys know, when the information comes rolling in, you get caught up in it, and it helps drive your mind and keep certain emotions away. Well, when you walk away from this, you know, wow, did that really take place? I will say here in Milwaukee, there's a perimeter that's set up. Secret Service is in charge. They'll have the National Guard out here. We'll have the sheriff's deputies as well, and we'll try and they'll try and lock down, so to speak, lock down a certain part of the city. Just a couple city blocks, but getting around is going to be difficult, as it is at all these major events. But on the outside of the perimeter, they have planned protests that will come in starting on Monday and continue again Tuesday. And really, that's the job of these authorities, to keep these groups apart and keep them separate, make sure that you got your right to free speech. And we've seen that at every convention. And you just don't know, what that's going to look like now.
Yeah.
And you know, the mind reels, but we'll see together what indeed it looks like. So.
You know, and also we don't know anything about this shooter yet. We don't know whether or not he was on his own or whether he was part of something else. And so all of these concerns follow us as we wait for more information on this person into the coming days, and to whether or not there are further threats. So Bill, thank you very much. We will be talking a lot
Good
in
to be
the
with you
coming
guys.
hours
We'll
and
see you
days.
soon.
You as well. Thank you, Bill. So President Biden addressed the nation after the shooting at Trump's rally, and we're going to talk more about those images that you see there and the layout, because it's very important. But first, take a listen to this.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to get, if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. Everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President?
And with that, let's bring in the senior White House correspondent, Peter Doocy. Peter, the president said there at the end that if he spoke to the president, he would maybe give us more information. Have you heard anything more about the conversation?
Yes, after those remarks, which are probably the most civil 2 minutes that Joe Biden has ever spoken about his predecessor, Donald Trump, in his life, including referring to him Donald there twice instead of some of the other things we've heard him call him. They did speak. We don't know how long the phone call went, but based on my knowledge in Biden world for the last 5+ years, it's the first time they've had a private phone call since Biden, then a candidate in 2020 during COVID, phoned Donald Trump to give him some advice about things he thought could help the pandemic response. So it's been that long. They've obviously spoken on debate stages, but they do not back channel like this for any reason ever. And right now, even at this late hour, President Biden is on the move. The plan was to keep him at Rehoboth Beach through the weekend before some political travel and some official travel at the beginning of the week. He was going to go to Austin, Texas he's scheduled to go to Austin, Texas on Monday and then continue out to Las Vegas for some events speaking to union leaders. We don't know if his schedule is going to change, but he is going back to the White House much earlier than planned. We don't know if that is so that he can give early morning remarks about this, or if there is some security reason where the Secret Service said we just would prefer to have the president at the White House where we have the most control over the environment. But it seems like they are going to be recalibrating things. And President Biden is supposed to give an interview to NBC News on Monday night. Don't know exactly what he's going to say if that interview continues, because the campaign is telling us they are pulling down all advertising. They're pulling down all outbound communication about Trump and about the political race at the moment, just because they are trying to figure out exactly how to respond. It is an unprecedented situation. They are taking it seriously at the White House and at the Biden campaign. But it's interesting, and I had no frame of reference for this before, but a few minutes after this happened, I phoned a very senior White House official to ask what exactly the White House was doing, what the president knew, what the national security implications might be in the near term. And this official stopped me on the phone and asked what exactly I was referring to. I hadn't seen the news yet. And so when something like this happens, it's not like White House officials all get a special alert that there is this huge, potentially destabilizing event happening. They find out about it the same way that we do. And that has been playing out. But things are in motion. And President Biden is the only person of authority, federal authority, to have spoken about this at all. We still have not heard from any of the federal law enforcement agencies that he told us are probing this first, which is unusual at this point, 5.5 hours after the event. Trace.
Peter Doocy, live. We'll get back to you as the news warrants. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the president is about to leave Dover and head back to the nation's capital. We do not know the timeline there, exactly when he gets back, but of course, we'll keep you up to speed on his travels and arrival, etc. Martha.
Thank you, Trey. So the FBI and state police are currently investigating a suspicious van in Butler, Pennsylvania. Let's bring in FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan. Stuart, thank you very much for being here. Obviously, there's quite a bit to talk about, and the FBI is now in the lead in this investigation. But, you know, initially, your thoughts on what took place today and how law enforcement and Secret Service performed their duties this afternoon, and then we'll get your thoughts on what this van situation might be.
Well, certainly the men and women on the ground rose to the occasion. The Secret Service did everything that they are trained to do and neutralize the threat as best they can. Certainly, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered with respect to how there was a breach of the outer perimeter where it seemingly was an obvious perch or an obvious location where, if in fact a person gained access and had the weapon of choice, an AR, certainly the president or the former president was within sight to take a shot at him. Martha, I have to pivot, though. I think what we haven't seen, and to some degree, I guess I've been critical of my old agency, the FBI, because of the optics. And what is concerning me now, even as we go close to midnight, is that I know that the protocol in place with respect to an assassination of a president or an attempted assassination requires the president to assemble the director of the FBI, the director of the United States Secret Service, and also the attorney general. And the fact that none of them were brought forth collectively to make a statement to reassure all of us as Americans living here in the United States. And when we talk about a threat to our democracy, there is no greater threat to the destabilization of our democracy than someone who has just attempted to assassinate a former president of the United States. And my biggest concern is the optics that are playing out right now is where are those agency heads? I know Christopher Wray. He's a man of great integrity, but I also know that he answers to the President of the United States. And God help us all that if he's been given a stand-down order not to come before and make a public statement, as I anticipate also the Director of the United States Secret Service, as well as the Attorney General. It would be shameful, and certainly now it plays into whether or not we can trust them to carry out an investigation that measures up to an unwavering,
Yeah, Stuart, let me just jump in for
with
1
respect
second
to the
so I can
integrity.
just let you know that we are going to have, we're minutes away at 45 after the hour. We're going to have a press conference with state police, FBI, and Secret Service that is being assembled as we speak. And you're right. Obviously, we haven't heard from the powers that be on any of this yet. We also can now confirm that the shooter was a 20-year-old man from Pennsylvania. Those are the only details that we have at this point. And there you see the alleged shooter lying on the roof after being taken out by Secret Service. Trace?
I'm just wondering, Stuart, when you hear that we are about to hear from the police for the first time. I mean, it's been 5+ hours now. We have yet to hear anything from the FBI or the local police. So they're all going to group together and we're going to have kind of a group news conference. But I'm wondering what you glean from that. Did they just not have the information? And when you hear the FBI has confirmed that this was, in fact, a 20-year-old man from Pennsylvania, what do you read into that? What should we read into that, if anything, Stuart?
I don't read anything into it. And quite frankly, Trace, look, there was a breach of the outer perimeter, an obvious breach. And so everybody is wondering, the United States Secret Service is great at what they do. How could this have happened? And if it happened, is there a more sinister plot that we are not aware of? And that is why we need everybody to step up and reassure us that this investigation is going to have the level of integrity and trustworthiness that we can rely upon that.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the questions, we got to go, but one of the questions is the line of sight issue. And you look at this graphic on the left-hand side, that sniper, you know, this is almost like Dealey Plaza, the route from the sniper location to where President Trump was standing on that stage. And as one, former law enforcement official said to me, you don't need someone on every roof, but you need to have the line of sight blocked. Have the president standing deep enough into the structure so that that person can't get a sight line on it. And that's one of the many questions that hopefully will be answered in the coming days. Stuart, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Martha, if we can leave that graphic up for 1 second. We see the video on the right, but you look at the graphic on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's important to note that you look at the stage and where it says Trump stage, you look at the shooter's location on the right of Trump. He was hit in the right ear. So as right before you can see the video, he turned from being facing the actual audience, straight out in the audience. He turned his head so that his right ear was on the right side, was on the, in other words, the right-hand side from where the shooter was, or left-hand side from the shooter was looking. That really was the difference. You see that whole line there, that turn of the head is really what made the difference. I mean, because when you turn the head back, you have a lot more area behind your ear than when you turn sideways. And that's one of the things that you think, how fortunate was it at that moment in time that the president turned his head to the right and then was hit in his right ear.
It saved his life. I mean, saved his life. And you look at where these counter sniper teams were on those two roof lines, and we saw the video of the counter sniper team taking this guy out. But, you know, the fact, and you have all these people on the ground who claim that they were trying to alert people to the fact that someone had just climbed up the side of that building. It's just an absolutely astonishing set of circumstances, just absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, it is indeed.
So joining us now is House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Leader Scalise, it's very good to have you with us today. And, you know, obviously, I'm sure that this brings back a lot of memories for you. You have been in this situation where you suddenly hear this chilling pop, pop, pop. And in your case, you were hit in a way that almost took your life. So when you look at what we're talking about here and we wait for this news conference and you've had a couple hours for some of this to sink in, what are you thinking now?
Yeah, well, a lot of those memories come back. When you hear the video, the audio, especially with the pop, 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 it was very similar. The first one or two shots, you're not thinking it's a gunfoot shot. But then by the third one, and beyond, it's clear what's going on. I was hit early off and went down. In the case of President Trump, you could tell when he was hit, he went down to kind of, I think, avoid what was coming. And fortunately, as you pointed out, just that one difference, maybe the turn of the head, made all the difference in the world. And thank God that he's still alive and okay, but it easily could have gone the other way. This is one of those days where, God was on the ball field with me. I think God was there with President Trump. Sadly, there were, other injuries, casualty of civilians that were watching the rally. But, this was an assassination attempt. Clearly, we're going to have a lot of questions. I mean, we're going to have hearings on this. How could you have somebody get on the rooftop? There's reports that people watched him climb up the roof and even alerted authorities, and we're going to be looking into that. How could that happen with all the authorities around, that they missed something so clear that the shooter was able to get that kind of line of sight just 150 yards away from the stage?
Yeah, Leader Scalise, it's Trace Gallagher. Thank you for coming on, sir. We very much appreciate this. I'm just wondering, as you look at this and you understand the FBI and the local police are about to hold a news conference any moment now. We're, of course, going to take that live. You went through this, as Martha was saying. I'm wondering what you're listening for in this news conference, what you think might have prompted this behavior. It happened to you. It's happened again. What are you listening for from the authorities that will give us some indication of what prompted this person to do this?
Well, I want to hear how seriously they're taking this threat. In the case of the shooting on the baseball field, they initially called it suicide by cop. The FBI categorized it that way, and the shooter's intent was to kill every one of us on that ball field, and yet they called it suicide by cop, which offended all of us who were there. I mean, they weren't just trying to kill me. The shooter was trying to kill every Republican on that ball field, and we felt it wasn't taken seriously the way it should have been. In this case, I want to see a very stern and serious focus on finding out, were there other people involved in the planning of this? Are there other people still out there that are planning future attacks? Was it a lone gunman? What were his motivations? How was he obviously able to get access to that rooftop? But I want to see a very serious focus on recognizing that this was an assassination attempt on a leading candidate for president of the United States, and it should be taken that seriously, and beefed up security needs to follow from this point forward.
Yeah, it is such a stunning situation, Speaker Scalise. When you look at this, leaders, please, and you think about the potential for what might have happened here. And I brought this up earlier, but we've been going through a very chaotic period in this election. And over the past few weeks, the discussion has been centered on President Biden and his ability to do the job. And that has been such a really a story that has had so much gravity across the country. And now you look at this, what would you say to the American people tonight when they feel this sense of chaos that I think really hasn't been felt in this country for decades?
Yeah, I think, look, everybody, it's a hypercharged environment, but everybody realizes what's at stake. And, President Trump, I thought the way that he left, showing strength, raising his hand and clenching his fist and, letting the crowd know he was okay, but also letting everybody else know I'm okay, to calm things. Because, the last thing we need is that kind of chaos where potentially the leading candidate for president is not able to follow through. He made it clear he's going to be fine, but he wanted everybody else to know that too. But it just reminds us all, I mean, this is of such a volatile democracy that we live in. And our founding fathers 240 years ago knew that it's always going to be up to us to preserve that for future generations. And there's a lot on the ballot this November 5th, but it's really, what kind of country do we want? Do we want America to still be that shining city on the hill? And, and I think most Americans do. And, I think President Trump showed that strength today that people want, but it's alarming to think we came this close to not having him with us. Thank God that he's okay.
Yeah, I wonder, sir, if you think that this will calm things down. I mean, I know you talk about the efforts to calm things down. I wonder if you believe that it will, or does this does it evoke more anger among the different parties, among the Republicans being targeted, et cetera? What do you think this leads to? Do you believe there is a calm after the storm or the beginning of the storm?
I hope it is going to lead to a calm. I mean, look, for months we've been hearing, that he's a threat to democracy. If he gets elected, we've got to stop him from getting elected, as if there's some evil that would go with it. He was president for 4 years and we had a great economy. We had a secure border. We had peace in the world. So all of that stuff is not true, but that hyper rhetoric has been thrown out there for months. And all it takes is one person who's unstable to act on it, and maybe that's what happened today. But it's still got to stop going forward. We got to lower the rhetoric.
Leader
Scalise,
Scalise,
thank you. Good to have you with us, sir.
Yep.
You as well. Thank you very much. So joining us now is the former head of Presidential Protective Detail for the Secret Service, Frank Loveridge. Mr. Loveridge, I'm sure that this is just so much is probably going through your mind right now as you look at the reaction on the part of the Secret Service and you see that map that shows where this shooter was. Tell me what you think about what played out in Butler, Pennsylvania today.
Well, Martha, thank you for having me on the show. First thing I want to say is I want to just say how proud I am of the shift, the way they responded to the incident today. You watched them, they reacted immediately, there was no hesitation. They moved towards President Trump and they put their bodies between the bullets and the president by putting a body bunker together and then moving the president out of harm's way and extracting him from that situation. So I just want to say I am so proud of the men and women of the Secret Service. With that being said, I also think there needs to be a full after actions review done of the incident. The one thing about our protective methodology is it's not just based on the acting shift that's working the president, but it's all about advance work. And doing the advance work is the most important thing because we win the war before we go to war. And that's the advance work that we do. So there might be some things we need to look at, but I'm not going to pass judgment on them now. But obviously that building was in play. It was 130 yards away. We know that an AR has a 600-yard effective range. So obviously it was in play. The threat was eliminated. So that's a good thing right there, obviously. But we got to make sure that we do the advance. We have the proper assets and the manpower available to do that. And that is what they need to look at.
I think that's the key question right there, sir, is that, and it's Trace Gallagher, by the way, thank you so much for coming on. That's the question. Was there enough assets? Were there enough resources on the site to be able to secure that building? I mean, I know there were people, at least reportedly, who warned, who said, what's going on? There's some guy climbing this building. Do you think that they have the resources in the Trump campaign to be able to successfully thwart these types of threats?
So I don't want to pass judgment because obviously I wasn't involved in the advance itself. But I will tell you that they need to take a deep dive into this and make sure they do have the proper assets for President Trump. Because we can do, obviously, Protective Intelligence Division is going to be doing a threat assessment, and they'll determine whether or not we do have the proper assets involved, because as the threat increases, the assets have to increase as well. So we'll see that here in the near future, I'm sure, based on all the different studies will be done and assessments will be done this event that occurred today.
You know, should there be a different detail, a more extensive detail for a former president? I mean, he has detail as a former president, and now he's also the Republican nominee, going to be designated as such this week. Does that require a higher level? I mean, certainly it seems like an obvious question based on what we just saw today.
Well, I believe they will. We do increase that when a candidate is involved in an election. But the bottom line comes down to this. We see today that we have a serious threat. So I would expect the Secret Service to take the appropriate actions and to deploy the right resources in order to address these types of threats. Obviously, that building, like I said, was 130 yards away. It was definitely in play. A counter sniper from the Secret Service was able to neutralize that threat, which I'm very proud of that. Bottom line is we got to identify the threat before they get the shot off. And we'll have to just take a look at that and find out what happened.
Yeah, so it's interesting because the FBI, the state police investigation, you can see at the bottom of the screen there, sir, they are going to hold a news conference. They're also at a scene where they're investigating this van. It's a second site. The bomb squad is there. When you listen to this news conference, what are you specifically listening for? Are you surprised? They told us that the suspect is a 20-year-old man from Pennsylvania, but earlier they had not identified him. Are you surprised it's taken so long to identify him? And what are you specifically listening for in this news conference that will give you information about where it's heading?
Well, the first thing I would be concerned about is, was this a lone wolf or is this person associated with a bigger cause? Because that could basically decide whether or not we have to be looking for more of these types of events in the future. So that would be the first thing we need to look at. They'll do a thorough background check on this individual. They'll go through every social media account the person has. They'll look at everything about this person and make a decision whether he acted alone or not. I think that's the first thing I'm looking for, to find out if this is a lone wolf or not. Then also, besides that, we have to do everything we can to make sure that there are other people in play, that we neutralize them as well, as far as get them in custody and stop them from any more of these heinous acts.
Well, hopefully we're going to learn more about this man. This 20-year-old lived locally, according to reports in Pennsylvania, and whether or not he was acting alone and what's going on with this van with no license plates. Frank Loveridge, thank you. Great to have you with us this evening. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Joining us now, Fox News contributors Jason Chaffetz and Katie Pavlich. Jason and Katie, welcome back. I know you have been commenting on this throughout the evening, and I'm just watching this video again as everyone is at home of President Trump just pounding his fist. And at this point, for the Secret Service, it's tough for them to keep that body wall around him because he's almost bursting out of it. I mean, this is an extraordinary show of resilience in the face of something that I think most of us, would be hiding behind the Secret Service and just wanting them to get us out of there. Katie?
Yeah, you watch it over and over again, and the shock has not worn off. And not only do you see the president's reaction, but then you listen to the interviews of the people who were there. And you talk to people who were there. I have a friend who was supposed to be sitting in the front row. He ended up not going to the rally, but his friends and colleagues were sitting in the front row. And you think about maybe some of your family members and friends who have gone to these rallies in the past. And we have a person who has not been named who was killed tonight, and two others, according to local law enforcement, who are in critical condition in the hospital. So not only do you have this massive historic event that will shake the country in ways that we will be discussing not only from now until the election, but until the end of time. But you also have this idea of all these people who have watched him in this movement, and the people who have been behind him and how dedicated they are, seeing this attack on them as well. And so he's a man of the people. He's going to be at the RNC. It's going to be amazing to watch on Thursday what the reaction is to him having this comeback after this incident tonight. But it's, as he always says, it's not just about me, it's about you. And I think when you think about the situation and the people who were injured, killed tonight, and the thousands of people across the country who have showed up for these rallies over the years, it starts to feel pretty personal for them.
Absolutely. I don't know if we're going to get more details about the person who was killed and those who are in critical condition right now. These people just went out on a Saturday afternoon to go see former President Trump and to cheer him on, Jason. And this is not a place where anyone's life should be in danger. It's a terrifying situation. And I think, sometimes in the moment you think about covering the story as it's playing out and as we get new details. But this is a really earth-shaking kind of moment in the country. When you look at your phone and you talk to a friend, you hear people buzzing and talking around you, the president has been shot at, Jason. I mean, this is a difficult thing for the country to absorb.
It is, and God bless those three families that one lost their life, two others are fighting for it, and all the family members that'll be affected by that for the rest of their lives. I got to tell you, I'm a bit infuriated though, because as much as I like the Secret Service, this was a failure.
All right. Okay. The police conference is starting. Just stand by if you would. This is the Butler Police holding this conference. We'll see who else is involved. Let's listen. To make sure that everybody's in place here, and they're waiting for the press to enter the room. We're going to all learn together exactly who we're hearing from here. You can see some police representatives surrounding this individual at the microphone. But let's listen. Yep. Okay. So obviously the audio is not working. So we're going to work on opening that up so that everybody can hear what this individual is saying, because we're hoping that we're going to get some information about the condition. Here we go. All right, let's listen.
Deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia. We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done. Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene, who saw anything, who identified any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler. This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that the state police have been in regular contact with the governor's office, and the full support and assets of the entire agency are behind the FBI and our other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. Participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation. To give you an operational rundown, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss the operational portion that's being conducted by the Pennsylvania State Police. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Good evening. So let me describe for you a little bit about the scene that we have over there. As you know, there was a grandstand, a very large area, a lot of people there when this all unfolded. The former president had come out and begun to speak shortly after 6 o'clock this evening. And within about 10 to 15 minutes, a number of sounds were heard, and it became apparent that shots were being fired in that direction. It was a chaotic scene. Law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. PSP had a significant presence on the scene along with all of our federal partners at the time of the shooting. We have since enhanced that presence significantly, bringing in resources from all over the Commonwealth to ensure that we have a speedy, thorough investigation. We are working very closely with the FBI as we work through this. As you can imagine, because of the variety of crimes that have been committed, some are under federal jurisdiction, some are under state jurisdiction. And so, we're working through all of that, not an issue at all. We work seamlessly. But the FBI has maintained the lead on the attempted assassination. PSP will take the lead on the homicide and the shootings of the other individuals in the grandstand area. And so there are a lot of witnesses to be interviewed, a lot of things to be processed. There were some complicators that hopefully the next time we speak, we can describe for you, but some complicators that slowed down some of the processing and the positive identification of the shooter. But know that at this time, we have no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. We are doing everything we can to make sure that this is thoroughly investigated, and that if there is any information developed that anyone else was involved, that between PSP and the FBI, that will very quickly be followed up on. So I think at this time, we would open it up to questions from all of you.
Was this a lone wolf attack?
Again, I think it's too early to say that. We have one shooter tentatively identified, but we're not stopping there. We're following up on a lot of information. It will be some time until we can conclusively say or answer that question.
How long do you think that gunman was hiding up there? I mean, we saw the snipers up there, as the crowds were kind of mulling in. It looked like they had a pretty good viewpoint to check everyone out. So how long had that guy been up there?
Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but
Can you come up to the mic, please?
that will all be part of the investigation. But I can tell you that preliminarily, it appears everything unfolded very quickly. So, again, we'll have more information on that, but it's just too early to start definitively saying this happened at this exact time.
But it wasn't like he was inside the security perimeter, right? That building he was on was outside of the
That's
area
correct.
Usually check. How far outside of it was it?
We'll have that information for you. It was some distance outside of the.
Colonel, can you comment on reports that there were people who saw someone on the roof and tried to alert authorities?
We're following up on those. I will tell you that I am aware of those, and I am aware that law enforcement had responded to a number of reports of suspicious activity. The specific response to this will be all part of the after action, but yes, law enforcement was responding to check on several suspicious occurrences.
What were the other suspicious occurrences?
That'll all be part of the investigation.
So you said that you're close to identifying the shooter. Could you at least confirm that he is from Butler County, Pennsylvania? Is there anything else? Did he have any affiliation with that company, do you know?
So again, we're not prepared at this time to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any further information on the potential.
With the coroner, with his family, or what else needs to be done?
No, it's a matter of doing biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. We're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation on.
Would you be able to comment just what police found left behind? Like any possible devices? Did you find any extra guns? Just anything else you'd be willing to comment?
Not at this time. No, we're still in the process of an active investigation. So we'd like to reserve releasing any information like that until we have more facts.
Today, is there any heightened threat level, credible threat level that you guys were aware of more so than what is typical for an event like this?
From the FBI's perspective, no. We did not have any specific threat information related to this event.
Can I ask, you talked about how it happened so quickly, and we know that there is at least 2 casualties, including the gunman at this point, that we're aware of. It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
More about that and how it was taken
So I think the credit goes to not only the Secret Service who was on site, but also the state and local partners who were there on site and were able to react immediately when the incident occurred.
Do you know how many officers fired their weapons?
I do not.
I understand that it's very early, there's still gonna be a lot of questions, but I mean, is this a failure of security?
Really, at this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were. So really, we can't comment on that at this time.
You can say if Secret Service had checked those buildings or were keeping a close eye or.
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions. Are you saying the location where the shooter was located?
Yes.
I don't have any information on that. You'd have to defer to Secret Service.
When do you think he will release? When will the name of the shooter be released? I mean, any inkling of when that might happen, tomorrow or?
So that'll be as soon as we've confirmed 100%, we're willing to release that. So if we have, as far as the contact information for the press, we should be able to do that within the next few hours, I imagine.
There was a vehicle being checked not far from here. We also heard a possible deleted scene in Bethel Park. Is there anything you can tell us tonight about other areas where law enforcement may be searching in relation to this?
Again, right now, we're tracking down all leads and doing all interviews and tracking anything that we can regarding suspicious locations, vehicles, locations, interviewing individuals. So it's all related to this event, but I can't confirm or deny anything that's going on beyond that.
Can you tell us about the weapon that the shooter used?
As far as the details of the weapon,
Yeah, what kind of rifle was
do you want to
that?
come on that?
What did he use? Until it's confirmed.
Okay, until we have the confirmation of who the shooter is, and we'll release that as part of the investigative details later.
You said that you guys were extra resources, and one of the things that you said was bomb technicians. So is this standard procedure, or do you have reason to believe that there are bombs somewhere in Butler County? Just want to keep walk through that.
It's primarily standard procedure of any suspicious packages. In this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was. And so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene. So I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time. There's-
Secret Service agents here right now for this press conference?
So Secret Service wasn't available for the press conference at this time.
I understand what packages you're talking about. You're talking about packages, but the suspicious packages like one here.
Really anything. I don't have specifics on what they were looking at, but there's people in the crowd will leave bags as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
And how quickly, talk about it, but when you guys jump into action, all the law enforcement and bring them to take down the shooters, how quickly did everybody jump in and who ended up taking it out?
So it was immediate. And we're still trying to figure that out. So we'll wait till we have more definitive information regarding that investigatively.
What about the person in the crowd? Do you have any information about how they were killed?
My understanding was it was from the shooter. But again, those will be details that are released later.
Do you search homes or apartments as a part of your method of identifying the individual?
So if that's where the leads take us, absolutely.
Was Donald Trump hit with a bullet, do you know for sure, or was it potentially something else that could?
I don't have that specific information as far as the injuries to the former president.
I understand you're not releasing the suspect's identification right now, but as you know, is this person known to you guys? Is he somebody that you guys have been looking at, who threats he's possibly made online, et cetera, et cetera?
Again, the information that we currently have, we're looking at that obviously very intently. And as we know that information, we'll release that as well. So we'll need to plan another time for a follow-up press conference. We're looking at all investigative leads and all everything from, and that's why we asked the public, because I'm sure there'll be cell phone video, there'll be all kinds of information that we'll use to fully flesh out exactly what happened here.
I know you're saying you can't say what type of gun it is, but do you know how many shots were fired?
I don't. I don't have that information as far as that. That'll come out in the investigation as well.
Is there an identification tonight on the other victims?
As far as the civilians,
Civilians that were injured and killed.
yeah.
So we do have identification on those. We're not prepared to release it at this time. We have notified a number of family members, but they have not had an opportunity to notify extended family and things. I would confirm for you that we did have one individual killed, and I know I heard somebody say about 2 victims. There were 3 in total besides the former president. So 2 critically wounded, 1 killed.
At this point, you know they were sitting near each other and where in relation to the former president?
I don't have their exact seating by individual. Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but their shots were scattered somewhat, and so they weren't just into one particular location.
You're saying just one fatality as of right now?
Yes,
The shooter and one fatality.
the shooter plus 1 fatality.
Okay.
So there was 1 victim of the shooter who was killed, and then the shooter was killed. Yes, ma'am.
Witnesses say they saw a semi-automatic rifle used by the shooter. Can you share any details of that?
I've heard those reports as well, and again, we do have a good idea of what the weapon was, but again, that's all part of the ongoing investigation. And I'm not trying to be cagey about that. When the SAC talked about the need to be very methodical and to be cautious with that scene, we are doing just that. We don't want anybody else getting hurt. And candidly, there are some concerns that we'll be able to talk more about later on about just what those concerns are and continue to be. That's all part of the investigation.
There are a lot of really angry people. Are you monitoring? Have there been any threats in response to this? Are you worried? Have there been any specific threats?
That's certainly a concern, and we're monitoring that whole situation. I mentioned that we're bringing a lot of assets to bear, and so like the FBI, utilizing their analysts, we also have the Pennsylvania Criminal Intelligence Center. We will utilize the resources of our intelligence division and the Criminal Intelligence Center to be able to monitor for concerns about any threats, regardless of the side of the issue or the political spectrum. We want to make sure that we try and avoid any further violence.
But no, nothing specific so far.
No, sir.
You're not identifying them by name. Can you say anything about the other folks who were injured or killed? Were they adults, men, male, female, anything else?
They were adults, and they're male.
All 3.
Yes.
How difficult it is for your department to know, all your departments get to talk to family members, the civilians who were gunned down while they just went to a rally and try and, celebrate, I guess, the upcoming election. What are those conversations like and how do you kind of get through that?
We have trained investigators, and we're partnered hand in hand with the FBI, again, because we've got some federal violations, some state violations. And so our investigators are going out methodically. We have a large team of investigators that are going out, dividing up these interviews and trying to conduct them as quickly as possible. And then there'll be follow-ups. With the FBI asking for people to call in tips, I have no doubt that we will receive a lot of additional information that will also require follow-up. But again, we're working very well together, and it's only a short matter of time until we get through all of those interviews.
How close and cold was it for President Trump?
There were no police hit with bullets.
From your experience, how close and cold was it for?
I'm not going to speculate or comment on that.
Have any of you talked to the president? Did any of you have any kind of reaction?
No.
Which law enforcement agencies were tasked with securing this particular rally outside of the United States Secret Service?
Well, Secret Service always has the lead on securing something like this, but then they work very closely. And I hate to use the word routine, but it is a fairly routine matter for all of our agencies to work jointly with the Secret Service. And it really depends on the venue, on what information is out there, what number of resources are devoted to it, and we work with them to provide whatever is requested by the Secret Service, but they're the lead in that security.
Was there anything about this venue that made it particularly difficult to secure?
You know, I would defer to the Secret Service to answer that. They would have done the initial assessment.
Was the rooftop part of what was being secured? Was the rooftop, given its proximity to the event, part of that process?
It's my understanding that was outside of the perimeter. We're not going to comment on anything about the shooter.
Did the agency deny Trump's team extra security? Any of the agencies that are out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
If Trump had been the nominee already, would he have had additional security for this event?
There again, Secret Service has the lead, and I'm not going to comment or speculate on what may or may not be provided at any given point, depending on their status as a candidate. What I will tell you is that in my experience, the Secret Service does an excellent job of maintaining security on protectees. They're very cautious. They don't hesitate to ask for resources, and candidly, we don't hesitate to supply those resources.
You're asking for the public's help. Can you elaborate and be more specific about what you really like to see from the public? Is videos, photos, personal accounts?
I think the videos and photos would be very helpful. And I think that once the shooter is identified, anyone that has specific information on that shooter, that would be very helpful as well to help us assess motive. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely not taking for granted that this was a lone wolf attack. And so we would be looking for any additional information that might point us toward anybody else that may have had a hand in this.
Sir, at this point, what is the main focus of the investigation? What's the most important thing for you right now, in a few hours?
Well, there's not any one single focus. I mean, certainly the immediate focus was life safety, getting the former president out of there and to care, getting care to the other victims, and trying to secure the scene as quickly as possible. It shifted then from a life safety priority to then an investigative priority. And so I guess if I had to point to where we are right now, the single greatest priority would be to identifying a motive and whether there was anyone else involved.
We're just beginning the political season. Are you guys concerned with all of these rallies that happen and how they're set up? Is this going to change maybe the venues?
Again, I would refer you to the Secret Service in terms of what they work out with the campaigns. We will continue to supply resources, as I'm sure the FBI will, and local partners as well.
When this was announced, it was quite a few days in the heads up that people get ready for this rally from a law enforcement perspective. When you announce a big event like this, all that time in advance, like a week out, does it give people more time to plan something like this?
Well, I suppose, but there's a balance. I would think that any of the campaigns on either side try to weigh. I mean, the point of them announcing it, I suspect, is because they want the crowd. And so it's not up to us in law enforcement to tell them when they should announce or how they should announce or how they should conduct it. We offer our best advice. Again, working hand in hand with the Secret Service, offer our best advice of how best to secure and protect that venue.
Sir, considering how many people were there, and you have packed in there, and you have somebody in an elevated position with potentially a high-powered rifle, how lucky is it that we were only talking about a couple of victims, as sad and tragic as that is?
Well, we're certainly grateful that we don't have even more victims. And again, in terms of how this could have occurred, that it will be part of this after action report and an investigation that occurs so that we can hopefully ensure that something like this doesn't happen again.
Has an autopsy been conducted yet, or is it scheduled?
It has not been conducted yet. I do not.
If somebody has some videos or photos, where should they send them?
So we have the 1-800 call FBI if you have audio tips, and then we set up a specific tip line for audio and video, and that's fbi.gov/Butler.
And they should send you just like any video?
Anything that anyone has that is related to this incident that they think may be of assistance investigatively, we'll take anything and we'll analyze it, and we'll make the determination if it's of investigative value.
Go ahead.
So from what you can brief on, it sounds like law enforcement only knew he was up there until shots were fired. Is that what you're hearing?
So that is the assessment at this time. That
So are you surprised that a sniper was able to fire off a handful of shots at the former president? I mean,
again, we're still working through the security apparatus that the Secret Service had in place, what potentially happened. That there's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had. All that is really days, weeks, and months of investigation.
he was able to get off like 4 or 5 shots.
It is surprising, but again, to get all the details of that will come out later in investigation.
Going back to the perimeter of this building, I think it's difficult for people to understand that this building with a very high vantage point, some 100 meters away from where this is happening, isn't part of that perimeter. What goes into that conversation over what is in and out and why wouldn't that be?
Again, the Secret Service really needs to answer that question. They conduct the initial site survey. They do the initial security assessments and determine where the different security locations should be. And they're the ones who are in charge of securing the scene. We, along with other state and local assets, are there to support the Secret Service and their mission.
How many troopers and agents were at the rally, obviously before the shooting, and how is that number determined? And should perhaps there have been more?
So I don't have the specific numbers. I doubt you do as well.
No, I can speak just for PSP. We had physically on site there, probably 30 to 40 members of PSP, but we also have additional resources in the area. We utilize aviation, for example, and a variety of other resources, dogs to sweep beforehand that really aren't counted in that. And again, the number is driven by what the request is from the Secret Service. You know, just in their defense, I mean, what I would want to say is it is incredibly difficult to have a venue open to the public and secure that against any possible threat, against a very determined attacker. That's a huge lift to try and do it. And, you know, again, the investigation will really give us an opportunity to take a look at where any failures occurred and what can be done better in the future.
Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, do you know when another briefing might be held?
We don't have one scheduled, but I would tell you we will let you know and give you plenty of notice. Certainly, as soon as additional things develop that would be noteworthy or of interest to you, we'll get that scheduled and have another with you.
Locally, what can residents, businesses expect to happen with the investigation over the next couple of days? Like, what's going to be going on there?
Well, again, the interviews will all be occurring, and so they may see law enforcement in their communities. People came from a wide area to come to this rally, I'm told. So, you know, there's going to be law enforcement fanning out, and as additional calls, photos, videos come in, you know, those additional interviews will result in law enforcement being out in the community conducting those interviews. But otherwise, they really shouldn't see any other significant impact in the community.
Confirm whether it's a male or female, the homicide, the bystander who died,
It's a male,
a male?
yes.
Now, I'm from a European outlet from Poland, and I'm already getting text messages from, you know, back home, and people are asking, how could this happen? What's going on in America? I know that it's a philosophical question, but how could you talk to the people outside the United States about what happened here in Butler?
Well, again, what I would say is a tragic incident that occurred. We're not in a position to start second guessing how or why or anything else at this point. Just know that it will be thoroughly investigated. If there is anyone to prosecute, that will be done, and we'll move forward. But I don't have a good answer for you.
We'll just take one last question.
I know that PSP said that you guys were not aware of any additional requests from the Trump team for security. What about the FBI? Was there an additional request for additional security from the Trump team, and was that denied in any way, shape, or form?
No. No, there was no additional request for security that was ever denied by the FBI.
What does the FBI do in these events? Like, what is your role?
So we showed up after the fact. We were monitoring the event, but it was once the incident occurred that we come and we take the primary jurisdiction for the investigation. Thank you. We'll, as we have additional information, we'll provide it. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Trace Gallagher, continuing coverage of the assassination attempt, as the FBI just said, the assassination attempt against former President Trump. They just wrapped up about 30, maybe 27 minutes of a news conference there. That was the Pennsylvania State Police, as well as the FBI, giving us information. Kind of a rundown of what they said is they led off the news conference by saying there were no other threats. But then they continued to say they have not yet identified the shooter, except to say that he is a 20-year-old white male from Pennsylvania. They are doing biometrics because there was no ID on this person, doing some biometrics, trying to make a positive identification. And then they went on to say a little later, they're trying to make the positive identification because that's what they need to make sure that there are no other threats out there. So a little bit of a contradiction. They do not have a motive yet. They do not believe that there are any other people involved in this at this point in time, but a lot of things could change in that. It's interesting because they said there is no information related to this event, meaning there were no warning signs. There were no red flags coming into the rally today in Butler, Pennsylvania. And now they are asking for help to try to put the whole thing together, meaning they are asking for cell phone video. They are asking for any information the public might have so they can try and piece this all together. It was all on tape, as you've seen the riveting images today. They are looking for more angles. They are looking for more context so they can put this thing together. The shooter you see on the top of the building was 130 yards away. The reporting in the FBI would not confirm this. The reporting it is an AR-style weapon that was used. You hear the shots right there. The question was asked. There were 6, 7, maybe 8 shots fired. Are you surprised that the shooter got that many shots off? And the answer was yes. I am surprised. The question is, what was happening with the response? Was the response delayed? These are things that are part of the investigation. But it's important to note that in all of this, the president, the former president of the United States, is out of the hospital. He has left the hospital. He was shot in his right ear. And if you look at that, as we bring in Aaron Cohen, who is a law enforcement specialist who has joined us many times, you look at what's happening here. And if we can put up, Jay, I'm not sure if we have it, if we can put up the graphic that shows where the shooter was on top of the building and where the stage was in relation to that, there you have it right there. So you have the shooter's location. Okay, and he is to the right. You see the stage right there. The shooter, Aaron Cohen, is on the right-hand side of the president. The president is directly looking forward at the crowd, and then he moves his head left and moves his head right. As he moves his head right, to the right, he is shot in the right ear, right? And you talk about an instance of millimeters, of centimeters, of a very small amount of space. If you don't move to the right, the back of your head is still in that same position, and it gives a bigger target for the shooter. Is this one of those things where, and we'll go into the other details, is this one of those things where this is a very lucky former president of the United States?
Elohim Mistakel on President Trump. God must have been watching down on the President Trace. Snipers typically train to shoot into the cerebral cortex or the cerebellum. It's the top of the brain stem. It decapacitates you, keeps your hands from moving. It's how we train in counterterror. Trump turning to the right. Again, it's about the distance of the shot, 130 meters.
130 yards, yeah,
130 yards. Trace, that's a putt. Anyone can put a 223 optic on a target from that distance and hit. It's not a difficult shot to make. The fact that the president was off to the right If his head had been straight and that round, and I'm going to quote one of my law enforcement associates here, I'm not going to name names, but an 18-year sniper competitive shooter made it very clear to me that had the president's head been straight and that round had gone into the ear, it would have been lights out. The fact that he just happened to be turned this way with that shot coming in is what saved his life. Now, obviously, there's some other failures here. I don't want to start beating down on the Secret Service.
Nor should we,
here.
because we don't know enough.
We don't know enough. The investigation is still being conducted. The body is still warm, and let them do their business. But I will tell you this. The FBI works on what's called a multi-ring security package for the personal protection of the president. They call it the bubble. And what that means is it would take a multi-failure event in order for an attacker to be successful. Part of the reason why the president is alive, and when again the footage is still kind of speckled, it hasn't really been assembled yet, just bits and pieces that we've been seeing online. The fact is that one of those rings, that second or third ring, which is the counter snipers, a surveillance element, those sharpshooters, which you saw on that roof, there's been some footage, ended up sending shots back as quickly as they could and ended up neutralizing that sniper. So hat tip to those guys. A lot of armchair quarterbacks out there beaten up. But what I have heard, and what's interesting to me, is that there were multiple requests made to Director Cheadle to increase the amount of manpower directly around the immediate perimeter of the president. I can't tell you if the levels of protection are higher for a standing president or if they're lower for an out president.
I think they are. I mean,
they
that's the whole thing. And then once he is confirmed as a nominee, and the FBI would not confirm this, nor would the state police. And then once he is confirmed, and we have questions out to the Secret Service, once he is confirmed as the nominee, which would happen this week, apparently there is a more robust presence going forward. So that is there. I'm curious, though, as you look at this and you look at the investigation here, they say there were no suspicious instances. There were no red flags. We talked about that going into this. So nobody was forewarned. And yet that the reporting is they were warned that there was somebody climbing up the outside of a building they call AGR. It's a glass and plastics manufacturer, and they manufacture drinking containers for the most part. We don't know any connection that the shooter might or might not have with that, but we know that this building was outside of the perimeter, the security perimeter. But the building was 130 yards away, and as Aaron articulated there, that is not a far distance when you're talking about a high-powered weapon, and the president was there. It's interesting why anybody would be allowed on a tall building. I have been to a gazillion of these types of rallies. The tall buildings are the first and foremost to always be secured.
So here's my response, Trey. It's a good question because there's a lot of pieces here and it's all kind of floating around. What would be the motive of the Secret Service to not protect every building within all of that vicinity? They want to hit everything. So again, where I'm leaning and where it's taking me to, the response elements were on target. The man was neutralized. They put him down as quick as they could. By the way, less than a half a second in that inner immediate perimeter protecting the president. Less than a second, they were immediately on President Trump, covering him, creating that protective shield. But what would be the benefit of the Secret Service not covering that building where the shot was fired from? So my opinion, and where it leads me to believe, is there had to have been a lack of resources, because what would it have been to put a couple of agents on that building to do what's called sterilize it, so that nobody could get in, nobody could get up, nobody could get around, and then have a couple of those long guns focusing on that building. So that leaves me to believe that there was a failure in the manpower. That's where I'm leaning right now. And had that building been covered accordingly, I believe that shot couldn't have gotten off because it would have been sterile. Now, look, there's paper. There's going to be emails. There's going to be phone calls. There's going to be paper. So let that investigation kind of play out, and then we'll see if there was any major gaps in the security preparation based on those requests.
Aaron, stand by, if you will. I want to bring in former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, as well as former D.C. homicide detective. Do we have all of these people together? Tracy Shuey? Yeah, let's bring in former homicide detective Ted Williams is with us here. And then we also have Kaylee McGee-White from the Steamboat Institute. She's a fellow there. Thank you all for coming on. I want to go to you, if I can, first, Ted Williams, just to pick up very quickly on what Aaron Cohen was talking about. Did you notice anything in the FBI State Police news conference that you found to be interesting? Did you notice anything about any of the talking points there, or maybe the contradiction saying that they don't believe there are other threats out there, and yet they are looking for other information to make sure there are no other threats out there? Ted.
Yeah, Trace, that's a contradiction that clearly needs some clearing up. I don't think they know what they actually have at this time. All they know is that they have a body, that they've been able to identify the body as being that of a 20-year-old. And other than that, they didn't give us a lot of information. But I think, Trace, we have to let this investigation play out. I'm sick and tired of listening all night long to the politics playing in a serious investigation. A former president of the United States could have been seriously harmed tonight, and they need to take that in consideration as a part of the investigation. But when I hear a vice presidential candidate like J.D. Vance come out and blame Biden for this and say that Biden had something to do with this in the sense of his rhetoric, I think that's bull crap. We need to let the volume and lower the volume. What we need and what I would ask is that Trump and Biden get together and that they make a joint statement lowering the volume in this kind of situation, because we got a lot of idiots out here that are willing to take the life of a president of the United States.
Yeah. Pam Bondi, I want to bring you in on this conversation as well. Not really as much in the legal form, but you clearly know the former president very well, Pam. And I want to play some video here because it doesn't have to be, and tell me if you don't have this, Tracy, we can move on to something else. I want to play the video of the shots and the way the Secret Service reacted, and then what happened thereafter when the president actually got up. The former president got up and he pumped his fist, and then he said, "Fight, fight." Can we play a little bit of that if we have it, Jay? Okay, so that's the aftermath. Let's just think it's the aftermath. If you guys can find and flag me on this thing, what I want to ask you, Pam Bondi, is the reaction that we saw today, that we have talked about so much, and the reaction is you saw the former president who was literally just shot in the ear. He was almost assassinated right there. Here's the point. Stop for 1 second, Pam, and let's just watch this as he gets up.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Move. Go.
Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. Get ready.
We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
We're clear. We're
Let's move. Let's move.
We're clear.
Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on in your head, buddy. So we gotta move to the class. Let me get my shoes.
Okay.
Watch out.
Yeah, back to you now, Pam Bondi. This is historic footage we will see again and again to you. The question that I have is, you can see the Secret Service, they react promptly, and they're talking in their huddle saying, "Are we ready to go? Ready to go. Let's move. Are we ready to move?" And as soon as they're ready to move, the former president says, "Let me get my shoes." And then he stops and he raises his hand and he pumps his fist and he says, "Fight, fight." And the chants are, "USA, USA." Are you surprised at any of this? Are you surprised at the reaction of the former president who'd just been shot?
Not at all. That's the man that so many of us know so well and love. I feel like he's family to me. And when I saw that, you know, he said before, he said, the more they come after me, the more I fight. And he wanted the country to know that he was safe. He wanted them to know they did not beat him. And those agents that surrounded him are amazing. The lead agent to his right, the female agent, they have been with him for years, and they threw their bodies around him, not knowing if they could be shot. All they cared about was protecting him. And I guarantee you, Trace, when the head of the Secret Service, when she has to testify, it's going to come out that they had requested more agents and did not get them. And if you remember, Congress, the Democrats in Congress tried to strip him of his Secret Service protection after he was indicted. But that's the man that I know. That's the man that loves this country and is a patriot, and prayers worked. He is safe tonight. But I will tell you, knowing him like I do, I know he was devastated when he learned that so far one person has died at his rally and 2 others are in critical condition, Trace.
It is a horrifying, really is a horrifying scene for America. I said this before on the air. It is a horrifying day, a horrifying scene for America. Pam, stand by. I want to bring in Kaylee McGee-White, because Kaylee McGee, as we look at these videos here, you know, as we talked about this, he said, fight, fight. And what hasn't been covered enough today is that really is a part of his campaign. He goes to every rally and he uses the fight phrase to say to the people in the rally, listen, I'm fighting for you because they're coming after you. I just happen to be in the way. So they're coming after me before they get to you. And this kind of, you know, encapsulates that entire fight theme the president has been working now for the better part of a year.
Absolutely. And this has changed everything, Trace. And with respect to Ted, I recognize the need to lower the temperature of the rhetoric here, but this didn't occur in a vacuum. You don't get to call Trump Hitler for 8 years and villainize him and misrepresent who he is and what he wants to do and expect that there won't be consequences. Of course, we don't know the motivation of the shooter. I agree that we should not start laying blame where it's not due. But you have to understand that this is part of the effort to demonize Donald Trump. And I'll just say, I'm not a MAGA enthusiast. I didn't vote for him in 2016. I pretty reluctantly voted for him in 2020. I didn't support him among the GOP primary candidates this past year. And I now would crawl over broken glass to vote for the guy. And I know that there are many other hesitant Trump supporters who feel the exact same way after watching this and after watching the former president's response, because we understand that this cannot stand. This can't go on. We cannot continue on as a country like this. And there need to be consequences for the people who have helped push us to this breaking point. And you know what? Electing Trump sounds like a great place to start.
Yeah, I want to go around the horn very quickly, if I can, again, back to Ted Williams, if we can bring Ted up again. Ted, does this change the posture going forward of the security apparatus at the Republican National Convention, which begins in Milwaukee tomorrow? Do you think it changes anything? Do they have time to change it, or do we get what we get?
I'm sure, Trace, that they will probably increase the amount of law enforcement present, but it is already pretty much baked in the way that the security will be there at that convention. But I think that this may very well change what happens in the country as these 2 men run for the office of the presidency.
Yeah, Ted, thank you. Back to Pam Bondi now. The political and legal outcry of this, I mean, it appears to me as if the president is going to resonate more, as people were saying, as Kaylee McGee-White was saying, people would walk over glass to vote for him, is going to resonate more. Do you think, Pam Bondi, that he will utilize this or try to forget about this? Does he utilize this to embolden him, or does he try to put this behind him?
He's going to keep fighting. That's what he does. He wants to save our country. I think he's going to go forward. I think that convention, I'm going to be there tomorrow morning. It's going to be on lockdown, as it should. His family, they need Secret Service protection now. RFK, he needs Secret Service protection now. And hopefully the head of the Secret Service, she will listen. And one more thing, legally, Trace, the FBI should not lead this investigation. It should be a joint task force. ATF needs to be involved. State police need to be involved. His local agents, Secret Service, need to be involved. The FBI, they're the ones that tried to lock him up. They're still trying to lock him up. They're the ones who raided Mar-a-Lago. And I think they would agree that they cannot lead this investigation. But President Trump is going to go forward because he has a vision for our country, and he is going to make that very clear at the convention this week, and he's unstoppable. And I think prayers, God, have proven that this week.
Yeah, Pam, thank you. I want to go back to Kaylee McGee-White. Kaylee, because, you know, you wonder about the current president, Joe Biden. He's going back to D.C. tonight. He's leaving. He was supposed to spend the weekend on the beach, going back early. And the word is that he may speak to the nation again, either very late tonight or early tomorrow morning. It appears more likely early tomorrow morning. What is it that he plans to say? Kaylee, what is it that he can say at this point that is going to calm this country down?
Well, I hope that he clearly denounces all political violence in unequivocal terms, no stop. And this is what I worry about moving forward, is I worry about the chilling effect that this is going to have on the entire nation. I think about my own friends and family members and some of my colleagues who were even at the rally tonight, who were pushed aside by Secret Service agents rushing to get to the president. This is going to create fear among Trump supporters, among people who might have been thinking about attending some of these events. And that's what I worry about. And so I think, you know, the former president, in his response, when he got up and he raised his fist in the air and he wanted to communicate that it was okay, that he was okay, and that they would be okay too. And that's a remarkable example of strength that I hope that Americans mimic moving forward.
Yeah, Kaylee, Pam, Ted, stand by if you will. I want to bring in Alexis McAdams, who has been covering this all day long. She was at the news conference in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the state police and the FBI. Alexis, what did you take away from the news conference?
Hey, Trace. Well, what they just talked about a short time ago, the FBI said they have yet to identify a motive behind the gunman here, telling us, which I thought was a little bit significant when they walked out to, I asked again to the state police, how long was the shooter up on that rooftop there? Because it's outside of the security perimeter, but as you've pointed out throughout the night, it wasn't that far away. It's not that big of a building, but it gave him enough of a bird's eye view to be able to try and shoot and kill the former president and also injure at least 2 other people and kill someone else in that crowd before he was gunned down by the Secret Service. This is what they had to say in terms of if this was a big security failure. Watch.
Really, at this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were.
So they are bringing in some intelligence analysts, they're saying. I'm reading it here. Evidence response teams from Quantico. They're talking about, Trace, how this grandstand in that area where this rally was huge. It's a Trump rally. It's in the middle of Butler, Pennsylvania, where Trump's pretty popular here. People were really excited to see him. They waited for hours in the hot, and I mean very hot sun and humidity here in the swing state to try and catch a glimpse of him. So it showed just how big of a footprint this was. So they said it's going to be a pretty big crime scene. They have to now comb through. They're asking people in the community to send in videos or pictures, trying to see if they can, look in that picture to catch something near that AGR building. That's the American Glass Research Building that was outside of where this all went down, but that is where the gunman was able to climb up onto that roof, wasn't up there for very long, we're told, and then fire off some shots. Trace.
Alexis McAdams, very long day for you. Exceptional work as always. Back to you as the news warrants. Alexis, thank you. Now to Aaron Cohen, and I'm wondering, as you see this outdoor venue, Aaron Cohen, it's 4 months, a little less than 4 months to the election. Are outdoor venues for former President Trump done from this point forward?
I don't know if they're done. I just think they're going to have to beef up the layering. They're going to have to get more manpower in there. Again, I'm staring at this thing, Trace, and I'm saying to myself, how was that building not covered? And what would the Secret Service's advantage be to not having a sterile building, all those buildings within the vicinity? It just doesn't make sense to me. So obviously it's a manpower issue, if I had to guess. Secret Service is one of the best protective law enforcement agencies in the world in terms of track record, in terms of manpower, and they get better and better every year. We've got a ton of Spec Ops guys who've dumped into the Secret Service for their CS or their counter sniper programs, all these protective programs that they offer now. And I know how good these guys are. And for me to look at this right now and see that ear get hit is mind-blowing to me. And I cannot think that it's an operational issue. It has to be a manpower issue. So as far as events coming in the future, maybe things are going to quiet down in the immediate, but these things can be expanded and contracted like a movie production. So I wouldn't be surprised if it expands very quickly moving forward, especially the convention that's coming up.
Yeah, by the way, the video you're watching on the left-hand side of your screen, it's 2.5 minutes, like 2 minutes and 28 seconds, and it's from the shots being fired until they get the former president into the vehicle to leave. We should note the breaking news now, reporting from ABC that former President Trump has arrived at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey about 6 hours after the shooting at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, meaning the president is been released from the hospital. He appears to be doing very well. He is boarding a plane. He is likely to go back to Florida and then will make his way, we are told, to the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. I want to bring in a witness. His name is Ben Schrader, and he was about 12 feet, 4 meters, so 10, 12, 13 feet behind the person who was fatally shot. And Ben, if you can give us an idea of what you heard, and when you heard it, what was the reaction you saw around you?
Yes, thank you very much for having me. I was in the special guest section of the event. I had the pleasure to meet the former president moments before. I hear a pop, 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 pop. I turn around and I see this individual. I could really not see much, but I could see lower body and legs, and it was not good. I've never seen somebody been shot before, and it was very rough to see. And I turn back, and the first thing I see is the president holding his fist up to the air, and I honestly didn't think he had been shot. At the time, he looked fine. He looked just as strong and happy as when I first saw him. So it was truly a shocking incident and horrific.
What we couldn't see, Ben, and maybe you can give us some insight on this, because in the FBI news conference with the state police, what they were saying is that after the rally was over, there were so many bags and stuff left behind, they had to treat all of them as if there might be explosives inside. What was the reaction as you looked out into this crowd, as the bullets were fired and people realized what was going on? What was the reaction behind or in front of the former president at the crowd, Ben?
The crowd was confused. Myself, when I heard it, I know what gunshots sound like. I ducked down right away, but a lot of people thought someone had snuck fireworks in. And also, you have to take into account there was no cell service because everyone was on their phones. So that it's all rumor in the crowd. There is no actual information. So people are getting up on chairs to look and thinking that, okay, everything's fine. And then slowly people started to realize, okay, everything's not fine. And when President Trump put his fist up, everyone's scared and very excited. But it was confusion at first. And myself, my whole goal was, I need to extract from the location, make myself the smallest target, and get out. I imagine many people, as more panic spread and as more knowledge of what actually happened spread throughout the crowd from the section that I was in, that people would abandon things that, it's your life or a bag.
Yeah, and very quickly, Ben, I know you're quite lucky as well. You were only 10, 12 feet behind the person who was shot. Did you know immediately what was happening, Ben?
I did not. So they were directly behind me. When I heard those pop, pop, pops, I was thinking something was very wrong and some type of gunfire had gone off, but it sounded very quiet. It did not sound, part of me was afraid somebody in the crowd maybe had pulled out a handgun or something like that. But when I turned around and I saw the individual and please, I wish only the best of health to them, and please, a great recovery to the president. But when I had turned around, then I knew something was very wrong. And I yelled shooter. And I think that a lot of people didn't realize till they looked. And right away, I have to say that the response around the president was phenomenal. I mean, they were on him in an instant. They surrounded him. And then moments after the person was shot, sort of a tactical team men with body armor, helmets, rifles came up into the stands and were going around. And only later would I find out that the building a short distance away, swarming with all of the tactical soldiers, was where the actual sniper was.
Ben Schrader, thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for coming on. We appreciate it. I want to bring Pam Bondi back in very quickly now, former Attorney General of Florida. And Pam, I don't know if you heard the breaking news. We were just saying that Trump has arrived at Newark Liberty Airport a short time ago in New Jersey, about 6 hours after the shooting at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Are you surprised that he's going back to Florida? Do you anticipate that he will take maybe a day of R&R before he goes to the RNC?
Trace, you clearly haven't met the man. Absolutely not. He is going to go nonstop. I know him. I know the first thing he's going to want to do, reach out to those families of the injured and the deceased, because I know he's devastated by that. He's going to go nonstop. And let me be clear, too. The RNC will go on as planned. When I say lockdown, security is going to be top notch now. I think the Secret Service will be given more help. And I want Director Cheadle of the Secret Service to answer why that hasn't been given so far. But I think the RNC is going to go. I'm going tomorrow morning. I think everyone I know who was planning on going, they're still going. It's going to be a successful event because Donald Trump is unstoppable. We're all going to stand by him like he stood by the country.
And Kaylee McGee-White, to you, does this change? Does this change the program? Does this change when he announces the vice presidential pick? Does this change anything going forward for this convention?
I don't think it changes his plans. However, I do think that it has widened the Republican Party's umbrella even more. I think that one of the effects of this is that the social taboo of supporting Trump is going to become now non-existent. And I think of my own demographic, young voters, we really only remember Obama, Trump, and Biden. And we've had a remarkable political, peaceful few years up until this point. Now you're going to see a large swath of young voters become galvanized, because I'll just say, as a young voter myself, I am legitimately worried that I could be a part of one of the last generations to see a strong and stable America. This is a terrifying moment for our country.
Yep.
And so I think that that is going to be one of the consequences moving forward, is that a lot of voters are going to start thinking about this in the long-term sense.
I think that is a very proper assessment on that. Kayla McGee, we'll get back to you as the news warrants. Meantime, let's bring in retired NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor Paul Mauro. Paul, as you listened to the news conference tonight by the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police, was there anything that stood out to you at all? Did you grab one piece and think, I find it interesting? Let me tell you what I found about this. They started off, and I was talking to Aaron Cohen about this, by saying, we do not believe there are any other threats out there. And then they came back around and said, we are looking for videotape, we're looking for information, we're looking for the identity so we can rule out if there are any other threats out there.
Yeah, so obviously those two things are internally inconsistent. There was something that jumped out at me, actually, and it was something that Colonel Bivens said, which was that in trying to identify the perpetrator here, they had several complicators, which was a word that kind of jumped out at me. Apparently, they ran into some sort of turbulence as they were trying to identify him. Reportedly, he had no ID on him. There are fingerprint analysis tools, I should say, that could identify him right at the scene, the portable little things that can work for you. But apparently that didn't work. He may never have been printed. They said they were going the DNA route. Maybe they're going to try to match him to a family. The other thing you could do is a facial recognition. You try to run facial rec on him to see if that pops. If you've ever had a driver's license, that could work. I think what they're having trouble with here is just some basic backgrounding that normally falls into place a lot more easily. And I think that explains the delay in why we didn't get a press conference for 5-6 hours. I was commenting on that they need to come talk to us because for all we know, this is part of some wider conspiracy. But it looks like they have more questions than answers right now, if indeed the name that we're hearing is even accurate.
Yeah, and again, we're not going to name any names until the FBI comes and tells us who this person is. But when you get this name, when the identity is confirmed, Paul Mauro, what's the first thing you do? Do you do a full and thorough vetting of his social media footprint? Do we delve into the people he hangs out with, the groups he's associated with? Is this all part of the ongoing investigation?
Yeah, it is, of course. And, they're bringing the resources. They have a task force, it seems, set up. As AG Bondi said, that's the approach you want to take here, because you have both federal and state crimes. You have federally, obviously, the fact that they shot, or he shot, I should say, at a former president. That puts you in federal land. But then you also have the fact that he has killed somebody who was there, who was not an official, and wounded others. That'll be handled at the state level. So the whole task force is going to go at this thing. One of the complicators that I think he's probably alluding to is that if, in fact, they do have the correct ID, you can't just go charging into his home or his car, et cetera, without being very circumspect. Guys like this very often set up booby traps and things like that. We've seen that kind of thing in the past. We don't know if he has accomplices. We don't know if there are other things going on that may be happening in other areas. You got to really assume the worst and go in very carefully, or the story that's already bad could get a lot worse.
Yeah. And lastly, Paul Mauro, I'm wondering if the news conference, and we get maybe tomorrow morning they come out and give us some more information about this. If you get the information and the identity, is everybody fair game who's connected to him? I mean, is everybody going forward worthy of at least a look, a glance to find out where their ideology or their loyalties lie?
The limiting factor there is going to be our legal system, because you have to pass muster with a judge to get things like search warrants, even federally. Now, you can do things like national security letters, which are an accelerator on that, but I don't think they're going to go that route. I think this is going to be something that's going to be handled as a criminal investigation. And so you're going to have a judge who's going to bless whatever they do, whether it's subpoenas, search warrants, et cetera. That's going to be the limiting principle. And so somebody that, has a casual relationship with this person should not have anything to worry about. I'm sure this is going to be done. There's a lot of scrutiny on this. So I'm sure that they are going to cross their T's and dot their I's. But I would mention that I'm glad that Representative Comer has said that he's going to stand up an investigation here too, because conspiracies flourish in a vacuum. And the last thing we want is there to be outstanding questions here that we never quite get answers to, that we never quite get to. I'm not telling your audience anything new when I say that there is some distrust these days in some of the federal agencies. You don't want that here. You want answers that are factual wherever they lead. For whatever side it comes out on, doesn't matter. We need to know the truth. That's the key.
Quickly, are you calling for another lead investigation unit to be on this and take the FBI out of the picture and bring somebody else in?
Well, right now, the FBI would have the ticket because you do have that federal crime, right? The fact that they were shooting at former President Trump. So I don't think I would go that far. But what I would say is this, because Representative Comer has this investigation already apparently in his sights, he can demand briefings. He can bring it in the FBI and say, look, you have to testify to us. And if he's not getting that, we're going to know about it. So I guess what I'm saying is that, look, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here, but you do need a watchdog. And I'm speaking actually on behalf of many of the good FBI agents that I know. I hear this myself. We need transparency on this, because without it, you're going to have those conspiracy theories.
Paul Mauro, it's always great to get your insight. Thank you for coming on, sir. As we get Paul Mauro and get his insight, it is now 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. It is 10 o'clock at night here in Los Angeles. And we will get you up to date, because the breaking news continues. The FBI, the last hour, and the Pennsylvania State Police finished their news conference, lasted about 27 minutes. And they said that there was no red flag, no information that led them to believe that this incident might happen today. Again, there's a lot of focus being placed on a building that was to the right of the stage of where the former president was holding his rally. That building right there is a glass and plastics factory. They make drinking containers in there. And that is where the shooter was, as they said, the shooter was taken out. He was killed on that building just seconds after he fired what many are saying at least 7 or 8 shots toward the president, toward the crowd on the stage. That location is 130 yards from the stage where the former president was located. And the reporting is, and we have not confirmed this, nor has the FBI confirmed this, the reporting is that it was a high-powered semi-automatic weapon, for lack of a better term. And as we've talked to some of these experts like Aaron Cohen before, we know that that weapon has a range of 400 to 600 yards. 130 yards is well in that range. It is highly lethal at 130 yards. There is the video of what we believe to be the shooter who was neutralized, was killed on top of that building. So the breaking news, and we have not confirmed this, but reporting it, is that the former president has arrived at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. Fox has not confirmed that. ABC is reporting it about 6 hours after the shooting at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And with that, I think it's important to bring in Fox News medical contributor, Dr. Jeanette Nesheiwat, to give us an idea, because are you surprised that if in fact he was released from the hospital, Dr. Nesheiwat, this point in time, that he's getting on a plane and likely going back to Florida to get ready for the Republican National Convention? If you were a doctor, would you say, yep, all that is fine?
Hey, Trace. Well, you know, President Trump is very tough and he's very resilient, as you saw him get up right away after he was struck. But personally, I would want my patient to be observed for a little bit longer. But what we see happen, we saw that most likely the bullet grazed his ear. From the pictures of what we saw, the external part of his earlobe was swollen. It was edematous. It looked like he had what's called a hematoma, a collection of blood within the ear, and some tissue damage from the bullet. So most likely what happened is after they conducted their initial assessment and the primary survey of what had happened, checked his vital signs, his airway, his breathing, checked him from head to toe for all entry and exit wounds. They probably put in an IV, gave him some pain medicine, started him on some antibiotics, cleaned his ear, cleaned the wound, and had a surgeon or a specialist come and repair the damaged tissue, whether it be internal or external surgical repair with stitches, with sutures, and probably, again, put him on antibiotics, make sure he has his tetanus shot, and have close follow-up with him. So with President Trump, no, I'm not surprised. He's, again, very tough, strong leader. Not surprised to see this from him, but I probably would want him to take it easy and relax a little bit, because after all, Trace, we are all human. This is a very shocking thing to happen to anyone. You know, when it first happens, our adrenaline is pumping, our body enters into fight or flight mode. And I think it's reasonable just to take it easy for a day or two.
Yeah, we've got the video on the left-hand side of the screen. This apparently is the Trump arrival video at the airport in Newark, New Jersey. And again, we don't know if he's going back to Florida. We don't know if he's we don't know if he's going to go someplace else and do something else, because the campaign has not released any of that information. Would you recommend that maybe the best advice would be to go directly to the point, go directly to the venue, and maybe get any rest and relaxation right there instead of bouncing from state to state?
Yeah, you know, ideally, it would be a good idea to rest and take it easy, because it's not just the physical trauma that we're looking at. It's also the mental and emotional injury. You know, PTSD can happen to anyone. But again, you know, Trace, we are looking at President Trump. We know that he is a very strong person, a very strong leader, and he cares about what he's doing. He cares about this country, and he's not going to let anything stop him. I do hope once he gets to his final destination, he will be able to get some rest and hopefully, you know, be prepared for the days that we see in the future, the upcoming days. You know, and I do pray, you know, for him to have courage and resilience to move forward. But it is reasonable, and I would hope that he does take some time to rest and recover.
Yeah. What about, I mean, and not to put your psychology hat on or psychiatrist hat on here, Dr. Nesheiwat, what about the trauma, you know, the fact that there could be, you know, the president clearly was in a very rough time today. What do you make of that? Does that also take some time to be able to get over that, to be able to go to the next rally, to be able to go on stage the next time?
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone handles shock and trauma differently. For some people, it may be an initial shock and trauma that it takes time for it to register, for what happened to them to actually register until they realize, whoa, did I almost just get killed? I almost just get assassinated. And so everyone is different in how they handle trauma. It may be initial symptoms that we see, and it may not hit them until days or weeks later. Again, everyone is human, and everyone has emotions, and everyone has times in their life where it may be very challenging and difficult. That's why I'm happy for the fact that President Trump has surrounded by loving family and immense support. He is a strong person. I know he will get through this. It's reasonable if he needs to, be seeing his doctor for follow-ups and wound checks and that sort of thing. Again, we're all human, and I hope he gets all the care that he needs, whether it's physical, medical, or even just, even talking to someone as a little bit of therapy, if you will.
Yeah, it really is. It's exactly right. Dr. Jeanette Nesheiwat, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you for your insight. We appreciate it. I want to bring in retired NYPD Lieutenant Joe Cardinale and bring in Aaron Cohn along with him to give us kind of a better perspective on where we go forward. Joe, I'm sure you saw the FBI or parts of it, the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police news conference a bit earlier tonight. And I'm wondering what you think of what the information they are releasing. Do you believe they might be withholding a little bit of information because it hasn't been vetted or they're not quite sure yet? And what's the next step in this investigation in your assessment, Joe?
I believe they're holding back, and I believe rightfully so. I think they have a lot of areas that they have to address first, like, who his associates may be. They might be getting search warrants for areas that they have to make sure that they don't tip where they're going to. So, the element of surprise is on their side right now, but I think they know who this person is. I think he is identified at this point. And I also think that, what Aaron said before, with the way this was handled, that's going to be handled later on. They're going to assess everything like they do every major incident in this country. This one is more, more out there than anything we've seen as of late. But I have questions about the perimeter as well. I think Aaron referred to the inner perimeter. That's the outer perimeter on this as well. That building was well within that other perimeter. And it should have been addressed. And I think the manpower issue is exactly what you're looking at right now. I think this team needs more manpower. I think they need a pre-assessment team to go in there again on all these open sites. And let's remember, Trace, we're dealing with President Trump here. Yeah. And how many times has his team told him, Mr. President, this isn't a good idea. Please, let's not stop at this area. And he stops at it anyways. He's the people's guy right now. Everybody knows it. He loves it. He thrives on this. But it puts an element of risk over there that everybody has to assess on the go. They have to keep going. They have to try to assess these things. But this is an event that they probably had I know they had the team there beforehand. And I think that given the manpower, they could have went a little further with it, but they had to focus on the stage and focus where the president was and put the manpower to that area. Right. And, I was at the RNC at Madison Square Garden, and, you're asking what's going to happen next at this, what do you call it? Event that's coming up in the next couple of days. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, a lot of work goes into it. We had the dignitary protection teams who are assigned to all different people, and there's a lot of work that goes into this. This particular time, I think you're going to have a lot more work going because of this attempt.
Yeah, but Aaron Cohn, do they have the resources to do a lot more work? I mean, you've got 24 hours to really beef this plan up, if you plan to beef this plan up, or is it one of those things? Because we know that the FBI and local security is very good at securing an indoor venue. They're very good at it. They've got these magnometers. They've got all of this stuff to work on their behalf. It's securing outdoor events. So do they have to go the extra mile to secure the Republican National Convention?
I think that there's a lot of eyeballs on this attack, and I think the U.S. Secret Service is going to kick it up. I think every resource is going to get dumped in and beefing this thing up, escalating all the layers. I agree with everything that the gentleman just said here. There's the investigation is the active piece here that's has to be handled very carefully because this is so high profile. But I almost think the president loves it. You know, I heard the doctor speaking before, you know, throwing the fist up. I think he wants to get out there. I think he sees this as an opportunity. And he knows that this is just one of those waves that he's got to ride. I mean, he's the master at this PR wave. But we need to be careful, and he needs to be careful with his safety. And if I was handling that detail, I'd be throwing every dollar and every body I could at this thing. By the way, there's CAT teams or counter assault teams that were responding. I saw them get up on that roof. Not just that, and then the CS teams or the counter sniper teams that inner perimeter trace. Hat tip to those guys. In less than a second, they jumped on this president. Yeah. You know, this ain't the movies. This ain't the Bodyguard with Whitney and Kevin. You know, this is the real thing right here. And that round comes in, and all I have to say is thank God his head was turned. But let's let them do the investigation. Let them peel this thing apart. Let them figure out who this wacko is who fired the shot, who he's connected with. If there's any other tentacles that lead to any other potential attacks that are looming for these events coming up. We're getting closer and closer to November. Let the federal government do what they do best. The FBI investigates fantastic, one of the top agencies. And the Secret Service, regardless of the failures today, long gunning presidents is a historical fact that happened with JFK. I just wish there was more footage so we could debrief that thing. But, you know, Trump's going to just keep doing his thing, and all the power to him. But let's get this security where it needs to be, and let's figure out who that idiot is and start letting those tentacles expand so that this investigation can shut down any potential future attack.
And I wonder about that, the shooter, Joe, back to you now, because it's interesting is when you get this identification, and some believe that they've got the identification, they're just not ready to release it. And are they, or will they, might be a little bit reticent to release this because they might find something that could be politically inconvenient for, you know, some side of the aisle? Is there always some type of hesitancy to release information that you know that one side or the other could take and use for their political benefit?
I mean, that's always the back of the investigation as far as I'm concerned. Right now, what they have to do is if they have this, I know they have this individual identified at this point. What they're doing is they're going through his background, not just his social media. They're going to get to the house. They're going to do a search warrant on the house. They're going to secure as much information as they can, get laptops, get the computers, get every piece of social media that they have on this guy. And then they can start letting information out, because you get one shot at these investigations to get it right, because everybody's watching you, and you want to get it right to the point that it doesn't happen again, and that you said you covered everything, all right? I don't like everybody bashing the FBI with this, because as it was said before, there's a lot of good players out there, and they're doing their jobs, and they're doing everything that they have to do, and they're taking a bum rap from everybody that gets on here and starts ranting and raving about the FBI and about everybody else. Listen, we work with them very closely through the Secret Service, through the FBI when it comes to dignitary protection. Emergency service in the NYPD is well trained with this. It's a matter of protocol. Over here, you had a couple of lapses, and it may be because somebody did not give that protection. That's up for Congress and everybody else to determine right now. But let the FBI, let the good people, the men and women out in the FBI and law enforcement in Pennsylvania do their job. Let's not press them. When the time comes, I'm sure you'll get the information that everybody needs. But this is their investigation, and it's on a need-to-know basis. And right now, there's a lot of things the public does not need to know.
Yeah, it's good advice. Joe Cardinale, thank you so much. Aaron Cohn, stand by. If you would, let's bring in some witnesses. Hannah Ondulich, you can tell me if the name is wrong, Hannah, but Lauren Blake and Jack Bauman. Thank you all for coming on. To you first, Hannah, I'm just wondering if you can kind of tell me what you saw and where you were and what you thought when this first happened.
Yeah, so I was in the lawn and I pulled out my phone to start recording a video. And I thought of what I think a lot of people thought was the first shot I thought was a firework. And then I looked away and I looked back and I heard more shots and I saw former President Trump go down. And then everything just turned into complete chaos. You know, we all went to the ground and we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know how many shooters there were. We didn't know what to do in that exact point in time. But I think I speak for everyone whenever I say that it was pure shock, and we didn't understand what was going to happen at all.
Yeah. I can understand that. If I can have my team put their names back up so we have, make sure we're correct on who's who. Can we put these names back up in the teleprompter, please? Yeah, because it's interesting when you go over this and we talk to somebody who was about 12 feet in front of one of the people who was shot. And you look at this, Lauren Blake, and you think, you know, that is as close as you ever want to be to something like that. Where were you and what did you see?
Yeah, so I was with Hannah in the lawn and we just heard the gunshots and we got down to the ground. There was people panicking, people jumping over each other, crying. I was nervous that the shooter could possibly spray out into the crowd because, you know, he doesn't like the president. He doesn't like us, former president. So I was just nervous for everyone's safety, including the former president's.
Yeah. And when did you realize the former president was safe? And how did you respond to the way that he reacted, Lauren?
Whenever everybody was exiting, we were all kind of unsure of his well-being. We were all kind of talking, saying, what did you see? Is he okay? Is he badly injured? And the overall consensus was that he was doing okay and he was being taken away.
Yeah. Jack, when the crowd started chanting USA, USA, were you among them? Did you look at the crowd and think, what is happening here? The president is fist bumping us. He is pumping his fist and he is saying, fight, fight. Were you among those in the crowd chanting that, Jack?
I mean, honestly, it was a bit exciting in that moment because we didn't know what else was going on. But we thought him going down, we thought the worst. We thought it was a little more worse than it actually was. We didn't know how close of a call it actually was. So when we saw him get up and throw his fist up in the air, it was almost rejoiceful that he was up and he was okay.
What about you, Hannah? Did you think when the former president went down, and we're kind of showing the video here, when they finally brought him down, did you think maybe this is a lot worse than we first thought this is?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was fatal or not, and I also didn't know that there were other casualties going on. I thought the shots were going all directly to him, so that I thought the worst that could possibly be happening. But whenever he stood up and he told us to fight for our country, it was really rejoicing in the moment.
Yeah. What do you think this does, Lauren, to the former president? How do you think that the country looks at this from here on out?
Yeah, I think that it definitely makes Trump supporters more passionate about him. I'm sure it makes people a little bit angry that this is happening. It's such a close call. And I think people are upset that it was such a close call and that this was able to get so close to being fatal.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah. What about you, Jack?
I mean, I'm really glad that everything went the way it did with President Trump. I'm really sorry about everything that happened to the victims there and all the families that were affected. I think going past this, I think we need to remind ourselves that we're all one country. We're all one people. And we got to remember we have the same common goal, and that's the greatness in America. We need to be great, and we need to bring it back.
Yeah. Jack, Lauren, Hannah, thank you all for coming on. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Meantime, we want to give you an idea of some of the reaction that people are talking about that's handling social media, all of the stuff that's been happening over the past 6, 7, 8 hours. And with that, let's bring in Anita Vogel. She's got more on this. Anita.
Yes, Trace, a reaction, as you can imagine, is pouring in from all corners of the globe tonight, from political friends and foes alike. Former President Obama, who has had major differences with President Trump over the years, saying this on X, quote, "There is absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't yet know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt, and to use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery." Former President George W. Bush, along with his wife Laura, putting out a statement thanking the brave men and women who protect political figures. And from President Biden, Trump's opponent in this election, earlier this evening taking to the podium and denouncing the shooting.
Look,
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
We know the two men had a phone call earlier tonight. We hope to hear more details about that later on. There were also well wishes from the leaders of Japan and Australia and the newly elected Prime Minister of the UK, and from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, writing, quote, "Sarah and I were shocked by the apparent attack on President Trump. We pray for his safety and speedy recovery." And from Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House and one of Trump's most ardent critics in Congress. She says, quote, "As one whose family has been the victim of political violence, I know firsthand that political violence of any kind has no place in our society. I thank God that former President Trump is safe. As we learn more details about this horrifying incident, let us all pray that those in attendance at the former president's rally today are unharmed." We know there is heavy security around Milwaukee right now on the eve of the Republican National Convention, including fencing and barricades closing off streets. We don't know if there is any additional security, but we can only imagine it will be extremely tight. And there are various media outlets reporting that New York police have increased security around Trump Tower and other New York landmarks because, Trace, there is just a heightened sense of alert now.
Well, you got to believe when you look at Milwaukee and you look at the Republican National Convention that there are some people who are going to be up all night thinking, okay, have we got this covered? Have we got this covered? Even if they're not going to change the plan, it sounds to me like they're certainly going to go over it. They are going to go over it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that every detail is covered and then there are no gaps in that. Fair
They
assessment.
cannot afford any slip-ups at this point, not after what happened yesterday.
Yeah. Anita, great to see you. Thank you. Let's bring in former U.S. Marine veteran Chad Robichaux. Chad, it's great to have you on. I just want to know what you think. I mean, you've kind of been watching this coverage all day. You see, we had pictures of the former president getting on a plane to go, we don't know where because we haven't been told, but to apparently go somewhere. Chad, what do you think about the day? What's your big thought on this? And when you first heard about this, what struck you?
Yeah, well, first I want to say, I'm so thankful that President Trump is okay. I mean, right before the shot went off, you've seen him tilt his head like 1 second before, and I think it's providential that would happen. I thank God for that. Secondly, I want to say to anybody else involved in this, any nefarious actors in this that's behind the scenes, look, a quote from Theodore Roosevelt, it's going to take a lot more than that to kill a bull moose. President Trump is a bull moose, and he and the American people will not stop fighting. This will not deter the American people to continue fighting to restore America to the nation we love. What I've seen today is something that should never happen in a free country, should never happen in America, to where any political opponent would face something like this. Democrats, Republicans, left, right, we should all be speaking out against this kind of violence against a political candidate. President Trump is not a former president only. He's the leading presidential candidate. He deserves the best security. So to answer your question, what stood out most is why that shooter would even be in that roof. Before a personal security detail is conducted in a place, there's a security vulnerability assessment. Anyone would have looked at that environment and said, where are the vantage points for a shooter to be? That rooftop was only 130 yards away, an easy shot for even a modest shooter. And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but maybe it was didn't have the manpower. But someone in a detail should have identified that rooftop and said, this is a vulnerability spot. We need to secure this threat with a clear vantage point, a plain, clear line of sight to shoot the president from this rooftop. And that building should have been secured, or a counter sniper Overwatch should have been on that. They had civilians telling police officers and Secret Service members that a man was crawling with a rifle. Some civilians are saying that he was up there for 3 to 4 minutes. I applaud the Secret Service for what they did today to get President Trump safely out of there. But someone needs to look into why did a shooter get on that rooftop with a clear vantage point to where he was standing on that podium. That should never happen. Anybody that knows anything about security vulnerability assessments would have identified that building as a vantage point and a threat and address that ahead of time. And that's
What
a big
about-
question needs to be answered.
What about the report, Chad, that it was identified, that some people did actually try to point that out, saying that there was somebody climbing up this building? Do you think it was ignored as nothing? Do you think it was just it's something they didn't have the resources to handle? Or do you think that somebody assessed that it wasn't that big of a threat?
Yeah, again, when you look at something like this, you get not just the former president, but the leading presidential candidate for this upcoming election. And they should have all the resources, all the manpower to be able to address something like this. And if they identified this building as a vantage point, then it should have, I mean, I could just look at it from a map. Anybody can see it. You guys put it up several times today. I mean, even an untrained person should look at this and say, yeah, if I was a sniper, if I was a shooter, if I want to do harm to the person speaking on that podium, President Trump, this is where I would be. And, the Secret Service is very trained in this. They should have had all resources pointed to that threat and either secured that rooftop to where it didn't have access or had a counter sniper element right on top of that. And he should have never gotten on that rooftop. And, thankfully I'm thankful that the Secret Service counter snipers shot him and killed him. However, there should never been shots fired before they shot him. He should have never been there in the first place. And anybody that knows anything about these security vulnerability assessments should know that. And the Secret Service and anybody involved in the detail should have to answer for that. Because, we have a long time ahead of us before the election. And, President Trump is someone that's going to be targeted. And unfortunately, that's just a reality.
Yeah. Chad Robichaux, your insight is valuable as always. Thank you for coming on, sir. We appreciate it. I want to bring back in Kaylee McGee-White. And Kaylee, we were listening earlier to Alexis McAdams, and she was reporting, or actually it was Peter Doocy, who was also reporting that President Biden is planning to take down a lot of his advertising, a lot of his campaign ads for at least the next couple of days. Do you think it's a good strategy? Do you think they're doing this in deference to the former president and what happened today? Or is this something that potentially could be a problem for the campaign?
Well, I think their motivation is to avoid making themselves look politically bad in what is clearly a very tense environment. And, to be frank, I don't really want to be lectured by President Biden about political violence when the man got up on a stage last year and smeared half the country as semi-fascist for supporting Donald Trump. I don't really want to be lectured by the likes of Barack Obama and the other leftists who, quite frankly, have encouraged and sanctioned political violence on their own side for the past several years. They refuse to condemn the Black Lives Matter riots. And we look at the pro-Hamas riots on college campuses very recently, when Democrats have actually been given the opportunity to do something about political violence on their own side, they just sit back and watch it happen. Most of those pro-Hamas protesters who stormed Columbia University, for example, the charges against them have been dropped by Alvin Bragg, an elected Democrat. So that is something that the Democratic Party and the left is going to need to reckon with as we move forward and look at the environment in which this happened.
Yeah. And I wonder on the flip side of this, Kaylee, if you look at some of the images today that you talk to some historians and they will tell you that these images are indeed historic. And when you saw the president, putting his fist up in the air and saying, fight, fight, you will see that again and again and again. Is it something, do you think that the Trump campaign would utilize, or do you think they want to move past this? Is this something they should move past and move on to getting back to the campaign itself?
I think that this will become the defining image of the 2024 race, and maybe not by Trump's own personal choice. I'm sure he actually would prefer to talk more about policy, but because this has become so representative of what he's facing, not just as a candidate, but as a human being. And I think that when Trump focuses this back on the American people, as you mentioned earlier, when he says, I'm in the way, and they actually want to do this to you too, that strikes home for a lot of people tonight. That image is going to resonate. I get goosebumps every time I see the clip of him telling his Secret Service agents, wait, let me speak. It's striking. It will be the defining image of this campaign. Absolutely.
You talk about the defining image, and I think the one image you were talking on the left-hand side of the screen, Kaylee, and on the right-hand side of the screen, we had the president. We had him, looking up with his hand up, and then there was the American flag behind it. I'm not sure if we have that to go back and put that full screen, but it was one of those things. There it is, right there. You have him like this. You have the flag up there. I wonder if you look, you look at history and you look at what is emblazoned in the memories of Americans, that image is going to be among them, Kaylee.
Absolutely. And even consider the crowd's reaction when they saw Trump raise his fist. Their immediate reaction was to start chanting USA. These are patriotic people who love their country, who want what is best for their country. And I think that's why it's so disturbing to see efforts by Biden and others over the past several years to demonize Trump supporters, because we're seeing the fruits of that play out right now.
Yeah, and does the demonization, does the villainization stop right now? Does it stop, and does it have to stop for both sides? I mean, do they have to actually get down to policy issues instead of name calling and lawfare and the rest of it? Do they actually have to get down to campaign stuff and go forward with, here's what I want to do, here's what you want to do, let's let the people decide?
I hope so, because our country desperately needs it. But the problem is that the Democrats have launched an entire campaign on fear-mongering and rhetoric about the end of democracy as we know it. They haven't talked about policy, because Biden's policies have not helped Americans. They have focused his entire campaign on Donald Trump, fear-mongering about him, what he represents, what his agenda is. And this is the result. And so Americans need to wrestle with that. And I hope that the Biden campaign really takes a step back and does some serious soul searching about the message that it has been platforming for the past several months, because we do need to lower the rhetoric. We need to lower the temperature of this country. And until that happens, I really fear for the future direction of the country.
Kaylee McGee-White, thank you again for coming on. We appreciate it. Very quickly, back to Aaron Cohen here, because we were talking last night. At this time last night, Aaron, you and I were on this very same set talking about the potential ceasefire, the framework for a ceasefire in Israel. And here we are 24, 25, maybe 26 hours later. And it's interesting that that story has won. There's been no remedy. There's been no conclusive answers coming out of there. But that story has been put on the back burner.
Well, that's because of what we're seeing right now.
Right.
Obviously, this assassination attempt right here by this shooter. It's interesting what Kaylee was just speaking to. There's some connective tissue with me between some of that rhetoric, or a lot of that rhetoric that comes out of Hamas, with the rhetoric that's been directed at Trump. Tracy, man, I don't get too political. I stay in that tactical world. That's kind of my beast. But the fact is that when you systematically go after someone like President Trump with this name calling, as you just said, and you start pointing your finger and attacking him and spreading almost a propaganda, if you will, it begs me to believe that you're destined to see something like this pop out of the woodwork, by taking all those young minds and twisting them against Trump and creating that rhetoric and that propaganda and focusing, 8 years on this guy. You're going to have whack jobs popping out of the woodworks who are going to start to believe that propaganda.
Believe they're doing believe they're doing the right thing, because they've been told so many times that, this person is a villain. This person is Hitler. This person is bad. And if this person gets in office, and it looks, in the past 10 days, it looks like more than ever, this person is going to get back in office, you think this person is evil and it needs to be.
That's right. And it metastasizes, as we see here. Potential. Listen, I'm not going to unravel the investigation with you. There's a lot of pieces they're holding back, but the fact is, like you said, you call the guy Hitler for how many years? You demonize his audience, which is how many millions of good Americans who just want to see what's best for the country. You start pointing your finger at all the people that voted for him, and then you wonder how long it's going to be until someone like this idiot pops out of the woodwork. But the problem is that, look, there's a lot of guns in this country, and legally they can be purchased, and I'm a fan of the Second Amendment, but the fact is, between all the politicking, all the name-calling, all the rhetoric, and all the propaganda, to me, it's almost just a question of time until you have one of these kids, like we saw with the Free Palestine movement, like we saw with Antifa back in 2020, the BLM movement, all this stuff starting to pop out. It really doesn't take much for one idiot to fire a round from a .223 rifle at 130 yards and then missed the president within a matter of millimeters.
Right.
And at this point, I got to say to myself, they've got to come together and knock this nonsense off, try and pull this thing back together and get back to the issues like you said.
And how many times did we talk to young people at these pro-Palestine, anti-Israel rallies on campuses where they had no idea what they were talking about? They didn't know what it meant to say from the river to the sea, and yet they said it again and again and again, and had no concept
That's
what they
right.
were talking about. They were there because they thought in their mind's eye, or somebody told them that this was the right thing to do. And that's kind of the same thing we're talking about here is that it's, you know, it's easy to believe, maybe if you're young and uninformed, that this is the right thing. This is the right fight.
That's right, and it's that impressionable mind, that undeveloped mind. The common thread that I've
Hold on
noticed-
1 second. We want to do this. So the FBI, I'm being told, has now identified the shooter. Do we have the identity? Can we have this? Okay, so here we are being told this with the FBI. Let me just read this right here. The FBI has identified, the name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. He is 20 years old, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the subject involved in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. This remains an active and ongoing investigation, and anyone with information that may assist with the investigation is encouraged to submit photos or videos online. And while we're talking about this, let's bring in former U.S. Army Reserve Captain Abe Hamadeh on this. I think it's important, but to you first, Aaron Cohen, it seems to me like everybody who's got this information now of a Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20 years old from Pennsylvania, is now going over and looking at his social media footprint and trying to find out who he was involved in, what exactly was his ideology, if any, and what his background was, because that's kind of what we can do nowadays.
Well, we just profiled him based on the age in the last 30 seconds that we were talking. He's 20 years old. It's impressionable. He's physical. He's a male. He's white. He had the capability of being able to get up on that rooftop. Again, very, very disturbing that it wasn't covered, that particular building. Not going to point my finger at the Secret Service, but as the FBI continues to do their investigation, and I agree with the former detective that you had on, let them do their job. Most of these guys are very well, highly skilled, very good agents. They mean well. They've got a lot of tools in the kit, and they're going to continue to unravel based on search warrants and subpoenas that are going to get issued. They're going to start tapping. They're going to start looking at the cell phone records. They're going to start peeling away all of those layers to figure out who he's connected to, if he was acting alone, what his belief system was, to try and figure out what those motivators were that got him out on that rooftop on the day. So the fact that the FBI released this, to me, that's a sign. They realize that there's a lot of eyeballs on right now, and I think that they understand that transparency is really, really important, especially with the fact that Donald Trump is as boisterous as you can be. And so I think they're doing it right to try and get this information flooding as quick as possible.
I wonder if you would concur with that. Would you agree with that, Abe Hamadeh? What's your thoughts on this now that we know the identity, the 20-year-old alleged shooter, the shooter who was dead, Thomas Matthew Crooks? What do you think of this, Abe?
Well, Trace, first of all, my prayers go out to the victim's family who was in the audience watching President Trump. You know, these are just patriotic Americans going out there supporting President Trump, doing their civic duty and getting themselves involved in the political process. It's an absolute tragedy. My prayers go out to President Trump and his whole family. And, you know, he's taken he almost took a bullet for the American people. But I do agree with Aaron. If you look at, it's a little early to see, but clearly we know this is a security this was a total security failure. I mean, we had reports of people identifying this suspect on the rooftop and pointing them out to local law enforcement and possibly the Secret Service as well, and how he had access to get to that rooftop with a gun, climbing the ladder to set up and to take a direct shot is very concerning. And I do think that after all of this is said and done, future events, especially the RNC convention next week is going to be a lot higher security measures are going to be put in place. But you know, the profile of this individual, a 20-year-old, male, it's interesting how much damage some kid can do, where you can almost take out a former president. So I look at our adversaries right now, they're watching very closely here in the United States. It seems like we're in political chaos all the time. So we really need cooler heads to prevail right now and calm the temperatures.
Do you think the identification of this shooter could be politicized, or what am I saying? Of course it's going to be politicized. Do you worry that it's going to be politicized to the nth?
Well, I think it's important to know if whether the rhetoric on the left has caused some of this, possible assassination justification. So that's what concerns me. It could also possibly bring others who want to do this, because and you saw Biden just took down those ads that he has playing are very much about threat to democracy.
Right.
So it would motivate people to try to take out someone like President Trump. That's what concerns me. And these are young, impressionable people right now, and politics seems to be infiltrating every aspect of our minds. So it's scary, but we have to be on guard at all times. And this is a very polarizing nation that we face right now.
It's interesting, though, because you talk about threat to democracy, and it has been the common phrase used by the Democrats toward the former president. And then you had some leading Democrats and some leading Democratic writers and people in the party saying, yeah, we really never thought he was a threat to democracy. It was just, kind of a thing. But it's dangerous. I mean, you can't just keep saying somebody is a threat to democracy and somebody is Hitler and somebody is this without somebody believing what you're saying.
Absolutely. I mean, they reap what they sow. And right now, even Biden himself has been using this type of rhetoric, and he's the sitting president of the United States. And whether he's using this rhetoric because he actually believes it or whether he knows it helps him electorally, it's dangerous. We have to go back to, how this country is supposed to operate, where we discuss and debate on the policies, not try to lock up the former president and use the lawfare. I mean, right now, our country looks like a third world. We have the president being locked up, the conviction, and now we have an attempted assassination. This is not a good look for the United States on the global stage right now. So, I think our adversaries are watching this very closely, and I hope everybody in our government realizes the seriousness of what's happened today.
Abe Hamadeh, thank you. Appreciate it. Aaron Cohen, stand by. Let's bring in former New Jersey Police Lieutenant and retired Navy Intelligence Officer Steve Rogers. Steve, thank you for coming on. I'd like your thoughts. I know you're listening to the conversation. What are your thoughts on the identification now of the shooter? Again, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the subject, and quoting here from the release, as the subject involved in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. And it adds the caveat, this remains an active and ongoing investigation. Anyone with information that may assist with the investigation is encouraged to submit photos or videos online at fbi.gov/Butler or call 1-800-CALL-FBI. The FBI said during this whole thing that they needed some of these videotapes. They needed some of the videotapes because they wanted to put the rest of the pieces together. And so tell me, sir, do you think that, that this is critical to get all of the context, the entire picture?
Yes, it's very critical. And now identifying him will make it much easier for the FBI to track down people that he may have associated with, worked with, family members, etc. But we got to keep in mind that he didn't wake up this morning and decide to do this. Apparently, at least in my mind, there was some reconnaissance done. He knew exactly where to go. He knew exactly who he was aiming at. He knew exactly that there was going to be a clear view between him and the former president of the United States. So yeah, there was a security breakdown, hopefully lessons learned. But more importantly is this: we find out that in the overwhelming majority of these cases, somebody else knew something, whether it be through internet chat, through it be having him discuss something like this with a friend, a relative. So down the road, I'm sure as the police begin to interview people, they're going to find out that perhaps someone else may have seen something but didn't say anything.
Yeah, and that's my question to you, Steve. The next one is, if you continue this investigation, where's the first place do you go? Do you go to his immediate family? Do you go to his closest friends? Who are the first people that you're interested in talking to find out more about this person?
Well, you start at ground zero. That's the home. That's the family. They know his movements. They know who he associates with. They know his behavioral pattern, and on and on and on. So you start with the family, and then you extend out to friends, maybe work relationships, etc. But ground zero is critically important. Neighbors may have seen him acting differently. Where did he get the gun? all kinds of questions and dots need to be connected. But at the end of the day, they're going to find out exactly who, what, when, where, and why.
Can I stop you right there, Steve? Because when you talk about where he gets the gun, couldn't they have, and maybe they have, don't you think, in a matter of moments or minutes or maybe a couple of hours, identified where that gun came from, right? Is that a fair assessment?
It is a fair assessment. I'm sure they have a lot of questions answered, but not releasing that right now. I believe that they're probably concerned about if he had any involvement with anyone else, especially in the planning stage of this. So they got to be real careful before they release any information. And you could bet your bottom dollar that the National Joint Terrorism Task Force is very, very involved in this.
Meaning what? In what capacity?
Well, ideology, for example, we're going to learn about his ideology. Was he radicalized? Did he, in fact, work alone? These are questions that they need to answer in order to find out what the motive is.
Yeah, but you talk about ideology, and we have done this over the course of a lot of different crimes over a very long period of time, Steve. And you wonder, you're 20 years old. It's hard for a 20-year-old to really build up this, this ideology or of some sort.
Well, I don't think so. Maybe years ago, yes, but all you see, all you hear, all you read about is these groups coming into the country. They're on the internet, radicalizing a lot of young people. And it has been said over and over and over again, these young people are impressionable. And what do they hear? What do they hear on the air a lot? What do they hear coming out of the mouths of politicians? The demonization of the opposition. I mean, this man, Donald Trump, has been demonized by the courts, by the Congress, by the present president of the United States. I mean, I could go down this long list of unnecessary demonizing him and his followers. So our government leaders have to wake up, and they have to realize that they're just causing a firestorm to begin to develop in this country that we're all going to regret. So it's time to calm down, and maybe people ought to just slow down and start working together to heal the country instead of divide it even more.
Steve Rogers, thank you for coming on, sir. We appreciate your time. Aaron Cohen, is he right? I mean, is this exactly, because you spent a great deal of your career profiling. It's one of those things is you're trying to identify if this person means harm to somebody.
I think there's been a systematic effort to demonize Trump. And I think that's exactly what it is. And I think we're seeing the fruits and the results of that demonization for almost a decade, metastasizing, coming to fruition, landing on a weapon in the hands of a 20-year-old shooter who got up on that building. It was the perfect storm, if I had to venture a guess. Not enough manpower and Secret Service personnel dedicated to that particular security detail. But like the gentleman just said, the lieutenant, all that stuff's going to unravel. There were emails, conversations, all of this stuff, the home, the investigation with this kid, the family, all that stuff's going to get peeled back. We're going to find out exactly who this guy is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not that sophisticated. The reason why I'm saying that is because any idiot who's stuck on TikTok staring at that phone, which is being funded by countries and by adversaries of the United States, dumping that propaganda into their brain, all of a sudden, we're seeing this unfold with the Free Palestine movement. We're seeing this unfold with kids across the internet where they're getting their education from. And it's a very powerful psychological tool.
So TikTok, social media is their ideology to speak of. That's where they get their information. We know that's where the lion's share of these young people are getting their news is from TikTok. 15 seconds of this, 45 seconds of this, a minute of this. Is that kind of where you're leading?
It's a very powerful psychological tool, Trace. It's almost a CIA grade infiltrator, if you will, and you nailed it. It's these short bursts. The attention spans are low. Anybody can cut a video on CapCut now or on TikTok. I've been staring at this stuff for a while, and I've seen the effects that it's had on Israel with anti-Semitism, with this pro-Hamas rhetoric that's being dumped out. It'd be interesting to keep tracing those threads to see who's financing all of that material that's going out. University professors for the last decade brainwashing these kids into complete idiocy, running around, setting up encampments, and now you've got this. You got to think that it's all connected with this cell phone, which again, this is a CIA-grade infiltration device. It's so easy to manipulate those algorithms and build shooters, build killers. And it doesn't take much, again, like we said, for that 130-yard shot to put those dots and just, thank God Trump happened to be looking this way, because anyone with any basic sharpshooting or sniper education can tell you, based on that video, that had Trump been staring forward, he might not be with us today.
I wonder if Jeanette Neshawat, the doctor, would like to join this conversation, because it really is interesting. And I don't know enough about social media to just cast aspersions and say, let's get rid of the whole thing. But I'm wondering what you think about that theory, Dr. Neshawat, the fact that, social media, at the very least, in all of this, is having an oversized impact on our young people. We know that much. I'm not saying it's negative or positive. I just know that it is oversized.
Absolutely. I think social media has had a tremendous negative impact on all aspects of society, especially our younger generations. What happens is, especially those who may have underlying mental or emotional issues, they become alienated. They feel rejected. They have a sense of anger and hostility towards others. They don't have the coping mechanisms to handle their stress and their anger. And sometimes we see that manifest with violence. We see that they are just withdrawn from society. They are withdrawn from their family, from their friends, from their community. And sometimes they are just obsessed with violence, and they don't have any other outlets. And it's unfortunate, because we see a common behavior. We sort of see a common theme among these mass shooters, among these assassins, among these violent people. Sometimes they're just, lunatics and violent political lunatics, but sometimes there's this underlying mental health component, underlying substance abuse, whether it's drugs and alcohol, which will further exacerbate any underlying undiagnosed mental illness. And so it's just a vicious cycle in society. We see Starbucks and McDonald's in every corner in this country. We need easy access to medical care and mental health access to help put a stop to this. And yes, we need, in my opinion, I think social media should be banned to all teenagers, to all young children, because it's done nothing but harm.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons we bring Kaylee McGee-White on is because she's young, is because she is a political reporter. She is a political analyst. And I'm wondering, Kaylee McGee-White, to you, as you watch and listen to this conversation, I'm wondering if you think that that's a fair takeaway. You think that maybe social media is being somewhat villainized, demonized? You use the word, I mean, other things, weaponized. What do you think, Kaylee?
Social media has only ever had negative effects on my generation, Generation Z, and it's exacerbated problems that people my age were already experiencing. The sad reality is that many Gen Zers and younger Americans are completely unmoored from any sort of moral grounding. They're floating in the others, and they have no idea what to believe or why they believe it. And that makes them ripe to be radicalized. And unfortunately, we've seen this play out over the past couple of years on college campuses across the country. They do become radicalized by extreme rhetoric. And we don't know the motivations of this shooter. We don't know what his political affiliations might be. But certainly this is an overriding problem with my generation.
But is it safe to say that you believe that in some capacity, just like we've seen in all these anti-Israel protests on campus, Kaylee, across the country, and we talk to these young people and they don't really have a basis for why they're out there? They just were told to go out there and they decided to go out and join this group or whatever. You think we're talking about the same, in essence, the same type of feeling, the same type of drive for these young people?
Right. And in this case, I certainly don't believe that you can spend 8 years fear-mongering about Donald Trump and his supporters and threatening that another return to the White House by Trump would be the end of democracy as we know it, and not expect some people to actually take that seriously. It turns out that when you fearmonger, people actually do listen. And in this case, there have been absolutely disastrous results.
Yeah. Kaylee, stand by. Aaron, are we on the same base here?
Yeah, 100%. I think she nailed it. I believe that social media has been weaponized via the cell phone with one of the dumber generations of kids. In fact, what's interesting is as I run my little profiles on the Free Palestine movement, now that I'm looking at this new shooter who's just been released, and I'm going to start digging into him once we're done here, the less they know, the crazier they get. The less they know, the more boisterous they are, the more they talk, the more they post videos. And I think back to what the doctor was saying, I think there's a need to connect to something. If I was to put together a sort of an intelligence-based profile for the purposes of preventing another potential attack like we just saw, you got to understand who the people are that are pulling the trigger. And so if you've got an army of these drones starting to rise up now because of all this anti-Trump rhetoric, and it's being delivered to millions and millions of users who are getting dumber and dumber by the minute with these 15-second clips, you know, it doesn't have to be Hamas, Trace. It doesn't have to be 25 or 40,000 militants ready to take down Israel. You've got a problem here that's emerging and that's growing, and I'm sure the FBI is going to start looking. I'm hoping they will, and they're smart because they're one of the best investigative agencies in the world. Start really profiling what these kids are popping up to be and how to prevent that from starting to continue to fester.
Dr. Neshawat, he called your name and asked if you wanted to weigh in on this, and I mean, I think you kind of did. But do you think we're going down a dangerous path here?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Mr. Cohen. He's so right. And this is why it's so important to have a doctor, to have a pediatrician, so that we can start with the foundation and look to see early in life. You know, for example, someone who has schizophrenia, you tend to see the signs and symptoms of mental illness and diseases and patterns of behavior early in life. So we can start to make a record of that, to track them, to make sure that we can try to control their symptoms, to try to manage their stress, to try to manage whether it's bipolar disorder or schizophrenia or anxiety or depression or some sort of type of compulsive behavior, that we can identify it, manage it, so that that person doesn't go off on the wrong track and doesn't go off killing people and hurting others. So it's a matter of really having a doctor that follows you, that takes care of you, having a good family social support system, and people in the community. If you see something, say something, keep an eye out. If a teacher sees something that's off with their student, say something, talk to the parents, talk to their doctors, get these people the help that they need early so we could at least try to mitigate any type of negative outcomes that we've seen today. Unfortunately, the loss of an innocent bystander and 2 people critically injured. And, you know, I am grateful to God that we didn't lose President Trump and he was mildly injured, but, you know, things could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, we've got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the show. We'll continue the coverage all night on this thing. The FBI, for the breaking news, has identified Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20 years old, of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, as the subject involved. And this is how the FBI categorized this tonight. In the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13. We can tell you the former president, has now left the hospital. He was checked out. We saw him, video of him arriving at the airport in Newark, New Jersey, and we do not know exactly where he is going, but apparently he is flying somewhere. Maybe it's directly to the Republican National Convention, maybe somewhere else, but the former president has been checked out by doctors, and he appears to be fine. And that's what his team is telling us, and that's what his doctors are saying, because they released him. If we can go around the horn one more time very quickly, 30 seconds each. Aaron Cohen, your final thoughts on what you witnessed today and the fallout you're seeing tonight.
I saw a man in his 70s get shot, an attempted assassination. It grazed his ear, threw his fist up like a beast, got extracted, and then however many hours later, he's on his way to his next location to continue. And I say, you know, hats off to him. I say, don't pull the trigger quickly on the Secret Service and their response. All of this starts from the top down. Make sure that manpower was in place. If it wasn't, we're going to find out very soon. That'll be part of the investigation. And I say, let the FBI continue to unravel this case with this kid.
Dr. Neshawat, anything that bothers you about the way the former president was handled medically?
No, he's a tough person. I just hope he rests and takes it easy, because I don't want him to develop any type of complications from this ear injury, like balance issues or dizziness or infection. But all I can say is I'm so grateful to God that he's okay. I pray for peace. I pray for courage and resilience, not only for President Trump, but for our entire nation, because this doesn't just affect him, but it affects everyone, the bystanders, the audience, and everyone, in the country.
Kaylee McGee-White, I've got 15 seconds for you.
I think that the American people want some answers, and I think they also want some consequences. And I do think we're going to see a rallying effect around the former president by many, many Americans who would not have considered themselves Trump supporters before this, who want to make sure that he gets both answers and consequences.
And we will have continuing coverage on the assassination attempt against the former president. Breaking news coverage continues with Eric Shawn and Arthel Neville. I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles.
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
There's new focus at this hour in the shooting of former President Trump, and that is on the government. A 20-year-old young man from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks. At this hour, authorities have not yet said why he apparently opened fire, what led him to do this, and how he was able to try and kill a former president. Mr. Trump confirming he was shot in the right ear, but he's okay. He was treated at a local hospital before returning home in New Jersey. You see him here in video we have obtained from his campaign, descending from the stairs of his 757 airplane at Newark International Airport. Officials now confirming at least one member of the crowd tragically was killed in the shooting, at least two others critically injured. Hello, everyone. This is continuing coverage of the shooting of the former president at the rally in Pennsylvania yesterday. I'm Eric Shawn.
Hi, Eric. Hello, everyone. I'm Arthel Neville. So again, we know the shooter is also dead. He is 20-year-old Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. The Secret Service says he fired multiple shots from an elevated position outside of the rally from the roof of a nearby office building before he was killed by agents. The FBI, who is leading the investigation, is calling this an attempted assassination.
We had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well.
Now, President Biden spoke with Mr. Trump after the shooting and denounced the violence in an address to the nation.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people who, and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to give, if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think it was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about was the security failing, Mr. President?
Okay, so the Trump rally shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, of course, sending shockwaves around the country and across the world. And for the very latest on Trump's condition and what this means for the Republican National Convention on Monday, let's go to Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Arthel, with streaks of blood cascading down his face, but a defiant fist raised. The former president was eventually ushered off a stage after an attempted assassination at that rally in Pennsylvania Saturday. As you pointed out, the gunman who tried to assassinate Mr. Trump had positioned himself on the roof of a manufacturing plant more than 130 yards away. That's a little bit longer than a football field. Mr. Trump grabbed his ear, then hit the deck, and then was ultimately ushered away safely. Now, on Truth Social, he recalled the shooting, saying, quote, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized that was happening. God bless America." Now, from the White House to Capitol Hill and beyond, as you pointed out, globally even, prayers and well wishes have been pouring in for the former president, including from his chief political rival, President Biden.
The idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
Former President Obama echoing that sentiment, writing in a statement, "There's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't yet know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics." On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson and the House Oversight and Homeland Security Committees announced late yesterday that they will conduct an investigation into the shooting, with both committees summoning Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle. The FBI has still been looking at this, and they will continue to study what happened here today in Pennsylvania yesterday. But we do know this: the Republican National Convention will go forward as planned, Arthel.
Oh boy, it's definitely, as the former President Obama said, time to come together. And of
Indeed.
course, we're very glad that former President Trump was not, it could have been a lot worse, and we're very thankful that it wasn't. Kevin Corke, thank you very much. Eric?
Well, since President Biden spoke, officials have confirmed that it is an assassination attempt, but what's behind it? Federal agents are working to learn more about that suspected gunman, Matthew Crooks, and the 20-year-old's motive. Pennsylvania police sharing limited details on the active investigation. They had a news conference wrapping up a little while ago. Fox's Anita Vogel now in Los Angeles with the very latest on that. Anita?
Yeah, hi, Eric. You know, this is going to be a huge federal investigation with multiple branches working and the FBI taking the lead role along with the Secret Service and state and local law enforcement. We know the FBI has released the identity of the shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel, Pennsylvania. And we can only imagine that authorities are right now combing through his social media to find out more about who he is and who he might have been associating with. Here is part of what the FBI said in their press briefing just about an hour ago, a couple hours ago now, about the challenge of securing a large open facility.
It is incredibly difficult to have a venue open to the public and to secure that against any possible threat, against a very determined attacker. That's a huge lift to try and do it. And, again, the investigation will really give us an opportunity to take a look at where any failures occurred and what can be done better in the future.
We know the shooter was shot and killed by the Secret Service, and reportedly an AR-style rifle was recovered at the scene. The shooter was able to fire multiple shots toward the stage from that structure outside the secure area of the rally. And we have this from the BBC, who interviewed a man at the scene. He says he saw the gunman minutes before shots were fired climb up on top of a building just outside of the event. And the next thing he knew, he heard shots ringing out. So there are a lot of questions tonight about why the roof there was not swept. Were there drones in the air looking out for anything suspicious? As Kevin just mentioned, the House Speaker Mike Johnson is saying the House will conduct a full investigation, and the House Oversight Chairman is also calling on the Secret Service Director to appear for a hearing on July 22nd. So we will see what happens there. And there will be a massive effort here to find out how something like this could have happened. According to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, he says, quote, they are taking every possible measure to ensure security for the campaign after the Trump rally shooting. We know that there is heavy security around Milwaukee right now on the eve of the Republican National Convention, including fencing and barricades closing off the streets. We can only imagine the security there will be extremely tight. And there are various media outlets reporting that New York police have increased security at Trump Tower and other New York City landmarks because, Eric, there is just more of a heightened sense of alert right now.
Yeah,
Back to you.
There definitely is. Anita, thank you. Marthel?
Well, Eric Bernard Zaper, he's joining us now. He's a former special agent and faculty associate of Arizona State University School of Criminology and Criminal Justice. You heard Anita Vogel mention in her report that there are so many questions. I want to know what questions you have at this point, and also, if you would walk us through what the various law enforcement agencies have been investigating in these, 8 hours since the shooting?
There's so much information that there's going to be a matrix of peeling the layers back. Everything the individual, the suspect himself, and the rings of association from family throughout his entire life. The firearm itself, anything that was recovered is going to yield much. But everything in this threat management environment, such as this, it yields the assumption that it's going to happen at every event. And so every possibility has to be exhausted. And so the Secret Service has a tremendous history of ever developing and responding to past learning lessons. After the attempted assassination of President Reagan, for example, there was a great investment in threat intelligence where they spent a considerable effort in developing a way to analyze threats proactively, but also in addition to response, to base every event on the assumption that there is going to be an attempt.
And sadly today there was, and the shooter is dead. So who is the next most critical person or people authorities might want to speak to find out who this man was and why would he want to try to assassinate former President Trump?
Well, besides care for the victims and the former president, obviously to understand that it stopped with the shooter who was dead. So immediately, law enforcement's entire response is to make sure that this is not a multiple-headed dragon. It seems in some of the presentations here that they're probably confident that there's not anything glowing in terms of conspiracy or other actors, but that's going to be the immediate concern, that there isn't something broader at hand here. And until that is completely exhausted and they have satisfaction, that's when they'll speak to it and speak to, say, for example, the acts of a single person. In this case, this young man who did this horrific act, an act that threatens a democratic republic such as ours. But until they exhaust that, that is going to be the priority. And they will learn everything about this individual, his associations, and any potential motivations and intent. Ultimately, the person who committed this act is the one that knows why. We may never get the satisfaction as to motive and intent because it might reside and have ended with him.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, law enforcement, they've known the identity of the shooter for a while. We have now been reporting since the beginning of this hour. He's 20-year-old Matthew Crooks from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. even if he was working alone, how can law enforcement, step up security and increase intelligence to sniff out would-be copycats?
Well, again, they're going to do a deep dig, and they're going to make an analysis right now. I can tell you with certainty that law enforcement has a tremendous amount of information on the suspect. And in addition to that, there has been a very quick analysis of any shortcomings in the security plan, the threat management, the response, the evacuation, and they will build on that larger. There'll be a lot of emphasis on this. These things are generally analyzed by committee, as happened in previous events. They know a lot of information right now. More will come in the next couple of days. It'll make a very clear picture, but at the same time, the threat is assumed at every event. And so that's why every possibility and advantage that an individual could have has to be thwarted with that expectation, with good coverage, exploiting every technology, every human resource, in addition to the proactive threat management.
Of course, and here we just the Republican National Convention. I mean, this is a 4-day event that's going to start Monday. You've got 50,000 attendees expected there. Thousands of protesters, I understand, are expected to march nearby Fiserv Forum on day one. So how does the assassination attempt change security protocol at the RNC in Milwaukee?
Well, I can tell you, I was on the committee for the RNC in 2008 in St. Paul, Minnesota, and there was a tremendous amount of proactive investigations that led at least 6 months to a year ahead of time. And there were 3 real disruptive attempts, including the use of explosive devices, actually fire devices, Molotov cocktails by anarchists that were coming to Minnesota for the purposes of disrupting the RNC or attacking candidates or their motorcades. And so this is the highest security level event. It's a national special security event. It gets a lot of resources. And I'm confident that the level of security here would defeat any attempts such as this, because it has a completely different profile. However, any event where you have a candidate for the presidency of the United States, a former U.S. president, has to elevate to that level, such as today.
Does it strike you? Absolutely. Does it strike you that this shooter is 20 years old?
It's concerning that anybody does this. It's concerning that any American would do this, because obviously we have adversaries around the world. There's very specific international adversaries to former President Trump. But for it to be domestic, of course, is of special concern. The fact that it's somebody young, I think that young people and older people can be radicalized in a false ideology by false exposure to social media, by the erosion of the patriarchy. They get an ideal in their head. And, if you look at most evil acts that are done with some type of false justification, people feel righteous in their horrific actions. And my guess is this person felt like he was righteous in what he was doing, which is the biggest tragedy of all, because you have victims there that were Americans expressing their pride in our country, supporting their candidate, and at least one lost their lives, and there's a ring of suffering from the families. And then also the people that witnessed this. Ironically, I witnessed the attempted assassination of President Ford in 1975 in San Francisco. I was 10 years old, but the rings of this will go on and affect a lot of people besides the former president. It affects our nation. It is of the utmost concern.
Absolutely. Bernard Zapor, thank you very much for joining us.
It's been a long time since our country has been shaken by a political assassination attempt. But sadly, we're back there again. Coming up, we'll have the latest on the investigation and the history of previous shootings next, as our coverage continues of the shooting of former President Trump, live from Fox News.
Do you want to close out?
Should I? Normally I'd hold, but taking the gains is smart.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
Oh, yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. I know what to do. I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need.
I used to think I couldn't host shindigs at my place. Then I found Pretty Litter. My home has never smelled fresher. Plus, it can serve as a fun party trick. Pretty Litter changes color to keep tabs on my cat's health. Did I mention it delivers right to your door?
This is kitty litter? It's so lightweight.
You bet your bottom collar it is. Don't hate me because I'm punny. Get 5-star freshness at prettylitter.com.
I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter, the color-changing, health-monitoring cat litter. Did you know that cats tend to hide symptoms of sickness and pain? I learned this the hard way after losing my cat, which drove me to create this. By working with scientists and veterinarians, we were able to develop a new litter with color-changing technology to help you keep tabs on your cat's health. With advanced odor control, low dust, and easy maintenance, it's no wonder we're called the world's smartest litter. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
Ordinary Americans who made an extraordinary impact.
It's not just the idea, it's the actuality. Those egg rolls sold like hotcakes.
I'm Bill Hemmer. This is Meet the American Who, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Before revolution, before America, before destiny came calling, he was George.
You have ambitions. I have pride, sir.
George, Rise of a Revolutionary, streaming now on Fox Nation.
The stage is set. The party is ready.
We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
And history will be made.
The Republican National Convention.
Live from Milwaukee. On Fox News Channel, America is watching.
There are over 75 million monthly Tubi viewers. That's more people than there are wall-mounted, dual-actuating drinking fountains, which means Tubi is more popular than water that's so cold it hurts your teeth. More popular than unnecessarily high water pressure. More popular than health code violations. Tubi, it's more popular than wall-mounted, dual-actuating drinking fountains.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness.
Nick, Brew, and Wiles are the MVPs of sports talk.
I'm Mahomes, you're Kelsey, and you're Andy Reid. I don't want to be Mahomes, or at least Kelsey. Yeah, I think I'm more Mahomes.
First things first, weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
We're excited to do business with you, but before we sign, I gotta ask.
Sure, anything.
We searched you online, and maybe you can explain this?
Can't believe that garbage is still coming in. That is so false.
Frustrated with your online search results? Call Reputation Defender today to join tens of thousands who've improved their online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Man, these turned out great.
Yeah. You think they're ready?
Let's put them to the test.
America is ready.
And so are we. Democracy 24. Your freedom. Your vote.
Speech by John Hinckley. And of course, the previous assassinations, 1968, Robert F. Kennedy, just after he won the California Democratic primary. in the assassination attempt of George Wallace, 1972. Chiron Skinner joins us now, a former foreign policy advisor for the former president and a Fox News contributor. It joins us now. You know, Chiron, we see these horrifying pictures, and it happens so fast, and the president had the presence of mind to feel his cheek and then go down, and we haven't seen this for a while. And we've kind of forgotten about this unfortunate, tragic part of our political history. What is your sense about this in this early hour tonight?
Eric, you're so right. We have a history of political violence, of political assassination attempts in the United States, and sometimes we think we're past all of that. But the reality is that political violence is kind of baked in to the American tradition. And when you think about the Ronald Reagan era, he was shot 2 months into his presidency, recently turned 70 years old, lost half his blood, had a bullet lodged in his body, walked out of the hospital about 2 weeks later, standing up straight with a bulletproof vest on, but a sweater over it, doing exactly what Donald Trump did today with his lifting his hand, putting his fist up, telling people to fight. Reagan did the very same thing. I will walk out of this hospital and lead my nation. So we have this history of violence. We have a history of recovery from political violence, and we've had some remarkable political actors who show enormous courage and resiliency during times of danger. We saw that with Donald Trump earlier, hours ago. We saw that with Ronald Reagan in 1981 at the start of his presidency.
Thinking back to the Reagan shooting, the beginning of the presidency was pretty rocky. The economy hadn't recovered yet. He was not so strong in the polls. But then America's heart reached out to him at that time. The stories, remember going into the emergency room saying, "Honey, I forgot to duck," to Nancy Reagan, and then walking out as we saw him being stoic, and the stories that once he got inside the emergency room, he collapsed. He didn't want the American people to see a president who collapsed. That helped him politically. What do you see potentially happening here? There's a great deal of sympathy, prayers for the former president, and we heard the current president and his electoral opponent, President Biden, call him Donald, and they both talked tonight. What good, if it can come from an awful act like this?
When I think back to Reagan, the way you've described it, it's so accurate historically. But there's something else I'd like to add. I think being shot crystallized for Reagan his purpose in becoming president. It's where his biography met with American history. And he had a deeper resolve, more clarity about fighting and ending the Cold War without nuclear war, about reviving the American economy that you just mentioned wasn't doing well when he assumed office. I think with Donald Trump, this could be that same moment where there's a deeper clarity, a deeper understanding of why he's running in the first place. There's so much noise around Donald Trump. He's been indicted, he's been convicted, he's been impeached. All of these things have happened, and he kept going. But sometimes when there's as much noise as he's faced and so much action as well, and big activities around him that are negative, you lose sight of what's what and who's who. I think he understands a lot better coming out of all of this, that he's running for freedom in America and freedom abroad. He's talked about that so much throughout his political career, but this is really, I think, his moment. If we're making the Reagan comparison, I think Reagan became a better, sharper president as a result of the tragedy that he faced. I wish this on no one, but great characters come out of these kinds of actions. Also, the sympathy that you mentioned. So many people have shown an outpouring of support for the president tonight and the former president. And I think that is not lost on the American public. I'm not prepared to say right now that this event means that he wins the Oval Office, but I think it puts him a lot closer in the sense that many Americans are going to give him a second and third look.
You talk about getting up, and then he has his fist. The crowd is relieved and starts chanting, of course, and that's the defiant look. Teddy Roosevelt was giving a speech. He's in Milwaukee, 1912. He gets shot right in the chest. The bullet lodged in his metal glasses in his breast pocket. He had his speech there. And he was a hunter. He knew he was okay because he wasn't coughing up blood. And what does Teddy Roosevelt do? The bull moose? He gets up, he keeps on giving a speech. The guy's got a bullet in his chest that stayed there the rest of his life. And Teddy Roosevelt gave his speech. Do you see some of that same type of resilience here in the fact that the former president has now given a statement that he got up, and as you said, that he's not going to let the you-know-what get him down?
I do, and we have a history of elevating to high office people who demonstrate enormous character and strength and integrity in a moment like this. Trump was not defeated by that assassination attempt. I think he grew stronger. His audience around the world, in the United States, and with him there, drew strength and inspiration for what he will be able to do for the nation. It was something that you could not have made up today. It was so well scripted in that sense, where Trump came together with the people and they rose at the same time in a victory statement. So I think this will propel him forward. And I think he'll also realize that there are a lot of political allies that he has, both in the conservative movement, among independents, and even what I have started to call the Trump Democrats. Remember the old Reagan Democrats? There he was in Pennsylvania, the state I used to live in, heavily Democratic in parts of the state. And I think he won over a lot of people by the way he carried himself today. I would have been fine if he couldn't get up, if he didn't lift his hand and make a fist and say fight. But he did that because he knew actually that the American people needed that in that particular moment.
Karen Skinner, former foreign policy advisor for former President Trump, professor also. Karen, thank you for your kind words, and I know the nation prays for the former president tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arthel?
Eric, indeed a tragic part of our political history repeating itself. How can we break the cycle? Coming up, more on former President Trump's condition, and we will speak to an eyewitness who was at last night's rally.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter, the color-changing, health-monitoring cat litter. Did you know that cats tend to hide symptoms of sickness and pain? I learned this the hard way after losing my cat, which drove me to create this. By working with scientists and veterinarians, we were able to develop a new litter with color-changing technology to help you keep tabs on your cat's health. With advanced odor control, low dust, and easy maintenance, it's no wonder we're called the world's smartest litter. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
I used to think I couldn't host shindigs at my place. Then I found Pretty Litter. My home has never smelled fresher. Plus, It can serve as a fun party trick. Pretty Litter changes color to keep tabs on my cat's health. Did I mention it delivers right to your door?
This is kitty litter? It's so lightweight.
You bet your bottom collar it is. Don't hate me because I'm punny. Get 5-star freshness at prettylitter.com.
Today, it's two huge finals. First in the Euros, Spain battles Jude Bellingham and England. Then in Copa America, Messi leads Argentina against Colombia. Coverage begins today at 1 Eastern on Fox.
Today is a new day, and FoxNews.com just made it a little bit better. Yeah, we're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, with original and exclusive reporting. But we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. What? Fox News has games? You betcha. Bigger, better, with so many more ways to find the stories you want. It's the perfect way to spend your day. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
Live football is coming.
So know what football's about.
The future of football is here.
Go out there and ball out and just play your game.
As the game explodes with the new big event of the summer,
Always chasing the goal. You can't give up.
the next generation of stars has arrived. NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry,
And total ridiculousness. First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
It's your life. You just rammed our car. Stop right now!
Gonna get paid.
This is the moment former President Trump says he was hit in the ear by a bullet. It happened at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president is resting at his residence in Bedminster, New Jersey. Of course, after this incident, he was taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. And of course, he has been released, still under doctor's observation. He is expected to attend the Republican National Convention this week in Milwaukee.
And tragically, Arthel, the shooting did turn out to be deadly for one person who was attending the rally. The victim, the identity of that victim has not yet been released. The shooter, believed killed by FBI snipers. The FBI identifies that man as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. The Bureau now leading the investigation into the assassination attempt on the former president. Here is what an eyewitness told the BBC about what he saw just before the shooting happened, saying he saw the gunman was on the roof of the building and he saw the weapon.
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police are like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
The former President Trump's campaign says that the presumptive GOP nominee is doing fine tonight. After the shooting, the bullets did pierce the upper part of Mr. Trump's ear, according to his team. Let's now turn to Fox News correspondent Kevin Court for more on the latest of Mr. Trump's condition. Good evening, Kevin.
Evening, my friend. Former President Trump has been released from the hospital, arriving at Newark Airport Liberty shortly before 1 a.m. this morning. Then he was able to make a quick trip over to Bedminster, as you mentioned. And yes, it is still expected he will take part in the upcoming Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Now, the former president was shot in the ear Saturday evening while speaking on stage at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, an incident that is being investigated as an assassination attempt. Now, the gunman, Eric, was killed, but had positioned himself on the roof of a manufacturing plant more than 130 yards away, a bit more than a length of a football field. That's how far he was from the stage. Now, on Truth Social, as we pointed out earlier, the former president talked about what happened in a bit of a lengthy post, and I won't read it all. I'll just read this part. He said in part, quote, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America." On Capitol Hill, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, and the House Oversight and Homeland Security Committees all announcing Saturday they will conduct an investigation into the shooting, and the committees will summon Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle. Of course, we have more information as well on the alleged shooter. We've been mentioning his name, a white male in his 20s. A lot of reporting out there online. Some of it we have not been able to pin down, so I want to be very careful about what I do share, but I can tell you this without question. The RNC will go on as planned, and former President Trump will be there. Eric?
Yeah, a lot of questions how crooks apparently got on top of that roof.
That's right.
And access to it and all that, that will all come out and what happened. All right, Kevin, thank you.
You bet.
Marthel?
All right, Eric and Kevin, joining us now is Ernie Spader. He was at the rally when former President Trump was shot. And Ernie, I do want to thank you for joining us. And I first want to ask you, how are you right now?
It's been a long day. Got at the rally at 9 o'clock yesterday, and it just seems like it hasn't nothing stopped since then. It's still pretty shocking what took place.
Very shocking. Tell me, where were you in the crowd? What did you see? What did you hear?
I was down close to the stage, left-hand side. I seen a plan view of the trajectory of the shot that took place, or shots, which were directly above my friends' heads and I, in line with when our president, Mr. Trump, got shot. And I think it was like 6 or 8 shots I heard popping off. There was a short pause, and then I think there was 2 more that went off after that. And then it was just, everything was crazy.
And you were there with friends, you mentioned. I'm just curious, are you from the area?
Yes.
Or did y'all drive in for the rally? You're from there. And so this is really personal because it's your home.
Yes, I'm an hour and a half away. I've attended a lot, probably a dozen or more of President Trump's rallies. And then I had other friends that were probably half hour to 35 minutes away that met me down there.
And at what point did you really realize what was happening and that former President Trump was in danger? And how did that make you feel?
It was probably after the third popping sound, I realized that something was going on, and so did the crowd around me. We all hurried up and everyone just laid down flat. People were yelling, "Get down, get down." And as we, so everybody was laying down, and then, like I said, there was a short pause, and two more pops went off. And after the pause, and then the shots started up again. I didn't know. I was worried that there was more than one shooter, and they were actually like running towards us or something, shooting. So it was pretty scary, very scary.
I cannot imagine. How does it make you feel that this tragic event took place yesterday evening?
Well, with everything President Trump's been going through, deep down, we've all had this fear that something like this would happen against his life. And I mean, to happen in my home state is bad enough, but we're just in such a bad situation with this country and how the country's divided. I don't know what's going to happen, I'm uncertain. How are we going to get past this to reunite this country and get back to the way things used to be?
It's very important for sure. And given what you experienced today, what you witnessed today, you were very fearful, naturally, understandably. Do you have a message for our fellow Americans or thoughts you want to share? I know you said it's time for us to get past this, but just tell us more, maybe of how we might start to mend.
Well, we've all heard it, prior, but words do matter. The things that are being said in the news and by other candidates, and it seems like everything that the Democrats want to blame the Republicans for are the ones that are actually spewing that hatred and that anger and that how they're dividing us. I just think everyone needs to do a reality check, and it's only going to get worse if we just don't think of the country and pull this country back together. It has to happen.
It's not red, it's not blue. It's red, white, and blue. Absolutely.
Correct.
Mr. Spader, I'm glad you're safe, and I'm sorry you experienced that, and I wish you well, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric?
Well, he gave his fist to show he was fine, but what can the impact be of being shot for the former president? Dr. Marty Makary next, as our coverage continues live from Fox News.
Why do some things have to be so complicated?
Before revolution, before America, before destiny came calling, he was George.
You have ambitions.
I have pride, sir. A pioneer, a soldier, a leader on the rise.
Ready yourself! The enemy is here! Get the general out of here now!
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America. This is the story of George. George, Rise of a Revolutionary, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Ordinary Americans who made an extraordinary impact.
It's not just the idea, it's the actuality. Those egg rolls sold like hotcakes.
I'm Bill Hemmer. This is Meet the American Who, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Get this back. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Hit your lights right now. You just rammed our car. What? Stop. Stop. Stop right now. I'm gonna get tased. Hands behind your back now. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Get on the ground. What you gonna do? Let me see your hands.
When an officer tells you to stop, stop.
What you gonna do?
You want customers to know they can trust your business, that their information is safe with you. And to prove it, you need one of these. Thankfully, there's Vanta. Vanta integrates with the tools you already use, from cloud providers to task trackers, to automate the tedious process of gathering the evidence needed to successfully complete a security audit. Secure and grow your business with Vanta, the fast, easy, and trusted way to get compliant.
I will not give one more drop of this family's blood. You killed my sons. Tonight, we end this forever.
Hatfields and McCoys, streaming now. Are you one of 50% of Americans who can answer this correctly?
Let's look at the answer. 7.
It's not about what you know.
Oh my goodness.
It's how you think.
Do not feel ashamed. You're as stupid as I am.
The 1% Club, Mondays on Fox and anytime on Prime.
Home warranty.
Focus.
Yes, focus on an American Home Shield warranty. It can protect your covered home systems and appliances like this AC with a repair or replacement.
Yes, thank you.
Home.
It's home, not home.
Yeah, it's home. Pretty sure it's home. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life. One of my first attempts to deal with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut. Thankfully, my wife found Hair Club. I was shocked the Hair Club had virtually every solution possible. If I had known about Hair Club sooner, I never would have tried any of those overhyped advertised solutions. You can get your own free personalized consultation with a hair loss expert and be on your way to the finish line in no time.
Scan the code on your screen now to schedule a free consultation and save 20% on select solutions using promo code Frankie.
Payne says the bullet just pierced the upper part of his ear and is doing fine. Joining us now for more on his injury, Fox News contributor Dr. Marty Makary. Doctor, good to see you, not under these circumstances, though, at this early hour of the morning. It's pretty lucky. What's your diagnosis and what do you think?
That's right, Eric. It was very much a close call. You know, when the president turned and looked to the side, that may have been a life-saving maneuver. Luckily, the president had good instincts, and after just a single gunshot, could tell something wasn't right and ducked immediately. Now, people often wonder, what does a gunshot feel like? The gunshot patients we've taken care of, that I've taken care of, describe it as either a sharp pain or even a burning sensation. And oftentimes they don't know that they've been shot, where they've been shot. And so they sort of pause and ask themselves, am I breathing? Am I okay? The smattering of blood that we see on the president comes from that upper earlobe. And it was a very minor injury, the sort of thing easily taken care of with direct pressure, perhaps a few stitches, but unlikely. It's hard to tell. He was released quickly. I will say that there's a euphoria when you're in front of a stage like that, and assessing what's happening from the center, from President Trump's perspective, can be tricky. And you can see the tension where the Secret Service wants to tackle him and protect him, and he wants to emerge and reassure his supporters that he's okay, that he won't be subdued. And it is a reminder of the risks that the president takes in running for president and being a president. We've had 46 presidents. 4 have died, which means being president carries a mortality rate of almost 10%. So they do take a personal risk. And in addition, about 1 in 5 to 1 in 3 presidents has had an assassination attempt against them.
Yeah, those 4: Abraham Lincoln, James Garfield, William McKinley, and of course, former President Kennedy, JFK. We saw the fist raising. He has the presence of mind to say, "I want to get my shoe." You know, his shoes were off. Goes to the ambulance, is checked out, comes home. What's going through his mind now? Is there a post-traumatic type of syndrome? Is there, once the adrenaline is gone, to realize you just got shot and your life could have ended this afternoon?
Yeah, oftentimes there's a bit of confusion that people experience at the moment, and they start thinking about just basic things. They start thinking, okay, I need to move. Do I have my phone? People think, do I have my keys? Those are common reactions people feel in the moment. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of confusion. Very clearly, though, you could start hearing President Trump start saying comments to reassure the audience that he's strong. He wants people to remain confident and strong. And so that is very typical for what you might see in the midst of a chaotic moment.
And 20 seconds, you expect him to bounce back, and he's going to go to the convention, they say.
Yeah, look, it may be a Band-Aid or just a little gauze that he may need. And, thank God it was very much a close call, and he has good instincts.
That is for sure. Dr. Marty Makary. Dr. Makary, great to see you as always.
You too. Thanks, Eric.
Of course. And our live coverage right here on Fox News continues right after this.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy.
Did you know that there are over 75 million monthly Tubi viewers? That's more people than there are babies in the US. Which means Tubi is more popular than locking eyes with someone while you poop your pants. More popular than having no concept of object permanence. Tubi, it's more popular than babies.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness.
You're out. First things first. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
Remember, Dad, we've got Greenlight Infinity. You can see my location in real time, so you know I'm safe.
When I was your age, it wasn't that easy.
Does anyone have a quarter so I can tell my mom I'm safe? Anyone?
Bring your family into the financial future.
The stage is set. The party is ready.
We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
And history will be made.
The Republican National Convention.
Live from Milwaukee.
This is Democracy 24 coverage you won't see anywhere else. From the #1 name in news, plus special analysis from the voices America trusts. The Republican National Convention on Fox News Channel. America is watching.
Ten years ago, we started Legacy Box. If you're like us, you have a box of old videotapes, film reels, and photos just degrading away in your closet. Legacy Box saves these memories by professionally digitizing them on DVD, thumb drive, or the cloud. It's easy. Load Legacy Box with your media, and you get back your originals and new digitized copies. Legacy Box is simple and safe with over 500,000 satisfied customers. Preserve your memories today. Visit legacybox.com.
My friends call me Zam. I naturally hold a lot of stress in my digestive system, as a lot of women do. When I travel, I get constipated, I get really poop shy. When I started taking DSO1, I immediately noticed how much lighter I felt, vibrant, alive. It really helps me stay regular, and you're not bloated at all. I honestly recommend DSO1 to everyone.
All right, I'm gonna change your world. That's gonna be interesting. Let's go. I love to root for great. Yeah. I want to watch history. Ooh. You want to root for the underdog. Good luck with that. In sports, people hate what they fear. They hate the Cowboys. They hate LeBron. I've got a lot of haters. Truth hurts sometimes. I'm controversial when I don't even mean to be. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right. You'll still argue with me. This is The Herd.
Here at Allegiance Flag Supply, we grew sick and tired of flying flags that were made overseas, flags that would rip and tear easily. So we really made a commitment to quality.
All of our flags are finished with bar tacking at all of the stress points, and they are sewn using double needle lock stitching.
All of our flags materials are sourced in America, and they are made by American seamstresses. So we're American made from beginning to end.
Shop now at showallegiance.com.
The shooter, a 20-year-old male from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, Thomas Matthew Crooks. Mr. Trump's team says the former president was shot in the upper part of his ear, but that he is, quote, fine. Hello, everyone. This is continuing coverage of what the FBI calls an attempted assassination of the 45th president. I'm Arthel Neville. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Arthel. Everyone, thank you for joining us. The Secret Service did shoot and kill the gunman, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Authorities say several people attending the rally were also shot. One person was killed.
I would confirm for you that we did have one individual killed, and I know I heard somebody say about 2 victims. There were 3 in total besides the former president. So 2 critically wounded, 1 killed.
And we have reaction coming in now from the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, tweeting, "My thoughts are with President Donald Trump, the victim of an assassination attempt. I send him my wishes for a speedy recovery. A spectator has died. Several are injured. It is a tragedy for our democracies. France shares the shock and indignation of the American people."
President Biden reached out and spoke to former President Trump after the rally shooting. He says there is no place for violence like this in America. For the latest reactions from the nation's capital and what this means for the upcoming Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, let's now turn to Fox News correspondent Kevin Court with the very latest on that. Good evening, Kevin.
Morning, my friend. With streaks of blood cascading down his face, but the defiant fist raised, former President Trump was ushered off a stage after that attempted assassination at the rally in Pennsylvania Saturday. The gunman who tried to assassinate the former president had actually positioned himself on the roof of a manufacturing plant about 130 yards away from the stage where Mr. Trump was speaking. Now, eventually, when he was hit, the former president grabbed his ear, hit the deck, and then eventually was ushered off the stage by the Secret Service. But as I mentioned, he also raised a fist defiantly in the process. Now, on Truth Social, by the way, obviously, we've not yet heard from the former president himself, at least in person, but he did make this post on Truth Social. He recalled the shooting, saying in part he'd been shot by a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He said he knew immediately something was wrong and that he heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. He said there was much bleeding that took place. He realized then what was happening. He ended his post there by saying, "God bless America." Now, from the White House to the Capitol Hill to all over the world, there have been prayers and well wishes from former leaders and current leaders around the globe, hoping that the current and former president will somehow tamp down the rhetoric in this country. By the way, the former president even received a bit of encouragement from his political rival, President Biden.
The idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
Former President Obama also echoing that sentiment, writing on X, quote, there's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt, and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Now, I should also point this out, Eric, over on Capitol Hill, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, and the House Oversight and Homeland Security Committees are investigating this shooting, and they intend to summon to Capitol Hill the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle. Still, despite everything we've seen today, and the nation, frankly, and indeed the world is in shock, or certainly was in shock for a time, the RNC will go on as planned, and the former president will be there. Eric?
Lots of investigations coming, Kevin. We'll get into that in just a minute. Kevin Corke, good to see you. Thank you.
Well, Eric and Kevin, thank you. And we're learning more about the suspected gunman named overnight by the FBI, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. The FBI says they did not get any specific threats before the shooting. And at this hour, a significant investigation continues into why the suspect pulled the trigger. Fox's Anita Vogel joins us live from Los Angeles with more. Anita?
Yeah, hi, Arthel. This is a massive federal investigation with multiple branches working and the FBI taking the lead role along with the Secret Service and state and local law enforcement. We know the FBI has released the identity of the shooter, as you just mentioned, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel, Pennsylvania. And in the last hour, the FAA has just announced it has closed the airspace above Bethel Park, the home of the shooter, for security reasons. Here is part of what the FBI said in their press briefing just a few hours ago about the challenge of securing a large open facility.
It is incredibly difficult to have a venue open to the public and to secure that against any possible threat, against a very determined attacker. That's a huge lift to try and do it. And, again, the investigation will really give us an opportunity to take a look at where any failures occurred and what can be done better in the future.
We know that that determined shooter was shot and killed by the Secret Service, and reportedly an AR-style rifle was recovered at the scene. The shooter was able to fire multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated structure just outside the secure area of the rally. The BBC interviewed a man at the scene who says he saw the gunman minutes before the shots were fired climb up on top of a building just outside of the event, and the next thing he knew, he heard shots ring out. So there will be a lot of questions. Why was that rooftop not swept? Were there drones in the air looking out for anything suspicious? The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, as Kevin just mentioned, saying the House will conduct a full investigation. He and the House Oversight Committee chairman are calling on the Secret Service director to appear for a hearing on July 22nd. So we're going to see what happens there. There will also be a massive effort here to find out how something like this could have happened in the first place. According to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, he says, quote, "We are engaged with President Biden, former President Trump, and their campaigns, and are taking every possible measure to ensure their safety and security. We know there is heavy security around Milwaukee right now on the eve of the Republican National Convention, including fencing and barricades, closing off the streets. We can only imagine security will be extremely tight. There is also increased security around Trump Tower and other landmarks in New York. In the coming weeks, Arthel, the Secret Service will be faced with questions about protocol and manpower when it comes to these large rallies, especially given the political division in the country. But tonight, they will be combing through the social media of the shooter, likely interviewing his family and friends, and trying to figure out how and why someone would try to assassinate the former president. Arthel?
Lots of questions to be answered indeed. Anita Vogel, thank you very much. Eric?
Although the Secret Service says that Thomas Matthew Crooks fired multiple shots at the stage from a high position outside of the rally. He was lying on the roof with this high-powered weapon on top of a manufacturing building owned by the American Glass Research Company. The firm says that they had worked with police for the rally security, and its parking lot was off limits to the public. There you're seeing a photograph of who we believe is Mr. Crooks after he was shot by Secret Service counter snipers. You can see the shooter location about 148 yards from the stage. Matthew Shoemaker joins us now, former intelligence officer with the Defense Intelligence Agency. Matthew, you know there's going to be widespread, long investigations of what went wrong, but primarily first, how do you think he was able to get up there and with a rifle and no one saw it?
Eric, thanks very much for having me on. This certainly does kind of boggle the mind. The very purpose why we even have counter snipers in our security forces are for this exact reason alone, especially since from the way that it looks is that this may be what appears to be a standalone structure itself, not very many other structures in the area. It is purely an open field. So it certainly raises the question, what were our counter snipers doing in the lead up to this? And perhaps this was about 150, 200 yards away or so. What I'm actually really interested in is how this individual was able to have so much time that they were able to scope out and really zero in on President Trump without any security forces acting on it. So that's why I'm curious to know what the counter snipers were doing at the time.
Yeah, there's a witness who told the BBC that he said there's a guy up there on his stomach with a rifle, alerting the Secret Service and the police around there, telling him about this. Then the counter snipers, they apparently opened fire on him pretty quickly, it seems, maybe within 20 seconds, because you could hear it in the tape. But the whole issue of the security perimeter, why wasn't that building part of it if you're line of sight? Because if you're line of sight, for example, wouldn't that be manned? And usually, oftentimes, there are police on top of the rooftops of surrounding buildings.
From all the security agents that I've spoken to throughout the course of the day since this happened, we've all mentioned essentially the same thing of how in the world did this get by? The question that seems to be there is if this is a line of sight directly to the president, this should have been absolutely covered from the beginning. It's almost an obvious thing to do. You just mentioned that one reported individual claimed that they tried to alert the security forces, and that may very well indeed have happened. Whether or not they believed him, maybe they thought that he was just seeing one of their own snipers, or maybe they just didn't have enough time to react between the time that he alerted them and the time that the sniper actually began to fire. That's going to come out in the course of the investigation. One thing that I spoke with a few other security agents over the course of this evening was in terms of training. In the military, at least, being a former intelligence officer with the Navy myself, when it comes to rifle qualifications, at least when it comes to military training, we have to hit about 23 out of 40 targets from a range of 50 to 300 yards. So this, roughly speaking, we're not exactly sure how long the distance is, but it seems to be somewhere around 150 yards. So that puts it right smack dab in the middle in terms of any sort of military training is used to. But this individual may have been a hunter, for example, which could be why he was able to really get such a close call, if you will, against former President Trump. So this is all going to come out over the course of the investigation, but it really seems that the Secret Service, whether it be that standards have dropped or that people just dropped the ball in this particular situation, it unfortunately is just a very sad turn of events, not only for the Secret Service, but for the country itself.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, oftentimes in dealing with presidential motorcades, they demand that windows of office buildings be closed. And you think of previous assassinations, Lee Harvey Oswald, had some planning. You had to have some. It was in Dallas on that Friday. Apparently, it was in the newspapers, the route of JFK. Oswald got his rifle. He had tried to shoot a general in the past. And a friend of his said, "What do you got there, Lee?" And he said, "Curtain rods." Then you've got James O'Reilly. He had line of sight from that boarding house outside the Lorraine Motel. knowing and waiting for Martin Luther King to stand on the balcony, and they were talking about going to dinner when he shot Dr. Martin Luther King. So what type of planning do you think this young man, 20 years old, or maybe none at all, went into this, just knowing that there was going to be a rally there? How did he know potentially where the stage was, where he could get a line of sight? What do you think went through that planning? And maybe there wasn't very much at all, and it was the spur of the moment.
Sure. Well, I've been to these sorts of campaign rallies myself. I'm a former congressional candidate, and these sorts of things are advertised well in advance. The purpose of these events is to draw a crowd. Certainly President Trump loves to have a crowd to speak to. So this is certainly having been advertised well in advance. And so, whether this individual read about it in the newspaper, saw the location, and just did a simple Google search, to see what was around there. We're still trying to find out what exactly his motivation was for this. It's pretty clear his desire more than anything was to certainly kill former President Trump. But in terms of the research necessary for this, it probably did not take a whole lot, especially if he just needed to avoid going through any security checkpoints to get into the facility. This was, as you mentioned, outside the bubble, if you will. So if he just avoided those areas so that he wasn't getting searched personally, or his vehicle wasn't really flagged down for any reason, it seems that he was able to just get out of his car, since he was outside of the bubble, take his firearm and climb up that rooftop. It really is a security situation that is something that the Secret Service is going to have to learn from extensively, especially since this, to a certain extent, seems to be basic things.
Very basic. His van, reports say, found about a mile away. There may have been some ladders in a hidden part of the building with some ladders. That being investigated. A lot of questions. We will get the answers. Matthew Shoemaker, thank you. Good to see you. Arthel?
An assassination attempt on the 45th president and current GOP presidential candidate. As the Republican National Convention days away with security measures under review and beefed up. We'll be right back.
Are you wasting money on hidden subscriptions? I have lots of monthly subscriptions.
Slack has saved me a ton of time. I used to chase down certain people or figure out, is this something we talked about in a meeting? Slack has given me a place that I can have all the information of developing a new bike in one place.
Remember, Dad, we've got Greenlight Infinity. You can see my location in real time, so you know I'm safe.
When I was your age, it wasn't that easy. Does anyone have a quarter so I can tell my mom I'm safe? Anyone?
Bring your family into the financial future.
My only question is, am I being charged with something?
2 people accidentally shot on a movie set.
Deep breath, Helena.
Right now, this is a crime scene.
Actors are not necessarily known for following protocol. You don't put your finger on the trigger, it's ingrained into you. A live round should never, ever be on set.
Guns don't shoot themselves. The Final Take. Alec Baldwin and the Rust Shooting. Hosted by Janine Pirro.
Skip is back. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Fox Wednesdays, Gordon Ramsay. You ready? And Lisa Vanderpump.
All ready.
Are searching for the next great food star.
This is the time for you to
You're desperate to win, aren't you?
Wipe that slide off his face.
Food Stars, all new Wednesdays on Fox, and watch anytime on Hulu.
It is official. First things first is a hit.
The reviews are in.
First things first is a mix of analysis, tremendous chemistry, and total ridiculousness.
Nick, Brew, and Wiles are the MVPs of sports talk.
I'm Mahomes, you're Kelsey, and you're Andy Reid. I don't want to be Mahomes or at least Kelsey. Yeah, I think I'm more Mahomes.
First things first, weekdays at 3 Eastern on FS1.
This is an election year unlike any other.
That's why you need America's #1 most watched news source. Stay with us.
All the way to election night.
The candidates
Are ready.
Americans across the country are ready.
And so are we.
Democracy 24.
Your freedom, your vote.
Fox News.
America is watching.
It's your life. You just rammed our car. Stop right now!
Gonna get paid!
President Trump's injury was minor, but if you could tell us, if about any follow-up treatments and potential residual effects doctors might be on the lookout for.
Hey, Arthel. Yeah, so what we saw from the pictures that we saw, his right ear was injured. We saw a little bit of tissue damage and what appeared to be maybe a hematoma, which is just a collection of blood within the ear. So probably what his doctors did was repair the damaged tissue, maybe a few stitches after cleaning it, put him on some antibiotics. Sometimes the swelling from this type of injury might cause a little bit of hearing changes, just temporary hearing changes. It can even affect your balance and might even cause a little bit of dizziness. We don't seem to see that right now. President Trump seems to be doing very well right now, especially as we saw him walking off of his airplane. He seemed to be doing okay. But for follow-up, most likely he'll have follow-up to make sure there's no infection setting in. He might have been put on antibiotics. So usually what happens is with my patients, for example, we'll do a wound check in 2 or 3 days. And then if sutures replaced, depending on how many and what type, they usually stay in for about 1 to 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. And how long will they keep him under observation? And will this prevent, the former president already says he's going to be in Milwaukee. Is that going to be allowed by doctors due to, again, thankfully the injury was minor?
Yeah, so probably usually takes about a couple of weeks for these type of injuries to fully heal, 2 to 3 weeks. But it really depends on how his body will respond to the treatment, to the antibiotics, and to the stitches. Most people tend to do very well. We do need to keep a close eye on the cartilage of the ear. Sometimes that can be a little tricky with healing. So probably you'll have a doctor with him, probably have a follow-up within the next 48 hours, and then maybe once a week for the next couple of weeks or so. And we already see he's already out and about and on his way, preparing to go to the Republican National Convention. It's great to see him that he's already on his feet again, but I do hope that he does take it easy because despite the minor physical injury, you know, these type of events can have also a mental and emotional toll on anyone. Yeah. So I do hope he takes it easy, and I'm grateful to God that there was no serious injury.
Yeah, likewise. I'm really glad you mentioned that because, you know, we saw how former President Trump, he reacted very calmly in the moment, but could he experience a level of PTSD?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes, absolutely. Post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, even depression can occur in anyone. And some people, their way of dealing with a shock, dealing with a traumatic event might be to just go back to work and continue with their daily routine. That may be therapeutic for them. For some people, it's being surrounded by friends and family, a good, strong social support system. In some situations, people require medications. They require therapy. But But I think with President Trump, he's a very strong person. He's a strong leader. He's quite resilient, as you can see. He's already out and about. So I think he is going to recover well because he's got a lot of love from his family and from Americans.
And he's looking forward to the convention, of course. So he's raring to go. And, you know, we cannot ignore that. I mean, he's very vibrant, as we see, but he is, what 78 years old. So does that play a role at all in his in next steps?
That's a great question. Yes, I mean, the older we are, the more challenging it can be to overcome any type of injury or ailment or illness. So yes, that's why I do hope he takes it easy, rests for the next couple of days. You know, today, what is it, Saturday, Sunday? So he has about a day or two to really rest and take it easy. I don't think President Trump is the type of person to slow down, but I do hope he takes it easy because it can be challenging for anyone to overcome what has happened, as we saw what happened with President Trump with this gunshot injury. Again, not just from a physical standpoint, but also from a mental and emotional impact as well.
Well, we wish the former president a full recovery. And boy, trying times, I tell you what, Dr. Jeanette Nesheiwat, thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthel.
Take care. Eric?
Thank you, Dr. Arthel. So who is Thomas Matthew Crooks and why did he do it? Our coverage of the shooting of former President Trump continues live here on Fox News.
You know, if you were cash back and you could earn on everything with just one card, Chase.
Today is a new day, and FoxNews.com just made it a little bit better. Yeah, we're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, with original and exclusive reporting. But we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. What? Fox News has games? You betcha. Bigger, better, with so many more ways to find the stories you want. It's the perfect way to spend your day. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Top food entrepreneurs are fighting for a $250,000 prize.
I'm so nervous.
We want to see that you can take your business to the next level. Chili for children. Square Eats.
Pot drops.
You are Team Vanderpump.
I'd also like to be on Team Ramsey.
It's Team Ramsey
Whose idea was that marketing plan?
Sorry, guys.
versus Team Vanderpump.
You need to walk in your customer's shoes.
You're desperate to win, aren't you?
Wipe that slide off his face.
Food Stars, all new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
What makes Boll and Branch sheets so soft? It's everything you can't see that makes the difference. We start with the rarest cotton on earth. Then we transform it with our signature 4/1 underweave. This sheet starts out soft and unlocks new levels of softness with every wash. Even if you can't see the difference, you'll feel it. Sleep better at night with Boll and Branch.
There are over 75 million monthly Tubi viewers. That's more people than there are wall-mounted dual actuating drinking fountains, which means Tubi is more popular than health code violations. Tubi, it's more popular than wall-mounted dual actuating drinking fountains.
Drop the gun! Fox Nation's sensational hit show bursts back into action. Crime Cam 24/7. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
The stage is set. The party is ready.
We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
The Republican National Convention on Fox News Channel.
Your cybersecurity audit is on the horizon. But between all the spreadsheets and systems and employees to follow up with, are you even getting anywhere? You're lost at GRC. Vanta helps you chart a course to continuous compliance by monitoring all the systems your business relies on to ensure compliance with SOC 2, ISO 27001, and even frameworks you've defined yourself. So audit prep becomes a breeze. Automate compliance and prove trust. Get started at Vanta.com.
And this is the moment former President Trump says he was hit in the ear by a bullet. It happened at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president was taken to a nearby hospital for treatment and has since, of course, been released. He is expected to attend the Republican National Convention this week in Milwaukee.
One person attending the rally was killed. 2 others are wounded. They are right now in critical condition. Their identities have not been released. The shooter, though, identified as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, apparently shot by Secret Service counter snipers just after he opened fire. FBI now leading the investigation into the assassination attempt.
Yes, the Trump rally shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, Eric, is indeed being investigated as an assassination attempt. And for the very latest on Trump's condition and what this means for the Republican National Convention on Monday, we're going to go now to Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Arthel. The former president has been released from the hospital. In fact, he arrived at Newark Liberty Airport shortly before 1 o'clock this morning. That, of course, ahead of a quick trip back over to his home at Bedminster. And that is before he makes his way over to Milwaukee for the RNC. That's right. Despite the shooting, the former president will be at the Republican National Convention. Now, he was shot in the ear Saturday evening while speaking on stage at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. That incident being investigated as an assassination attempt. The gunman was killed, but he had positioned himself on a roof of a manufacturing plant about 130 yards away, which is incredible when you think about it. That's pretty close, and yet somehow that roof was unmanned. Now, on Truth Social, the former president talked about what happened, said he was shot on the upper part of the right ear. He said he knew immediately that there was something wrong and that he heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, he went on to add. He said, so he realized then what was happening. God bless America. Now, this is where we advance the story this morning. On Capitol Hill, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, as well as the House Oversight and Homeland Security Committees, will conduct an investigation. And as part of that investigation, and as Eric mentioned in our last, about 10 minutes ago, there will be several investigations. This one will include a summons for the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle. I can't wait to see what that testimony just might look like. Now, we do have more information, as you mentioned, Arthel, about the alleged shooter, a white male in his 20s. A lot of reporting online about who he was and what he may have done in his past. There is some reporting that Mr. Crooks, Thomas Crooks, was a registered Republican, but had donated to Progressive Democrats. We also know that he's relatively young. I think just graduated back in 2022. We're talking about a very young person. Now, I can also add this very quickly. The RNC, a lot of people wondering, will the president go? Should it go on as scheduled? The word we're getting tonight is yes and yes. Back to you.
He's 20 years old. There's going to be a lot out there, as you well know, Kevin, online. Of course, we will vet everything as journalists and bring the facts. Thank you very much, Kevin. Eric.
You're very welcome.
So for more on Thomas Matthew Crooks, we're now joined by retired FBI agent Bobby Cachone. Bobby, what we just heard and the new information that we have, the reports say 20 years old, graduated 2022 from high school. As Kevin just said, he's a registered Republican, but at the same time, he apparently, say reports, gave $15 to Act Blue in 2021. That's a progressive Democratic group. So what can we make of any of all this, if we can at all?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see because he's so young. I mean, he didn't have a lot of time to get radicalized. And so it's going to be interesting to see how all that happened. Because if we look at this as a suicide mission, because it didn't seem like he knew he wasn't going to come back from this. He was going to be a martyr. He didn't have ID with him. He didn't take anything that would help identify them. He knew this was a suicide mission. So what makes him get so radicalized that he wants to become this martyr to kill Donald Trump? Now, in my mind, the constant drumbeat of comparing Trump to somebody like Adolf Hitler, when Hitler was responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people, could be something that would radicalize a young person. If any of us had the opportunity to go back to the 1930s and assassinate Adolf Hitler, we might all do it. So it's going to be interesting to see how a young person, so young, could be so radicalized to this point where he's willing to give up his life in an attempt to kill Donald Trump.
Could it also be, could it be something else entirely, perhaps? Because we've seen these type of things, John Hinckley, we've seen, other cases that they think it's one thing, but it could be something completely different, love of weapons, perhaps, or some other type of outcry, and he decides here's an opportunity to do this, and that's why he shoots at the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a number of things. We're just speculating at this point. It could be anything. You're right. It could be, a Hinckley. It could be, a number of different things that set him off on this path. We just know the path is not that long because he's so young, and they should be able to kind of determine that, fairly quickly.
Yeah, and Mark David Chapman, in front of the Dakota, talked to John Lennon. And
that's the other one I was trying to think of. I couldn't think of the name. You're right.
Try to sign. Talk to him. Was a great fan of John Lennon, and then shot him in front of the Dakota. How will we be able to find out about this? Apparently, right now we don't know of a manifesto. Don't know of any long screed online. As you said, he had no identity or no identification. Talking to friends, knowing family, going through his search history on the website, FBI and authorities at his home right now, we're told. Do you think this will all eventually come out?
Yeah, I think so. And I think rather quickly, because I think that you don't get radicalized to this extent to take the action this extreme without other people in your life knowing about it, or at least knowing some of the tendencies you might have. He might have hid some of the extremism a little bit, but there's going to be some people that knew something was off with him and will know some of his positions on some of these issues that led him to this. I think that's going to come out really quickly. I think you're right. It's going to come through a combination of interviewing people he knows, family and friends, coworkers, and then looking at what he was reading online, because nobody really reads hardcover books anymore. So what he was reading online, all of that history is going to be there for them to examine. The FBI's got a social media exploitation team. They will be in that, and they're probably in it already, and they're going to be analyzing that rather quickly.
And what does the FBI do about that, about the company or the manufacturing site, how he got up on the roof? There are reports there were some ladders around there. The parking lot was restricted. The public wasn't supposed to be there. Did he go in? Did he hide out? How did he know? I mean, it's such a moment of opportunity potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I saw witnesses say they watched him climb up a ladder. I don't know if it was a ladder that's kind of attached to the building, what kind of ladder it was, but they said they saw him climbing up and they saw a rifle over his shoulder. So he really wasn't trying to hide anything. So it's going to be interesting to see how he got from his van, which is about a mile away, to that building and then up the side of the building onto the roof without anybody stopping him, without anybody saying anything to him. Yes, as you said earlier, obviously security is going to be looked at. So Secret Service, I think, did a fantastic job in all other aspects of their execution of their plan today. I think the problem was in the planning stage of this and why they didn't secure that rooftop.
Yeah, finally, usually there are officers, police officers or Secret Service on rooftops. Obviously one not on this. But I got to tell you, I have to give you hats off. We see that video. We see how professional the Secret Service agents are getting the former president on the ground. And we hear the communications. It's a well-trained, fine-tuned operation. Look how quickly they get on him. They protect him with their bodies, and they wait until the other, a SWAT team type are also a double protection. And then they wait until they get the confirmation gunman down before they are cleared to move the president. Your final thoughts on the professionalism of our Secret Service.
They're the utmost professionals doing this. I mean, I've worked with them at a lot of different special events, Olympics and things like that. They are the best. They are highly professional. They were today. The counter sniper did a fantastic job. His close-in security team did a textbook job. It was just one glaring thing probably in the planning process that they're going to have to answer about.
That is what they will need to answer about, why no one was on that roof. Bobby Cachon, former FBI agent, thank you for joining us and for your insight tonight.
Thanks, Eric.
Of course. Arthel?
Well, former President Trump defiant and determined to move forward. But how will the nation move forward in the face of such political division? Our special coverage continues.
Courage, commitment, sacrifice. We're honoring those.
Man, these turned out great. Yeah. You think they're ready? Let's put them to the test.
Fox Wednesdays, Gordon Ramsay, you ready? And Lisa Vanderpump
All ready.
are searching for the next great food star.
It's the time for you to fight.
You're desperate to win, aren't you?
Wipe that smile off his face.
Food Stars, all new Wednesdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
Hi, I'm Laura Geller, and I'd like to show you how to use my favorite foundation, Bake, Balance, and Brighten for mature skin. You just take strokes until you feel comfortable with what it looks like on your skin. I get this beautiful natural coverage. It's really that simple. And don't worry about matching your shade. Our foundation will adapt to your skin tone so you can get the perfect match the first time. Learn more about Balance and Brighten at laurageller.com.
The stage is set. The party is ready.
We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
And history will be made.
The Republican National Convention.
Live from Milwaukee. On Fox News Channel. America is watching.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Fox Weather leverages the power of Fox News
We need to pay attention.
to bring unparalleled hurricane coverage.
We cannot believe that it has gotten to this point.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out fighting. 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on, 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. You do the math, the money we're able to save with using GoodRx. We're able to do all these extra activities. She can hit hard too for a little skinny thing. So it puts less stress on our household and it puts less stress on our profits.
There are over 75 million monthly Tubi viewers. That's more people than there are wall-mounted, dual-actuating drinking fountains, which means Tubi is more popular than water that's so cold it hurts your teeth. more popular than unnecessarily high water pressure. More popular than health code violations. Tubi. It's more popular than wall-mounted dual actuating drinking fountains.
This tragic event took place.
Shock, absolute shock. And I can't believe we're talking about this now at 3:40 in the morning. It's just amazing. But my gosh, you know, the whole race changed today. It really did. President Trump putting his fist in the air like that act of defiance, that act of strength, that act of courage. Absolutely, I think the trajectory of this race has changed in a big, big fundamental way. No doubt.
And obviously, everybody's shocked. We're all shocked. And I was just wondering, I know you're very close to your listeners in terms of keeping in touch with them. Have they been posting? Yeah. And I just want to know what they're saying.
What they're saying is that this is going to probably help Donald Trump achieve an even greater landslide, quite frankly, because it just seems as if they keep coming after him. And look, a lot of details have to come out. I don't want to speculate. Nobody wants to speculate, of course, in any way, shape, or form. But there's a big difference, I think, between being rushed off the stage and then pushing your hand into the air in that moment that the president did. And so what my listeners have been saying to me, Othello, is that they've been saying that, yeah, you know, this is a game changer for this race. It really is. This race is going to be even more of a landslide now. Now, look, I'm not trying to politicize what is obviously a tragic day in American history, no question about it. But what I am saying, though, is that
because the person lost their life. Yeah.
Absolutely. But what I am saying, though, is that there are moments in political history that forever change things. That there are people tonight who are going to look at Donald Trump very sympathetically. Look at our country right now as a moment where political rhetoric has reached a fever pitch, and he has been subjected to being called every name in the book. You know, they've called him Hitler, they've called him Mussolini, they've said he's going to destroy democracy, he's going to destroy the world. I'm not suggesting, because I don't know if that's what led to the shooter to do what he did today, this assassination attempt.
Sure.
What I do know is that people have seen Donald Trump be called the worst names possible. And so there is going to be a sense of sympathy for him, I think, after this, just like President Reagan. When President Reagan was shot and almost died after John Hinckley shot him, you know, Ronald Reagan swept to the biggest landslide in American history. It's not politicizing it to say that there's going to be a political effect to this. Thank God he's alive. I pray for the families of the victim who was killed today. But there will be a political shift because of this day.
You know, Rich, you mentioned the political vitriol. It's coming from both sides. You know, that said, what are you telling your listeners? I mean, is this the moment that we check ourselves and say, listen, we can speak at the ballot, not with bullets. We can vote. We don't have to have the vitriol in the voting booth. I mean, I don't know what's your message after this. As you said, it's a shocking event. It's a day where we're just going to look back and it's, well, of course, it's a day of infamy in history. But you know, what do you think? We can't keep going on like this. What are you going to say to your listeners?
Well, I don't think it's both sides, actually. I think that look, I've been talking about Joe Biden's cognitive issues, which is the same thing that David Axelrod's been talking about and James Carville's been talking about and Jon Stewart's been talking about. They've been calling Trump Hitler. They've been saying Trump's going to destroy democracy, end democracy as we know it, and maybe the world too. That's way different than saying Joe Biden should retire. And I think that to say that both sides have to tone down the rhetoric is just not true. I'm sorry, but the left has engaged in some very hateful rhetoric in the last few months. Now, again, look, I'm not saying the rhetoric is what led to this shooter to shoot. This shooter's probably crazy and no question. It's something that's going to trigger him. Okay. But if we're going to play this, both sides have to tone it down rhetoric. There are serious questions about Joe Biden going forward, but the names that Donald Trump has been subjected to, the character assassination that he's been subjected to compare him to the worst possible dictators in history. There are people out there who may think I'm saving democracy if I take this man out. So the left needs to tone down their rhetoric. Absolutely, they do.
Well, as you know already, the Biden campaign, they have pulled any ads for the moment. We'll see if they edit them and change the tone of whatever might have been prepared. But for now, we do have to leave it there. Rich Zeoli of The Rich Zeoli Show, thank you very much for joining us. Good to talk to you. And we'll be right back.
Nice to talk.
Thank you.
Are you using or thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis?
We need to push forward.
We need to carry the weight of expectation. We need to know the hunger so we can fuel the fire. INC Sports Nutrition, powering tomorrow, today.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're going to get out of it together. That's what Muesli did for me.
Look at you. You're doing everything you can to get your blood pressure in check. And now you have SuperBeets Heart Chews by Human on your side too. In a leading clinical study, SuperBeets Heart Chews polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone. Just 2 delicious chews a day support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and heart-healthy energy. Support your healthy blood pressure with SuperBeets Heart Chews by Human. Get a free month supply plus free shipping on all bundles at superbeets.com.
This is how AG1 works to help your nutrition work harder for you. Even when you try to get high-quality nutrition, getting it from diet alone isn't easy. But AG1 combines vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients in one optimized formula, obsessing over potency, absorbency, and nutrient density to help your body get the most out of everything we put in. Get the foundational nutrition you need at drinkag1.com.
This is the greatest sleep innovation ever created. It's the patented GelFlex Grid inside every Purple mattress. Only Purple passes the raw egg test because only Purple cradles your body and simultaneously supports it. Memory foam doesn't come close. Purple conforms to relieve pressure from hips and shoulders while supporting your spine and instantly adapts no matter your position. Sleep on a Purple risk-free for 100 nights. Visit purple.com or a store near you.
It is amazing to have a collagen. I used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. And if you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing. It is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. The first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. If you want to try it, try Arma.com.
Gusto has been named the #1 small business payroll software by G2, NerdWallet, and Tech Republic, and Business.org, PC Mag, and Business.com. But what really makes Gusto special is our customers. They'll always be our #1. We make payroll, benefits, and HR less painful, so running your business is more joyful. Join 300,000 businesses already working with Gusto at Gusto.com.
As you know, as an emerging business, it's important to keep your budget intact. And Fiverr freelancers helped us maintain quality standards while efficiently managing costs, contributing to the success and growth of our business.
I will not give one more drop of this family's blood. You killed my sons. Tonight, we end this forever.
Hatfields and McCoys, streaming now.
At the rally, Benjamin Schrader was standing just feet away from one of the attendees who was shot. He joins us now to talk more about what he saw. Benjamin, thank you for joining us, and our thoughts are with you and all those who were there had to see this firsthand. First, you were invited by the
Thank you
team.
for having me.
Of course, you're invited as a special guest, and you got to meet the former president beforehand. Tell us about that.
It was an amazing experience meeting him. He was just the way he is on TV, lively, excited, happy. He was commanding his team, and it was one of the greatest honors of my life. He was an incredibly nice man, and it was a pleasure and an honor to meet him. I'd always wanted to.
And then go to the rally. It starts. Where were you? And you were close to one of the people who were shot.
That is correct. I was on the left hand of the stage, left hand of the rally area next to the stage, in the VIP section. Directly behind me was the raised area where people were standing. There, I hear pop, 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 and they're screaming. I turn around and I look, and maybe just a few meters from me, there's somebody. I couldn't really tell what, or couldn't really tell who. There's blood. I've never seen anyone be shot before, and it was horrific. I then turn, I duck down by this point. I knew those were gunshots when I heard them. Some people were thinking those were fireworks, but they were definitely gunshots. I turn and I look back, and the first thing I see is the president surrounded by his Secret Service holding his fist up to the air and not surrendering. And he was showing the same strength that he showed when I met him. And I was thinking that he didn't get hit. I said, oh my gosh, this is terrible, but there's no way that somebody gets up and holds a fist in the air and shows courage like that after actually getting shot. And only later did I realize that he actually did get shot. And I, of course, send my condolences to anyone who lost family members, and I speedy recovery to everyone, especially the president.
Yes, and of course the rally member who not identified yet publicly who lost his life. His family apparently with him at the time, according to reports. Your final thoughts on what happened today and your message to the nation?
Well, I just want to say that President Trump showed incredible courage today to stand up in the face of danger. This was a national tragedy and something absolutely terrible and insane that this happened. And not the day I expected, but I have to thank my rosary beads in my pocket, a lot of prayers, and God willing, things like this won't happen again, and the president will make a speedy recovery and be back to his old self. And then, of course, I'm sure that he'll have no trouble winning now.
Benjamin Schrader, thank you for joining us at this early hour. After what you've been through, and our thoughts and prayers, of course, are with the former president, his family, and all those who were there, and especially the two critically injured rally goers and the family of the one who was deceased. Benjamin, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eric, you know, to hear Benjamin talk about his rosary beads, I know my mom, she sleeps with hers. They're always there. You know, that's exactly what we need, prayers. I mean, it's not, I speak from my heart, and it's a time for us to remember that we may look different on the outside, but really what's inside is the same. We want the same thing for our country, for our family. Maybe this is a moment that we can put the political vitriol aside, come together as Americans.
Yes, a nation shaken to reduce the anger and what we've been hearing from both sides for the good of our country.
You can cash back 5% on travel purchase through Chase with Freedom Unlimited. And
why is rowing with Hydro the best workout for you?
Rowing is a full body workout. Legs, core, and arms all in one.
With Hydro, when we row out on the water, you row at home.
Get cardio, strength, and recovery training in one 20-minute workout.
With rowing, you can get fit faster. Work out all over the world without ever leaving your home. Come work out with us.
Man, these turned out great.
Yeah. You think they're ready?
Let's put them to the test.
No, 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 nobody can do the shake like I do. Nobody can do the shake like I do. Nobody can do like I do. Nobody can do.
Remember, Dad, we've got Greenlight Infinity. You can see my location in real time, so you know I'm safe.
When I was your age, it wasn't that easy. Does anyone have a quarter so I can tell my mom I'm safe? Anyone?
Bring your family into the financial future.
Skip is back. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers.
We coming with some swag.
Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Gusto is the #1 choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And Gusto does a lot more than payroll to make running your business easier, like payroll taxes and compliance, time tracking and contractor payments. And when you're ready, benefits, HR, and more. Put your business on the #1 payroll platform. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Drop the gun!
Fox Nation's sensational hit show bursts back into action. Crime Cam 24/7. New episode Friday on Fox Nation.
Ordinary Americans who made an extraordinary impact.
It's not just the idea, it's the actuality. Those egg rolls sold like hotcakes.
I'm Bill Hemmer. This is Meet the American Who, streaming now on Fox Nation.
A Fox News alert and breaking new details in the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Overnight, the FBI identifying the suspected shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Investigators say he drove about an hour to the former president's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. He then took position on a roof 130 yards from the podium and opened fire on the former president of the United States before he was shot and killed. It is Sunday, July 14th, and you are watching a special breaking news edition of Fox and Friends First. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I'm Todd Pyro, the former president, arriving in New Jersey just after midnight. He says he was shot by a bullet that pierced the top of his right ear, and he expressed condolences after one supporter was shot and killed, two others critically hurt. The former president says he will travel to the RNC this week as planned. We have live team coverage with former FBI Special Agent Jonathan Gilliam and a witness who was in the crowd just feet from former President Trump when shots were fired.
But first, we go to CB Cotton live in Butler, Pennsylvania with the breaking developments. Hi, CB.
Good morning, Carly. Good morning, Todd. We are less than half a mile away from what the FBI is calling the scene of an attempted assassination of our former president, Donald Trump. And much like the fist he raised as he was escorted off the rally stage, we are getting another sign of strength from the former president when he landed in New Jersey early this morning, walking down the steps of his plane unassisted at the airport. The injuries, though, on Trump's ear are out of the camera's view. But the former president describing the physical pain he endured on Truth Social, writing, quote, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening." The Secret Service releasing a statement after the assassination attempt that the shots came from, quote, "an elevated elevated position outside the rally venue. People across the country now left wondering how the named shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, was able to access a roof so close by, leaving Trump and rally-goers ducking for their lives.
We heard something that sounded like a firecracker, and we turned around, and there was people behind us, and it was two of our guys, I think, in camo uniform shooting back. Everybody started cheering once they got the shooter. You could see him up on top of the building. We literally watched them shoot back. I mean, they were right there.
Somebody started yelling, hit the ground, hit the ground. And when I looked over, then I saw the smoke from the gunfire. They got President Trump down, the Secret Service did, and they took him out of there and got him off of the stage, and he was bleeding.
President Biden returned to the White House from Delaware earlier than planned following the rally attack. The White House says Biden spoke with Trump, but details of the call were not shared. Before that, the president with this message.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
Now, during a late-night press briefing, the FBI said it was the Secret Service who was responsible for securing the perimeter around the rally, and the FBI said the Secret Service would have to answer questions on whether that rooftop was part of the initial security assessment. Todd, Carly.
And we do have a lot of questions for the Secret Service. We're going to go through those questions and those issues with Jonathan T. Gilliam in a moment. CB, thank you. But first, let's bring in Shane Corwell, who was just 40 feet away when those shots rang out. Shane, glad that you're okay. Walk us through what you saw, what you heard.
Yeah, it was a huge crowd. Everybody was in great spirits. President Trump came on stage. The energy was just super high in the room as he was going through everything. And then as the video showed, there were several shots that started out. There was two different distinct rounds of shots. So you could see, and then as President Trump went out of sight of our view from where we were, we took cover, basically try to get our wives that were with us, get them down, get everybody around, make sure everybody around us was safe. And this, once everybody was down on the ground and safe, we were able to get up and kind of assess to see what the situation was from there.
To see it unfold on a TV screen is shocking. I can only imagine what it felt like to be there just feet away. From an emotional standpoint, can you describe what the crowd was like?
That was very stunned. I know that's kind of an obvious thing to say, but everybody was just stunned. And that turned into anger really quickly, but a good anger. It wasn't anything more than just, I can't believe this just happened, and then just trying to figure out what was going on for the people around him and the safety of everybody around him.
Yeah. Did you assume immediately that he appeared to be shot, or did you assume it was something else in the initial seconds after it happened?
No, we knew it was gunshots, and we knew we saw the president react. We did see the reaction. The problem we had is we didn't know how bad, because as soon as he reacted and went down, we didn't really have sight of him until he stood up, as you're showing on screen, with the fist pump at the end. That's when we knew he was not greatly injured, but we didn't know the extent of everything being there.
Shane, can you describe the area where this rally took place? It's called Butler Farm Grounds, and we now know that the shooter was positioned on a roof about 130 feet away.
Yeah, it's a rural farm ground, fairgrounds. Lots of wide open space where everything was. The event was in the middle of kind of a grandstand setting with it was a great day, very, very hot, as everybody knows. But yeah, it was a typical rural fairgrounds.
How was security as you entered that rally, Shane?
I thought security was phenomenal. There was a huge crowd there. If I had to guess, 50,000 people that came through. And it took us about an hour to get through the line and get through security. And I was impressed with the way things worked.
Were your bags checked? Were there metal detectors?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, wow.
Both.
Okay. So police have confirmed that 3 people, 1 tragically killed, 2 others injured. They were all men. Did you see them, and do you know where they were positioned in relation to the former president?
We unfortunately did see one of the gentlemen that were killed. They were off to our right, which would have been up to the president's left, in the grandstands. It was a wild scene because originally the police and the first responders and everybody went right to him. And some of the people assumed that was the shooter that they shot. And then unfortunately, obviously, as we know, it wasn't. But once that was established and it was a victim, the crowds parted and first responders got there and they were able to get the gentleman down off of the grandstands. Again, condolences to the family and apologies that, this should have never happened, but it was amazing to see everybody react so quickly.
To that point, did you walk away thinking, hey, this could have been much, much worse, not only for Donald Trump, but for even more people in that crowd?
Very much so. We were with friends, and that was the topic of discussion the entire way out. And frankly, since the incident, you hate to think about what could have been. Thankfully, President Trump is okay, but more importantly, the thinking of this could have been something much more tragic, and it is for families that have lost loved ones today.
Shane, what did it mean to you when you saw the president raise his fist and make sure that everybody in the crowd knew that he was okay?
That was absolutely an amazing moment. It's a call to action moment, I believe, and it was a sign of strength and solidarity that this is where we are. This is not going to stop anything.
And you mentioned, we've been talking about the former president, but there should be also a lot of focus on the one man who lost his life, and nobody knows that more than the former president. He's authorized a GoFundMe for the victims of this shooting. It's called President Trump Seeks Support for Butler, PA Victims. If anybody out there wants to donate, that's a GoFundMe authorized by the former president. Shane, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Shane.
We're so glad that you're okay. Incredible moment in time, and we thank you for relaying what you saw during this rally. Thank you. All right, let's bring in former FBI Special Agent and Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam. Jonathan, thank you for joining us as well. We're about 10 hours removed from an assassination attempt of the former president. So let's just pause for a moment and go back to this moment and watch these stunning events unfold together.
Just said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move. Go. Move. Go.
Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. Get ready.
You ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
We're good to move. We're clear.
Let's move.
We're clear.
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold up when you're ready, buddy.
So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
What's up?
Wait.
When you see all of this unfold, the president holding his ear, ducking down, Secret Service surrounding him, what are you focusing on in this footage?
Well, first thing, I think most people know me because they see me come on this show and talk about things from my experience in the FBI and as a SEAL. What you have to realize, I have a company, United States Continued Service. I have clients, and we do protection for these clients. So I'm involved in these types of threat assessments and operation orders and carrying out these type of operations where we protect people. And as I see this, and having worked with the Secret Service before, as I was watching this unfold, I could not believe how long this played out before they got him off of that stage into the car, and then it took that vehicle that long to depart that area. It was a lifetime from a protection standpoint. And a lot of people on the news, as I was watching this today, didn't want to be critical of the Secret Service. But as I watch this again, and I watch it, as we're all watching it here, I'm astounded at the way things played out, because it appeared as though it was being the defense of Trump and the movements off were being made up as they went along. And that is not the way this elite service should be prepared for this and carrying out these tactics in this type of situation. The one person that reacted properly was Donald J. Trump when he hit the ground and got as low as he could. It took forever, in my mind, from a protector standpoint, it took forever for them to get on him, and even longer for them to react and get him out of there. And as you can see right here, I can't believe what I'm seeing is these people, these Secret Service agents don't know whether to holster their gun or keep it out, put their sunglasses on or take it off. He should have been out of there so fast that the people didn't even realize that he had gone yet. So that was the first thing I noticed. The other thing that struck home very quickly was the fact that this was even allowed to happen. When what they do typically is they do a coordinated effort to push anything that might be a threat out past a certain area, and then they freeze that zone. And as far as I can tell, 130 yards is not far enough, because those are the only buildings that are around there. Those buildings should have been in the frozen zone, and no one should have been allowed in that area. Not only was that shooter allowed on top of that building, but there were spectators that were hanging out around that area drinking. You could see them. They were all hanging out there and saw the shooter. Where was law enforcement? Why was that not locked down? So that in of itself, as you show that map right there, that is not a long distance. When I was in the SEAL teams and we were sighting in our M4s, which is the same as the AR-15, 100 yards is what we saw. We sighted those in with. That was only 130 yards. The max effective range of an AR-15 is about 600 yards. At 300 yards, anybody can take a target out the size of a human head very easily. So the entire mission that the Secret Service had at this function was a complete failure. And that to me is as big of a story as the president being shot, as this innocent bystander and the two other individuals being injured and this one individual being killed. This is a huge story. And what worries me even more now is that the FBI is going to be investigating this. And as you see, from a federal standpoint, from a local standpoint of law enforcement, we are in bad shape when it comes to law enforcement. And we can't trust the FBI to carry out this investigation properly. We don't know if they're going to release the information once they get it. And these are important things for the American people. I could talk all night about this. And I know you guys want me to stop, but I cannot emphasize how much of a failure that this was from the standpoint of starting from point A to point Z of protecting a VIP. It was just unbelievable as I watched this.
Jonathan, there's also the matter of that witness who told BBC reporter that he tried to warn law enforcement about someone with a gun. Let's take a listen to that soundbite.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
Jonathan, we're told if we see something, say something. This guy did see something. He did say something, yet nothing happened. Why, Jonathan?
Because law enforcement is in a position now where they're not prepared for the action. They think smoke and mirrors is the way to solve these issues. And if they put up an image that they are prepared and that they have strength and they project that image, that is enough. And that is not enough. I personally would like to see all special forces turned into one branch of the military, of their own branch, and then that branch would be responsible for protecting the president, former presidents, and nominees for their prospective parties. Secret Service has gotten to a point where, look at this, look at what you're seeing right here. They don't know what to do. And I think when you hear this individual, that witness telling that story, the fact that law enforcement did not act shows you that they did not have a plan to act, because anybody that has a plan before something happens will take action. This was 100% reaction, and the stress that these law enforcement officers will go through has to be trained out of them so that when something like this occurs, they just act. And that's not what you saw.
Okay, so Jonathan, a couple follow-up questions on what you've said so far. We hear the president, the former president in this video say, let me get my shoes on, let me get my shoes on. Unclear if they actually did. I haven't seen his feet in any of these shots, but they did walk him off the stage in, I guess, what could be described as a careful pace. What should it have looked like?
Go look at the video of Ronald Reagan when he got shot. Or when there was a protester that came on the stage when Ronald Reagan was on the stage. The Secret Service at that day and time was different, and they immediately removed the protectee. Right here, what you're seeing, first of all, this has nothing to do with, I'm not against women in law enforcement, but that female right there is not big enough to be in front of Donald Trump. He is totally exposed. He's still exposed. She's not tall enough to cover his face. He should not have been allowed to pump his fist and do these things. I love the image of it, but he should have been scrambled off that stage because, one, they don't know how bad he's been shot. And two, if he is shot, they have to, speed is of the essence. They have to get him to a trauma center as fast as possible. As you can see, that just did not happen.
Okay, and then the second follow-up question for you is that we now know that this shooter was about 130 yards away on a roof of a manufacturing plant, which is a little bit longer than a football field, and the FBI says that that building is outside the security perimeter. Who makes that determination?
The Secret Service will make that determination, and they determined wrong. So if you look at the map of where he was at, you look at the satellite image, you'll see that where the stage was set up, it's all open area. It's a fairgrounds where they have the state fair. And those buildings are the only structures that somebody could have been climbed up on and taken a shot from. Why weren't those buildings in the frozen zone so that they ensured nobody was on top of them or in them? This is 101 when it comes to protecting, and 130 yards is not a long distance. There's plenty of law enforcement out there and just volunteers that could have stood around there and made sure nobody was coming in and out of there. For that individual to get up on that roof is unheard of. And we have a real problem in law enforcement. And I will say this to Trump, Trump is a warrior. To be able to do what he did, to go down, think his way through that, and then come up with that action is unbelievable. But even he has to realize that when it's time to get off that stage, because the shooting has occurred, you have no idea if there's more shooters. You have no idea what's going on. And these protectees have to be, it has to be driven into their minds that when this happens, we have to get out of here, because the Secret Service agents' lives are at stake as well, and all those individuals back there. So this has to be a rapid movement.
Jonathan, hundreds of thousands of people are set to descend on Milwaukee today for the RNC tomorrow. What changes in the security setup now?
Well, hopefully reduced smoke and mirrors, or at least to the point where the smoke and mirrors are not what they're relying on. They need to have warfighters in these situations that are ready to act when action is needed. And it's the time for games is over with. This nation is divided in a way we've never seen since the Civil War. And as you can see, people are stepping up and doing crazy things. So these law enforcement agents that are going to be in and around the RNC convention and the DNC, they have to assume that something is occurring and it's going to occur, so that they are ready to act.
We're getting this from House Speaker Mike Johnson. The American people deserve to know the truth. We will have Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle and other appropriate officials from DHS and the FBI appear for a hearing before our committees ASAP. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
All right, now let's bring in Dr. Jeanette Nesheiwat, who is a Fox News medical contributor. Dr. Nesheiwat, the image of the former president with blood running down his face, the wound to his ear, is something none of us will soon forget. And the former president himself posted this on Truth Social shortly after he was shot. He says, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America." He was then immediately taken to the hospital. What unfolded when he was there?
Yeah, thank God he is okay. You know, I was just absolutely stunned, shocked, and heartbroken when I heard of this. I was with patients when I found out. But what happens is the first thing that happens when he goes to the hospital, an initial assessment and a primary survey is conducted from airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure of his skin. He will literally have had a head-to-toe examination to examine every inch of his body to look for entry and exit wounds, to make sure that there wasn't any other injuries that may have been missed other than his ear. So what we do know so far is that it was the outer external lobe of his ear, the helix of his ear. From the pictures we saw, Carly, it looked like he had a little bit of tissue damage to the ear and possibly what we call a hematoma, which is just a collection of blood from the injury. Most likely, the specialists, the surgeons, cleaned his ear, repaired it with some stitches, and even put him on antibiotics, maybe gave him a tetanus shot as well. And he will likely have close follow-up to make sure he heals well, he heals properly without any complications and without any infection. But I tell you, no one can be prepared for this type of event. And again, I'm grateful to God that he is okay.
Yeah. And
yes.
I mean, surviving an assassination attempt, what is that like?
Yeah, I mean, that has got to be extremely traumatic for anyone. You know, we always talk about the physical component, but we always have to consider the mental and emotional impact that this type of trauma, this type of shock can have on someone, especially when you're, you know, getting older in age. Now, President Trump, he's strong, he's tough, he's resilient, and he's courageous. But at the end of the day, we are all human. So I do worry and have concerns about PTSD, about, you know, anxiety, about depression. But he is supported by family, by friends. He has all the help and that he could possibly get. And I do know and feel very strongly that he will recover quickly. And I hope to see him back out on the stage again very soon.
Yeah, and you know, his wife, Melania, his family, all of us are thinking, my goodness. I mean, if he had just moved his head a couple centimeters in a different direction, this could have been so much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We talk about PTSD for the victim, but also it affects the family. It affects those who are watching. It affects the bystanders, those in the audience. And you're absolutely right. When I first saw this, I saw blood around President Trump's ear, and I was very worried and concerned that the bullet may have entered into the ear, but thank God in heaven that his head was turned just slightly at an angle so that it just grazed him. I mean, this could have been a horrible, horrible outcome. Of course, it is absolutely sad that we had lost, some people already, one innocent bystander, and some are in the hospital severely injured. But this could have had such a more severe outcome. And I'm glad that the Secret Service police officers were able to take him down as soon as possible. Right. But I think at this point, what we should do is just continue to pray for strength and courage and resilience from our president as he potentially will lead this country again, maybe in November. We'll see.
Yeah. And lastly, Donald Trump does have a big week ahead with the RNC. What is your recommendation for him there?
I would say, please, I want you to rest, take it easy, recover. What has happened, a near killing assassination can really take a toll on you. But everyone has different approaches to handling shock and handling trauma. Your adrenaline is pumping. Sometimes in the moment, you don't really realize what has happened. But he looked like he was doing great. He looked strong. We saw him walking out of the airplane. Apparently, he was able to be discharged very quickly after being examined by doctors. But I hope he takes it slow, takes it easy. This is an opportunity for all of us to really appreciate what we have in life, the people that we love, to cherish every moment, because you never know. Life is short and it could be gone in an instant.
Yeah, well, he is certainly not one to be known to rest, but that is certainly sound advice.
Yes.
Dr. Nesheiwat, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Carly.
You're very welcome. Todd?
Let's bring in former DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas issued this statement, quote, "We condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and commend the Secret Service for their swift action today. We are engaged with President Biden, former President Trump, and their campaigns, and are taking every possible measure to ensure their safety and security." Every possible measure, Jonathan. A lot of people are questioning that this morning. Specifically, was Trump assigned enough Secret Service personnel? Your thoughts?
Yeah, just listening to your, not Dr. Nesheiwat, but your previous guest, it does seem like there's a lot of things that people that are experts in this field seem like could have been done, particularly when you hear that there's somebody on a rooftop not too far away and was able to, take shots at the president. Thankfully, didn't hit him, but hit somebody else. So it does seem like more could be done. And it is concerning to me that this, you want to think if anyone's able to do this, it should be incredibly difficult. And it doesn't seem like it was. And that is quite concerning. And, after these incidents happen, and it's great, the Secret Service members certainly seem like, they're trying to do their very best. And everyone does these, let's praise law enforcement after the fact type of thing. But there really should be an examination on what could have been done, but also going forward, because President Trump is not going to stop doing these rallies. And they need to make sure he's safe. And he's a warrior, and he's probably not afraid, but he's got people that are there watching, the people in the audience, that they need to be safe too, and that they clearly weren't yesterday.
To that end, James Comer's bringing the Secret Service Director before the Oversight Committee. If you were on that committee, Jonathan, what questions would you ask her?
I would ask her what since this was not like something that is like an unusual event for President Trump, what is the protocol? How many agents are assigned? How far is the perimeter? Other types of things. What is the response time? Why did it take so long? Apparently, if some of these people interviewed were correct, why did it take so long for a response to happen? What is the training? And going forward, because it does seem like, we haven't had I think a presidential assassination attempt since 1981. So are they up to speed on training and things like that? So I would ask lots of questions about their training, lots of questions about what the planning that went into this and other rallies, because going forward, these candidates need to be safe going forward. They have a right to campaign, and you hear all this, talk about a threat to democracy. Well, if presidential candidates, if people are trying to assassinate them, that's the greatest threat to democracy, and they need to do everything they can and all the resources they have to protect them going forward.
Yeah, there is no greater threat to democracy, to your point. And there's also this concept that you and I talk about a lot, Jonathan, respect for the law. And we could go through assassination attempts throughout history and find different reasonings. But in this current day and age, is this assassination attempt just another symptom of what has become a rather lawless culture where people, one, become radicalized, whether on the internet or through social media or other means, and then feel there is nothing to stop them from acting upon that radicalization, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that people, this person probably felt completely justified. And we've been for a long time about Donald. People comparing him to Hitler. That's like become normal. He's being dehumanized on a daily basis. And the other thing that almost seems even worse, they dehumanize his supporters. You always hear this MAGA Republicans. Basically, every supporter worthy of being treated like a human being, and you hear this, he's an existential threat to democracy. It's going to be a dictatorship if he's elected, all of these things. And it coincided with this total implosion of the Biden campaign a couple weeks ago that seems to continue. So if people really believe the rhetoric that this is a threat to democracy, is going to be a dictator, and he's comparable to Hitler, it's not surprising that some people, like we all know from following this is the Democratic Party. They enter hysterics when they can't win on the issue. So, a lot of people don't take them seriously, but some people do. And that's very scary that somebody would think that they are actually probably in the right in doing what he did. And again, we don't really know what the motivation is. And a lot of times there are mixed motivations in these things, but it's really scary that, just the dehumanizing of Donald Trump, his family, his supporters, it really does almost make it seem sort of, I don't want to say justified, but in a lot of ways, that's the message that's coming across to people.
I'm glad you mentioned the demonization of supporters, because Jonathan, one of those apparent supporters, is dead this morning, and others fighting for their lives. Jonathan Fahey, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it. It is 4:35 here on the East Coast. If you are just joining us this morning, we're continuing our breaking news coverage of the assassination attempt against former President Trump. The FBI has identified the suspected shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Pennsylvania.
The suspect was shot and killed by Secret Service after Secret Service agents, after he opened fire on the former president from a rooftop just outside his Butler, Pennsylvania rally. There was still no word on the motive for this shooting. CB Cotton is live in Butler, Pennsylvania with more. Hi, CB.
Todd, Carly, good morning. Well, the immediate area where those gunshots rang out is now an active crime scene. So the roadway leading to the rally site is blocked off, and members of the media, we are being kept about half a mile away. But Todd, Carly, this morning, so many people in this community and really across the entire nation are now wondering how the named shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, was able to access a rooftop with a direct vantage point to the rally stage. Some witnesses reported seeing the shooter go from roof to roof before the shooting, and one witness just recounted the chaos to Fox. Listen.
President Trump came on stage. The energy was just super high in the room as he was going through everything. And then as the video showed, there were several shots that started out. There was two different distinct rounds of shots, so you could see, and then as President Trump went out of sight of our view from where we were, we took cover, basically try to get our wives that were with us, get them down, get everybody around, make sure everybody around us was safe. We unfortunately did see one of the gentlemen that were killed.
Just horrific. Republican Speaker Mike Johnson says the House will conduct a full investigation, and House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer is now calling on the Secret Service director to appear for a hearing on July 22nd. A former FBI special agent weighing in on how this scene looked.
Is not a long distance. When I was in the SEAL teams and we were sighting in our M4s, which is the same as the AR-15, 100 yards is what we saw. We sighted those in with. That was only 130 yards. The max effective range of an AR-15 is about 600 yards. At 300 yards, anybody can take a target out the size of a human head very easily. So the entire mission that the Secret Service had at this function was a complete failure.
Meanwhile, people from all political views continue to condemn the assassination attempt. This as we see another show of strength from former President Donald Trump, who arrived in New Jersey early this morning, walking down the steps of his plane unassisted at the airport. From the camera's vantage point, you can't see the injuries on Trump's ear from this rally attack, but Eric Trump told our colleague Bill Hemmer that his dad was, quote, one of the toughest guys. The White House has confirmed President Biden spoke with Trump, but details on that call have not been shared. Before that, the president returned to the White House, and before he returned to the White House, he shared this message from his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
President Biden's campaign announced it will pull down television campaign ads as quickly as possible following this tragedy. Todd, Carly.
Okay, CB Cotton live for us in Butler, Pennsylvania. CB, thank you. Let's bring in the president of World Strat and U.S. Army Special Forces veteran Jim Hansen. Jim, there have been warnings for months about the elevated threat level in the United States, but this shooter came from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. So what do you think about all of this? Would you classify this as domestic terrorism?
I think it's fair to do that. Obviously, any attempt on a former president and the current frontrunner in the presidential race is an act of domestic terrorism. And I think the horrible thing is, given that increased threat of violence, the Trump campaign had asked for increased security from the Secret Service, and that was turned down by Director Kimberly Cheatham. I think if she is called before the House Oversight Committee to go ahead and testify, she should be the former director at that point in time. She has no business running that agency.
You know, there have been some people who have speculated that one of the reasons they may not have had a Secret Service agent stationed on this roof 130 feet away where the shooter was is because of a lack of resources, a lack of personnel. Do you think that's the case?
I think it's fair to assume that. If you look around and you're conducting counter sniper operations, you're looking for where a shooter is likely to be. That is literally the closest building that someone could get on with a sight line to the stage where President Trump was going to speak. It's insane to not have at least a police cruiser in the parking lot outside that set of buildings to make sure no one could just go up there, as this shooter apparently did, climb on top and shoot at the president.
Yeah, and then it appears like the shooter was taken out by a Secret Service agent just moments after he fired shots at the president. The Secret Service agent was also on an elevated platform near the president. Have you seen that footage? And if so, what is your assessment there?
Well, that's the job. They had counter sniper teams there who were supposed to be looking for this. Now, the roof on this was elevated in a way that they wouldn't have been able to see him from that position until he actually crested it and aimed at the president. So I think the real problem is the atmosphere of fear that's been created by senior Democrats using eliminationist rhetoric. Nancy Pelosi saying he cannot be president, he must be stopped. Biden himself said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. This kind of talk, including their calls that he's a tyrant or a dictator if reelected, are the kind of thing that obviously is putting our country in danger. And I don't want to hear any of this is a both sides thing. Both sides need to tone it down. down. The worst thing I've heard from Republicans is that Biden's brain has turned to pudding. Maybe he should go back to Rehoboth Beach and lay in a beach chair.
So the former president and President Biden have spoken. After the shooting, President Biden says there is no place in America for this type of violence. We have reaction coming in from Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Letitia James. Does this coming together matter?
I think they have to say that at this point, but I can't understand, other than being politicians who are incredibly hypocritical to, just from Jump Street, how they cannot recognize their own roles in creating this type of an atmosphere. They have done everything to demonize Donald Trump. They've attempted to put him in jail for trumped up charges using abuse of state power. And now it seems they've incited violence that was used to try and kill the former president of the United States. It's disgraceful, and they are to blame.
So after this happened, a couple hours ago now, the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police, they held a press conference. And one of the things that came out of it was agents said that they weren't sure if this is a lone wolf attack, but they also said that there is no existing threat. How do you thread that needle of those two things? And also, not sure if this is a lone wolf attack. When will we be sure that it was one, if it was?
They can't tell anything like that at this point. So I think they're just trying not to create a larger, panic attack among people. But at this point, all they know is there was one person who fired shots and they killed him. They don't get to ask him because of that why he was doing things. They're going to have to search through his social media, his computers, anything he's done, to indicate what his reasons for doing this were. But as far as any larger connectivity, if they find that in some of his, back trail online or at his home, they can use that to determine whether it was part of a larger conspiracy. But we can look at the revolutionary violence that's been going on in this country and know that that's been whipped into a frenzy, and that's going to continue throughout this race because of the idea that Trump cannot be allowed to be president again because it will somehow be the end of our republic.
Okay, so the mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania, a town near Butler, was at this rally. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
There are single family homes in this area. So, yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, there are major arteries for traffic that come through here. It's not ridiculous to think that somebody who was a good shot could set up outside of this venue and with the right conditions be able to reach out and touch somebody in a bad way.
With the right conditions, be able to reach out and touch somebody in a bad way. What do you think about that?
The distance from that building to the stage was 130 meters, which is a minimal distance for anyone from a prone, rested position to shoot. The advantage we have was that he attempted a headshot, and Donald Trump is an animated speaker, so his head was moving, and that saved his life. There never should have been an opportunity for someone to have a weapon like that inside of 300 or 400 meters, and they should have had surveillance on any place that could have provided that kind of a shooting position. Again, we're back to the fact that there was not sufficient manpower available to the Secret Service. I would commend the agents who got him behind that bulletproof barrier and covered him and quickly moved him out. But the larger Secret Service leadership seems to be more focused on some of their DEI and other woke agenda rather than providing the security that a former president of the United States deserves.
And it looks like the leadership of Secret Service will be facing questions before Congress very soon. Jim, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be with you.
Todd.
Faith leaders also sharing prayers with the former president and the innocent supporters who were shot. Fox News contributor and senior pastor at the First Baptist Church, Pastor Robert Jeffress, joins us now. Broadening this out to all of us, Pastor, this attempted assassination really shook a lot of us, including myself, to their core. What's your message to all of us this morning as we try to process this?
Well, I think what we saw yesterday was certainly a display of the reality of evil. Evil is real, it's present, it's nonpartisan. But I think we also saw yesterday a miraculous display of the power of God. I had a doctor friend who looked 1 millimeter's difference in the trajectory of that bullet, we would have been dealing with a fatality. The only way to explain this is God. And I remember back in March of 1981, after President Reagan was shot, days afterwards, he said he believed God had spared his life for a reason. His reason was to destroy the stranglehold the godless Soviet Union had on the world. Well, I believe God has spared the life of President Trump for a reason, and that reason is to return our nation to its Judeo-Christian foundation. And what we saw yesterday was nothing short of a miracle.
Unreal. Eric Trump encapsulated the feelings of so many when he said, "My dad is the toughest person I know." But Pastor, getting shot has to impact one's mindset in some way, shape, and form. I know he's a tough guy, but this is something different. This is getting shot. What's your message to President Trump as he tries to process what happened to him about 10 hours ago?
Well, I sent a private text to President Trump and told him that our church, who loves President Trump and have hosted him several times, we love him and we're praying for him. But my message to President Trump is to keep on doing exactly what he's doing. The indescribable display of strength we saw yesterday was just breathtaking. I mean, I think, honestly, we might as well just skip the conventions and go on to the inauguration. I think people are hungry for this kind of courage in a leader. And I would just encourage President Trump to remember millions of people love him and pray for him every day.
Pastor, thank you for your words on this historic morning. We appreciate it. Congress is preparing a full-scale investigation into the Trump assassination attempt, including the response from law enforcement. House Speaker Mike Johnson posting on X, quote, "The House will conduct a full investigation of the tragic events today. The American people deserve to know the truth. We will have Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle and other appropriate officials from DHS and the FBI appear for a hearing before our committees ASAP."
Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez joins us now. Congressman, good morning to you. We also have another X post from your colleague, Congressman Michael Waltz. He says, "I have a very reliable source telling me there have been repeated requests for stronger Secret Service protection for President Trump denied by Secretary Mayorkas." What do you know about this, and how should we digest this piece of information from Congressman Waltz?
I've heard the same things, and our chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, which I sit on, has called for an investigation hearings on this subject. A, what happened at in Pennsylvania? B, were there requests for additional security for the president, and was that denied, and why? And so we're going to be looking into this entire incident and the events leading to this incident. And the failures of his Secret Service protection and the law enforcement in that rally. I mean, look, to allow a sniper within 130 yards from an elevated position, and you don't have that position secured, that's inexcusable. I used to be a SWAT medic. I was one of the first SWAT medics in the United States, and I can tell you that we would start practicing to sniping against terrorists, we'd start at 100 yards. And I can tell you, and we shoot at balloons, that's not a hard shot, not hard shot at all. And that within 130 yards, elevated position, clear line to the president, and nobody is safeguarding that building, that's inexcusable. And so that's just one of the things we're going to be looking into as to what happened here and the failure of security to safeguard the president. I got to tell you, that President Trump is one of the bravest guys I know, and I know that this is just going to strengthen his resolve. We saw it right after the shooting, his fists up in the air, fight, and he's going to fight, and we're going to nominate him on Thursday, and we're going to fight like hell to make him the next president of the United States.
Yeah, it's going to be so fascinating to see what he says on Thursday when he accepts that nomination. Trump campaign saying the RNC is going to proceed as planned in Milwaukee this week. But how do you expect this assassination attempt to change this entire week, not only from a security perspective, but from a tone perspective?
Well, I think, look, obviously you see in my tone, I'm a little bit upset that somebody was able to take a shot at President Trump and do it from a fairly close distance. And it's just by the grace of God that he survived. And so the tone, I think, and I know us Republicans, we're upset, and now if you thought we were motivated before, oh, we're super motivated now, and then the base is super motivated. And I think a lot of people, when they saw his reaction, are also going to turn to President Trump. Look, the Democrats, the left-wing media has been demonizing President Trump for the last 8 years, calling him a Russian spy, a threat to democracy. He's going to take away your freedoms. He's going to be a dictator. All a bunch of lies. And now we're going to be fighting back even harder for President Trump.
I'm thinking back to the congressional baseball game shooting, and I remember that then House Speaker Paul Ryan and House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi sat together to watch the game. They cheered on Team Scalise. And you have to wonder, at a time like this, will this event unite us or divide us even further?
Look, what I say we're going to fight for President Trump. This has just motivated me personally, and I know it's going to motivate the base to fight for President Trump even more. The man that you saw there, defiant, courage, that's the man that we need as President of the United States. And, this is not going to be about violence. Look, our differences should be resolved at the ballot box and only at the ballot box. And that's what we need to do. But this, we're not going to shy away from this fight. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to fight even stronger to make President Trump the next president of the United States, because that's the person that America needs. The world needs President Trump to be president of the United States.
Well, we know that you're heading to Milwaukee very soon to be with the former president. It is going to be a jam-packed, busy week, and we will all be watching. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Now let's bring in former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker. We have this individual identified, the presumptive shooter, at 4:54 on a Sunday morning, about 10 hours after this attempted assassination took place. What is the FBI doing right now to figure out why this guy acted like this?
Yeah, they're dissecting every aspect of this person's life. I'm a little surprised it took them that long to identify him, but they're looking at whether he has ideology or was driven by ideology, which would make this not just an assassination attempt, but domestic terrorism. Is there anyone else in his network, if you will, his social network, that might have shared that ideology? Are there others? And Carly mentioned earlier about reconciling this discrepancy between, hey, there's no threat, but yet we haven't identified this person. You can't reconcile those two things. And I also want to comment about what Jonathan Gilliam said earlier. He was spot on. This was a security breakdown from start to finish. And this was the primary goal, the primary mission of the Secret Service is to prevent this type of action and then react as swiftly as they can to get them out of the danger zone. Neither happened here. So I don't want to issue harsh judgments, but it was definitely a security breakdown.
Yeah, well, one of the things that Jonathan was talking about is the image that we'll all remember of the president. You could see his face, you could see his fist. He was saying, "Fight, fight,
Right.
fight." But there are questions on if that should have happened, if he should have been allowed to be that visible following this assassination attempt on him.
Absolutely not. If you look at what happened with Reagan when he was shot, they had him in the car within seconds. In this case, as Jonathan said, it was a lifetime before they got him off that stage. And look, it was a great moment when he pumped his fist. That'll go down in history as one of the most dramatic moments in this country's history, I think. But it should not have been allowed to happen. They should have whisked him out of there in seconds, no matter what he wanted to do, whether he wanted his shoes or pump his fist, no matter what. He should have been off that stage, in that car, and out of there in seconds. And it was a lifetime. If there had been a second shooter, they would have taken him out. I mean, it was almost a kill shot. I hate to put it this way, but it was almost a kill shot as it was. But if there had been a second shooter, there would have been plenty of opportunity to take him out again. So this breaks every rule of the Secret Service's protocol and just general executive protection in general.
What can the FBI do now to prevent a copycat? Or is there nothing they can do because this is a lone wolf acting alone, just decided I'm going to hop on top of a building and fire at the president?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Secret Service has a primary responsibility to protect. The FBI's responsibility is to generate intelligence and help the Secret Service prevent this sort of thing and get out in front of it. But now, and I said this yesterday, very early in the process, the FBI would step in. It's their jurisdiction to investigate this type of incident, and there'll be lessons learned immediately, which I think will be put in play at the DNC, at the RNC. But in this case, the FBI is not just investigating the incident, they're investigating the protection and the security strategy around it. That's why you didn't see Secret Service at the press conference last night. They have a conflict of interest. They can't be part of the investigation, even though the FBI is playing nice about that part of it. But the FBI has exclusive jurisdiction in this case, in the case of an attempted assassination, and they will tear this thing apart. They will bring every resource they have to bear. They will go through this, you know, as we mentioned earlier. I mean, they're obviously dissecting this person's life, his home, his media, his social media, his electronic devices, his friends, etc. But there'll be lessons learned here, and they'll come out pretty quick.
We were just talking about this with Congressman Jimenez, and it feels like this tweet from Congressman Michael Waltz will be where this goes in terms of questions asked in the days and weeks ahead. He says, I have a very reliable source telling me that there have been repeated requests for stronger Secret Service protection for President Trump denied by Secretary Mayorkas. Can we get your reaction to that in the minute we have remaining?
Yeah. Yes, they need to look at that. If resources were denied, and these Trump rallies are a security nightmare, they need the resources. They need more resources, obviously, than they had yesterday. So, yeah, and they also need to look at the political rhetoric, because, I mean, anyone who has called this former president an existential threat has blood on their hands. And that's President Biden. That would include former President Obama. Anyone else who demonizes someone in the manner that he's been demonized has basically put a bullseye on his back for every little 20-year-old, every little wingnut out there who it's driven and sort of whipped into a frenzy by that sort of rhetoric.
Well, this is a stunning time in American history. There was already a lot going on with the presidential election before this, and the landscape has now completely changed in the aftermath of yesterday's events. Chris, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Fox and Friends Weekend starts right now.
We begin with a Fox News alert. It is a historic morning in the United States of America. Overnight, former President Donald Trump arriving in New Jersey after an attempted assassination on his life during his rally last night in Pennsylvania.
Trump says a bullet pierced the top of his right ear as he then ducked to the ground before standing back up. Moments later, one rally goer was killed in the shooting. 2 others were critically hurt overnight. The FBI identifying the suspect shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. We want to warn you, there is a photo of what appears to be him dead on the rooftop.
Investigators say Crooks took position on a roof 130 yards from the podium and opened fire before being shot and killed. We're now going to show you the full unedited version of the moment shots rang out. Watch.
Take a look at what happened.
Moving his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we got to move to the class.
Watch out.
Wait.
Two minutes unedited that tells a story that we'll be talking about for the history books. There are many ways to go about this discussion. We will throughout the next 5 hours this morning. There's an important discussion to be had about the Secret Service, their response, their preparation ahead of time. There's an important conversation to be had about the environment and the climate in the United States of America that has led to this moment right here playing out on your television screens. But perhaps where we can start is those 2 minutes you just saw unedited. Shocking, sad, and iconic from Donald Trump and his response to an assassination on his life. Defiant and strong.
Incredible. It'll be one of those you'll remember where you were moments. I was watching this in real time, and I looked down, and if you were watching it, you heard pops, which are unlike anything you hear. And so I looked up, and when I looked up, he had already dropped to the ground. And so at that point, anybody's thought, I mean, you're thinking the worst of the worst. And then you see the blood, which could have, that could have been just one spot where he was shot. Yeah, think about it. 1 inch, half inch, a grazing of an ear by the grace of God. I mean, it's a miracle of the turn of a head. It's a 130-yard shot that we now learned got 7 or 8 shots off is what it sounds like. If that banner's right, narrowly escaped death. And yet he was defiant with that fist pump to the crowd. That was the moment watching that you sort of exhaled a little bit and said, okay, if he's capable enough to walk and to do that, then he has survived this. But it had this moment of, oh my goodness, we thought something like this could happen, and it did.
Yeah, you're so right. It's just a millimeter probably of a difference. He's an animated speaker, so he moves around. He was referencing something on, he had a big screen up talking about immigration and the terrible numbers that have changed in the wrong direction since he was elected. And I think it was that kind of movement, but there was something else that if you're a believer, and there are a lot of people who pray for this man. I've actually talked to him about it. We talked about it in our interview. I talked to him off camera once about it, and he has told me that he has always welcomed the prayers of so many, and how many people come up to him and pray over him. I don't think any president, Pete and Will, has had more photos taken of him having people laying hands over him and praying, and you have to wonder if those prayers, I personally believe that is what protected him in that moment, and history would have absolutely been changed in that moment. Let's not forget that there is somebody in that crowd who died, that there are 2 people who are critically injured, and that everybody in that crowd went in there with hope for the future. And I just can't imagine how they felt in that moment. But again, how reassured they felt by that.
Donald Trump did start a GoFundMe for that individual that lost their life in the crowd. As we mentioned, 2 critical injuries, 1 casualty, 1 person lost their life in the crowd. And there is a GoFundMe out there right now to help that family who is dealing with a loss this morning. Donald Trump did post on Truth Social last night. He said, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at that rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who's now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Here's the link, by the way, which we'll put up on the screen, to that GoFundMe that Donald Trump has set up for the victims of the attempt on his life that took other people's life in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Eric Trump, by the way, was commenting on this, and he said that he called up the hospital and spoke to the medical professionals there and said, "How's my dad doing?" And they said, "We've never seen anyone tougher than this man." You just believe it.
Yeah, I mean, the presence of mind, he did everything right in that moment and kept his wits about him in a way that most of us, this is a military training type thing to have your wits that way. But it also has this eerie sense of being something that, I don't know, not that you felt like was going to happen, but you felt like could happen.
Oh, I don't. I think a lot of people.
Remember, we've said this from this couch for a long time. What should Trump do? He should double his security. You know, they've gone after him in every single way, attempting to.
I don't think there was just
vilify him, arrest him.
I don't think there was just a sense.
He thought about the moment himself.
I don't think it was just a sense of foreboding. I think there was a sense of inevitability that something like this would happen. And it's not just a testament to how much he's out there. He's literally everywhere in gigantic crowds of his own creation with rallies, but also at UFC fights. But we all know the climate. We all know the hyperbole. We all know the accusations.
Yep.
And so when you gin up an entire population, or at least half of a population, you know, there was a terrible sense of inevitability that this day would come, and this day is here. And as you both have mentioned out, but for the grace of God, a millimeter, and we live in a different timeline in history.
100%. I mean, and just yesterday, you guys, we were talking about what disarray the Democrat Party is in right now because of the condition of Joe Biden. If something had happened to Donald Trump, that little millimeter, we would be in the same position as a political party. The Republicans would be in that position. So I think it's scary. And the other thought I had as I was watching that video is, while I love the defiance and the fist up and that wherewithal that I think comes from the fact that I think he also knew this moment was inevitable, I just expected Secret Service to completely cover his body as he was coming off the stage. And I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, that's another angle, Will, as you opened us with, is looking at the reaction of Secret Service, of their capabilities. We're going to have some Secret Service agents on the show throughout the morning who can give us color on was it done right? Was it rapid enough? Is this department distracted by other things? Are they focused on other things? Did they have the manpower they should have? With the Overwatch, the line of sight that was allowed to happen, is that standard practice? A rooftop 130 yards away, uncovered?
Unbelievable.
Outside the bounds? Is that, I mean, listen, I know you can't, think about it, when he goes to a bodega in New York City, I know you can't cover every window of an elevated position in New York. You can't cover everything all the time. But on a fairground field where you've got a line of sight, is that the type of risk you normally take? All of these are questions that are going to have to be answered. But you're right. The climate we live in, the Secret Service, but ultimately, God spared the former president yesterday. And imagine the world we'd be in if that shooter had tragically been effective.
He said, "Let me get my shoes." So his shoes came off in the scuffle there.
I would imagine. Yeah.
Well, let's get more details because CB Cotton is live in Butler, Pennsylvania, where that rally was last night. It has more information on the suspect. CB.
Good morning, Will, Rachel, Pete. Like you all were just talking about, there are so many unanswered questions, especially for the Secret Service. Meanwhile, we are less than half a mile away from the scene of what the FBI is calling an attempted assassination of our former president, Donald Trump. I would say the mood here is somber, but there's also a lingering anxiety. With such tragic circumstances, we're also seeing another sign of strength from the former president now as he arrived in New Jersey early this morning. You can see him walking down the steps of his plane at the airport unassisted. The injuries, though, on Trump's ear are out of the camera's view, but Trump described the physical pain he endured on social media, as you mentioned, writing in part, quote, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear." And the FBI saying this during a late night press briefing.
This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. What potentially happened? That there's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had. All that it is really days, weeks, and months of investigation.
The Secret Service, which was responsible for securing the rally perimeter, releasing a statement after the assassination attempt that the shots came, quote, from an elevated position outside the rally venue. People across the country are now left wondering how the named shooter, 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, was able to access a rooftop so close by, leaving the former president and rally-goers ducking for their lives.
A lot of people thought someone had snuck fireworks in. And also you have to take into account there was no cell service because everyone was on their phones. So that it's all rumor in the crowd. There is no actual information.
Complete chaos. We all went to the ground and we didn't know what was going on.
I was nervous that the shooter could possibly spray out into the crowd because, he doesn't like the president. He doesn't like us.
Bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us. Like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
What happened there? We're all wondering. Law enforcement sources confirmed to Fox that an AR-style rifle was recovered from the scene. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, CB.
CB, thank you very much.
That man also said, you guys, that for 2 to 4 minutes, he said it's hard to recall. He's in the moment, right? He's trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. There's a guy on the roof with a rifle. Unbelievable that it would take that long.
Yeah, the question, if this was outside the secure perimeter, is where this guy was yelling. But if there were law enforcement there and there's someone yelling, someone's got a gun next to the president of the United States, the fact that it would take any amount of time is staggering. Were they under-resourced? Were they under... we don't know.
Was it the B team?
Yeah, was it the B
team?
And there's a lot of confusion in these moments too. There is, but not before. Not before. You should be reacting before. There's no confusion then. There's standard operating procedure before that. Has everything been secured? Are we responding to everything? See something, say something. If someone's seeing something and saying something, someone should be responding.
But to your point earlier, Pete, if you're in an urban environment where there's multiple rooftops and multiple windows, I understand the difficulty in securing a location. This one is harder for me to understand. You can see the aerial photos of the area. It's a very rural area. And you can see there, outside of the buildings behind Donald Trump, where the rally is taking place,
where the counter snipers were,
exactly to your point. There's really only one other rooftop. I guess there's one at the bottom of your screen as well. You can see where a second counter sniper team would be focused.
Sure.
But that counter sniper team, the one toward the top, above on your screen right now, well, you would think would be almost exclusively trained on those rooftops right 100%. There. So why is someone allowed to go onto that rooftop? Now, were they allowing people to view from that location? I don't think so. I've only seen one other person. Maybe there were a lot of people on the roof. I don't know. But, is Secret Service counterterrorism, really careful? Okay, does that person have a rifle and double, triple, quadruple checking because of the environment when it comes to law enforcement? Like, don't make a mistake, law enforcement. But why? My main question right now is, how was this not secured before the event? Why was there someone on that roof?
And let's not underestimate this. This president, President Trump, is the most famous man in the world. And as we have talked before, the most likely person, if you had to pick a public figure who could have an assassination attempt on him, most people would pick Donald Trump. He has upset all the right people in the power structure. So, of course, the things that you're talking about, Will, should have been done in advance. The other question I have, and I can't wait to get our guests on, because where are the drones overseeing and catching a guy on top of a rooftop?
Well, let's go to that next guest to get some of these questions answered. He was the case handler when President Reagan was shot in 1981. He's retired Secret Service agent Jeff James and joins us now. Jeff, thanks for being here. Really go anywhere you want. Was standard protocol missed here? Was it followed here? What was your perspective of the sort of before, during, and after?
Well, one of the things I want to say about the commentary regarding the sniper teams is I think it's an easier task when you're looking at that picture that we're all seeing that just encompasses that small part of the fairgrounds. You know, the Secret Service sniper teams train out to 1,000 yards, and that's the targets they look for. So I think if you would expand that picture out to cover 1,000-yard pie, and then realize that one sniper team has 180 degrees of responsibility in that pie, there's probably a lot more targets that they're eyeing than just those buildings that are right there in that short distance. There's tree line, there's elevated natural features, there's homes. So that's the one thing I would say is they're looking at a lot more than just those buildings sitting right there in front of them. And again, it's not just near, it's far away also. So that is a tough mission.
So I think that's very fair, Jeff. I appreciate that bit of context. If we zoom that picture out, maybe there are many more potential rooftop environments that they're monitoring as well. That being said, still, does it not surprise you that is certainly the closest proximity rooftop to President Trump's location? Does it not surprise you that someone was allowed on that rooftop during his rally?
You know, it does, but the other thing I don't know is where the secure perimeter ended. You know, it's when you look at these outdoor events, and look, the reason the candidates love these outdoor events is because, you know, if they would have gone to Pittsburgh, the PPG Arena, they could fit 18,000 people. These outdoor events, they can get 30,000 people. They're in front of so many more faces, but it does create situations like this where you have to say there's a stopping point. And when you get beyond that, it's tough to secure this unending amount of land, regardless of how big the outdoor event is. So, yeah, I'll be curious to see as the time goes where the secure perimeter ended. I know they're saying this is outside of it, and maybe there could have been assets used, like local law enforcement, to say, all right, this is your responsibility. All you do is worry about this, and let us know. You know, don't let anybody up there, and let us know if you see anything that you think shouldn't be there.
Jeff, given what we were just saying, that, of course, Donald Trump is the most likely candidate maybe in the world to have an assassination attempt tried on him, and you're looking at the images and the number of Secret Service and law enforcement that you could gather, do you feel like that's enough agents on the scene for somebody who's such a high-value target as President Donald Trump?
Well, it's funny, throughout my career, I never thought we had enough people around any protectee. So that's my thing. It's you always want more manpower. But when I think when you look at the reaction, and look, I don't know about the personnel that were in that outer perimeter and the middle perimeter, but when you look at this, the reaction right around him, how many people came and enveloped him and created that wall of body armor and flesh around him. And then even more when he got down the stairs and they were pushing him toward the truck. I think that was a pretty significant response of manpower.
But Jeff, when you talk about them surrounding him and the amount of flesh, his head was visible and he was able to fist pump, which the crowd loved. But if there was another shooter somewhere, that looked like a very dangerous situation. I've always seen, maybe I'm just watching movies, but I also remember the Ronald Reagan case where, you know, it was like full coverage, whisked off. You never saw him. I mean, so how standard was what we saw there?
That's the one thing I've said throughout this since it occurred, is the one thing I would have liked to have seen done differently is once they get to him, they should have grabbed him and gone. Look, he wants to wait for his shoes. That's great. But no, we're going. So if I had one criticism, that would be it. I would have liked to have seen him off the stage and into the armored vehicles more quickly. That once you get in those armored vehicles and you're locked down, you're pretty safe and you can get moving at a pretty high rate of speed quickly if you had to. So that is the one criticism I have.
If you're training this, Jeff, how quick should that happen? I mean, that took over a minute. I mean, if you're training on this, what's the standard? Should that have happened in 20 seconds? Should they have been moving the minute they touched him?
Yeah, that was if it's me, once I realize he can get to his feet the feet are moving. It'd be hard to put a stopwatch on it. But if it's me, yeah, we're getting to our feet and we're going. We know where the cars are. They're close by. Let's go.
Jeff, I want to stick with that 2 minutes for just a moment, or that what happened then on the stage. If that is your one concern, if you've reviewed the material, you said that took too long. What, in your estimation, what went wrong? And as Rachel said, we all see this moment. It's iconic of President Trump, saying, wait, and raising his fist to the crowd. But why did it take so long? President Trump, we've all been around him, has a commanding presence, and he's going to be in charge of many situations. But you have to wonder, was this a situation where he shouldn't have been in charge, where someone in charge of his life should have been commanding the situation? Why did it go in a way that right now your gut instinct is that's not the way it should have gone in this moment? Well,
it probably simply is because that moment of confusion and things aren't clear. From what I heard, and I can't confirm this, by that point they had already heard a communication saying the shooter's down. Yes. But as Rachel mentioned earlier, what if that was just the distraction and the real attack is coming and there's 4 more guys with guns?
Exactly.
So yeah, it just comes back very simply to me. We're moving, and you don't get a say. We'll get your shoes later. We're going.
Yeah. How will this change security going forward? I mean, the RNC starts tomorrow, huge gathering of people. Would this change protocol in your mind?
Well, the RNC plans have been in place for that. They started working on that. Secret Service started working on that over a year ago. So that's pretty much locked down. All the barriers are already up. When they say the outer perimeter, here's how big it is. And I don't know how many you've been to, but when they say the outer perimeter for a convention, they're talking 6 or 7 blocks away. So there may be changes made in the outer perimeter to maybe even something as simple as more barriers so cars can't, unwanted cars couldn't access. But you can guarantee, though, that people aren't walking along beside the building, on the sidewalk right beside the building with a handgun or especially a rifle, because that's how secure it is. So I don't know that much is going to need to change there, because it is the perimeter for that is just tremendous.
Well, Jeff James, thank you for your background, your service, and your time giving us some insight this morning. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, former President Trump and President Biden spoke on the phone last night. Let's turn now to Madeline Rivera live in Washington. Madeline.
Hey, good morning, guys. The general feeling from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle is that this is not the time for partisanship. The president making this statement Saturday night.
Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried? The president is back at the White House, cutting his weekend trip to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, short after the shooting. Former Presidents Barack Obama and George W. Bush reacting. Obama saying, although we don't yet know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility. Bush stating, Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whose own father was shot and killed during his presidential campaign, saying this as well.
My prayers go out for President Trump and his family, and we all, I think every American, whether you like President Trump or not, should be praying a prayer of gratitude that he did not, that this was not worse, and also a prayer for his recovery and for healing in our country.
Former President Trump is gaining some new endorsements in the wake of the incident, including from Elon Musk. Meantime, House Republican leaders say they want answers regarding the security measures that were implemented at the event. The chair of the Oversight Committee, Congressman James Comer, is planning to hold a hearing on July 22nd, and he's asking the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, to appear. Will Pete and Rachel.
Okay. Thank you, Madeline.
You got it.
Yeah, a lot of questions there for the Secret Service, for Kim Cheadle, for the assets that were deployed and given to this, for the there have been attempts to reduce, to negate Donald Trump's Secret Service team.
Remove it completely.
Yep. Congressman Benny Thompson talked about if you're a convicted felon, removing your Secret Service protection. Add to that, by the way, the continued denial of Secret Service protection for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's a lot of questions about the politicization of the protection of life when it comes to running for and protecting a candidate for president.
Well, and then you have the institution itself, just like I wrote a whole book about what's happening inside the military. Same things happening inside the Secret Service, whether it's DEI or gender quotas and all of this. What is that institution focused on? Is it its core purpose or other distractions that are become more important to it? Because in moments like this is when it's laid bare. What are your capabilities? How good are you at your job? Thankfully, President Trump is alive, but it could have gone the other way.
And Pete, you're not just speculating or sort of assuming that because of the research that you've done about what's going on in the military. The head of the Secret Service, who was a woman, was on CBS saying that her goal, her stated goal for the agency was to have a 30% female force. That is a very unbelievable mission goal for something that is so important, because it's not just protecting Donald Trump's life, but if people are afraid to run for office, that is a disservice to the entire citizenry. That is, talk about undermining and threatening democracy. When people are afraid, and this happens in Latin America all the time, good people don't run because they're afraid they're going to get killed. We can't have that in America.
You know who I want in that moment? I want a big dude.
I want Dan Bongino.
I want a big dude that can lift me up and carry me off the stage and block my body. So Donald Trump is what, 6'4", 6'3"? I don't know what he is.
Yeah,
he's a big dude.
A big guy.
You need big dudes around.
100%. If that was my dad, my husband, I would be really upset right now.
All right. Well, our next guest was standing in the front row, just feet from Trump when shots rang out. Pennsylvania delegate Mike McMullen joins us now. Mike, thank you for being here. Can't imagine what it was like to be there.
Thanks, folks. Good morning. Yeah. Sorry, I'm at the airport. I got to catch a flight to Milwaukee to the convention in about 20 minutes.
You and many others. So we'll keep you quick here. What did you see? What was it like?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Just walk us through what you saw. You were right there. Your reaction.
Yes, I was right there. I was to the left. If you're looking at the podium, I was at the left of the president. If you're looking center stage at the podium, 20 feet with our U.S. Senate candidate, Dave McCormick, and two congressmen, Mike Kelly and Dan Muser. And we heard a pop, pop, pop. And we're like, what the heck is going on? And there were some other military people around us. We said, hit the deck. It's gunshots. We all hit the deck. And I was about 20 feet from the president. We saw him swatting his ear. And after that, there were about 10 to 12 Secret Service agents pounce on him to go down to protect him. And we were just in shock and awe of what just happened. And I was to stage right or the center left, if you're looking at, watching it straight ahead. I've been to most Trump rallies, 8 or 9 in Pennsylvania since 2020, 2016, but I've never seen anything like this.
Mike, I'm curious about the state of confusion. In the moment, was it possible for you to understand not just what had happened, but maybe where it was coming from? If you were stage left, I think that's the same direction that the shots came from. Were the people in the crowd aware?
We weren't really sure. We just heard pop, pop, pop. We all hit the deck, and everybody said, I heard 6 to 8 shots, and other people around me, 5 to 6. I heard 6 to 8, and it was like pop, pop. Then it was like another burst again, and we didn't know where they were coming from. When they swooped onto the president, they all had their guns drawn, like if there was an active shooter in the crowd. I don't think they knew where it was, where the shooter was.
Wow. You've had some time to digest this. What are your thoughts about the response that you saw from law enforcement?
The law enforcement did a great job. They were right there. We had PSP. The PSPs are Pennsylvania State Police. They were swooped in over on the far left. One of the gentlemen behind me, he was ultimately killed by the gunman, and he was probably I was on the ground still because we stayed on the ground for at least 10 or 15 minutes. We hunkered down just because that's what we were told to do by the Secret Service, like get down. And there were some other military people in our group saying get down. But the gentleman behind me was one of the ones that was shot and killed, ultimately, unfortunately.
Wow.
Wow. So you were.
But law enforcement did a great job of swooping in right away on the president. You know, they hunkered him down. They formed a perimeter around him. And, you know, I think it looked like 10 or 12 that jumped on him and got him down. Then the guys in tactical with machine guns, you know, were aiming, looking for something to shoot at. So.
You know, the crowd, Trump famously now pumped his fist. The crowd stood defiantly. It's almost as if there was this sense, you've been to a lot of these rallies, I have too, that something like this was going to happen. And I mean, it just being there in that moment, did it feel like surreal, unreal, or almost like, oh my goodness, it's finally, it's tragically happened?
It was, I mean, I didn't go to bed last night. By the time I got home, I had to pack for the convention. I've been up all night, still trying to digest this. And like I said, law enforcement did a great thing, talking to a lot of people afterwards. People are still in shock and awe that this happened. A little sidebar, I was 11 years old when Reagan got shot back in 1981. And I'm 54 now. This is my 6th Republican National Convention representing the 17th Congressional District here in Pennsylvania. And I mean, any one of us could have been shot. Unfortunately, the gentleman about 10 feet behind me, he ultimately periled because I don't know where he was shot, but there was a lot of blood, you know, looking behind, and there was a lot of blood, and it was so chaotic, but it is what it is, folks.
Can I ask you one last question before we let you go and catch your flight? You are also very close to where President Trump was. Give us your thoughts on just his reaction to all of this based on your eyewitness.
Well, I mean, when we were still hunkered down and when he got back up, and I guess the Secret Service made a point to say, I guess it was all clear, then he was so energized. I mean, he got up and did the little fist bump, you know, thumbs up, and they whisked him away and, you know, to the motorcade. And I guess he went to the hospital afterwards. So, I mean, he was very positive. If you look at his quotes afterwards, you know, he's not, I mean, he's going to, you know, fight on. I think he's going to the UFC fight tonight in Vegas, if I recall, or he's going somewhere like that.
Well, Mike, not only do we appreciate you being with us this morning, we appreciate you being here. I know that was close last night.
Well, thank you very much, and sorry for the, I'm at the airport, and sorry for maybe technical difficulties or the noise in the background, but I really appreciate your time, and thank you very much for having me on.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. No apologies necessary. Thanks for being with us this morning.
I'm just putting this together for a second. So if you've been to these events, the stage, you've got, I don't know, 15, 20 feet between the stage and the first person, right? There's always that gap. On TV, you don't really see it, but there's 15, 20 feet in case someone tries to rush the stage. And if he's front row and someone shot 10 feet behind him, that means one of the shots fired by the shooter was highly inaccurate, meaning not at Trump. So that means the first shot was obviously clearly aimed. But after that, whether it's because of the shooter from the counter snipers or something, it became erratic fire from this sniper. Because if you're hitting someone that far back in the crowd, you're no longer accurately aiming at Trump. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was interesting in his account as well is that Will asked such a good question, which was, did you know where it was coming from? I mean, just imagine being there. You don't know what direction it's coming from. And so, you know, you see this guy behind you get shot, the president's getting shot. It must have been terrifying.
I can tell you from having been shot at, like you don't right away at the first, you don't know necessarily. I mean, you start to develop a sense, but 6 or 8 shots like that, plus then you've got counter snipers. Like there's too much confusion for anyone to dial in.
Are you surprised, quickly, Pete, that so many people remained standing?
Yeah, I think probably a lot of his confusion. Like you hear him say we were on the ground for 10, 15 minutes, which might sound a little surprising, but that probably was protocol around people who would tell you to do that, you know, but
people were standing.
I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, I think there is a sense of defiance. There's also a sense of they're not shooting at me, they're shooting at him.
The reaction of the crowd is something interesting to analyze. I will say you can hear it clearly on the video when it's played unedited. The Secret Service says at one point, shoot her down, we're clear. And this is all taking place feet from open microphones. So you do wonder how much of that is going out over to the crowd. And they're analyzing essentially Secret Service commands in real time. Over the microphone.
Fascinating.
All right, now more questions and answers, though, as the FBI takes over the investigation.
Fox News contributor and former police officer Tom Homan joins us now. Tom, you've seen the tape just like us. What sticks out at you?
Well, first of all, his detail are the best of the best. Look, I've been with the president many times. You know that. I've been the last few years been with him either at Mar-a-Lago, New York, or on the road, and I know that detail. I know them by first name. They know me, and they're the best of the best. So, and what they did last night was miraculous. They did exactly as they were trained to do. They got to the president quickly and protected him like they should. And look, even though the president knows me by first name and most of his detail knows me by first name, when I approach the president, regardless of where it is, even if he calls me over, I always make eye contact with his detail to get the high sign that's okay to approach. These guys are that good, and they proved that last night, so thank God for that. Look, there's obviously a fail here from a sniper being on roof line, direct sight to the president. There's obviously a fail that needs to be investigated. But I first want to recognize the men and women who put themselves in harm's way, got on the president between them, and they didn't know at the time the shooter was down. These are brave men and women that did an excellent job, so God bless them.
Tom, before we get to the video, really quick question. Can you help us understand the chain of command? Secret Service, is that under Homeland Security?
It is under Homeland Security, which is a concern for me because who oversees Homeland Security?
Alejandro
Secretary
Mayorkas.
Mayorkas. And look, I've been down there many times. The threats against the president come in daily. They come in daily. And I understand that. Look, when I was ICE director in President Trump, I had death threats against me and my family. I had 20 U.S. Marshals guarding my home and my family. I can't even go to dinner with my wife and kid without getting into a bulletproof limousine and going having dinner. And I'm Tom Homan. I'm nobody, right? But this stuff happens. This is incoming from President Trump every day. And knowing the dangers and the threats coming in every day, you would think they would never be denied additional Secret Service security. But this is what he needs. And like I said, I'm going to be with him twice this coming week. I guarantee you're going to see an uptick in his security apparatus. I think things in Milwaukee are going to change because this guy's at extreme danger of people hurting him.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, Tom, I want you to stay with us. For anyone just waking up, we're going to watch the whole unedited video one more time. Stay with us, Tom.
Just said, take a look at what happened.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we got to move to the bus.
Let me get my shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
There's the full unedited 2-minute version of what took place. Still with us is Tom Homan, former ICE director. Tom, you've been, as you mentioned, to so many of these rallies, essentially in so many of these situations. As you watch that take place again, what are your thoughts?
Well, look, I have been on stage at his rallies. I've been on stage shoulder to shoulder with him at rallies. And I think people need to understand, I heard earlier people questioning, should he get off the stage quicker? Well, look, first of all, they came quickly and covered the president. And they all have earpieces in. They're in direct communication with Incident Command. Was Incident Command telling them to stay down? We're scanning to make sure there's no other shooters. Stay down. The escape vehicle isn't quite there yet. There's a lot of communications going on that people don't understand. So you can look at this video. You don't know what the communications within Secret Service Command is going on at that time. But I think they did a great job. Yeah, again, putting themselves in harm's way without hesitation, covered the president. And look, when it comes down to it, the president's still the boss. So he has some decisions how they're going to handle them. I don't particularly disagree with. I agree with that. I think Secret Service agents ought to have ultimate command in a shooting situation. But there's a lot of missing pieces going on here, which I think will come out during the investigation. When did they decide to leave the stage? Was that based on a command through the earpieces that is now safe? The escape vehicle's there. We just scanned. We don't see any other additional shooters now move. So we'll have to wait and see the investigation roll out on this, because right now I can tell you there's hundreds of agents investigating every incident within this command decision.
Tom, sadly, does any of this surprise you, considering the rhetoric, considering how he's been described an existential threat, bad as Hitler, dictator? People have been characterizing him in a certain way that made something like this feel like it almost felt like tragically could be inevitable.
What is sad, people, I wasn't surprised when this happened yesterday. I've been saying for a long time, I'm concerned for the safety of the president. I just shared with you, I was just an ICE director, and the things me and my family dealt with, times that by thousands for this, 1,000 for this man. This man, the left hates this man. The left, even Secretary Mayorkas in the White House want to say that MAGA supporters, MAGA is an extreme threat to this country. So they fired a lot of people up who's on the edge of losing their mind anyways to take action against his president. So the rhetoric is bad. The rhetoric, I've been in the federal government for about 40 years. I've never seen a rhetoric like this, the personal attacks against this man and his family, whether it's lawfare, whether it's the negative, constant negative press in the media every day saying this guy's a threat to democracy. And this guy, we need to get this guy, out of the contest for the presidency. We need to get rid of this guy with it over and over and over again. So I was not surprised. I've been worried about his safety for a long time, and I still am. This is just another example of this administration concentrating on the MAGA people, the MAGA supporters being a danger to this country. No, look what happened with the thousands of riots where officers were killed. Hundreds of law enforcement officers were seriously injured. And you got the Vice President, Kamala Harris, looking to bail these people out. That's the real threat. The real threat are those in this country that want to eliminate this man because they're afraid he's going to be president again and change what they've got put in place. So I'm concerned him today. I'm going to be concerned for him this week. Like I said, I'll be with him a couple of times this week. I'm concerned every day for the safety of this man because there are people in this world that hate him and want him dead. That's just a stone cold fact.
Yeah. Tom, I've been equally worried about Donald Trump and about this moment coming, which has come to pass. I've thought about it a lot as well, just like you have. You mentioned Secretary Mayorkas, the head of Homeland Security, at the top. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. You also mentioned the investigation that, of course, is going to come because of this building 130 feet away. How did somebody get up there? It seems egregious and negligent. We will see. There'll be an investigation, but that investigation, Tom, is going to be done by the FBI, the same FBI who couldn't find the J6 pipe bombers, the same FBI that, raided Mar-a-Lago. How confident are you in an FBI investigation?
Look what happened.
I'm very confident in the street officers. I know a lot of these guys. They're in it for the right reasons. They carry that badge and gun and put their lives on line every day for the right reasons. I'm concerned about the leadership. There's going to be several investigations, right? There's going to be an investigation on incident itself. What could have been better? What worked? What did not? Every incident I commanded, after the incident happens, you always have what we call a hot wash. Everybody gets together. Okay, how did you react? What did we do here? What could have been better? What could have been faster? What didn't work? So the incident, the whole incident, the security of the incident is going to be investigated. There's going to be another team of investigators looking at the shooter. Who is this guy? Go through his social media, go through his computer, search his home, talk to his family, talk to his friends. Why did he do this? Who else knew about this and failed to notify law enforcement? That's going to be a separate thing going on. And the third thing going on, I guarantee you, there are hundreds of men and women sitting down today figuring out how we're going to adjust the security apparatus around President Trump to make sure he stays safe. It's not going to be the same today as it was yesterday. I guarantee it. Even someone like me who have a close relationship with him, I'm sure there's going to be new rules put in place when I approach him. So I think you're going to see three different things going on at the same time. And I think the ground, the agents on the ground, who most of them, matter of fact, I never met an FBI agent or Secret Service agent that didn't love this guy. And they're law enforcement to the core. So the ground guys, I have total faith in. It's a leadership that I have a concern with, such as Secretary Mayorkas.
Yeah. Tom Homan, thanks for being with us and your insight.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. Well, right now, former President Trump is recovering in New Jersey after he was released from the hospital pretty quickly last night.
Fox News medical contributor Dr. Mark Siegel joins us now. Dr. Siegel, welcome. And good morning. And I'm so sorry.
Good morning, guys.
We're happy to see you, but sad to see you under such circumstances. I know you know the president as well. What is your takeaway, just from the medical perspective, of what you saw and what your concerns are based on the video footage we've been showing all morning long?
You know, Rachel, there's two issues. One is the psychological, the other is the medical. I'll start with the psychological. I think that, and Pete, you know, having been in war, will, I think, agree with this. This immediately became a warlike situation with bullets flying. And note that the president first knew instinctively to get down. Not everybody would do that. I mean, he acted like you would if you were in a war, hit the ground. And then when he had been there for a minute or two, he rose up, put up his fist, and told America, "I'm strong, I have courage, and you should have courage too." What a stirring moment of leadership. And by the way, from a medical point of view, that bodes very, very well for a full psychological recovery, because it's variable. Pete will tell you it's variable. I've treated many, many gunshot victims in the Bellevue emergency room over the years, hundreds, and it's all different. But when you initially respond like that, you recover psychologically. 25% incidence of post-traumatic stress after being shot or shot at even. But with that response, you recover. Really stirring. Second point is medical, Rachel, which is, you know, the ear is a very vascular area. So he had a lot of bleeding from that. They got him to the local emergency room. We don't know if he had sutures or not. I would suspect he probably did. There's a nerve in that ear. I bet that was missed, but there's an artery there, so he probably lost blood. I'm positive that they covered that up right away, that they put pressure on it, that they then closed it. But so he's perfectly fine from that point of view. He may have lost hearing temporarily in that ear. I don't know that for a fact. I have been monitoring it. I have my sources at the scene. Everybody there that was really shook up, that almost got shot themselves, or people that did, obviously, we lost people. But he set an example of courage in the face of that people rally to. And the last point is, you know, the temporal bone is like an inch away from where that hit. If he had literally been looking slightly differently, a little bit more towards the crowd, the 70% death rate from the temporal bone, if the bullet enters the brain, you're gone in that particular part of the brain. So we are so lucky. We are looking at a medical miracle here, which I don't think anyone has put it that way yet. This is a medical miracle that it grazed his ear and didn't go into the brain. Unbelievable. And such a stirring sign from God that he recovered from this.
Amen to that. A medical miracle.
Dr. Siegel, I think we're down to just a few seconds, so I apologize if this is something we got to bail out very quickly here. But one more question I'd love to ask you, you know, on the medical side, you know, obviously we've had a lot of conversations over the past 3 weeks about the vigor or the physical abilities of a sitting president of the United States. Getting shot is only actually part of this story. It is the most important part, but President Trump went to the ground, was covered up, tackled in essence by about 5 or 6 Secret Service agents, carried off the stage, rushed off the stage. This was a physical event from start to finish that I would think, from a medical perspective, shows a great amount of strength.
He's tough. He showed he's tough. You know, medically, we know he has a low blood pressure. We know he's hardy. He doesn't sleep a lot, you know, and he plays a lot of golf, but he is tough. And the point I didn't make yet is, yeah, carried off, you know, thumbs up, fist up. But he went to the hospital, and I was monitoring this local hospital, Butler Memorial, where he was in the ER. He was discharged. You talk about tough. He wasn't like, aren't you guys going to observe me overnight or anything? He was out of there just in a matter of a couple of hours. And I agree with your point, Will. He's in really top shape. He's in good health. And that shows under a situation like this. When you're shot, when you get up, and then when you go home to New Jersey from the hospital, that's amazing.
Yeah. He was clearly fighting off the agents so that he could show his defiance. I mean, this is physical stamina, physical strength. And as you so aptly pointed out, it is also a sign of his psychological, mental strength as well, to have the wherewithal to do that. Great insight, great analysis. Thank you, Dr. Siegel. We always love having you on.
Thank you, guys. Good to be with you this morning.
You got it.
Thank you.
Well, our next guest knows all about the tragic costs of a divided political climate.
Joining us now with her message of peace and unity is Fox News contributor and the niece of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Alveda King. Thanks for being with us this morning. Your family,
thank you, my friend,
has been through an incident that sadly did not turn out quite with the same ending. You have personal and, of course, historical perspective on a moment like this. We'd just love to hear your thoughts this morning.
Well, I really say thank you, God, for the medical miracle that we've heard about, that it wasn't worse, that others have not been harmed. And for those who have lost a family member, we are just grateful, God, that you're still with us. And I'm just very grateful, Father, in Jesus' name. Now, listen, it's very important for the family of President Trump to remain encouraged, and I know they are. And yes, he has courage. We here in America and humanity everywhere, take heart, take courage, fear not. Turn that fear into prayer. That's what we had to do when my grandmother was shot. My uncle, Martin Luther King Jr. was shot. My dad, A.D. King, was killed. When our homes were bombed, turn that fear to prayer. Don't be afraid. Don't turn that anger to prayer. Be encouraged. Pray for the families that have actually lost today as well. I'm so grateful. Yes, President Trump is strong, and we are praying for him and his family. Pray for America. Pray for humanity. And I'm traumatized myself. It takes me back. It triggers me, of course. And so my immediate response is for peace, for unity, for forgiveness, for repentance. That is what we must do at this hour.
Well, Alveda, time is short. We've got to leave it there. But what a perfect way to round out this hour with historical perspective, with prayer. You're speaking and praying in real time, which I think is speaking for a lot of people, too, in this moment. Alveda King, God bless you. Thank you for your message.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alveda.
God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
And breaking news coverage continues next.
I always wanted to know why I am the way I am. My curiosity led me to end.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
It's time we had a heart-to-heart. Just 29% of tech workers are women, and just 8% are Hispanic. That opportunity gap is way too big. DeVry Scholars Programs are designed to help more underrepresented communities pursue tech careers. Let's help close the gap at devry.edu. We love garage keypads. They're easy and convenient, but you never really know who's using it or when. Introducing the all-new MyQ Smart Garage Video Keypad. With a built-in camera, you get streaming HD video day or night. Create up to 16 custom PIN codes and get real-time notifications when the keypad is used. It's not just the key to your garage, it's the key to your home. Go to myq.com and get $30 off with promo code TV69.
Or shop at Amazon.com.
Introducing our most advanced heart health chew yet. SuperBeets Advanced by Human, with clinically studied grapeseed extract to help promote normal blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than diet and exercise alone, plus a dose of CoQ10 to support cellular energy production. SuperBeets Advanced supports healthy blood pressure, healthy CoQ10 levels, and heart-healthy energy. From the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Get a free month supply on all bundles at superbeetsadvanced.com.
This is how AG1 works to deliver foundational nutrition that tastes great too. With AG1, quality comes first. Using subtly fruity flavor from the essences of pineapple and vanilla, with no added sugars or artificial sweeteners. Look forward to your morning routine and start your day with great taste. Upgrade your daily habit today at drinkag1.com. Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. Purple Mattresses' exclusive Gel Flex Grid draws away heat, relieves pressure, and instantly adapts. Sleep better. Live Purple. Visit purple.com or a store near you today.
Fiverr is a great resource because it gives us access to a wide pool of freelance talent across multiple categories who deliver high-quality results. We've completed over 100 projects on Fiverr, including illustrations, email marketing,
logo creation, designs, press releases, you name it. We've done it on Fiverr.
and it's helped contribute to the expansion of our brand.
It is time for the GOAT. Strap in, because Skip is back. This team is loaded top to bottom. He's got the Hall of Famers, playmakers. We coming with some swag. Game changers. And Lil Wayne is in the house. New team. I'm talking elite players. Here we come. Same Skip.
This is about to be the greatest show I have ever been a part of.
Undisputed. Weekdays at 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1.
Ordinary Americans who made an extraordinary impact.
It's not just the idea, it's the actuality.
Those egg rolls sold like hotcakes. I'm Bill Hemmer. This is Meet the American Who, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Fox News Alert, if you're joining us just this hour, it's a historic morning in the United States. Overnight, former President Donald Trump arriving in New Jersey after an attempted assassination on his life during his rally last night in Pennsylvania.
Trump says a bullet pierced the top of his right ear as he then ducked to the ground before standing back up moments later, defiantly shaking his fist. One rally-goer was killed in the shooting. 2 others were critically hurt. Trump survived by a mere half-inch. Overnight, the FBI identifying the suspected shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. We will warn you, there's a photo of what appears to be the dead gunman on a rooftop nearby.
Investigators say Crooks took position on a roof 130 yards from the podium, and he opened fire before being shot and killed. And we're just learning Capitol Police will hold a virtual security briefing for House offices later this afternoon. We're now going to show you the full, unedited version of the moment that those shots rang out. Watch.
Just said, take a look at what happened.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold that in your head, bloody.
So we got to move to the classroom. Let me get my shoes. Watch out. Wait.
Just incredible. Iconic. We have live team coverage this morning. Ainsley Earhardt is in Bedminster, New Jersey, where former President Trump is this morning. Lawrence Jones is live on the scene of last night's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we're going to begin with CB Cotton, who's also live in Butler and has more information on the suspect. CB.
Hi, good morning. The sun is rising on a community left heartbroken. The area where the gunshots rang out is now an active crime scene, so members of the media were being kept about half a mile away for investigators to do this very important work. In the meantime, though, there are so many questions from people in this community and really across the entire nation on how the named shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, was able to gain access to a roof with a direct vantage point to the rally stage. Some reported seeing the gunman move from roof to roof before the shooting, and witnesses continue to recount the terror.
A lot of people thought someone had snuck fireworks in. And also you have to take into account there was no cell service because everyone was on their phones. So that it's all rumor in the crowd. There is no actual information.
Complete chaos. We all went to the ground and we didn't know what was going on.
I was nervous that the shooter could possibly spray out into the crowd because, he doesn't like the president. He doesn't like us.
We noticed a guy bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us. Like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
Republican Speaker Mike Johnson says the House will conduct a full investigation, and House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer is now calling on the Secret Service Director to appear for a hearing on July 22nd. The FBI is leading the investigation into the attempted assassination, and the agency says the Secret Service will have to answer how and why the roof outside the rally perimeter was left unsecured.
Again, the Secret Service really needs to answer that question. They conduct the initial site survey. They do the initial security assessments and determine where the different security locations should be. And they're the ones who are in charge of securing the scene. We, along with other state and local assets, are there to support the Secret Service and their mission.
Meanwhile, people from all political views continue to condemn the assassination attempt. This as we see another show of strength from former President Donald Trump, who arrived in New Jersey early this morning, walking down the steps of his plane unassisted at the airport. From the camera's vantage point, you can't see the injuries on Trump's ear from the rally attack, but Eric Trump told our colleague Bill Hemmer that his dad was, quote, one of the toughest guys. President Biden's campaign announced that it is immediately trying to pull all of its campaign ads in light of this horrific tragedy. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, CB.
Thank you.
As we mentioned, we have team coverage this morning, including Ainsley Earhardt, who's in Bedminster, New Jersey this morning, where Donald Trump is, and Lawrence Jones, who's in Butler, Pennsylvania, the site of this attempted assassination last night. Ainsley, we'd love to start with you. Trump is in Bedminster. He's now there, as are you. Tell us what you know. I think you've had a chance to speak to a few people this morning in New Jersey. Tell us what you get the sense of this morning.
Yeah, so Will, I've talked to a few people that were talking to Donald Trump last night, and he went to bed at 2 o'clock. We saw him walk down the stairs of his plane. He was unassisted, seemed to be in good spirits, everyone is saying, even joking around with some people and even comforting those around him, those who were still in shock and were very concerned. He was scheduled to play golf with Senator Lindsey Graham here at Bedminster, which is about 5 minutes down the road here. The perimeter of Bedminster has been just fortified with Secret Service. It is shut down today. Members are not allowed to come today. Neither are staff. No one is allowed on the property. Secret Service is there to prevent you from going on, just to protect him out of an abundance of caution. But he was in good spirits. Went to bed only a few hours ago, and he was very concerned, obviously, about Melania and all of his children, but especially Barron, because he's the youngest, and just wanted to make sure they were okay. They were in shock and very concerned last night, and so were all of the older children. There are a lot of questions as to how this gunman got on top of that roof, as y'all have been talking about, as CB has. Why wasn't that within the perimeter? If an AR-style rifle can shoot up to 600 yards, then why wouldn't that be in the perimeter when he was about less than 200 yards away? So those questions need to be answered. It's a dichotomy here because the family loves their detail and they love the president's detail. They're very close to them and are very grateful for Secret Service, but also they have concerns. Why was there a security breach? Why was this gunman on top of the roof? Why were witnesses alerting law enforcement and nothing was being done? And he was up there for minutes before the shots were fired. President, I'm hearing, is very upset about, obviously, the person behind him, one of his fans, one of his supporters, one of his constituents that was gunned down by this shooter. I know that he has helped set up a GoFundMe page for that family and is trying to get any information. He's they've been on the forefront of his mind, and he just wants to let them know that he cares so deeply for them and will be, I'm sure, getting in touch with them and doing a lot more for that family, Will.
Well, Ainsley, to that point, Donald Trump put out a statement on Truth Social last night where he immediately talked about the person that was killed and others were injured. Here's what he said. He wrote, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person who was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America." There's a GoFundMe page also set up by the president for the victims of what happened in Butler, PA. But it's amazing. I was struck, Ainsley, by one thing you said. He was almost consoling other people around him. This is a guy with a fortitude and a resilience unlike what we've seen.
Yeah. Yes, someone who talked to him said, "Mr. President, you know, if you had not turned your head, this would be a different story this morning." And he was joking around and fine and moving on to the next subject. So he's just a fighter. He's so strong. And this is one of the reasons why America loves him.
Yeah, let's go to you, Lawrence. When Ronald Reagan was shot, he famously said, "I forgot to duck." In the case of Donald Trump, it's believed from the video footage that just his movement, and he missed it by, the bullet missed him by just a millimeter. You're at the site of what our own medical correspondent, Dr. Siegel, is calling a medical miracle. What are you hearing there on the ground?
Well, I'll say this. We can talk about the medical miracle. We can talk about the duck and the split-second decision, but there is no Donald Trump today without Jesus Christ this morning. I mean, we could be having a very different conversation this morning, going over the obituary of the 45th president this morning. And if it wasn't for the grace of God, things could have been different. So I give honor and glory to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for protecting the former president. And there has been, you know, you've been out there, guys. You've been talking to people before this moment. This was always the fear. And I kind of used to just duck it behind my head and say, you know, everything is going to be okay. But there was always this feeling within the movement that the pressures to prosecute him, and then it would eventually escalate to someone trying to kill him. I mean, there's multiple things to go over. I don't think we should rush this conversation. I separated into two different categories: the spirit of yesterday and the execution of yesterday. It was a moment to see the former president, even under pressure, to hold up his fist to reassure not just the people in the crowd, but to the country, and to say, fight, fight, fight. As you know, you can talk about how a person will act under pressure. We saw it in real time yesterday. We don't have to say or hear stories about the former president, how he reacts behind closed door. We saw it with our own eyes. But then when you get past the spirit of the moment, and I even see a Secret Service agent pick up that MAGA hat and remember what that MAGA hat has been deemed by many on the other side as a threat to democracy, as anti-American. I mean, you can go down the list of the rhetoric that has been said about that. But when you get away from the spirit and you talk about the execution, there's a lot of things that I saw yesterday that was deeply concerning. And I think the conversation has to go, do we want our presidents and former presidents to have the best protecting them, or semi? And I know the people that do these jobs, the ego can get involved with it, but it's a genuine conversation because, and Pete, you know this because you've been around the best at counter snipers, people that do recce's, people that do threat assessments. What was displayed yesterday was not the best. And I don't think it's a slight at the Secret Service. I mean, we're talking about the best that go through and do shots every single day, that go through situational. When was the last qualification? When is the last time you fired a round? Looking at some of the ways that people took their firearm out and then put it back in the holster, there was some difficulty there. People that do this every single day, there is a certain muscle memory that goes through there where it is clean because that is what they do. And so, look, I don't doubt that the Secret Service are patriots, and I know many of them, and I see them and I dap them up. But if it wasn't for the grace of God yesterday, we could be preparing for a state funeral in the Capitol.
Right.
And I think that needs to be evaluated this morning.
Really quickly, Lawrence.
Very fair point.
But sadly, someone did lose their life last night. And Alexis Adams, while she was broadcasting last night, made it clear during her reporting when this became an active crime scene and her access to the facility and to witnesses changed. I'm just curious. I know you arrived late last night. It's very, very early this morning. You're there, though, Lawrence. I'm just curious what you're seeing. I see a chain link fence behind you. I don't know if that is the site of the rally right there behind you or how close you've been able to get. But what are you getting a sense of as you arrive at a place that I presume is still a crime scene?
It is. I mean, it's everything is frozen in time. Right now, you're not able to go back there. The flag that was that you see behind me is still lit, just like it was last night. That building right behind me to my right is where the counter sniper team were positioned. If you look at the light to my far left, is where the shooter was positioned past that last light right there. So everything is frozen right here. But a concerning thing, when you talk about this scene right here and who's leading the investigation, the FBI will be leading the investigation. But the people that were in charge of securing it did not show up to the press conference yesterday. So you got the FBI, you got the local police, and when the FBI agent in charge was asked about the Secret Service, they didn't have time to show up to the conference. Now, I don't know if he was saying that they were rushing back. No one has... Washington, D.C., where the headquarters is not far away from Pennsylvania. I mean, after the incident, I was in New York City, and I got on a flight here. So there are real concerns and questions that need to be answered. And I also want to know why the press conference was done so late. I mean, there should have been reassurance to the public way before time. And that's how all crime scenes are handled. And this wasn't handled that way. So I don't think, as I said from the beginning of this conversation, I don't think this is a conversation that we should rush. But I think we have to be honest about it. And wherever the facts go, let them land.
No, fair enough.
Absolutely. Well, Lawrence and Ainsley, you're going to be with us all morning long in both key locations. I want to thank you both for being up early and sticking with us all morning long. There's so much to get to in so many angles, as you both beautifully covered this morning.
Yeah,
we
thank
appreciate it.
Thank you.
It is an important reminder. It's one of the first things is the attempt here was to kill the former president, and it was a half an inch from executing that plan, which means the world we woke up in this morning would be completely. It is already completely different. This changes everything.
Exactly.
Imagine, however, if it had gone 1 inch the other direction, what kind of world we would be living in right now.
Yeah, it would have. The attempt was to kill the president, but also to change the election and the course of history. Because if there's one thing that we've been covering incessantly on this channel is Donald Trump and the fact that there was nobody that we all know of in politics, in modern politics, that can withstand what he has withstood even before this assassination attempt. The investigations, the impeachments, being accused of being a traitor and colluding with Russia. It goes on and on and on. And then you see this moment. Last night, Newt Gingrich was on Sean Hannity. And here's what, he always gives us a great historical perspective. And here's what he had to say about it.
I was very emotional earlier. I'm not sure I could have done television because I've known Trump for about 30 years. So I'm watching a personal friend get shot in front of me. I mean, it was a very intimate moment for millions of Americans. And it was a providential moment. If he had turned to look at that big screen, and when he was turned, the bullet would have hit him here. When he turned back, it hit him here. That's how close he came to being killed. And I think we need to understand that this was providential, and he reacted appropriately.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
Providential.
It's a miracle. And I told you guys earlier, I don't think anyone's had more people pray over him, literally put their hands over him. There are many pictures of him in the Oval Office and at many events where before events, people will pray over him. There is a protective shield over him. There's no question in my mind.
I love what you said, Will, about the physicality of it, too, when you were talking to Dr. Siegel. I mean, ultimately, what it took to endure all of that gives you a sense of where he's at.
Yeah. Well, our next guest was at the rally when the shots rang out. Gino DeFabio, he joins us now with his reaction. Gino, thanks for being with us this morning.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Would love to hear your perspective on what went down yesterday. Where were you, and what did you experience?
I'll tell you exactly what happened, but before I do that, I want to say one thing. For everybody's mentioned it this morning, and for the last 7 years, my first time on Fox and Friends was about 7 years ago. That morning, Trump saw me on your show. I was on a stage. I've met with the guy. This guy is doing more for the American people than anybody knows. I want to demand, as an American citizen, that we have a July 13th committee to investigate the instigating of, they want to say that Trump instigated January 6th. I want to say they instigated the assassination attempt of our president. It should not be allowed to stand. Everybody knows the names, Pelosi, AOC, and the rest of them. Because what I have to live for, what I saw yesterday for the rest of my life, it's their fault. It's their rhetoric. Now, I'm sorry. I had to say that because I'm tired and I'm an angry American this morning. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you speak for a lot of people. And Gino, we will have that conversation. And that date, you're right, July 13th will be a date that burned in our brain like September 11th, like October 7th. There's no doubt.
It's in my brain.
You were there. Share with us what you experienced.
Listen, it was a regular Trump rally. We got there. I took my cousin with me. She hadn't been to a rally that size ever. We were there about 5 hours early. We were standing in 90-degree weather and having a ball. You meet people from all over. There was people from Maryland, people from all over. I live about an hour away. We went down. One gentleman I'm sick about, he had a VIP pass. And I says, oh, you're going to get to sit behind the president. He goes, yeah, I'm not going to go back there for a little bit. This was early in the afternoon. I pray to God it wasn't the guy I met yesterday. It's horrible that anybody died. But this guy was so excited just to be on TV, to stand behind the former president of the United States. And look what it got him. Somebody died. People were critically injured, and they tried to kill Trump. We're standing there. Trump came out to his regular music, the YMCA. He come out, the crowd went nuts. He started into a spiel. He put a chart up about immigration. And then, it's been 4th of July. We've been hearing fireworks. People are saying they thought there were fireworks. Well, I fired AR-15s and other guns. I knew there were gunshots. Immediately, everybody went down on the ground. I put my hands on my cousin's shoulders. I said, stay down, stay down. And I was looking around because you don't believe what goes through your head when you hear gunshots like that in a crowd. I'm thinking Las Vegas, they're going to start shooting everybody. And I'm looking around. But immediately, I see Trump go down. Then I thought, oh, my God, they killed him.
Wow. Wow.
And I was pretty upset. Then the president stands up and puts his fist in the air. And everybody started screaming, USA, USA. And he was okay. And then immediately I said, they shot at him. There's somebody behind him that's not in good shape. There has to be. We saw 2 light flight helicopters came in. What amazed me was there was an anger in the crowd, but there was no panic. There wasn't anybody running, but there was an anger. Everybody couldn't believe what they just saw. I think they were shocked. And the fact that he got up, it made everybody feel better. But it was just, it's in my mind forever now. It's just, I'm not a weak person, but I can't believe that they did that to him. And I point the finger at the people who've been trying to ridicule him for 7 years, over 7 years. They tried their Russian collusion. They tried their phone calls, their phony phone calls. Then they go with the banking, the stripper, and everything else. Well, they should be held responsible because they called him everything but Hitler, and they might have called him Hitler, and I even hate saying that name. They said he wants to be, he's going to be the next, he wants to be a dictator. He's never going to leave if he gets back in. Here's a guy that goes to work, doesn't need any of this, none of it, had a beautiful life. He is actually working for the American people. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, Black, White, Hispanic, or Martian. You have to see what's going on, people. You have to wake up, and you have to realize what they're doing to this country. And there's one guy that's going to save it, and they tried to kill him yesterday, and I had to watch.
Yeah, Gino, the reports are right now that the shooter is 20 years old. There's a lot of details and a lot of facts that have to come out about his motivation, but it didn't escape my attention that basically Donald Trump has been on the public scene for this shooter's half of his life. And then he's been raised in a climate where he's been hearing that Donald Trump is a dictator, would be authoritarian, a Nazi, a wannabe Hitler. He is, at the very least, we know, grown up in an environment where that's everyday rhetoric. Now, whether or not that played a role in his motivation, we'll see. We'll see when it comes to this shooter. But there's no doubt that's the environment. I can hear the emotion in your voice this morning about what you experienced there in the crowd. And it's really, it resonates, the emotion as much as any words that you're sharing with us. And I'm just curious more about that, like the roller coaster you must have been on in those few minutes.
I'm telling you, I went from telling my cousin, no matter how many times I see him, I still get goosebumps because of what he's doing for America. It really is. And how they attack him. And I'm in his corner. You know what I'm saying? I told her, I literally said, I got goosebumps when he came out. I said, I'm 61 years old. I'm acting like I'm a little 12-year-old girl. I'm getting goosebumps. You know what I mean? Because that's how excited it was. And that crowd, everybody around me. And I shared some photos and stuff with the people in the crowd from when I was on the stage with them in different events and stuff. And I saw everybody was so excited to see him. And then to have this, it's just, Look, this guy's loved, and it's not just for who he is. It's for what he's doing for people. And believe me, if there's not a landslide this election for this president, if people don't wake up, I don't know what we could do. You know, I call many of the other networks the committee to elect Joe Biden, and they're just as culpable in this. They spent 2 weeks trying to guarantee us or tell us if he can get through this press conference by himself, he's good to be president for 4 years. Are you kidding me? Take a bullet and then wave to the crowd and get up. Let me see him do that.
Yeah.
That they're lying to the American people, and it's disgusting, and it's disgusting me. Again, I said I didn't sleep last night. I don't know when I'm going to go back to sleep. I'm so angry, and I try not to get angry. It's
Well,
just it's eating me, and I can't stand it anymore. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's just
I think you're channeling.
we can't have this.
I think, Gino, you're channeling the anger of a lot of Americans, not just those who were there at that rally today. Before I let you go, can I ask you just one question about the scene? Did you see drones
Absolutely.
overhead while you were in the crowd?
No, and I thought that was odd. I told my cousin, I said, "There's no drones. There's nobody. You think there'd be a drone filming it or something, or security?" But no. But I saw the two guys on the rooftop I was looking at the stage, so they were on the rooftop to the right, the snipers or whatever. And she goes, "Oh, what's that?" I said, "Those are our guys. I think those. You know, this was all before anything happened."
Yeah.
But
thank you,
it's just-
Gino.
it's
Gino, great
we got to
insight.
get better. We got to get better.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
And he referenced
Have a
it,
great day.
and that
Thanks, Gino.
absolutely. God bless. The anger in the crowd right after, you could just see. Normally in a chaotic moment like that, it's fear and shock and chaos, and it almost immediately flipped. When watching it beyond the 2-minute clip that we shared, there was just sheer anger in the crowd because there was a sense of they did it. We had this fear that this would happen, and somebody did it.
And then they said, USA, USA.
Yeah. I just think, as we've mentioned, it's because this is a culmination of a sense of inevitability.
Yeah.
We all know the world that we've been living in for a decade when it comes to the reaction to Donald Trump. And it just felt like this, sadly, was an inevitability. And you would respond angry, if you could see this coming.
It's the feeling I had. It was shocking. That was like, oh my goodness. Well, what were other reactions? There was reaction from his political opponent, the current president, Joe Biden. He reacted last night to the attempted assassination. Here he is.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
So Joe Biden put out his statement right there, but Obama put out his first. In that statement, by the way, he said that violence is inappropriate. I had people write me saying they didn't like that in his statement he referred to the former president, Donald Trump, as Donald twice. People felt like that was disrespectful. Here's the statement that Obama put out before Joe Biden said his statement. Obama put his on X, and he said there is absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy, although we don't yet know exactly what happened. We should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt, and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics.
And Bill Clinton wrote on X, violence has no place in America, especially in our political process. Hillary and I are thankful that President Trump is safe, heartbroken for all those affected by the attack at today's rally in Pennsylvania, and grateful for the swift action of the U.S. Secret Service.
And here's a statement from President George W. Bush. He said, "Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response."
Those are all men that know what it is to be surrounded by Secret Service, and I'm sure to be at the center of any threats to their lives as the leaders of the United States of America. Here was the threat. Here was the attempt at assassination. Again, to reset this morning, if you're just waking up, here are the full unedited 2 minutes of what happened last night at a rally for Donald Trump.
Just said, take a look at what happened.
Finish there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. There, get ready. There, get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head, buddy.
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
What's up?
Wait.
So there it is, you guys, the 2.5, 3 minutes that everyone around the world is talking about. And we were glad that we could show it throughout the morning. We've been letting you see that just raw footage because it is remarkable. And as we keep saying this morning,
And these are new photos. Look at the size of that crowd.
it's history in the making, and a moment that could have turned history in so many ways. Last night when I saw Donald Trump fight off the Secret Service to fist bump, I put on social media that this was his brave heart moment. There's something remarkable about his reaction to it. Dana Perino, a friend of our show, had this to say about Trump's reaction after being almost assassinated.
Thank God he is okay. I'm very, very upset for the supporters of him who were injured or even lost their lives. I do think that President Trump's instincts were absolutely incredible. He decided to show everybody that was there, not just, he knew in the moment that all eyes of the world are on him. And he showed the world strength. And it was like watching a warrior president.
She's right.
Indeed, has
Very
the
well
spirit
said.
of a warrior. These are pictures that are coming in from Dan Scavino from the rally last night. There's a lot of context and understanding, I think, to gather from these photos. First of all, the size of the crowd, gigantic. You can also see the elevated stands throughout. I don't know yet exactly. I don't know that any of us know. Jump in if you do, exactly the location of the person that lost their life. So I do think they were in a set of elevated stands based upon pictures that I've seen carried out. There's some gruesome images of them being carried out of those elevated stands and some blood in those stands. And then you can see that there's now what, in my humble estimation, might be an election swinging photo, should be a Pulitzer Prize winning photo, an iconic photo of Donald Trump raising his fist, blood on his face with an American flag behind him. You can see that American flag on the cranes that are over him on the stage. If that picture is taken full or zoomed out, there is an American flag above him. That's what's suspended from those cranes you can see in these photos.
No doubt.
The New York Times, by the way, in their cover picture, managed to cut out that flag, which I think the flag, there's something kind of Iwo Jima about this whole image. If you get the full perspective, and maybe our producers can do that, of the flag and the people around him and sort of Donald Trump's defiant fist up there on stage.
Yeah, we thought the mugshot would be the defining photo of.
Oh no! Goodbye, mugshot. Hello.
Hello,
Iwo Jima.
warrior president
Braveheart picture.
moment. It is. Will those photos are stacked? There it is, right there.
There it is. There it is.
It is a shot for the ages, and those photos of the crowd. We take for granted the size of that crowd at this point. This is ahead of the RNC. He's about to go. we don't have the estimate on that, 20, 30,000. I mean, there's a reason these rallies are held outside, is because there's nowhere in Butler, PA, where you could contain a crowd this size. So it does create its own security vulnerabilities as a result. You're at a fairgrounds. I thought, 130 meters away is not a far shot. That's very close with a basic off-the-shelf scope. You sight that in easily. And with any training, you can hit a human head with ease from that distance. I know the Secret Service is scanning out to even further horizons, and there's a threat and understanding there of even further shots that they're probably focused on. But based on what we're getting from the ground, that there were people trying to agitate and say, we see someone on a roof, and there wasn't an immediate response. And at least sounds like 8 shots came up. I'm texting with somebody that was there. We might have him later on in the show. He said 1 person was shot in the head and 1 in the abdomen right behind him. He was not in an elevated position, but that there were also people in elevated positions potentially shot.
Pete, the man who you said that was the one who was saw the gunman on the roof, tried to alert, he said, for several minutes, Secret Service and police, that there was somebody on the roof with a rifle. He was there because he couldn't get in. That's how big the demand was to get into. So he was on the outside of the perimeter of this rally. Some people who were just trying to listen, because it was, I mean, as big as that crowd is, there were still people trying to get in. But I don't know how you guys feel when we had the last guest on who was an eyewitness to this. I'm still in shock that he did not see drones overhead.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how common that is, or the protocol from a security standpoint on the use of drones, but continue to ask that question as well. Dana Marie Nickel joins us though now from Palm Beach, where supporters were seen gathering last night near Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago. Dana Marie, good morning.
Good morning to you all. That's right. As that news quickly spread in the surrounding area of Mar-a-Lago, it quickly filled up with a sea of red, white, and blue supporters trying to get as close as they possibly could to the home of our former president. So let's get to video of that scene last night. The causeway here where I'm standing in Palm Beach was lined with dozens of those supporters with large U.S. flags and signs for former President Donald Trump. Some said they weren't even surprised at Trump's defiance right after the incident.
He tried to lift his fist and say, five.
I saw him put his fist up, that he's still here. God bless him. I don't know if I could have done it. What a brave, courageous man.
And folks here not only brought their usual flags and honks, as you just saw, they joined in hands in prayer for the quick recovery of former President Trump. Now, the last time we saw him was last night as he exited his plane in New Jersey to head to his other home in Bedminster. And of course, back out here live this morning, we've heard some honks. We haven't seen any crowds gathering, but of course, we're going to keep an eye on that as the morning progresses.
All right. Thank you so much, Dana Marie.
Appreciate it. Well, let's bring back in Ainsley Earhart, who is with us this morning in Bedminster, and Lawrence Jones, who is in Butler, PA. Ainsley, you're there where Donald Trump is. I don't know if all of his family is there as well, but I want to share a quick statement from Donald Trump Jr., who posted with a photo of Trump with his fist in the air, the photo we were just talking about. Donald Trump Jr. Posted, "He'll never stop fighting to save America," in that iconic photo, Will, we were talking about.
Yeah, and Ainsley, we're going to share with you the reaction of numerous family members here, including Eric Trump, who posted on X, "Never surrender."
Yeah, which is interesting because "Never Surrender" was supposed to be the mugshot, was supposed to be the iconic shot that the Democrats wanted, but this one is now. Ivanka Trump on X saying, "I'm grateful to the Secret Service and all other law enforcement officers for their quick and decisive actions today. I continue to pray for our country. I love you, Dad, today and always."
And finally, Tiffany Trump on X, "The outpouring of love and support for my dad is deeply appreciated. Thank you, God, for keeping my father alive. Political violence is never the answer." Ainsley, so the family obviously pointing to a lot of things, the Secret Service, but ultimately God, for the reason their father's alive.
Yeah, they're so you know, there's so many layers to this because they're grateful for the Secret Service and they're very close with the detail. And even like Barron was concerned last night and Melania was concerned. He was home to comfort them and make sure they were okay. We were told that he was comforting other people and joking around. He was in really good spirits, but also they do want an investigation. And James Comer has called for that. That will begin very quickly. He wants that to start this week, to talk to the Secret Service and the director of the Secret Service to find out what went wrong here and why this gentleman was allowed on the roof. You know, you think, I heard first that this guy was on top of a building or he was, and I thought a tall building. You know, we've all watched the JFK videos, but when you see this video, it was just a warehouse. It was not very tall. He was visible. There were people that were there that saw him, that warned law enforcement. So there's so many questions there. I do know that the president, he's back at the White House. He did have a briefing last night from Kim Cheadle, who's director of Secret Service, Mayorkas, the AG, Mr. Garland, Jake Sullivan, Christopher Wray, and Liz Sherwood Randall with Homeland Security. And today he's going to receive another updated briefing. There is a prayer vigil today at 10 a.m. And this is what it says. Join us to pray, register, chase the vote. Bring your American flags and your Trump flags. That's at Ziedler Park. It's 301 West Michigan Street in Milwaukee. Now, we're all scheduled to go to the convention, and we were all asking, is this convention going to continue? Is it going to happen? Well, the campaign and the RNC said, definitely, this will go on. We will proceed. They said, as was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. President Trump looks forward to join you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th president of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Now, President Trump, one last thing, President Trump repeatedly asked for more Secret Service. He wanted more security. And the Biden team, don't you remember, they even tried to cut off his Secret Service detail for a while. And I know that RFK Jr. has repeatedly asked for Secret Service detail. He lost his dad, he lost his uncle, and he was denied that. So this is something that I think needs to be investigated and looked at. If you're a former president, if you're running for president, you need to be secure. And we're seeing the signs of that today.
That you're bringing that up. That is a piece of the story. There has been evidence and people have talked about Donald Trump and his team requesting more security. And as we've talked about on the couch, he's the most famous man in the world, the most likely candidate for an assassination attempt. Everybody here has thought about that. And it's remarkable, not only that he didn't get more, but that there was a contingency of Democrats led by a congressman who was the head of the J6 committee who actually were trying to remove all of his Secret Service detail on account that he was a convicted felon. Unbelievable. So thank you for reporting on that as well.
Thank you, Rachel.
And Lawrence, let's turn to you now. We're lucky to have you there this morning in Butler, Pennsylvania, where the rally and the assassination attempt took place last night. One of the things that's come up, Lawrence, and earlier in the show, you were able to point out what's behind you there. We can still see the American flag from the rally last night. But one of the things that's come up this morning, Lawrence, is the difficulty of the Secret Service to secure this location. There's a bit of surprise here on the couch. I think I heard you echo it as well, that rooftop was not secured. We had a former Secret Service agent on who said, you really can't tell the scope of what they had to secure from perhaps our aerial photo. I'm curious what you've seen, Lawrence. Are there a lot of rooftops out there beyond what we see? You know, how much is there in terms of infrastructure, buildings and rooftops to try to lock down?
No, there isn't. But I almost feel like that point is also moot because it's a part of the job. And, you know, Pete could speak to this. I know people that have to secure buildings that don't have the authority on foreign land to shut down certain buildings so people can't get in them as well. And the excuse would never be, I could not surveil that building because I have too many buildings within my scope. I don't think it's a reasonable response to what happened yesterday. And look, I'm right out here. There's not that many buildings that they would have had to, just from a level standpoint, where there could be a sniper. There's not a lot of those buildings there that are within that site. So I think the more concerning thing too is not just, I mean, we're going to talk later on in the show about the mechanics and different things that they should have done when they got the president off the stage. But the fact that there has been this national call from law enforcement of when you see something, say something. And the fact that you had citizens say something and nothing was done, it just reminds me, you know, this has become a thing of mine now that I'm at every single shooting, mass shooting that have happened. And in every single one that I've reported on, whether it was Uvalde or in Tennessee, or we can go down the list, someone said, I knew something about that person, I reported, and nothing was done. Or someone was on the radar and nothing was done. This is even more egregious because you had citizens that were at the event saying, I see a guy climbing up a building. I see a guy with a rifle, and no one did anything until it was too late, guys.
7:05.
Lawrence, are there people still there? Are you actively seeing agents on the scene?
Well, I can't see any from this visual. I mean, we're pushed back a while back. The state troopers are essentially securing the entrance and making sure no one can go in. I mean, from this vantage point, I don't see agents surveying the scene, collecting evidence and everything like that. There's a bit of a dew here that's on here, a little mist as well. It's starting to come up a little bit. So, you know, obviously you always think about the preservation of evidence, but one of the things that they're going to have, law enforcement is going to have to do, if they haven't already, and I hope that they have already started this process, is they're going to have to recreate what took place yesterday and figure out exactly what the holes were. And look, these type of conversations, whenever you do something wrong, I mean, we as anchors sometimes make mistakes on air, and we have to rewatch the video to see the certain mistakes, so we don't keep repeating those mistakes. And it's a humbling thing, and I know it's a painful thing to go through, but it is essential for these agents to recreate this scene so they can figure out exactly what took place and why they missed it. Things, to me, guys, and again, I'm not assigned to protecting the president, but, you know, as someone that trains military dogs and I get my ass kicked all the time by them about certain mechanic issues, and I'm seeing people that are federal agents that are doing the same thing that I get my tail kicked for when I'm training. That's concerning to me.
Yeah.
There seemed to be no muscle memory when they were drawing their weapons and putting it away. I know the former president wanted to grab his hat and grab his shoes, but as agents, your job is to protect him. He's a politician now. He's a man of the people. He's gonna raise his fist up, but you need to secure him. I also have a lot of problems with the people that were surrounding him. There's a reason why there's a certain category of people that are door kickers and are in a stack when it's time to go in and do hostage rescue or take out a subject. What I saw surrounding the president yesterday doesn't inspire confidence. So they need to regroup, and whether it needs to be a commission or whatever the hell they need to figure out what they're going to do, but they need to get answers for the American public very fast, because we're teetering now, guys.
All right.
People's worst fears happened yesterday.
Well,
no question about it, Lawrence. No question about it. And the things that you saw are concerning people, and they do need to be investigated, and we hope it happens rapidly. Ainsley and Lawrence, thank you so much for your reports. Excellent.
You're welcome.
Thank
you. Got it.
I mean, you think about the amount of time that it was. This is just as significant as, say, the assassination of JFK. Like, I mean, obviously that one was successful. Praise God, this one was not. But the amount of recreation that has gone into that event, which still raises questions today, this investigation needs to be as transparent, as swift, as clean, as clear as possible, from local law enforcement to Secret Service to the FBI, in the middle of a campaign with a political opponent, a former president. Every aspect of it needs to be above board, and honesty needs to be, I mean, we need to be honest about it. I think that's what Lawrence said right there. Like, who's defending the president? Is it the best? or is it some new policy inside the Secret Service?
Yeah.
It's crazy. And another detail is this, we've all saw it right away. There was on BBC, a witness came out speaking to a BBC reporter and said, hey, I saw someone crawling on that roof. Here's a portion of what was said.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at him for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
So a lot of fascinating details right there. Obviously,
That's an important clip.
The 3 to 4
Very
minutes
important.
that he warned them is of paramount importance. The last little bit, when he says, could Secret Service have seen them? He said, probably not. So that gives you some indication, a pitch on the roof.
Reverse slope.
Yeah.
But his response was great. He goes, why weren't they on the roof? That's what I'm asking. And
oh yeah, but
he
just
was
filling in
seen-
the gaps.
of course.
It's interesting to note, perhaps as we're learning from that sniper spot position that we're looking at, it would have been difficult to see that shooter. We're still learning the details. But yes, to the witness's point, 3 to 4 minutes to investigate is plenty of time to get somebody up on the roof.
And he said, why wasn't the president pulled off by then? By the way, James Comer is saying that he's going to bring in Director Kimberly Cheadle, who's the head of the Secret Service in. How about they bring in Greg Smith as well, this eyewitness who was remarkable and detailed and trying to alert Secret Service and saw it all happening minutes before Secret Service.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting some reaction from folks very, very close to the president, just saying this is negligence. What happened is absolute negligence. And people who know his security detail very well have a lot of respect for that security detail. Just pointing out, letting someone with a rifle up on a roof less than 200 yards is bleeping negligence. And I've sort of said this morning too. 130 yards with an AR-style rifle with an off-the-shelf scope for anyone with training that's dialed in is an easy shot. That's not with the scopes these days. I mean, it is only by the grace of God, and it is negligence. It's not a mistake, not an accident. Someone was totally over their skis or out of their scope to allow that type of, even if it's on the reverse side of a roof, 3-4 minutes. I probably don't buy that. Maybe time is always muddled in situations like this.
Yes.
So it could have been 90 seconds. Who knows? Whatever it was. But any notification pointing, were those snipers trained on this guy but not willing to shoot because they were concerned about a preemptive shot? Well, we don't know, but investigation better bring it to the fore.
I hope they do haul in Kimberly Cheadle very quickly. She's the head of Secret Service. Don't move, because we have more coverage straight ahead.
Watch out.
Dad is a legend, and his legendary moves might be passed down to you.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
Today is a new day, and FoxNews.com just made it a little bit better. Yeah, we're still the go-to for politics, breaking news, with original and exclusive reporting. But we've got so much more. Sports, entertainment, lifestyle. What? Fox News has games? You betcha. Bigger, better, with so many more ways to find the stories you want. It's the perfect way to spend your day. FoxNews.com, bringing you the world according to Fox.
Tuesday on Fox. We're deep in the heart of Texas, where the game's biggest stars align for the Midsummer Classic. The MLB All-Star Game, Tuesday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
I tried a bunch of different probiotics before seed.
And they didn't help. It addressed my bloating and my irregularity.
It's really helping my daily bowel movements and keeping me pretty regular. I started feeling better and less bloated, felt flatter, lighter. I just keep going back to seed because it actually works.
Now I walk around and smiling every day because I don't get bloated anymore.
Are you one of 50% of Americans who can answer this correctly?
Let's look at the answer. 7.
It's not about what you know.
Oh my goodness.
It's how you think.
Do not feel ashamed. You're as stupid as I am.
The 1% Club, Mondays on Fox and anytime on Prime.
A lot of storms are forecast in the Atlantic.
Nobody is bigger. Nobody is better. We are the weather experts.
This could be a storm of epic proportions.
Fox Weather is Hurricane HQ.
You see this here, arriving in New Jersey, walking off the plane after an attempted assassination on his life during a rally last night in Pennsylvania.
President Trump says a bullet pierced the top of his right ear as he then ducked to the ground before standing back up. Moments later, one rally goer was killed in the shooting. 2 others were critically hurt.
Overnight, the FBI identifying the suspected shooter as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Investigators say Crooks took position on a roof 130 yards from the podium and opened fire before being shot and killed. Police officers are gathering outside the suspect's home this morning after reportedly swarming the residence last night.
We're now going to show you the full, unedited version of the moment shots rang out. Watch.
Just said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold up in your head, buddy.
So we gotta move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
It's one of those things where we've watched it now multiple times, and I watch with even more intently every time it airs, because every single aspect of it is worthy of inspection, of questioning, of understanding. And here's a couple of powerful photos that have come out since. So that is a photo from presumably taken from below the stage through the bodies of Secret Service agents, the face of President Trump on the ground as he's being covered.
Blood running down his cheek. This one is another one that came out last night. I think this is the first time we've been able to show this one on TV. This is a photo of literally the bullet whizzing past Trump.
Yeah, that would have to be past, right?
You can see it circled in red. It's an stunning photo to have captured it cutting through the air right before, presumably that's the bullet that cuts the president's ear.
It's just such a remarkable photo because it just reminds you that we would be having a very different show this morning had the president's head just been a millimeter in a different direction. That bullet would have gone right through his head. This is so beyond serious. It's actually a scandal. I want to know, why did a Trump supporter see the guy on the roof before Secret Service did? I want to know how a sniper with a full rifle kit was on that roof. So many questions. And then again, just if we could just show before we go to Ainsley and to Lawrence, who are giving us great reporting on the ground, if we could just show that photo of President Trump with his fist in the air and the flag behind him. This is the most iconic photo of this campaign. And I know that the Democrats were hoping it was going to be Donald Trump's mugshot, but his resilience and strength and courage in this moment. I know Dana Perino, our friend, says this is a warrior president. I think this is his Braveheart moment. This strength. I mean, we've been talking all week, you guys, about a president with dementia and weak. And this is a proof that age is not the question. It is about your strength and your stamina and your courage. And boy, do you see that in that moment? He's fighting off those Secret Service agents to show the people that he intends to fight.
It is indeed historic and indeed providential that we are on this couch on air this morning with a former president that is alive. When you consider that photograph, it is centimeters from a political assassination live on television of the leading candidate for the president of the United States. Instead, you have this photo. Instead, you have an RNC this week, which will be scrap what the plans were before. I can only imagine how that will. This changes everything. I mean, our analysis is going to go on and on here on this, but it changes everything about the contours of our country, about the contours of the campaign. It's what people feared might happen, and it almost did.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning. Ainsley Earhart is in Bedminster, New Jersey, where former President Trump is this morning, and Lawrence Jones is live on the scene of last night's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we'll begin with CB Cotton, who is also live in Butler, who has new information this hour about the suspect. CB.
Hi, good morning. Just like the rising sun will now illuminate a full-scale crime scene here in Pennsylvania, people in this community and across the entire nation now want someone to shed some light on how a gunman was able to get a vantage point to our former president, Donald Trump. So the FBI is leading the investigation into the attempted assassination. And at a late night press briefing, the FBI continued to point a finger at the Secret Service when pressed by reporters on how this rally was secured. Listen.
Failure of security? Really, at this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation.
You can't say if Secret Service had checked those buildings or we're keeping a close eye or...
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions. Are you saying the location where the shooter was located? Yes. I don't have any information on that. We'd have to defer to Secret Service.
The FBI special agent did say he thought it was surprising that the named shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, was able to fire so many rounds. The FBI added that their initial assessment leads him to believe law enforcement didn't know the shooter was on the roof until the firing began. Crooks was shot and killed by Secret Service. The Associated Press reports the political leanings of the gunman aren't clear at this time, citing records of his registration as a Republican voter here in Pennsylvania, with federal campaign finance reports showing Crooks gave $15 to a progressive political action committee. Witnesses are now left to deal with the trauma he inflicted.
A lot of people thought someone had snuck fireworks in. And also you have to take into account there was no cell service because everyone was on their phones. So that it's all rumor in the crowd. There is no actual information.
Complete chaos. We all went to the ground and we didn't know what was going on.
I was nervous that the shooter could possibly spray out into the crowd because, he doesn't like the president. He doesn't like us.
We noticed a guy bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us. Like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
Republican Speaker Mike Johnson says the House will conduct a full investigation, and House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says he's requested the Secret Service director to appear at a hearing slated for July 22nd. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, CB. Hopefully throughout the morning, by the way, we'll be able to bring you more information as it comes to light about this suspected shooter. There are reports that his house has been surrounded. There's been a raid. So being able to bring you not just information, but perhaps some images from what we're gathering throughout the morning when it comes to the shooter. But we do have Lawrence Jones in Butler, Pennsylvania this morning, and Ainsley Earhart in Bedminster, New Jersey, where Donald Trump is resting. Let's start, though, with Lawrence in Bedminster. A little bit earlier, you told us not much presence the morning after at the site of the rally. I would expect law enforcement to continue to some type of investigation, Lawrence, on site. But I want to share with you the reaction of a witness that was at the rally and on our show a little bit earlier, and what he felt, what the environment that you're now standing in was like last night. Watch this.
I mean, it's been 4th of July. We've been hearing fireworks. People are saying they thought they were fireworks. Well, I fired AR-15s and other guns. I knew there were gunshots. Immediately, everybody went down on the ground. I put my hands on my cousin's shoulders. I said, stay down, stay down. And I was looking around because you don't believe what goes through your head when you hear gunshots like that in a crowd. I'm thinking Las Vegas, they're going to start shooting everybody. And I'm looking around. But immediately, I see Trump go down. Then I thought, oh, my God, they killed him. And I was pretty upset. Then the president stands up and puts his fist in the air, and everybody started screaming, USA, USA. And he was okay.
So that's what we heard just a little bit earlier, Lawrence. I know you've been at a lot of rallies. Now you're at one that's completely different this morning after that attempted assassination.
Yeah, Will, I used to go to 3 to 4 rallies a week when I was Sean Hannity's correspondent. I'm struck by that gentleman. I listened to that interview live, and he wanted you guys to know, hey, I'm not a weak man, but I felt something during that moment. And I think he echoes a lot of Trump supporters this morning. I mean, we've talked about the fear. We've talked about the prosecution of the former president and the escalation of the rhetoric. We talked about the symbolism of the MAGA hat and what has been deemed, if you have the red hat on, would make America great again. There's this negative connotation that is assigned to you. And, it's not lost on me of the moment right now. Look, we don't want to talk about the politics and we don't want to talk about motivations because we don't have a dossier or anything like that from the shooter. But guys, we just saw a terrible debate, and we've just seen new polls showing that the former president is likely to be the next president. He's up by 6 points outside of the margin in area in many polls. We've been hearing a lot about the threat to democracy. We just had an attempted assassination that was going to attempt to take the will of the American voters away. And I think that's what a lot of supporters feel this morning. And I guess my response to them would be, let this motivate you to go to the polls, because you can't take this moment and say that is it. It can't be the final word. There was someone that tried to take away the will of the voter. And I think it's incumbent on you, for the brother or sister that we lost yesterday at the rally that is not able to vote because there was someone that tried to attack the president but ended up attacking him or her. And I think it was a him. And they were killed on the scene. So do it for them. Go out there and vote for them. You have a duty to, you can't be comfortable with the lead or anything like that. And I know we're not supposed to talk about, that portion of it, of voting right now. We're supposed to be somber today. But someone tried to take the will of the voter away. And we should respond, not with violence. And I know we're all angry this morning and we're trying to be humble and keep it in check. But the best way to show that frustration is at the ballot box, guys.
Lawrence, no, it's true. Ultimately, we are 113 days away from an election, and we keep. I think about the response I got last night. We all got last night. It was. You thought it was big when it was Mar-a-Lago. You thought it was big when it was a mugshot. It's all next level, Lawrence. To your point, when they're trying to assassinate a president of the United States, and almost did by a mere inch. One other aspect we've talked about it this morning is the media. The media before, the media during, and then Ainsley, the media after. We've got some of the newspapers here on set. The New York Post this morning, Trump shot, bloodied but unbowed. Ex-president survives assassination bid. I would just say this cover does have that American flag on it, Will, to your point. The New York Times has the similar photo, just cropped a little bit more tightly. I was struck too, Ainsley, initially, there were certain outlets, CNN being one of them, which was saying, injured, Trump injured, Trump fell. When it was self-evident, Ainsley, it was obvious from moment one that it was not a fall, yet their instinct is to characterize it universally negative.
And how has that worked out for them? They've been figured out every single time. Y'all brought up the fact that so many people have prayed for Donald Trump. God has really revealed a lot to us over the last few weeks with what's really happening behind closed doors at the White House. All of these trials that have gone, they're trying to throw Trump in jail. I have a folder right here. Look at this. These are notes, calls for violence against Trump. May I list some of them? Kathy Griffin, remember in 2017, she held up a picture of his decapitated head and this disgusting picture. Nancy Pelosi said, when you're in the arena, you have to be ready to take a punch and you have to be ready to throw a punch. Johnny Depp, remember what he said? When was the last time an actor assassinated a president? He asked in reference to the death of Abraham Lincoln by John Wilkes Booth in 1865. And then Madonna, remember what she said about going into the White House? That doesn't even, and I'm not even mentioning some of our congressmen and women. You had Maxine Waters, you know what she said? Joe Biden said, they asked me, would I like to debate this gentleman? And I said, no. I said, if I were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. So those are some of the calls for violence. You know, if we want to have unity in our country, then we've got to get away from this. But the Democrats, they get away with so much more. Republicans, we're held in court for doing nothing wrong. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Ainsley, you know, I am, sadly, we haven't had a situation like this, but we have had these types of news stories where there's been violence attributed to political motivations. And I'm always someone who's like, well, don't use someone's analogy and turn it into someone else's motivation. But I think your point is so well taken, Ainsley, because we're not taking an isolated incident. You know, I can point out Joe Biden just the other day saying, put Donald Trump in the bullseye. I'm not going to lean on one incident. I'm going to lean on a decade of hyperbolic rhetoric that has led a public into foaming at the mouth fear of the next Hitler. And I do think that you're right to point all that out. I think it is absolutely a climate that has been created that led to a sense of inevitability. We'd be at this day. We would one day be here where we are today with an attempt on Trump.
Very true. Well, Lawrence Ainsley, stay with us. Thanks for joining us. Great analysis, and we'll be back to you in a moment. Our next guest was standing in the front row, just feet from President Trump when shots rang out. Zelina Cito was scheduled to interview him after the rally, and she joins us now. You were there. You were going to interview him. Obviously, everything changed. Share with us, Zelina, what you saw.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I was set to interview the president right after the event. I was going to fly with him to Bedminster and do the interview. I met with the president about 6 minutes before he went on the stage, just said hello. He talked a little about how excited he was to be in Pennsylvania and asked me some questions about what was going on in the state. And then I went out into the bumper. The bumper is that sort of causeway that goes around the stage and separated between the people that are there to see the event. And it gives journalists an ability to have an up-close advantage point to be able to take photos of the the president speaking. I was to the president's left, maybe 3 or 4 feet away from him, when I heard the gunfire, 3 pops, and saw the president grab his face, saw blood, and then heard 3 more pops. And you saw him immediately surrounded, when the first pops, immediately surrounded by all law enforcement that was around him. They just ran in and tackled him. And I heard him say something about wanting his shoes. And he did not fall. He was sort of protecting himself, you know, that instinct to get down when there is a shooter. And then he was adamant in standing up. I'm right there, and he puts his fist up. I'm hearing him saying, "Fight, fight, fight," and I will tell you, to the great credit of his advance team, they laid on top of me, and until it was secure. I was there with my daughter, who is a photojournalist. She was coming with me to cover the president and to do the to chronicle it with photos, and that was everything I saw.
Wow. I mean, I want to read you these headlines because you were there in the moment. So Pete read the headline from the New York Post, which said, "Bloodied but unbowed, ex-president survives assassination bid." And then the big headline, "Trump shot." Here's the New York Times and the Washington Post. The Washington Post says Trump injured in rally shooting. And the New York Times says Trump hurt but safe after a shooting. Do you feel like those headlines reflect the drama, the history-making moment of an assassination attempt on Donald Trump?
Now, I haven't seen them yet. However, as a journalist, I often say when people are, I love my story but hate my headline.
Yeah,
I
that's
always
fair
say, I
enough.
don't write
I've been there
headlines,
too.
right? And so, you know, it was a very dramatic, traumatic moment. In particular, from the world, the view that I saw it from. And the first thing that you're worried about is the president. Is the president okay? You know, I am someone that is old enough to have been around when President Kennedy was shot. You know, I was a child, but I remember that very clearly. That is history. And you're standing in the middle of history. And I thought it was so typical seems like the wrong word, yet I thought it was very reflective of who Trump was. His being adamant about putting his fist up, being adamant and letting people know he was okay, and that sort of projects the country's okay. And so you know, those are the things that I remember most about those moments.
Selena, one last question. We had you on Fox and Friends yesterday in preparation for what was anticipated to be an interview with Donald Trump. I assume that interview took place before the rally. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Or was it scheduled for after the rally?
After.
But it was after the rally. Yeah. I was just curious what sense you had gotten from him, but you were around him for much of the day. You were in proximity to this event. And you know, we see the sense of defiance. We see that strength. We see the raised fist. We see the ability to withstand that tackle by a horde of Secret Service and rushing him off to the car. But I'm just curious the energy you got from not just him, but everyone in that situation yesterday.
So it was about 90 degrees, and all of us are on a farm field. Butler County has almost 160,000 acres of farm. It's a mixed county, but farming is a big part of its industry. People were so excited. I interviewed an 11-year-old boy who had a sign that said something about his first Trump rally. And I asked him, I'm like, are you excited? He goes, yeah, this is my first Trump rally, but it's not going to be my last. You know, I interviewed a Vietnam veteran who served in the military for over 20 years. People were, you know, the one thing about Trump rallies is they're very aspirational, and then that people feel they're part of something bigger than themselves, that they're all together in this moment. And it's very reflective of that sentiment. And when I talked to President Trump, he feeds off of that. He understood what was waiting for him outside in terms of the energy and the excitement before he went out onto the stage. And he was very excited about it. He could not wait to talk to people of Pennsylvania.
Such a great point. Selena Zito, thank you for your perspective. We're glad you're safe. And like you, we're thinking of the people that lost, one that lost their life and others injured. No problem. I say it's a great point because you see how MAGA gets characterized in the media all the time, universally negatively.
Yes.
If you've been to a Trump rally, what you see and what you feel is love.
100%.
Decency, respect, patriotism. It's a family feel. And it does feel historic every single time. And so every time the media does that, it's a gross mischaracterization of a beautiful movement that loves the country and loves each other. And it's that impugning of Trump supporters time and time again, which creates the characterization that he is a monster, which the media, as you said, Will, so well, has for the better part of a decade fanned the flames up.
No question.
Right now, we're also looking, I believe we have live pictures. This is near the suspect. The suspect's name is Thomas Matthew Crooks, who's deceased. This is outside his home in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we're told the authorities raided the home overnight. Can't quite see exactly any structure there, but you can see an intersection and several law enforcement cars lined up, closing off the area. Again, we're going to be looking to learn more all throughout the morning about this suspect. And I think it's responsible and fair to say we don't know this suspect's motivation, and we can't attribute any particular statement or worldview to this person yet, other than the desire to do something horrific yesterday. But I think it's of note, Pete, not only that the climate has been like this for the better part of a decade, the hyperbolic rhetoric has been out of control, the existential threat that has been painted, this picture of Donald Trump, has been in existence for half of this suspected shooter's life. He's 20 years old.
Yeah.
He would have grown up for a decade hearing those types of things.
Yeah. And you're talking about the suspect, people also looking to the investigation. And what's also happened in the last few years is a lot of distrust in our institution, and a lot of people worried that the FBI, the same organization that can't seem to find the pipe bombers, the person who laid the pipe bombs during J6 on January 6th, same people who raided Mar-a-Lago, the same people going after Donald Trump. There's a lot of concern about them being in charge, and people wanting really honest answers. And I think that distrust that so many conservatives in particular have in our institutions, in the DOJ, in the FBI, is a big concern at this moment.
This will also be a telling moment.
Worth noting.
We've seen good statements out front from former presidents. We read some of them. We'll read them again. This will be a very telling moment for others as well. There's already a congressman's field director who said, "Don't miss next time."
Yes.
There will be the 2-3 days coming out of this will be very, very telling about how seriously people take, threats to democracy, which we just saw right in front of us.
And that congressman, the staffer works for, is the same congressman who wanted to remove Secret Service protection from Donald Trump after he was convicted. So a lot to this story to tell.
Well, this morning, more questions and answers over Trump's assassination attempt and the response.
Our next guest served in the Secret Service Special Operations Division. Marshal Merachi joins us now. Marshal, this was your job to secure high-value targets. We've been breaking down the video. What did you see? What was missed?
So, thank you for having me on, first of all. Of course, things were missed there. I do want to highlight just right out of the gate, there's a lot of blame that wants to be placed. The men and women of the Secret Service on the ground, I think, did an amazing job. There's a lot of things that go on at a much higher level, whether it's the budget, resources, personnel. I think they did a great job with what they had from doing these events for over 10 years. It is very frustrating. I have to say I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. You don't always have the resources available or the personnel. That's why you have the questions about the perimeter and how was someone able to get so close. So a lot of people are very quick to rush to judgment. So I do want to highlight right out of the gate, I think the men and women on the ground there, the counter sniper teams, the CAT teams, the detail, I think they did a great job with the resources that they had.
Marshal, I don't doubt at all that the people on the ground did the best that they could. And I think one of the questions people have are they the best? You saw the head of the Secret Service right now is the director is Kimberly Cheadle. She was on CBS talking about her goals for the Secret Service, which was to make sure that 30% of the Secret Service force are women. I'm not saying that women aren't the best or not. I'm just saying, what kind of a goal is that? Like, shouldn't the goal just be to have the best, especially in a moment like this is existential to our democracy. It's not just the life of Donald Trump. Who the heck will ever want to run for president under these conditions if they don't feel like they are safe? It's not fair to the voters. It's certainly not fair to Donald Trump and his family. Are you confident with the director and the things that she has done inside of the Secret Service, her mission, that she is actually hiring the best, and that Donald Trump, the most famous, most likely person to be assassinated, is getting the A team from Secret Service and not the B team?
So that's a great point. I'm aware of the 30 for 30 and the petition that's going around about it. Just like any other job or profession, yes, if you mandate certain requirements and you lower the standard, you will not get the same level of protection Yeah, that's definitely concerning for sure. It's for this training, just specifically, Secret Service goes through 2 academies, 7 months, and then the CAT team, the counter sniper teams, additional CAT academies for several more months, monthly training. If you lower that standard, yes, you absolutely would lower the quality of protection you get. It's a lot different when the protection's for you as if you're mandating it for someone else. So yes, if it's me, I want the highest level. But yes, and there's a lot of things going on right now where they're trying to. There's a lot of initiatives going around that, yes, will lower the standard of protection that we're getting for our protectives. Absolutely.
That's certainly concerning. Marshall, I'd love to, while we have you here, kind of walk through what we've all seen on video several times now from the perspective of someone who's been on the inside. There are 2 videos I would love your perspective on. One is the one I'm sure we're going to play right now and that everyone has seen, and that's the view from the stage. We see and hear the shot, Donald Trump go to the ground, and then immediately rushed by Secret Service. In this video, tell me what's happening and how you analyze the response.
Absolutely. So you have the president's inner circle right there, which is his protective detail. And then you have your special operations community consists of a CAT team, counter assault team, the ERT, emergency response team, and the counter sniper team. So your initial response right there, you can call it the meat shield, the body shield, the human shields. They all dive right on the president. I think they executed that as perfectly as can be. Then right after that, you see the counter assault team take the stage. They're the middle level of security right there, obviously with the gear and the rifles, helmets. You can see that crew come in as well. And then the other videos you see, you have your counter sniper teams on the roof who took out the shooter. So we all train together. We all do all these things together. We go over these scenarios thousands and thousands of times. The only Monday morning quarterback thing is there just needs to be more people, and that comes down to personnel, to the budget, to it all falls under Title 18 U.S. Code Section 3056, but they need more resources. They go from, in my 10 years, you work 40, 50, 60 days in a row, 12, 14-hour days. You go from event to event to event. They just aren't properly staffed, and they need more resources and they need more personnel.
Certainly something that'll be looked at, and we're not looking to Monday morning quarterback at all. I guess just watching right now, should that have been faster? Like, I think what struck me is that it felt like it was a decent amount of time. Or is there a protocol where you would keep the president down until you know the shooter's down and then move? I mean, are there different standard operating procedures based on the threat assessment in the moment? Is it usually speed, or sometimes would you wait that long?
No, that's a great question. And no, you don't necessarily want to rush too quickly. Like you said, if they stood him up, there could have been a second shooter, a third shooter, and he could have taken a bullet as you stand them up. So that's, when they have their hands-free earpieces, that all that communication is going through. The counter sniper team is relaying to the agents on the ground, as well as the CAT team is relaying to the agents there in the protective detail when it's safe to step up. So without being able to listen in, I could tell you right away when they said, move, 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 and then they held, they probably got a hold call from one of the counter snipers on the roof or one of the counter assault agents on the ground saying hold, meaning they might see something that makes it not safe to get up. So
interesting.
I do think it was executed great. I think they did a great job. That move call that turned into a hold call, I'm sure there was a reason to make sure the shooter was down, or they may have seen a secondary threat that they were waiting for before they stood the president up. So no, rushing is not always the best way. Speed is not always your friend in a situation like that.
So I'm not. I think that's a good point, and that's understandable. My question was, and I'm sure that they were, President Trump was trying to stand up because he wanted to let the crowd and the country know that he was not going to be taken down like that. And he didn't want to be in that position of weakness. That's a part of his personality. But his head was exposed. Is that part of it? Not the movement, not the time, not the hold, but the fact that his head was exposed at that moment. Is that standard operating procedure, or should that have never happened?
So there's a lot of things at play there, and you also, you need to know your protectee, their personality. Yes, you are the Secret Service. Their life is in your hands, and they do need to listen to you. But I've had the pleasure of meeting President Trump. if you work with the people, you get a much better response than forcing him. So you kind of trying to think of the best way to explain this, but knowing President Trump and knowing his personality, if you would have hold him or pushed him down, he might not have exited the stage as quickly as he did, because that's what he's going to want to do in that moment. So when you have, you guard different people all the time throughout your career, the different personalities, who's going to, do what you got to do, get me out of here, keep me down. You also know a personality like President Trump. If you force him, push him down, cover his head, and he's gonna do what he needs to do as well. So it's a very hard decision made in a very hard circumstance, on the spot split decision. But knowing him, he's gonna want to do something, a statement of strength.
Marshall,
the more you hold him up, the longer it may take to get him off the stage. So I absolutely understand why the agents did what they did in that situation there, and I agree with it.
One last quick question, Marshall. I mentioned there's two videos I'd love for your analysis on. One is the one we're seeing and that everyone has seen. The other, I don't think we have access to, or we haven't yet played it this morning, but it's a video that shows the counter sniper team on the roof. And you can see the response of the counter sniper team as the shots are coming in. And you can see the sniper, the counter sniper, the Secret Service sniper, he's looking through his scope. He looks up from the scope and takes in with two eyes, or free vision, his full field of view, then goes back to the scope as quickly as he can. Just anything to learn from that at all? He has a spotter with him as well. Anything at all you notice in that video that you'd share with us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he is taking the calls from his spotter, and then he's also linked up. That's just one photo, but there is counter snipers on all over there. So he could have been also getting something from one of his partners as well. You never want somebody in an elevated position with a line of sight like that's super tough, and especially that distance within the protectee. So it is hard to tell exactly what he's doing there. So I don't want to guess, but I can tell you that he might be doing a wind call. He might be getting information from a spotter. He might have been looking at a secondary shooter, something in the background. It could have been a number of things.
Marshall, I know it's dependent on man and resources, no doubt. But does it shock you that someone was able to get on a roof 130 yards away? That's not a tough shot with a modern rifle and a scope, and was presumably up there. In fact, we'll play this right now. We have new sound here of people screaming he has a gun when they spot the suspect. Let's just watch this, and we'll get your take in a second. Marshall, watch.
Stand here. He's on top of the roof. Don't go over there. He's on the roof, buddy.
Wow. It's the first I've seen that. So you can hear Trump speaking while they're yelling he's got a gun. We've had another interview earlier, Marshall, with a gentleman that spoke to BBC that said, I was trying to flag, I don't know if it was Secret Service or local law enforcement, he said he was pointing at counter sniper, at the guys on the roof, saying, there's a guy with a gun here. I don't want to read into it too much, but does that lead you to believe that something had been missed? Was there serious negligence here in ignoring a threat that, regular event goers seem to think was obvious?
Right.
It doesn't surprise me at all. Like I said earlier, I'm just shocked this doesn't happen more often. Even back in 2014, when I had my incident with Hurricane with President Obama and his family, we were having people jump the fence of the White House on a weekly basis, running on the front lawn, running up to the door. Unfortunately, these things, when they go to Capitol Hill to get more resources, it's all reactive. It's never proactive. So in the future, most likely you won't see things like this. Just like the White House fence was raised, more personnel were put on the street, how to stop people from literally running up to the front door on a weekly basis, getting on the north ground. So this is the same thing. It looks as if they were not able to push the perimeter out far enough due to resources, because if you push the perimeter out too far and you don't have the personnel, then you become weak from inside. So I'm not surprised at this at all. I'm sure the relays were being made, but again, you have the Secret Service They only have the amount of people that they have. So now you have state and local on the outside. You're talking about a communication delay where if you have state police, local police, sheriff's offices, they're now on a certain amount of communications and comms that are going to take a few seconds to get to the Secret Service.
Okay.
So somebody might think they're
All right.
flagging Secret Service. They could actually be relaying to local police, who's now relaying to the detail lead, who's relaying to the sniper. So it does make sense that it took some time.
Well, thank you, Marshall. Appreciate you joining us this morning and for your insight.
And for your service.
And for your service. I am going to say that I find it shocking that a Trump supporter saw this before the Secret Service, and also the fact that the Trump team has been calling for more resources. He said this was a factor of not enough resources.
But it's interesting that Marshall said he's not shocked. He's a former Secret Service spec ops. You know when you're talking to a guy who knows what he's talking about. And he's saying, I'm not surprised because we've been short on resources. So they didn't expand the perimeter because they probably needed more internally, which means they're relying on local law enforcement, which means if you're relying on local law enforcement, it takes a while in the chain of command to get information passed along to the ear of the counter sniper if he's not seeing it visually. So I just know this from experience, in a different form of experience. Things can take longer than you think to get communicated. And in this moment, it seems like an obvious one, Rachel, to your point, was missed. We also have a new Truth Social post from Trump just moments ago, posted to Truth Social. He said this: "Thank you to everyone for your thoughts and prayers yesterday, as it was God alone who prevented the unthinkable from happening. We will fear not, but instead remain resilient in our faith and defiant in the face of wickedness. Our love goes out to the other victims and their families. We pray for the recovery of those who were wounded and hold in our hearts the memory of the citizen who was so horribly killed. In this moment, it is more important than ever that we stand united and show our true character as Americans, remaining strong and determined and not allowing evil to win. I truly love our country and love you all, and look forward to speaking to our great nation this week from Wisconsin." Signed, DJT.
Wow. That is an incredible statement. You get the sense that he has reflected overnight, and he's sort of processing this, giving thanks to God, and there's a sense of gratitude in it. What I loved about it also is his call that, you know, it's an American moment. I think what he did there, that defiant spirit, that courageous spirit, is truly American. I think people really, it resonated with people. It resonated with people in the crowd. I think this is resonating across the country in terms that image right there. It's history.
It certainly is. And he is headed off. We know saw images of him landing at Bedminster. Went home that night after being checked out by a doctor. And as he said in that statement, we'll be headed to Wisconsin for the Republican National Convention.
That's right.
Unstoppable.
Well, also last night, former President Trump and Joe Biden spoke on the phone. Let's turn now to Madeline Rivera, live in Washington with more info. Maddie?
Hi, good morning, guys. There is bipartisan condemnation this morning of the attempted assassination on former President Trump. Here's President Biden's reaction Saturday night.
Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think this was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
The president returned to the White House shortly after midnight. He cut his weekend trip to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware short. Former President Barack Obama reacting, saying, although we don't yet know exactly what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility. Former President George W. Bush also stating, Laura and I are grateful that President Trump is safe following the cowardly attack on his life, and we commend the men and women of the Secret Service for their speedy response. Former President Trump has new endorsements in the wake of the shooting, including from Elon Musk. Meantime, House Republican leaders are promising to hold investigations into how this happened. The chair of the Oversight Committee, Congressman James Comer, wants Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle to appear for a hearing.
Elmi, who is the Secret Service spokesperson, has tweeted out, there is an untrue assertion that a member of the former president's team requested additional security resources and that those were rebuffed. This is absolutely false. In fact, we added protective resources and technology and capabilities as part of the increased campaign travel tempo. So there you have it.
That's from them, but the guy that we just had on said that he felt like there could have been more resources. That's the impression I got.
I think what he's saying is, in a macro perspective,
You're right.
that there's always more resources these departments would like to have in a perfect world.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, I'd always love to have more troops too. But in this incident, the Secret Service is pointing out that they're saying it's not true that more resources were requested. Let's bring in Lawrence Jones. He's live in Butler, who just, I believe, spoke to President Trump. Lawrence, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so just looking at this is the front cover for the Tribune Review, and it says shots fired at Trump. This is what they're looking at in the local town today. But guys, I just finished talking to the former president. You would think that he would be down. I mean, he's in the saddle. He's excited. And I said, is there anything that I could, share with the audience? And he paused for a second and he said, can you just tell him I love him? Just tell him I love him. And I appreciate them. And he said, did you see the people in the audience? Typically when shots are fired, there would be a stampede. But he said, did you hear them stand firm with me, stand firm with the country? And this is a president that wanted to let everyone know, let the world know that he's resilient. I mean, we talk all the time about what leaders do behind closed doors when tragedy happens and when they've not even met with gunfire. Most presidents aren't met with gunfire. We saw how he responds when gunfire is there. And I don't think that should be lost on us. But in a moment where he could be focused on himself, he just wanted me to let everyone know that he loves them. He loves them.
Lawrence,
Yes.
I love what you're telling us because you're really expanding this out. It's not just the courage of Donald Trump and the way he reacted, but he was saying, hey, look at how the crowd reacted. There was no stampede. People weren't running over each other. They may have ducked down for cover. Some of them, actually, we've been surprised at how some didn't even duck down, but they were standing firm with him. And I bet really encouraged by that fist that he was pumping in the air. And when he got into the car, you heard the chants of USA, USA. Pete, I loved also how you brought up what a rally is really like for those who haven't been there. And as Lawrence describes that crowd, per the words of the president, it's exactly as you said.
Yeah.
It's about love.
No doubt, Lawrence.
Well, it also goes, it goes to the point, guys. And look, I don't want to make this political, but I want to just speak about leadership in general. When you have a strong leader, the country, the supporters will respond in kind. When you have weakness, the men and women that follow you will respond in kind. And as much as I don't want to make it political, I just look at the state of our nation. We're so divided. They're after law enforcement. We got a border that's being overrun. We got enemies that feel comfortable targeting the United States. We have drones being shot at our military bases, right, that are missing. We got TBIs at record high when it comes to our soldiers on the ground. We have enemies all over the world that are beating their chest. They respond to who's in the Oval Office. And just like you saw that crowd yesterday respond to the fist pump after an attempted assassination, after we now have photos now where we can see the bullets flying past his face, right? And they decided to stand with him. That's a reflection of the country. And I think that's why, for all the people that haven't been to a Trump rally, and I know they have been painted as this group of racist people and they hate everyone. I have never experienced so much love when I go to a Trump rally. People passing out water, caring about one another, singing together, hugging one another. And I think it's a reflection of the leadership.
Thank you, Lawrence, for that
Great
perspective.
analysis.
Let's go to Ainsley Earhart, who's in Bedminster, New Jersey as well this morning. Ainsley, I know you got there in the wee hours of the morning. I'm sure dark outside. You know, what I'm curious about, and you're already inside Bedminster, is if you're starting to see some of that there in New Jersey as well. People showing up outside on the streets supporting President Trump. He has just put out another Truth Social just minutes ago that we shared. Everyone thanking his supporters. I'm curious, I'm sure it won't be long before you see that same sentiment in reverse from his supporters to President Trump there in New Jersey.
Yeah, that's right, Will and Rachel and Pete. So we got word last night that, you know, we were all of us calling into the studio saying we want to work, we want to be there, we want to report on the story, use us if you need us. And so I was originally going to go to Trump Tower to interview people there and come into the studio and do a hit there. And then late at night, almost midnight, we got the call. We were trying to figure out where President Trump was going to be. And then we found out he was landing here in Bedminster. He came off of the plane, walking by himself without any assistance. And after he'd been taken care of at the hospital, he arrives here. He was supposed to play golf with Lindsey Graham, Senator Graham, today. And obviously that has been canceled. This place is like a fortress. We actually are about 5 minutes away from Bedminster. If you go down this street right here, you would run into the club. And it's a fortress there. You have Secret Service everywhere. And they've had additional Secret Service members show up to help out. It's closed for all the members of the club. It's also closed for everyone who works at the club, just in an abundance of caution to make sure he's okay. I know the president, you were talking about this latest posting, he was capital letters, fear not. So, and to hear Lawrence talk about his message for all of our viewers and all of his fans, and he's saying just, I love you and thank you for everything. We got word last night, I talked to a few people that had spoken to President Trump, and they said he was so concerned about his family, obviously his older children, but really Barron and Melania. He wanted to make sure they were okay. They were, you know, shocked and concerned, obviously. And the older kids who are avid hunters, the two boys, avid hunters and superb marksmen, they know what happened here when you're talking about an AR style rifle. And this man on top of a shed or on top of a warehouse, basically 200 yards, if not less, from the president and able to fire rounds at this president. Thankfully, the president turned his head at the right moment. God was protecting him and God was with him. And the bullet just grazed his ear. But he's very sorry. Obviously, we all are, for the people who were injured and the individual who lost his life. The president added that to his recent post. Just prayers for the family, thinking about them, loving them. And he actually helped start a GoFundMe page for those family members. I know for the person who was deceased, but his older children, it's a dichotomy here because they love his Secret Service detail. They're very close. You know, they're with each other for years on end and they become friends. And this is someone who is there to sacrifice their life to protect your life. And so they're very close with them. But the flip side of this coin is, there was definitely a breach of security. And I know that they're saying this guy was outside of the perimeter, but there are questions this morning of why the perimeter is not larger. If an AR can shoot 600 yards, I'm being told, Pete, Will, y'all will know more about that than I do. But I was told it can shoot 3 times the distance of where this man was on the roof. So the question is, should these perimeters be larger? And when you look at the video of the shed or the roof of the warehouse, I was picturing, you know, he was on this roof of a tall building, but it's not at all. It was very visible. There were people on the ground who weren't able to get into the rally, but they were behind the perimeter area, and they saw this guy, and they said that they told law enforcement, and it was about 3 or 4 minutes after they saw him and told law enforcement that the man started shooting. So lots of questions here, but God bless President Trump. We're so thankful that he's alive. Everyone continue to pray for him and for his safety. Because there's just no need for this type of violence in our country.
Amen.
It's just a sad situation.
You're exactly right. 600 meters is the max effective range for a point target of an AR. Yard, we use meters in the military, but yards is very similar. And it is, that's the reason we asked those questions. Should it have been further? And we're going to ask more of them this morning.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you, Ainsley.
Excellent reporting,
Great
Ainsley.
stuff,
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we've got
Thanks, Lawrence.
2 more hours of our coverage here on Fox and Friends Weekend. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
It's just your mother and I want different things.
Which is why we got Sling TV.
So we
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
with my psoriatic arthritis symptoms.
But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
A year after a heart attack, Mike's feeling like himself again. But even though time has passed, his risk of a second attack hasn't. Mike is still living in the red, with a very high risk of another heart attack or stroke. He doesn't know with his risk factors, his LDL-C, bad cholesterol, is still too high. The recommended level is below 55. Are you living in the red? Get in the know. Learn how to get a free LDL-C test at whatismyldl.com.
We love garage keypads. They're easy and convenient, but you never really know who's using it or when. Introducing the all-new MyQ Smart Garage Video Keypad. With the built-in camera, you get streaming HD video day or night. Create up to 16 custom PIN codes and get real-time notifications when the keypad is used. It's not just the key to your garage, it's the key to your home. Go to myq.com and get $30 off with promo code TV69.
Or shop at Amazon.com.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with Muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're going to get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
Look at you. You're doing everything you can to get your blood pressure in check. And now you have SuperBeets Heart Chews by Human on your side too. In a leading clinical study, SuperBeets Heart Chews polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone. Just 2 delicious chews a day support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and heart-healthy energy. Support your healthy blood pressure with SuperBeets Heart Chews by Human. Get a free month supply plus free shipping on all bundles at superbeets.com.
This is how AG1 works to help your nutrition work harder for you. Even when you try to get high-quality nutrition, getting it from diet alone isn't easy. But AG1 combines vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients in one optimized formula, obsessing over potency, absorbency, and nutrient density to help your body get the most out of everything we put in. Get the foundational nutrition you need at drinkag1.com.
Fiverr. Find the right freelance service right away. So that's how they're growing so fast.
Yeah, I imagine they had way more employees than we do.
I mean, look at the number of projects.